In the vast and ancient land of China, numerous professions adhere to their own customs and taboos, particularly those that are older and shrouded in mystery. For instance, one must not inquire about the cause of death when consulting rice. A coffin maker must not craft a coffin for himself. A paper effigy maker must refrain from painting eyes on the paper figures. And one engaged in the practice of ma ding xiang must not leave the altar incomplete. Violating these rules and prohibitions can lead to terrifying consequences. Chapter 1. The paper figures surrounding the bed. In our historically rich land, various trades observe their particular rules and taboos, especially those that are ancient and enigmatic. I intend to narrate a tale concerning these customs and prohibitions that in a small town, constructed around the largest prison in the province, there exists an inconspicuous paper crafting shop. Zhao Yuliang, compelled to earn money for his adoptive father's medical treatment, finds himself working in this shop, situated 1,000 miles from home. Although the remuneration is substantial, the mysterious proprietor has but one simple requirement of Zhao: adhere to the rules. For exceedingly peculiar regulations govern this establishment. Firstly, no living person, aside from Zhao Yuliang, is permitted to enter the shop. Even the old Taoist, who owns the shop, merely watches Zhao enter without daring to step inside himself. Secondly, the shop must open its doors at the first light of dawn and close before the last ray of sunlight disappears. Once closed, the front door must not be reopened for any reason. Should Zhao Yuliang need to exit in haste, he must employ the back door or sneak through a small hole in the wall. Thirdly, the paper figures and horses within the shop must be arranged in 2 rows, facing the entrance. A path of yellow paper must be laid down the center, resembling a carpet meant to welcome esteemed guests. Furthermore, Zhao Yuliang is strictly prohibited from stepping upon this carpet. If he wishes to exit through the front door, he must circumvent the paper figures. Lastly, each night, precisely at the stroke of midnight, incense must be offered to the 2 life-size dolls positioned in the center of the shop, resembling a pair of individuals engaged in a ghostly marriage. However, rather than being connected by a red thread, they are bound by a rusted, hefty iron chain. After imparting these rules, the old Taoist swiftly departed the town, seemingly unconcerned that Zhao Yuliang might escape midway. Just before leaving, he mockingly waved the employment contract Zhao had signed on the first night spent in the shop. Zhao Yuliang was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of dread. In the haze of his half-sleep, it seemed as if the paper figures had come to life, encircling his bed and staring intently at him. The sensation was akin to lying powerless and dazed on an operating table, surrounded by a group of doctors grinning menacingly, each wearing a ghastly visage. However, when Zhao abruptly woke and turned on the light to investigate, he found nothing amiss. The paper figures remained properly standing at either side of the shop's entrance, as if awaiting the arrival of a distinguished guest. As time progressed, Zhao Yuliang's unease intensified. This feeling peaked after the rice oracle and the coffin maker, old son, uttered the same cryptic warnings to him. "Young man, if you can run, do so quickly. Some money, I fear, can be earned with your life but spent without it." Zhao had contemplated fleeing. However, what would happen to the prepaid 3-year salary owed to him by the Taoist if he abandoned his post? After all, that money had already been used to pay for his adoptive father's hospital fees. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and endure. One day, upon witnessing the first ray of sunlight, Zhao Yuliang opened the shop's door according to the rules. After meticulously checking the arrangement of the paper figures, he wearily navigated around them and stepped outside. He performed a few stretching exercises and began jogging lightly near the entrance, chanting a peculiar morning mantra. "Hold it in, and your heart may suffer. Force it out, and your body shall thrive." His unusual morning exercise was abruptly interrupted by the blaring of police sirens. Soon, the gates of the nearby prison creaked open, revealing several police cars escorting a truck towards the town. The townsfolk, including Zhao Yuliang, had grown accustomed to such occurrences. It was merely the parade of death row inmates before their execution, facing the disdain of the public for the last time. As the convoy approached Zhao, he beheld 3 men, bound tightly, with menacing expressions. One bore peculiar dark blue tattoos on his neck, resembling bats, but far more grotesque. As Zhao became entranced by the sight, a sudden sharp pain shot through his ear, followed by the shrill voice of Ing Chun, the barbecue shop owner. "Zhao Yuliang, your big yellow dog has come to cause trouble at my place again. Are you going to do something about it? If you don't, I swear I'll castrate that old beast. The big yellow dog was the other intangible cultural heritage left to Zhao by the Taoist, aside from the paper shop. It was dubbed Old Beast due to its advanced age. Town elders recounted tales of being pursued and bitten by the dog since childhood, now enduring into their 80s. One must understand that typical dogs with the insertion of the minced flesh, the 3 long-deceased corpses began to convulse violently. They twitched as if seized by an epileptic fit, and there was a faint suggestion that they might open their eyes and rise once more. Alas, after a prolonged struggle, they ultimately fell silent once again. Chapter 2. Night Vigil. The family members were taken aback. Wasn't this just an ordinary spell? This could pose quite a dilemma. It seems they must first seek a place heavy with energy to nurture the corpses. Whispering softly, they retrieved a bottle of foul-smelling corpse oil and meticulously drew a complete circle around the 3 bodies, leaving not the slightest gap. Once the oil was poured, the ants and maggots that had been feasting on the corpses instantly perished. Nearby, other snakes, insects, and rodents fled in panic from their hiding spots, instinctively seeking safety in the distance. After finishing this task, the family members felt relieved and hurried towards the town, taking 2 steps for every one. Though traveling on foot, the relatives of the executed moved with remarkable speed and soon reached the edge of the town. They gazed at the high walls, electric fences, and heavily guarded prison in the distance, murmuring to themselves. The prison was arranged in a formation known as the White Tiger's Destruction, and this small town faced the opening of the White Tiger. If there were a suitable place for nurturing corpses nearby, it would certainly be within the town. Unfortunately, the practitioners of the 13 Gu clans were not well versed in the art of feng shui, or else finding such a place would have been significantly easier. Although the town was not large, it was certainly not small either. Moreover, with the bustling crowds during the day, the family members dared not be too overt in their search. Therefore, they wandered and paused, and by the time the sky darkened, they had yet to locate the so-called nurturing ground for the deceased. Observing the still crowded town, they decided to find a place to eat and rest for a while, planning to continue their search in the dead of night. After all, during that time, the yang energy would be at its weakest, making it easier to identify places steeped in extreme yin. As the saying goes, conversations can be lengthy or brief. When the moon shrouded the night and the winds howled, the once busy town finally fell silent. Even the drunkards had long since returned home to sleep. The desolate streets, devoid of pedestrians, were only animated by the cold night breeze swirling discarded papers and plastic bags. Thus, walking alone in the center of the road, the family member appeared exceedingly forlorn. This time, the family member did not flounder about like a headless fly as they had during the day. Instead, they retrieved a fainted bat from a cloth pouch at their waist, dripping a drop of corpse oil onto their fingertip before prying the bat's mouth open to apply it within. The previously unconscious bat revived instantly upon tasting the oil. With its blood-red eyes, it circled in the air before flapping its wings and flying in a particular direction. Seeing this, the family member, while sucking their oil-coated finger, hastily followed suit. However, after a short distance, merely having turned a few alleys, they encountered a group of individuals dressed in mourning attire approaching from the opposite direction. The leaders of the group held brooms, iron chains, and willow branches, slowly advancing while sweeping the ground. They chanted continuously, "Rest assured, dear elder. No need to worry about home. If anything is lacking below, just send us a dream." As a practitioner of dark arts, the family member immediately recognized they had encountered a night vigil procession to send off the souls of the departed on the 7th day after death. Cursing their misfortune inwardly, they concealed themselves in the shadows. The night vigil, a custom perhaps unfamiliar to today's youth, signifies that on the 7th day after a person's passing, the deceased family must sweep the path along which the funeral procession took place, all the way to the burial site. This act serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to bid farewell, as the 7th day is also known as the night of return. It reminds the deceased that they have passed away and should not linger in the realm of the living, for such attachment can disrupt the balance between the living and the dead, causing harm to both. Secondly, it is meant to ensure the safe passage of the deceased to their resting place, preventing unforeseen events or harassment from wandering spirits. It is extremely taboo for anyone to approach from the opposite direction during the night vigil, as such an encounter can bring misfortune to both the wandering soul and the living. Hence, the family member, in desperate search for a nurturing ground, chose to avoid confrontation. Even though they were a practitioner of dark arts, that did not mean they welcomed the attention of unwelcome spirits. Unfortunately, many occurrences cannot be eluded simply by wishing to avoid them. Just as the practitioner watched the night vigil procession depart, and was about to step out from the shadows to continue pursuing the bat. An unexpected chill ran down their spine, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Instantly, a wave of goosebumps surged across their body. Being seasoned in the dark arts, they swiftly realized that they had inadvertently attracted the attention of a spirit sent by the very night vigil procession they had just witnessed. Cursing their misfortune while maintaining an air of nonchalance, they continued their forward pace, discreetly scattering a handful of ashes from their waist along the path. After walking for a dozen meters, the practitioner took advantage of bending down to tie their shoelaces to glance back. Indeed, they observed a trail of footprints appearing in the ashes they had just scattered. A cold smirk escaped the practitioner's lips. Humph. Just because I wish to avoid trouble does not mean I fear you, a fledgling spirit. Since you seek your own demise, then follow me. With that, they quickened their pace, leading the spirit behind them toward a more secluded area, even temporarily setting aside their search for the nurturing ground. After hastily traversing several hundred meters, having distanced themselves from the residential area, the practitioner abruptly halted. Whirling around, they threw the remaining ashes forward. As the ashes swirled, a vague silhouette indeed materialized, revealing the newly arrived spirit pursuing them. Upon witnessing this, the practitioner laughed coldly. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet hell has no doors that you willingly enter. If that is the case, then I shall capture you and turn you into a fearsome spirit. With that proclamation, they swiftly produced a toad covered in large warts, turning their back on the new spirit and squeezing it forcefully. The warts on the toad erupted simultaneously. It screamed in agony and lunged wildly towards the practitioner. Yet the practitioner merely chuckled, as if every action of the fledgling spirit was entirely anticipated. Not only did they not evade the attack, but they also brandished a piece of human skin, welcoming the spirit's approach. As the practitioner unfurled the human skin, it eerily floated in the air like a bag filled with wind. The wandering spirit appeared as if it were a sparrow, willingly diving into the bag. In that critical moment, an elderly cough echoed through the air. Emerging slowly was the old coffin maker, wielding a hammer in one hand and coffin nails in the other. Indeed, there were skilled individuals in the town. Upon witnessing this, the practitioner immediately retracted the human skin bag. However, the newly deceased spirit continued its reckless charge forward. The old coffin maker, seeing this, shook his head in resignation, retracting his hammer and nails. He produced a black thread used to secure coffins, stretching it across the path before the new spirit. Upon colliding with the black thread, the spirit was immediately sent reeling back, crying out in distress. The old coffin maker did not pursue, but merely stood in place, his gaze complex as he regarded the spirit. Alas, you were such a fine person in life. How could you be so foolish in death? As an old neighbor, he offered, hurry along now, dust returns to dust. Lingering in the realm of the living brings no benefit to you or your family. The new spirit, subjected to repeated setbacks, seemed to regain some clarity. When it looked up again, it recognized the old coffin maker. Brother son, I died unjustly. I still do not know how I met my end. I asked the ghostly messengers, but they would not tell me, only saying that once dead, one should no longer concern themselves with the living. I do not wish to be a confused ghost. I implore you, brother son, show mercy and help me extend my life. Upon hearing this, the coffin maker's expression shifted slightly, but he merely shook his head and sighed. He was but a humble coffin bearer, far from possessing the ability to grant life, let alone reverse death. Moreover, there exists great terror between life and death. Even the most formidable of the Hu family, renowned for their mastery of the dark arts, could not return after once venturing into the underworld to rescue a disciple. Chapter 3. Paper offerings without eyes, eyes without heaven. Reflecting on this, the old coffin maker ceased his chatter and instead retrieved a small black coffin, measuring a little over 10 centimeters in length, placing it gently on the ground before him. Upon seeing this, the new spirit immediately panicked and turned to flee, crying out, brother son, for the sake of our many years as neighbors, please do not take me. Allow me to linger for another 15 days, just until my youngest granddaughter reaches her centenary, and then I shall depart. Is that agreeable? There is a saying that warns against listening to the words of ghosts, for doing so can lead one to be easily swayed, resulting in foolish and reckless actions. Or worse, being taken as a substitute. As an insider, the old man is well aware of these truths, and thus pays no heed to the new spirit. He merely opens the lid of the small coffin and softly recites, the coffin maker toils for whom? All fates are decreed. Ultimately leading to the bowl of soup from Mengpa. Upon completion, he places a strand of hair from the new spirit's closest kin into the coffin and ignites it. The ashes transform into an almost imperceptible rope that swiftly ensnares the ghost, drawing it into the small coffin. Observing this, the old man hastily closes the coffin lid, carefully cradling it in his arms. He then turns to the practitioner of dark arts and states, "As someone from afar, I must take my leave. I am on my way to escort this old neighbor to his grave. I cannot afford any delays, or he may not be received below." The practitioner, burdened with his own troubles, naturally wishes to avoid further conflicts with the old man, a fellow practitioner. He forces a semblance of kindness onto his fierce and unattractive visage. "Please, go ahead." After parting ways, the old man rides his donkey to the cemetery outside the town. Once he safely delivers the new spirit, he returns to his shop. Upon entering, he spots the silver-haired Granny Lu sitting under the lamp. Granny Lu, known for her ability to summon spirits from the underworld through a medium, engages in conversations between the departed and the living. This practice, called asking for rice, involves placing a bowl of white rice nearby during the ritual. At 80 years of age, she is more than a decade older than the old man, but remains sprightly and sharp-eyed, albeit slightly stooped. Seeing Granny Lu, the old man hastens towards her. "Did the happenings outside disturb you, dear sister?" Granny Lu chuckles softly, shaking her head. "Not at all. I lack the profound abilities to foresee the future. Our old neighbor passed away surrounded by malevolent energy, and today marks the 7th day since his death. I merely wished to check in and ensure nothing amiss had occurred. I happened to see you leave, so I thought I would keep watch over your shop while awaiting news." Upon hearing her words, the old man responds with a smile. "You truly possess a heart of compassion. Rest assured, all is well. It is getting late. Shall I assist you in returning home for some rest?" Relieved that no misfortune has transpired, Granny Lu rises with a smile, heading towards her shop, while saying, "As long as all is well, I am at ease. I am not so frail as to need an escort for such a short distance. You too should rest early and not overexert yourself. Time is relentless." Meanwhile, the practitioner of dark arts, now free of concerns, strides purposefully towards the direction of the bat. Passing through several streets, he arrives at an oddly shaped intersection, resembling a swastika. At its center lies a sizable open space, upon which a solitary shop stands. The bat hangs upside down from the shop sign, which bears the gilded words, "A journey for you." This location not only serves as an entrance for the white tiger, but also as a place of malevolent energy. The intersection is bustling with spirits, while families lament within their homes. Surrounded by mountains, facing south, it resembles a sickly tiger with wind entering its mouth. Heads droop, saliva drips, and smoke rises from tails, signifying a loss of fortune leading to a family's demise. Opening a shop in such a place, do they not fear that their family will not meet a clean end? Surely the inhabitants must have transformed into malevolent spirits. As these thoughts swirl, the practitioner chuckles. What concern is it of mine whether they become malevolent? The presence of malevolent energy is even better. This is one of the finest places to nurture spirits, which will benefit those 3 individuals. As he muses, he approaches the shop's entrance, eager to examine the interior. However, just as he leans closer to the door, the paper figures within suddenly move, turning their blood-red faces towards the entrance with eerie synchronization. Their movements are so rigid and swift that one fears their heads might snap. As mentioned at the story's outset, it is forbidden to paint eyes on paper figures, a strict taboo. Yet, inexplicably, the paper figure left for Zhao Yuliang by the old Taoist has eyes painted in a blood-red hue. Unaware of the strange occurrences within, the practitioner continues to peer through the door crack, oblivious to the fact that the paper figures have come to life. His curiosity proves futile. A soulless paper figure advances towards the door, extending its pallid hand to block his view. Regardless of how he shifts, he cannot see. Here, it is worth noting that the paper shop features traditional double wooden doors with a latch in the middle. Possessing some skill in the dark arts, the practitioner soon senses something amiss. The atmosphere emanating from the shop is chilling, akin to a morgue. The heavy presence of Yin energy makes him wonder if the inhabitants have indeed transformed into malevolent spirits. Muttering to himself, he cautiously retreats until he is a meter away, pondering, but if they have become malevolent spirits, why do they not emerge to cause harm? There should be no living beings within several miles, unless... At this thought, the practitioner abruptly halts, instinctively glancing in the direction of the prison. A nagging feeling arises within him. The prison's layout, designed to suppress the fierce energy, is perhaps not solely aimed at controlling the malevolent spirits, but at this unassuming paper shop. Shaking his head vigorously, the practitioner attempts to dispel such unrealistic notions. Setting aside the costs of constructing the prison, the expenses associated with arranging the feng shui layout are astronomical. if such resources are necessary to suppress whatever lurks within. What could possibly reside in that shop? Might it be the legendary troops subdued by Marshal Zhao and Master Zhang? After all, they have long since turned from their wicked ways and now represent the last bastion of Taoism. Despite his reluctance to believe that a mere paper shop could harbor terrifying secrets, the practitioner refrains from acting impulsively. After pondering for a moment, he retrieves a vial of corpse oil, drawing the bat hanging from the sign towards himself. Bat spirit, I beseech you to assist me in peering inside. He then inserts his middle finger into the bat's mouth, allowing it to feast on his blood. Only when it is satiated, its belly swollen and glowing faintly red, does it cease its feeding. With a flap of its leathery wings, the bat forces its way through the door crack. Observing this, the practitioner does not linger idly at the shop's entrance, but instead crosses the street to watch cautiously. Firstly, the shop exudes an air of strangeness, warranting caution. Secondly, it provides him with an opportunity to recuperate from the weakness brought on by the blood loss. However, as he waits, more than 10 minutes pass without any sign of the bat returning. Just as he considers investigating further, his expression shifts dramatically. Suddenly, the bat tattooed on his neck explodes, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. If a medical professional were to witness this scene, they would instantly diagnose a severed right carotid artery. Fortunately, the practitioner of the art was no ordinary individual. While desperately pressing their hand against the gushing wound on their neck, they hurriedly retrieved a dark green centipede and pressed it firmly onto the injury. Upon tasting the blood, the centipede's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. In the next moment, it swiftly burrowed into the practitioner's neck. Observing the rapid writhing of the skin, it became evident that the centipede had not only entered the practitioner's neck, but was hastily making its way toward their head. Had this been an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly have perished. Yet, as the centipede entered their body, the torrential blood flow from the practitioner's neck ceased, and their expression transformed from one of terror to a semblance of calm. Although their pallor was alarming due to excessive blood loss, they had ultimately escaped the clutches of death. Overwhelmed with weakness, the practitioner leaned against a nearby tree to prevent themselves from collapsing, their gaze fixed in dread upon the paper effigy shop across the street. Had the bat god been vanquished? What horrors lay within? In response to the practitioner's turmoil was a soft sigh. The door of the shop, inscribed with the words "Asked for guidance between Yin and Yang," creaked open, revealing Granny Lu, who emerged slowly, leaning on her cane. Outsider, the entities within that shop are not to be trifled with. Heed my advice and flee while you still can. The farther, the better. Remember, do not return. With that, the old woman paid no heed to the practitioner's reaction, turning back to re-enter her shop and shutting the door firmly behind her. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the practitioner finally regained their composure. With lingering trepidation, they glanced towards the direction of the paper shop and, unsteadily, began to walk toward the outskirts of the town. They longed to escape this bizarre settlement, distancing themselves from the terrifying shop. However, one of the 3 individuals executed earlier that day was a descendant of the ancient beings within. Should they dare to ignore the call for help, their fate would be truly dire. After laboriously exiting the town, the practitioner made their way directly to the execution ground. Who in their right mind would wander the execution site at such a late hour seeking thrills? Yet, with the dawn, the circumstances would change. The crowd would grow. And who could predict whether the armed police would return to carry out further executions? Upon reaching the execution site and finding the 3 corpses intact, the practitioner finally felt a sense of relief. After hastily consuming a few poisonous spiders to regain strength, they retrieved 3 nails and, with a hammer, drove them deep into the tops of the corpses' heads. Next, they produced 12 enormous centipedes, each the length of an infant's arm and as thick as a sausage. Pairing them, they secured them with their mouths and numerous nail-like claws on either side of the corpse's knees, embedding them as if they were part of the flesh, giving the impression that they were gripping tightly to the bones beneath. Having completed this arduous task, the practitioner, now utterly enfeebled, rested for a considerable time until the first light of dawn approached, at which point they rose from the ground. They divided the remaining corpse oil in half, meticulously applying it to each centipede without omission. Subsequently, they continuously formed hand seals and shouted vigorously at the 3 corpses, "Rise." In a bizarre turn of events, the once lifeless bodies suddenly stood upright, following the practitioner as they began to shuffle toward the distant ancient forest. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the centipedes were curling and stretching their bodies, guiding the corpses to bend their knees and awkwardly maneuver forward. For the next 2 days, tranquility returned to the town as its inhabitants busied themselves with their daily lives. It was not until the 3rd day, before dawn, that the practitioner returned to the town. Albeit with caution, this time, they refrained from approaching the paper shop and instead sought sustenance from a breakfast establishment across the street, quietly observing with eyes filled with anxiety and unease. The practitioner had no intention of provoking the entities within the shop again. They merely wished to report the occurrences to headquarters and await assistance. However, the previous night, while in slumber beside the corpses in the desolate wilderness, the practitioner suddenly experienced a suffocating sensation, as if invisible hands were tightening around their throat. Initially dismissing it as a mere bout of sleep paralysis, they attempted to repel the lingering spirits, only to find no success. After trying several methods without effect, they were left bewildered. Just as they felt they might suffocate to death, a flash of inspiration struck. They remembered the spiritual infant bestowed upon them for this mission. Summoning all their strength, they retrieved a sharp knife and violently sliced open their thigh. Ignoring the excruciating pain and the spurting blood, they extracted a mini human skull the size of a cow's eye, its eyes glinting with a crimson glow. The practitioner raised the skull high, summoning their final reserves of energy to shout desperately, "I implore the spiritual infant to save me." After which, they collapsed and lost consciousness. Chapter 5. The handprints on the neck. When the practitioner awoke once more, the sun had risen. Overwhelmed with joy upon realizing they were still alive, this soon turned to horror as they discovered that the spiritual infant had vanished without a trace. In a frantic search nearby, they found no sign of it. Despair washed over them as they recalled the terrifying methods employed by their ancestors for punishment. Losing the spiritual infant could easily lead to becoming a living corpse. After a moment of despondency, the practitioner was suddenly seized by an intense pain in their neck. It felt as if a searing hot iron had branded them. Letting out a cry, they stumbled toward the nearby stream, where their reflection filled them with panic. The previous bat and gecko tattoos on their neck had disappeared, replaced by a pair of black handprints, tightly gripping their throat. "Oh ancestors, what manner of demon is this?" In a state of terror, the practitioner, like an ordinary person, scooped up water from the stream, scrubbing vigorously at their neck. They even rubbed off a layer of skin, yet the black handprints remained immutable, as if they had grown from their very flesh. Faced with this insurmountable predicament, the practitioner forced themselves to calm down and ponder the cause of the black handprints. Suddenly, they exclaimed, "It must be that eerie paper shop." The location of the handprints corresponded precisely to where their neck had erupted the previous day. With their life hanging in the balance, the practitioner hastily dug 3 vertical pits and buried the 3 corpses upright, leaving only their heads exposed. They sprinkled the remaining corpse oil around the bodies, then quickly gathered their belongings and headed towards the town. What terrifying entity lurked within that paper shop that could track them down through the essence of the bat god? As the practitioner contemplated this, dawn broke. The first rays of sunlight illuminated the scene as a large yellow dog dragged the still sleeping Jie Yu from his bed. With a heavy thud, he landed on the floor, not even given the time to put on his undergarments. Jie Yu initially intended to curse, but was instantly subdued by the dog's menacing expression. "Look what you've done. I've overslept. Trouble is brewing, big dog. You'd best hurry and eat your fill. I'll get ready to open the shop." Satisfied with Jie Yuliang's respectful demeanor, the yellow dog wagged its thin tail and exited through the dog door to roam the streets. After properly arranging the paper effigies and confirming everything was in order, Jie Yuliang lazily opened the shop door. Following the usual routine, he began his morning jog around the entrance, cautious not to stray too far, lest a living person unwittingly wander in. Holding in your gas can be detrimental to your heart, while forcing it out can strengthen your body. Jie Yuliang's resounding exercise slogan echoed throughout the entire town. Despite the neighbors having heard this peculiar mantra for over 2 weeks, they couldn't help but stifle their laughter. This was especially true for the sorcerer who heard it for the first time, who, unable to contain himself, spat out the food in his mouth. He was the owner of the paper store? How could he be so lively? In the sorcerer's mind, those who could reside long-term in the White Tiger's malevolent position were either vengeful spirits or highly skilled practitioners of Buddhism or Taoism. In short, he believed someone like Jie Yuliang, an ordinary youth, should not fit this mold. Little did the sorcerer know that Zhao, much like himself, was new to this and was forced to engage in such antics. Jie Yuliang twisted his waist and shook his hips as he ran for a while before locking the door with a loud clang. He then cheerfully approached the breakfast stall. "Uncle Gangtu, I'll have 2 meat buns and a bowl of tofu pudding. Remember to add plenty of sauce. I have a strong palate." As a neighbor for over half a month, Uncle Gangtu was well aware of Zhao's preferences. He responded loudly while inviting Zhao to collect his buns. He also kindly reminded him, "You should really cut back on the salt. Don't let yourself develop high blood pressure at such a young age. Nodding in agreement while humming a tune, Zhao Yuliang searched for a seat and inadvertently sat directly across from the sorcerer. Although the sorcerer had initially judged him to be a foolish youth, he was nonetheless startled. Could it be that his cover had been blown? Was the young man before him a master of the arcane arts, whose abilities were simply beyond his comprehension? Otherwise, why would he approach him? After a considerable internal struggle, the sorcerer finally resolved to test the waters. Good morning, senior. Yeah, morning. Zhao Yuliang, too engrossed in devouring his food, only noticed someone greeting him when he lifted his head, startled to see a living person across from him. He instinctively asked, "Hey, are you part of that group that was executed a few days ago?" The sorcerer was taken aback, immediately concluding that Zhao Yuliang was indeed a formidable individual who had long since recognized him. Everything he had done was merely a ruse. The ability to effortlessly annihilate the bat god, seize the spiritual infant, and place a ghostly hand upon his neck was certainly beyond his capacity to confront. In a state of panic, the sorcerer hastily rose and began to back away while keeping his eyes fixed on Zhao. He even backed into a table, earning a round of curses, but he did not look back. Only when he had completely exited the bun shop and confirmed that Zhao was not in pursuit did he dare to turn and run. This scene left the surrounding diners in shock, and Zhao Yuliang was equally bewildered. What on earth is wrong with that old fellow? Could he be a wanted criminal? Afraid of being recognized? Chapter 6. The flesh corpse. Zhao Yuliang, filled with righteous indignation, contemplated reporting the incident to the authorities but hesitated. The reason was clear. These individuals were evidently part of a gang. With 3 executed just recently, another had emerged. Surely this was a coordinated effort. If he provoked them, retaliation would surely follow. If Zhao were a solitary figure, he might not have feared confrontation, but he had a foster father to care for and a half-sister to raise. If he perished in a struggle against these evildoers, what would become of the 2 left behind? In truth, Zhao Yuliang's thoughts mirrored the reality faced by many upstanding individuals in society. They do not cower in fear of ruffians. Rather, they bear a greater, more substantial responsibility. Furthermore, Zhao Yuliang was by no means a seasoned master. His conclusion about the sorcerer and the executed trio being comrades was purely a lucky guess. The only evidence he had was their similar appearances. All 4 bore the same menacing countenance, sported shaved heads, and had tattoos on their necks. With such striking similarities in their appearances, how could they not be connected? Zhao even humorously nicknamed the sorcerer-esque group the Bald Brotherhood in private, suggesting they were solely on the lookout for beautiful women. Meanwhile, the sorcerer, having fled the town, ran for a considerable distance before confirming that no one was pursuing him, allowing him to finally stop and catch his breath. After a brief respite, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. There was no need for anyone to chase him. As long as the ghostly hand remained on his neck, he would not survive the night. After all, there were no second spiritual infants to rely upon. Muttering to himself, the sorcerer's gaze suddenly turned fierce. Humph, if it weren't for those 3 fools, I wouldn't have found myself in this predicament. If I must die, they shall not live either. With that, the sorcerer rushed towards the location where the 3 executed bodies were stored. Upon arrival, he cast a spell and led the 3 corpses to a dark, secluded valley. What followed was the grotesque process of creating flesh corpses to confront Zhao Yuliang. Due to the disturbing nature of this process, and for the sake of the reader's well-being, I shall refrain from detailing it further. Suffice it to say, after a series of revolting actions, the sorcerer's face lit up with elation. Ha! The flesh corpses are complete. He then closed his eyes and began to chant, "Your body is my body, your soul is my soul. Heed my command swiftly, chase the soul 10 miles away." Upon finishing, he gestured towards the town. The flesh corpses, which had been devouring voraciously, immediately halted and began to sprint towards the town, specifically towards Zhao Yuliang's paper shop. Along the way, they mercilessly attacked and devoured any small animals they encountered. The sorcerer watched the direction of the flesh corpses for a moment before finally sitting down, clearly exhausted from the earlier process, which was far more taxing than it appeared. However, after only a brief rest, he retrieved a head buried in quicklime. It seemed that the flesh corpses would not suffice to deal with Zhao. He would have to take a risk and create a flying head ghost. Speaking of the flying head ghost, the sorcerer appeared to harbor some fear himself. Yet, after instinctively touching the ghostly hand around his neck, he steeled his resolve. If I am to perish, let none escape. Meanwhile, the oblivious Zhao Yuliang was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. He was currently cheerfully assisting Sister Yingchun at the barbecue stall in threading meat onto skewers. Sister Yingchun, who had lived in the town for 3 to 4 years, was well aware of the rules of the paper shop and understood that Zhao was merely playful and would not dare take any real risks. Chapter 7. Do not overlook the small acts of kindness. Hearing her words, Zhao Yuliang chuckled. Sister, rest assured, my dog brother is not out causing trouble today. He's lounging at the shop door soaking up the sun. With him around, not even a rat could slip by. As fate would have it, just before sunset, when Zhao was hurrying back to close up shop, he indeed spotted his dog bullying a small mouse, cornering it against the wall without capturing it. Each time the little mouse attempted to escape, the dog would hold it down with a paw and then shove it back into the corner. Initially, Zhao Yuliang had no intention of intervening, knowing full well he couldn't best the dog. However, as he was about to sneak back into the shop, he caught sight of the mouse's pitiful, helpless eyes. This sight reminded him of his own childhood, of times before meeting his foster father, when he too had been an orphan, subjected to bullying and bearing a similar gaze. At that time, Zhao Yuliang longed for someone to lend him a hand, to embrace him in empathy. Upon realizing this, he promptly resolved to act against injustice. However, instead of drawing a sword, he retrieved the pan-fried dumplings that his neighbor, Sister Ingchun, had brought back for dinner. He respectfully placed the food container before the large yellow dog and, with a beaming smile, said, "Brother dog, how about we trade dumplings for that little mouse of yours? Dumplings are far more delectable than mice." When the dog remained silent, he took it as an agreement and cautiously approached the small rodent. Seeing that the big yellow dog was engrossed in devouring dumplings and paid him no mind, Zhao Yuliang finally felt at ease. Swiftly, he scooped up the little mouse and darted back into the house, remembering to securely shut the door behind him. Once he ensured complete safety, he placed the small creature on the table before him. The little fellow appeared quite sentient, understanding that Zhao Yuliang had rescued him. Thus, he neither fled nor showed any fear, but instead gazed curiously with his bright, sparkling eyes. Zhao Yuliang, intrigued by this display, couldn't help but reach out to pet the mouse. To his delight, the little creature did not shy away but closed its eyes, seemingly relishing the moment. Witnessing this, Zhao Yuliang found himself even fonder of the small being. He then retrieved 2 dumplings he had discreetly pocketed and shared one with the mouse. After finishing, he noticed the mouse still lingering, gazing at him with those bright eyes. Amused, he chuckled, "Little one, are you still hungry? I truly have no more dumplings left. The rest were all for that pesky dog. If you haven't had your fill, come back tomorrow. But do be cautious. Don't let the old dog catch you, understood?" After Zhao Yuliang finished speaking, the little mouse squeaked twice and then leaped off the table. Before scurrying away, it glanced back at him, seemingly reluctant to depart. Zhao Yuliang, however, did not dwell on this too much as he proceeded to close his shop as per the routine, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, it seems I shall have to sleep on an empty stomach tonight. Yet, it was destined to be an extraordinary night. Shortly after Zhao Yuliang lay down, he heard a rhythmic knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 gentle taps, followed by a pause, then another 3 knocks. Such a methodical knocking indicated to Zhao Yuliang that the individual outside was likely a person of considerable refinement, and certainly not a resident of the small town. For the townsfolk were well aware of the shop's regulations and would never disturb him at such a late hour. "Come, please use the back door," Zhao Yuliang called out as he donned his clothes and got out of bed. After all, one of the shop's rules was that the front door could not be opened once closed. Upon opening the back door, Zhao Yuliang finally discerned the figure of the person knocking, an elderly man who appeared slightly stooped yet possessed an air of vitality and grace. Although dressed simply, the elder's attire was impeccably clean and remarkably unwrinkled. What captured Zhao Yuliang's attention most were the elder's eyes, which seemed to penetrate through to the very essence of things. Having formed a favorable first impression of the visitor, Zhao Yuliang quickly greeted him. "Sir, what brings you to knock at such a late hour?" The elder smiled kindly, surveying Zhao Yuliang before replying. "I'm not accustomed to being called sir. You may address me as Lu Yi. Oh, and my surname is Hui. Just call me Hui Lu Yi." For some inexplicable reason, the elder emanated a sense of safety that reminded Zhao Yuliang of the comforting embrace of his adoptive father during childhood. Thus, he nodded earnestly. Yes, greetings. Hui Lu Yi. At this late hour, I should invite you inside, but..." Here, Zhao Yuliang hesitated, uncertain how to explain the shop's peculiar rules. Fortunately, he quickly devised a plausible excuse. "However, my dog is rather fierce, and I fear he might bite you." It was only then that Zhao Yuliang noticed something amiss. Normally, regardless of who knocked at the door, the big yellow dog would immediately bare its teeth and growl, even lunging at intruders. Yet today, the dog had not emerged to assert its dominance. As he pondered this, Zhao Yuliang instinctively glanced towards the dog's den, only to be astonished to find the usually boisterous rogue dog cowering in its crate, trembling at the sight of the elder. The dog's eyes were filled with terror. What on earth is happening? Could this Hui Lu Yi be someone from the town's dog control office? Just as Zhao Yuliang's thoughts spiraled, the elder spoke. But not to him. Rather, he addressed the dog. There is no need for such fear, for I am not here to trouble you, but to express my gratitude to this young friend. As for the matter of my little one being bullied, he shall have his chance to settle the score once he grows up. The elder's words left Zhao Yuliang perplexed, yet the big yellow dog clearly understood. It hurriedly emerged from its den, mimicking a human by rising on its hind legs, its tail wagging joyfully, with its front paws clasped together. It repeatedly bowed to the elder, its face radiating eagerness to please. The elder, witnessing this, chuckled gently. All right, return to your den. I have matters to discuss with this young friend. As Zhao Yuliang was still grappling with the situation, the elder mentioned his name, prompting him to inquire, Lu Yi, what do you wish to discuss with me? Aside from the shop's entry restrictions, everything else is negotiable. Chapter 8. Better to believe in possibilities. Observing Zhao Yuliang's demeanor, the elder, who introduced himself as Hui Lu Yi, was reminded of another young friend, and thus he smiled as he spoke. You saved my little one's life, and in return, I shall save yours. It is a case of good deeds begetting good deeds. As he spoke, the elder produced a weathered talisman, handing it to Zhao Yuliang. At first glance, it was evident that this was an ancient relic. Keep it close to you, and tonight you must sleep beneath your bed. No matter what sounds you hear, do not emerge, understood? When the rooster crows and the first light of dawn breaks, you will have safely passed through this calamity. After imparting this warning, the elder ignored Zhao Yuliang's inquisitive gaze and turned to leave. However, before departing, he cast a significant glance at the interior of the paper shop and then towards the dimly lit area across the street. Moreover, young friend, should you find the opportunity to leave this place, do so swiftly. There are too many entanglements for me to disclose. Take care of yourself. Once the elder's figure vanished into the night, Zhao Yuliang remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the cryptic message. Just as he scratched his head, contemplating closing the shop's front door, he noticed Old Sun from the coffin shop emerging from the shadows across the street, beckoning him over. Recognizing a familiar face, Zhao Yuliang hastened across the deserted street to meet Old Sunday. Uncle Sun, why are you up at this hour? Old Sun did not immediately respond to Zhao Yuliang's question. Instead, he paused before asking, Yuliang, do you know that elder? Taken aback, Zhao Yuliang hadn't expected Old Sun to inquire about this. I don't know him. It's my first time meeting him today. Why do you ask, Uncle Sun? Upon hearing this, Old Sun appeared slightly flustered, waving his hands dismissively. Yet he couldn't resist asking again, what did he say to you? Since it wasn't a matter of national security, Zhao Yuliang felt no need to conceal the truth. He recounted the entire exchange to Old Sunday. Upon hearing the details, Old Sun's expression grew increasingly astonished. Yuliang, are you certain he referred to himself as Hui Lu Yi and asked you to call him that? Old Sun's reaction only piqued Zhao Yuliang's curiosity further, prompting him to nod vigorously in affirmation. Uncle Lu, do you know Master Lu? He can't possibly be someone of great significance, can he? A prominent leader in town. Observing Zhao Yuliang's foolish expression, the old man's son couldn't help but smile bitterly. A person of great stature, undoubtedly. A person so significant that individuals like us could only dream of meeting. After a moment's hesitation, the old man's son continued, Yuliang, I advise you to follow Master Lu's instructions if you wish to survive the night. That talisman he gave you is undoubtedly a precious item, a lifesaver. Be sure not to lose it. Furthermore, if you encounter any strange occurrences that require a name to be invoked, simply state that you are acquainted with the Grey Fate. The thunderous, immortal Grey Fate. With that, the old man's son turned to leave. For reasons unknown, Zhao Yuliang felt a sense of desolation in the old man's retreating figure. A feeling of melancholy. Unsatisfied with his lack of understanding, Zhao Yuliang shouted after the old man Lu, Uncle Sun, at the very least tell me what Master Lu does. Isn't he referred to as Grey Lu? Why is he called Grey Fate now? Is Grey Lu just his nickname? The proprietor of the coffin shop did not turn back. Responding, foolish boy, have you heard of the Northern Ma Xian? The Southern Mao and Northern Ma Grey Lu is a fox, one of the 5 great Ma Xian, fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray, being the contemporary head of the Grey family. He sighed. Never mind, you wouldn't comprehend anyway. Although Zhao Yuliang was merely an ordinary person with limited knowledge, he had heard of the Southern Maoshan sect and the Northern Ma Xian, albeit only through various films and television shows. Did they truly exist? If they did, was he really facing a calamity tonight? With this thought, Zhao Yuliang hastily clutched the talisman given by the old man. With a heart full of questions, he rushed to close the shop door and prepared to retreat to his quarters for sleep. Just as he turned to head back inside, he noticed the big yellow dog had not yet settled down, standing before its doghouse, watching him. Strangely, the dog's eyes no longer held their usual fierceness. Instead, they conveyed a hint of servility. What on earth was going on with this old dog? Why was it looking at him like that? Surely it wasn't harboring any ill intentions? Upon returning to his small room, Zhao Yuliang felt no urgency to sleep. Firstly, the events of the day had been rather bizarre. Secondly, it wasn't yet midnight, and he had yet to offer incense to the two figurines. Thus, with a heart full of unease, Zhao Yuliang managed to endure until 11 o'clock. After hurriedly offering incense to the two figurines, he swiftly slipped beneath the bed. The confined space actually provided him with a sense of security. After relaxing slightly, Zhao Yuliang discerned an oddity similar to the one he had felt while offering incense earlier. In the past, when he approached the figurines with 3 sticks of incense held high, he would always feel the rows of paper figures watching him intently, their blood-red eyes seemingly alive. Today, however, that sensation was absent, as if he had become invisible, and the paper figures could not perceive him. How could this be? Was it because of the talisman in his hand? With this thought, Zhao Yuliang hastily clutched the talisman, striving to fall asleep quickly. After all, if he were asleep, he would not be plagued by fears and irrational thoughts. However, fate had other plans. Just as Zhao Yuliang began to feel drowsy, a fierce wind suddenly swept outside. The howling wind whistled through the treetops and power lines, emitting sharp, piercing sounds. Following the wind came a cacophony of thunder, immediately succeeded by torrential rain, pouring down in sheets. The rain battered the eaves, windows, and ground with a loud percussion. Zhao Yuliang, annoyed, turned over and murmured to himself, "Thank goodness I checked the weather forecast and closed the windows beforehand. Otherwise, I would have to get up." No sooner had Zhao Yuliang spoken than a flash of lightning illuminated the room. In the brief light, he was horrified to discover something rushing toward him at great speed from beneath the bed. Could it be that he was truly haunted? Chapter 9. The stormy night returned. Zhao Yuliang instinctively attempted to kick at the shadow, but alas, the shadow was too swift, darting into his bed in an instant. Upon contact, Zhao Yuliang immediately felt that this entity was covered in fur. However, the fur was uneven, as if it were missing patches, resembling a human with alopecia. Wait, alopecia? Another flash of lightning struck, and Zhao Yuliang was astonished to find himself staring into a dog's face. A very ugly dog face. Goodness, a rogue dog? Dog brother? The big yellow dog nodded fervently in response, snuggling closely into Zhao Yuliang's embrace. Seeing this, Zhao Yuliang couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that the bully of a dog would be afraid of thunder and rain? Where was that bravado now? Keep acting tough. Come on. Give me a break. Yet, Zhao Yuliang was still underestimating the situation. Was the big yellow dog truly afraid of the thunderstorm? Amidst the wind and rain, the fleshly corpse had reached the storefront but did not rush in. Instead, it stood outside, persistently howling as if terrified of something. Fortunately, the sound of thunder masked the corpse's cries, preventing them from disturbing the peace. Inside the shop, illuminated by flashes of lightning, the paper figures appeared even more eerie. They had all turned to face the shop's entrance, fixated on it. Moments later, the corpse could no longer resist the summoning of the necromancer and, with a loud crash, broke through the door. As the door swung open, a cold gust of wind rushed in, causing the paper figures to rustle and the vintage light bulbs to sway. Yet, this wind bore none of the freshness one would expect from rain. Instead, it was tainted with a foul, bloody odor. At the moment the corpse broke in, while the paper figures remained motionless, they all emitted a strange, high-pitched laughter. Ethereal and piercing, the corpse seemed hesitant to offend the paper figures. Cautiously inching forward along the center path, the paper figures continued their stillness, their blood-red eyes tracking the corpse's movements. It was as if someone were watching them. Yet only the eyeballs moved, while their necks remained fixed. Even the black pupils rolled back into their sockets, leaving only the whites of their eyes. Meanwhile, hearing the commotion outside, Zhao Yuliang instinctively attempted to sit up. However, as he lay beneath the bed, he bumped his head against the underside with a loud thud. Ouch! That hurt. Dog brother, did you hear that? Is someone breaking into our home? Although seemingly nonchalant, Zhao Yuliang was actually very responsible. Just as he was about to crawl out from under the bed to investigate, he was firmly restrained by the big yellow dog. Observing the dog's fearful expression, Zhao Yuliang quickly recalled the old man's warning. No matter what happens, do not come out. With that thought, Zhao Yuliang hurriedly retreated back under the bed, and the man and dog anxiously kept their gaze fixed on the bedroom door. On the other side, within the shop, The corpse had now maneuvered through the paper figures and reached the feet of the two figurines. They were elevated upon a high incense altar, nearly the height of a person. Zhao Yuliang had to climb a ladder each day to offer incense. Another flash of lightning split the stormy night, followed by a rumble of thunder. In the luminous glow of the lightning, the two figurines appeared even more eerie and sinister. When the corpse finally recognized the figurines, its originally ashen and grotesque face filled with profound terror, it promptly knelt before the figurines, trembling and repeatedly bowing its head in reverence, causing flesh to separate and stick to the ground. The sound of the opera faded after a few breaths, and the corpse then forcefully knocked its head 3 times, trembling as it rose and made its way toward Zhao Yuliang's bedroom. Hearing the heavy footsteps outside the door, a man and a dog inside the room exchanged fearful glances, both seeing terror reflected in each other's eyes. Concerned that the dog might bark in a moment of panic, Zhao Yuliang swiftly covered the yellow dog's mouth. Here it comes. The ghost is really coming. Hold on, brother dog, don't make a sound. While the man worried about the dog, it was evident that the dog was equally concerned for him. Hearing Zhao Yuliang's rambling, the big yellow dog decisively shoved a paw into his mouth. Zhao Yuliang inadvertently tasted something a bit salty. Oh dear, I hope this rogue dog hasn't used this paw to dig up its excrement. The thought nearly made Zhao Yuliang retch, but with immense willpower, he managed to suppress it. They remained in this tense standoff for several minutes, until silence fell outside. Just as Zhao Yuliang began to suspect that the ghost had given up searching for him, the bedroom door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. A gust of wind, mingled with cold rain and an endless chill, instantly filled the room. Since he was hiding beneath the bed, Zhao Yuliang could only see a pair of muddy feet endlessly circling before his eyes, leaving behind a chaotic trail of footprints. What the hell? There are footprints. Is it not a ghost? Has a thief really come in? At this moment, Zhao Yuliang was still oblivious to the fact that, aside from ghosts, many filthy beings could also cause harm. Just as he contemplated whether to crawl out from under the bed and confront the intruder, the corpse's iron-gray face suddenly loomed before him, mere centimeters away. Its dead gray eyes locked onto Zhao Yuliang's. He could even smell the overwhelming stench of decay and blood wafting from it. Anyone would scream in such a situation, but fortunately, Zhao Yuliang had a dog's paw stuffed in his mouth. The corpse, seemingly oblivious to the man and dog so close at hand, stared for a moment before crawling away to continue its search throughout the room. At this sight, Zhao Yuliang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the respite was short-lived. Sensing Zhao Yuliang's proximity, yet unable to locate him, the corpse went into a frenzy, wildly swinging its arms and smashing objects. The already small bedroom could hardly withstand such chaos, and moments later, it was a scene of utter ruin. Even the windows shattered, allowing the icy rain to pour in. Just as Zhao Yuliang thought to inch further back to avoid being accidentally struck in the face, the single bed was suddenly overturned by the corpse. The cold rain immediately drenched both man and dog. Realizing he was exposed, Zhao Yuliang planned to grab the big yellow dog and flee, only to find that the corpse still could not see him. Is this really possible? Then why did Old Gray insist I hide under the bed? Zhao Yuliang's questions did not linger long before an answer presented itself. The cold rain not only soaked him, but also dampened the talisman he clutched in his hand. The cinnabar on the talisman began to wash away gradually upon contact with the water, as the cinnabar dissolved in the rain. The corpse seemed to begin sensing Zhao Yuliang's location, turning its head little by little. Both the drenched man and dog stood frozen in fear, maintaining their posture of covering each other's mouths, trembling uncontrollably. At that critical moment, a small dark shadow suddenly darted through the shattered window. It was the little mouse that Zhao Yuliang had saved earlier that night. The mouse quickly leaped onto Zhao Yuliang's shoulder, biting off a strand of his hair and swallowing it whole. Then it scurried to the broken window, incessantly squeaking at the corpse. The corpse appeared to finally have found a target, letting out a low growl as it lunged at the mouse. Fortunately, the little mouse reacted swiftly, leading the corpse through the broken wall and out into the stormy night. In the blink of an eye, it vanished amidst the torrential downpour. After a moment, the startled man and dog finally regained their composure, each pulling their hands from the other's mouth with mutual disdain. Dog, brother dog. Was it not Little Dumpling who saved us? Little Dumpling was the name Zhao Yuliang had given to the mouse. It was unclear whether the big yellow dog understood Zhao Yuliang's words, as it merely stared intently in the direction where the corpse had disappeared. Indeed, it was Little Dumpling who saved us, Zhao Yuliang murmured as he wiped the rain from his face. But how could such a small creature possibly confront that monster? I must go help Little Dumpling. Though Zhao Yuliang had many flaws, He was a passionate man who remembered kindness. He could never allow someone, even if just a small mouse, to take a risk for him. I refuse to believe you are invulnerable. As he spoke, Zhao Yuliang dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and plunged into the torrential rain, pursuing the direction where the little mouse had fled. He yelled as he ran, "Little dumpling, where are you? Come back quickly. Let us fight the bad guys together." Watching Zhao Yuliang sprint away, the big yellow dog displayed a rare hesitation in its eyes, pacing back and forth in the room as if deep in thought. After several back and forths, the big yellow dog seemed to make a decision. Wagging its scruffy tail as it ran to the storefront's front hall, repeatedly bowing to the two figurines that were venerated there. Blood gushed from its head as it bowed, whimpering continuously as if pleading for something. Unfortunately, the figurines remained unresponsive, standing eerily still with their strange smiles. A gust of wind, mixed with cold rain, swept in through the broken door, rustling the paper figures and causing their garments to flutter. It even lifted the yellow cloth covering the altar where the figurines were placed. The thunder roared louder, and lightning struck almost incessantly. If anyone were inside the store at that moment, they would see that beneath the lifted yellow cloth, a plethora of densely packed Taoist symbols was drawn. Moreover, the altar was not an altar at all, but a pitch-black coffin. The coffin was not only studded with numerous blood-colored nails, but was also tightly wrapped in spirals of golden thread. At each corner, tiger-shaped, soul-restraining figures pressed down, their mouths facing inward. Moments later, seeing that its pleas bore no fruit, the big yellow dog stood up, shaking its emaciated rear, and dashed into the torrential rain, barking hoarsely. Even the loud thunder could not fully drown out its cries. After the barking subsided, the entire town echoed with the sound of barking dogs, a cacophony in response to the big yellow dog. As previously mentioned, the big yellow dog had lived for so long that its daily entertainment consisted of biting people, stealing food from children, and misbehaving with female dogs. Thus, among the 10 dogs in the town, at least 8 were its offspring. Now that the grandfather had called, the descendants naturally responded. Not only did they respond, but all the untethered dogs rushed out of their yards, following the big yellow dog as they ran through the storm. Even those chained up went mad, desperately trying to break free. Especially those kept indoors by their owners, they banged against the doors, trying to escape. Such a commotion instantly awakened the entire town from its slumber. People shouted at their own dogs for barking, cursed their neighbors' dogs for barking, some chased after dogs, while others comforted them, creating utter chaos. The interplay of yin and yang, the rise and fall of energies, became complementary. After the big yellow dog's ruckus, the awakened townsfolk caused the town's yang energy to surge significantly. As the yang energy rose, the winds and rains gradually calmed. A pale human head that had been about to fly into the town was repelled by this surge of yang energy, shrieking as it plummeted to the ground. This head belonged to a flying ghost crafted by a yin-yang master, made from the head of a companion. How could this happen? The voice emanating from the pale head was, astonishingly, that of the yin-yang master. However, before the head could react, an elderly voice emerged from behind. Alas, you shun the path to heaven and willingly seek death in hell. Outsider, you are courting your own demise. Startled, the head attempted to rise again, only to find a large foot firmly pressing it into the muddy rain-soaked ground. The owner of that foot was none other than the coffin shop's manager, Sunday. Clad in a raincoat, he held a hammer in one hand and coffin nails in the other, standing resolutely amidst the torrential downpour. His icy gaze fixed upon the head beneath his foot. The head struggled fruitlessly to escape, hastily pleading for mercy. Old man, we bear no grievances from the past nor enmity in the present. Why must you torment a mere younger generation? I implore you, spare me this once. Sun remained silent, shaking his head before crouching down. In the head's terrified gaze, he placed the coffin nail atop its head and raised the hammer high, bringing it down with tremendous force. Once, twice, thrice, A wretched scream erupted from the head, mercifully muffled by the lingering thunder and the cacophony of barking dogs throughout the town. Spare me. Please, spare me. Despite the head's frantic struggles and desperate pleas, Sun was unmoved. He continued driving the coffin nail deep into the head until it was firmly pinned into the muddy earth. Only when the head lay silent, its face a mask of resentment and terror, did Sun finally set down his hammer and sit on the ground, panting. After a brief moment, he rose again, dragging the head toward the paper-making shop. By the time he reached the shop, the head had vanished, along with the hammer and coffin nails. Sun stood in the rain, observing the paper shop with its doors flung open and walls collapsed. Ultimately, he dared not step inside, only approaching the broken wall. Chapter 11. The man nailed to the wall. After hesitating for a moment, Sun slowly crouched down, scooping up some dirt from the wall to smell it, and then tasting it. Could it be that the entire house was constructed from human flesh and blood? Shocked, he stared at the faintly reddish soil in his hands. Trembling, he retrieved a handful of corpse mud and smeared it across his eyelids. Closing his eyes for a moment, he reopened them to find them glowing with an eerie green light. Upon focusing on the paper shop once more, he discovered that the walls were adorned with the figures of deceased individuals, their hands, feet, and heads secured to wooden frames. These corpses had long since decayed into skeletons, and what Sun saw were their vengeful spirits. The spirits, realizing someone could finally see them, cried out desperately for help, their eyes streaming with blood tears. Sun, seemingly horrified by the sight before him, hurriedly washed the corpse mud from his eyelids and stumbled back toward his own shop. Not long after Sun's departure, another figure appeared before the paper shop, Old Lady Lu, who had come to inquire about rice. A floral umbrella eerily floated above her head, shielding her from the wind and rain. Unlike Sun, Lu did not approach the collapsed wall, but directly headed for the entrance. After much hesitation, she lifted her foot to step inside, only to be forcefully pushed back by an invisible force just as her foot was about to touch the ground. Before her, where she had intended to land, a pale line appeared, a line made of ashes, as thick as an infant's arm, marking the boundary between life and death. After stumbling a few steps, Old Lady Lu regained her balance, seemingly unfazed, as if she had anticipated such an occurrence. She returned to the entrance, gazing at the rows of paper figures and the two effigies at the end. Alas, over 100 years have passed, and you still refuse to rest. How many more lives must be sacrificed? As soon as she uttered these words, the paper figures suddenly turned their heads in unison, fixating their gaze upon her. At the same time, an eerie operatic melody began to resonate. In slumber, I hear the wails of the dead, and I look up to see the multitude of spirits. With ghastly visages, they shake their bells, summoning my soul with their ghostly banners. As the lyrics echoed, the previously still winds surged to a howling gale. Chilling to the bone, an ominous voice drifted with the wind. Enter, and you shall die. Retreat, and you shall live. Seeing this, Old Lady Lu dared not hesitate. Swiftly turning to flee toward her own shop, her left arm raised as if an unseen hand was supporting her. Meanwhile, in the mountain hollow where the sorcerer resided, he found himself in a pitiful state. His head bore a gaping wound that extended down to his chin, black mist emanating from it, while brain matter mixed with blood dripped from below. The position of the wound mirrored that of the coffin shop manager's hammer strike just moments ago. No, I do not wish to die. The overwhelming will to survive propelled the sorcerer to struggle fiercely, using dried human skin to plug the hole in his head while relentlessly stuffing various poisonous insects into his mouth. Though uncertain if this would save him, it at least ensured he would not perish immediately. The paper shop, the coffin shop, as long as I live, you shall die. Having just roared this declaration, the sorcerer's face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging. He suddenly disregarded the wound on his head, reaching for his neck and tugging fiercely. It appeared as though invisible hands were tightly gripping his throat, suffocating him. No, please, spare me. With his neck firmly ensnared by the ghostly grasp, he could only emit a series of broken sounds. Yet, in response, the haunting operatic refrain continued. Raise the mournful stick and strike me, leaving me bruised and bloodied. The soul-reaping ghost demands my life, akin to the ominous and suffocating atmosphere of the underworld. As the singing concluded, the sorcerer ceased his struggles, lying motionless in the rain. Fear etched across his face, his hands still clutching his neck. The tumultuous night finally passed, and the dawn arrived in the small town. Jie Yu, drenched from head to toe, returned to the front of the paper shop just before the first light broke, accompanied by the big yellow dog and its progeny. He was astonished to find the shop restored to its former glory. Who repaired the wall that collapsed last night? He wondered, gazing at the shop, which showed no signs of having endured the storm. The bed, furniture, and broken windows were all back in their original places, as if the events of the previous night had been nothing but a nightmare. Now that he had awakened from this dream, everything had returned to normal. Pondering for a moment, unable to comprehend the miraculous restoration, Jie Yu decided to abandon his thoughts. After all, having experienced such supernatural occurrences, it was only reasonable that other strange events might follow. As he arranged the paper figures according to custom and opened the shop for business, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of the little dumpling, the mouse that had saved him. He and the big yellow dog had searched all night without locating the little creature. Not just the mouse, but even the corpse had vanished without a trace. I cannot simply let this go. I must not be ungrateful. I must see the mouse alive or the corpse dead. Despite his determination, Zhao Yuliang was at a loss for where to begin. He thought of seeking out the old deity who had introduced himself as Gray Sixth. But he had no idea where the deity resided. Just as Zhao Yuliang was at his wit's end, the townspeople, having lost their dogs, began to gather around. "Oh dear. There you are? Where did you run off to last night? You worried your mother sick. Come home, little black one. If you dare to run away again, I'll break your legs." The friendly townsfolk did not faze the big yellow dog, who merely glanced at them without a response. However, upon hearing insults directed at its offspring, it immediately glared with ferocity, letting out low growls that terrified those who had dared to scold it. In a flurry, he hastily apologized, bowing and scraping as he led his dog away in a state of disarray. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yuliang could not help but feel a sense of heartless schadenfreude. Ha. It seems that not only has he been tormented by dogs, but most of the nearby residents have suffered similarly. The townsfolk have long endured the torment of these canines. After a moment of foolish laughter, Zhao Yuliang's thoughts turned to the little mouse. With the crowd having dispersed, only his old dog, Da Huang, remained by his side. "Brother dog, do you have any ideas on how we can locate the little dumpling?" Chapter 12. The Ghost Contract. At this moment, Da Huang's attention was entirely fixated on the female dogs who bore no relation to him, his expression replete with ulterior motives. Thus, he completely disregarded Zhao Yuliang's words. Moments later, he trotted off, drooling and clearly on a mission. Observing this, Zhao Yuliang could only shake his head in resignation. It appeared that he would have to rely on his own ingenuity in this critical moment. As he pondered, a sudden inspiration struck Zhao Yuliang. Since manager Sun at the coffin shop was aware of the origins of Lord Gray Six, it would be prudent to inquire with him. At the very least, he could ascertain where the gentleman resided and relay a message to Lord Gray Six. With his abilities, he should be able to locate the corpse and rescue the little dumpling. Given the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yuliang did not hesitate. He promptly secured the shop door and headed towards the coffin shop. However, upon arrival, he found the shop's door tightly shut, indicating it was not in operation. "This is quite unusual," Zhao Yuliang muttered to himself. It was well known that Manager Sun and Granny Me were renowned for their diligence, opening shop at the crack of dawn every day. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to knock, a faintly weakened voice emerged from within. "Yuliang, is that you? Please come in through the back door. I'm a bit unwell today and cannot open the front door." "Unwell?" Zhao Yuliang paused, then swiftly made his way to the back entrance of the coffin shop. His kind-hearted nature led him to believe the old man was ill and in need of care. "Don't worry, Uncle Sun, I'll come right in. What seems to be the trouble? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Upon entering the coffin shop, Zhao Yuliang found the interior shrouded in dimness due to the curtains being drawn, with no electric lights on, only kerosene lamps flickering in the corners of the room. Various coffins were scattered throughout, numbering over a dozen. Manager Sun lay on a wicker chair in the center, his eyes bandaged with thick gauze. Rushing forward, Zhao Yuliang inquired with concern, "Uncle Sun, what happened to your eyes?" Manager Sun managed a wry smile and shook his head. "Don't worry, Yuliang. I'm fine. I just accidentally glanced at something I shouldn't have. It will heal in 3 to 5 days. What brings you here?" The phrase "something I shouldn't have seen" immediately conjured up images of scandalous scenarios for Zhao Yuliang, but out of respect for his elder, he refrained from making any inappropriate jokes. "Uncle Sun, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll help you prepare something." As he spoke, Zhao Yuliang comfortably made his way into the kitchen to busy himself. "I just wanted to ask if you know where Lord Gray Six lives." After listening to Zhao Yuliang recount the events of the previous night, Manager Sun fell into deep thought. Moments later, still awaiting a response, Zhao Yuliang poked his head out from the kitchen. "Uncle Sun, did you not hear what I just said?" Manager Sun finally reacted, quickly responding, "I heard you. I heard you. Rest assured, the little mouse you seek, the Gray family spirit, should be fine. A mere corpse is inconsequential in the presence of Lord Gray Six. It would hardly stir any waves. You searched all night, yet found nothing, which indicates that the little gray spirit has already been rescued by Lord Six." "Oh, that is good to hear. That is a relief." With the knowledge that his benefactor was safe, Zhao Yuliang felt a weight lift from his heart and began to prepare breakfast for Manager Sunday. Of course, it was also his own breakfast, as he had not eaten a morsel after a long night of work. Moments later, a simple breakfast was ready. Zhao Yuliang casually found a coffin to use as a table, placing porridge, scrambled eggs, and pickled vegetables atop it. The two of them ate while engaging in casual conversation. "Uncle Sun, do you really believe there are ghosts in this world?" Manager Sun smiled wryly. "Didn't you see one last night? What you witnessed was not a ghost, but a corpse, a form of malevolent sorcery." Recalling the events of the previous night, Zhao Yuliang clearly still felt a lingering fear. with thoughts of his peculiar shop. His trepidation only intensified. "Uncle Son, now that there are no outsiders, could you tell me about the paper-making shop?" Upon mentioning the paper shop, Manager Sun appeared to grow apprehensive, shaking his head repeatedly. "Yuliang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I truly don't know much. And I can't assist. In any case, that shop is exceedingly sinister. If you wish to live longer, you must strictly adhere to the rules and make no mistakes." "All right, I understand." However, Zhao Yuliang suddenly halted, sensing the underlying meaning in Manager Sun's words. "What do you mean by living longer? Am I not going to have much time left?" Realizing Zhao Yuliang's thoughts, Manager Sun sighed and spoke. "You're a kind-hearted child, and I cannot keep this from you. Before you, several young men of your age have visited here. None managed to survive beyond a month. They all inexplicably perished suddenly." Zhao Yuliang was taken aback, even spitting out his food in shock. "What? None of them lived past a month? I've already been here for over half a month. Does that mean I have just a few days left?" As a person facing death, Zhao Yuliang could no longer focus on eating, rising in agitation to press further. "Uncle Sun, do you mean to say that our predecessors were all killed by malevolent forces? Is there a connection between the malevolent forces and the shop?" Manager Sun's wry smile deepened as he shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge and reluctance to speak further. Zhao Yuliang, in despair, slumped onto a nearby stool. "Damn it! Is it too late for me to run away now?" Manager Sun set down his bowl slowly and replied, "It's likely too late. Yuliang, did you sign anything with the Taoist priest who entrusted you with the shop?" Zhao Yuliang was taken aback, but quickly responded, "I didn't sign anything significant. Just a labor contract." "Wait, could that scoundrel Taoist have done something to the contract? I was puzzled why they wanted us to imprint our blood on it." Upon hearing this, Manager Sun sighed heavily. "Alas, it seems that is indeed the case. The document you signed is not an ordinary contract, but a ghost contract from the Yinshan sect. Once signed, if you dare to violate it, a vengeful spirit will come to collect your life." What? The realization that he had no chance of escape plunged Zhao Yuliang deeper into despair. Note, the Yinshan sect is essentially a branch of Taoism, though it is not recognized by mainstream Taoism. It does not worship the orthodox deities of Taoism, but rather the ancestor of Yinshan. The entire sect focuses on ghostly practices. According to the Yinshan manual, its sorcery is classified into 6 major categories: confusion, breach, soul calling, soul locking, spirit driving, and soul adjustment. Chapter 13. The Path of Asceticism. However, Zhao Yuliang, who had long borne the burdens of life, possessed a remarkably resilient character. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure, his face contorted with indignation. "That scoundrel Taoist is truly despicable. I even considered providing for him in his old age. How repulsive. No way. Even if I die, he won't have it easy. Uncle Sun, do you know where that scoundrel Taoist went? We must confront him." Observing Zhao Yuliang's expression of anger and determination, Manager Sun shook his head in resignation once more. "Yuliang, if you truly sign the ghost contract, you cannot leave the shop's vicinity of 50 miles. Should you exceed this boundary, vengeful spirits will inevitably descend upon you. I cannot say for certain how that will manifest. Are we not akin to dogs, tethered here?" Zhao Yuliang's face darkened with indignation upon hearing this. The thought that he was worse off than a large yellow dog, which roamed freely and joyfully scattered seeds each day, infuriated him further. This was intolerably humiliating. The more he contemplated, the more furious he became, prompting him to resolve to return and burn down the shop. Even if it meant his demise, he wanted to inflict some discomfort on that deceitful Taoist priest. However, this simple and unpretentious idea was thwarted. According to Manager Sun, Zhao Yuliang's soul had already been sold to the paper offering shop. In other words, the paper offering shop had become Zhao Yuliang's second body. Burning it down would equate to burning himself. He had been oblivious to this before. But after a month of adjustment, particularly the tumultuous events of the previous night, he had now completely merged with it. To convince Zhao Yuliang, Manager Sun urged him to look in the mirror. Upon doing so, he was startled to find a scar suddenly appeared around his left eye, reminiscent of a severe burn injury. Yet, in Zhao Yuliang's memory, he had never injured his eye. In fact, he had never had a scar on his face. When did this happen? How could this be? Manager Sun sighed and remarked, "Wasn't the window of your shop broken last night?" Zhao Yuliang, taken aback, replied, "Yes, it was broken, but now it's fine." At this moment, Zhao Yuliang experienced a sudden realization. The broken window had left a scar on his eye. It made perfect sense. As his teacher had once taught, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Thus, not only could he not burn down the paper offering shop, but he also needed to be exceedingly cautious in tending to it. If by chance a misfortunate child were to shatter the window glass, wouldn't his eyeball explode as well? Clearly, Zhao Yuliang was unwilling to resign himself to death. From another perspective, who in this world truly fears death? After all, there exists a profound terror between life and death. Uncle Sun, is there truly no hope for us? Must we abandon all hope for recovery? Faced with Zhao Yuliang's desperate expression and recalling his kindness, Manager Sun hesitated for a moment before speaking. In this world, nothing is absolute. If you wish to escape this calamity, you must renounce worldly ties. Seek out a true master to guide your cultivation. Upon hearing the words renounce worldly ties, Zhao Yuliang's expression turned peculiar. As a normal man who would desire to become a monk, he was indifferent to vegetarianism and Buddhist practices, having grown accustomed to a life of hardship. Yet, the thought of abstaining from women made him cough, although he had never been close to any. It was primarily because women of his age had never given him the opportunity. Manager Sun, evidently perceiving Zhao Yuliang's innermost thoughts, chuckled and shook his head. Renouncing worldly ties does not solely mean becoming a monk. It can also mean becoming a Taoist or a spirit medium. Speaking of spirit mediums, I am reminded of Master Hui Lu. Yuliang, if you can become a disciple of Master Lu, you shall be saved. In fact, you could say that from that moment on, even wishing for death would be difficult. Hearing that he need not perish, Zhao Yuliang's spirits lifted instantly. I am willing. I am eager to become a disciple. Uncle Sun, where does Master Lu reside? Let us go now and pay our respects with gifts. However, Manager Sun, being merely an ordinary coffin maker, had no knowledge of the whereabouts of one of the 5 immortals of the north, Master Hui. Thus, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Yuliang, matters of cultivation are all about fate. Without fate, no matter how fervently you plead with Master Hui, it would be in vain. Alas, even for someone of Master Lu's stature, any capable spirit medium is a matter of fortune. Upon hearing Manager Sun's words, the flickering flame of hope within Zhao Yuliang was swiftly extinguished. Fate, a matter of fortune? Was this not absurd? Uncle Sun, how am I to encounter such fortune? Should I sit at the shop's entrance on a little stool, every day waiting for fate to find me? Observing Zhao Yuliang's somewhat despondent figure as he departed, Manager Sun sighed helplessly. After sitting in silence for a moment, he slowly removed the gauze covering his eyes. In the mirror, a pair of green, glimmering eyes stared back at him, reminiscent of a cat's eyes in the dead of night. Alas, the affairs of the paper offering shop are becoming increasingly sinister. I merely glanced and now find myself in this ghastly state. The corpse mud refers to the earth that envelopes a corpse, which Manager Sun had smeared on himself while inspecting the paper offering shop during a rainy night. This was among the common methods used by ordinary people to ward off malevolent spirits. As he sighed, he re-wrapped his eyes in the gauze and rose to head towards the shop of Granny One. It would be prudent to seek her wisdom. Perhaps she might possess a remedy. While corpse mud entering the eyes was manageable, should it seep into his mind, would he not become a living corpse? Meanwhile, upon returning to his own shop, Zhao Yuliang, with a face full of despair, reclined on the rattan chair at the entrance, wallowing in his misery. What else could he do? He had only a few days left to live. Reflecting on his dwindling days, Zhao Yuliang suddenly sprang up from the chair, gritting his teeth as he marched towards the bun shop across the street, shouting, Uncle Gangtu, I want 10 buns today and a big bowl of tofu pudding, no marinade. The shop owner, upon hearing this, assumed Zhao Yuliang had taken his advice to heart and was cutting back on salt. Thus, he cheerfully agreed and invited Zhao Yuliang to help himself to the buns inside. Little did he know, this was merely a dying man seeking a hearty meal. As Zhao Yuliang devoured his food, contemplating calling his adoptive father to reassure him, he suddenly noticed someone sitting across from him. This individual was the only death row inmate who had not been exploited by the sorcerer, a so-called descendant of the ancient monsters within the sect. Yet, inexplicably, he had come back to life. Although his complexion was ashen and his features sunken, resembling a desiccated corpse, the bullet hole from his execution still oozed yellow brain matter, concealed by the hat he wore, preventing outsiders from noticing. Chapter 14. Ghost Play Oh My, a wanted criminal from the bald-headed gang. Zhao Yuliang, in the midst of his ravenous feast, felt the stranger looked familiar and instinctively spoke. After all, during the public shaming, they had only exchanged a fleeting glance. Moreover, the death row inmate had undergone a drastic transformation since then, donning a hat that obscured much of his face. Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's words and seeing his expression, the inmate paused, his darkened face revealing a flicker of recognition. Do you know me? Zhao Yuliang, already entangled in trouble, wished to avoid further complications. He hastily shook his head. No, I don't know you. At first glance, you seemed familiar, but upon closer inspection, I realized I mistook you for someone else. The death row inmate, upon hearing this, followed Zhao Yuliang's gaze towards the paper offerings shop, seemingly understanding something. He said no more, merely giving Zhao Yuliang's shoulder a light pat before rising to leave. High in the event of encountering the elusive Master Hui Lu or other ancient deities, one might still find salvation. Driven by a sense of urgency, Zhao Yuliang pedaled furiously, even causing sparks to fly from his bicycle chain. Under normal circumstances, the 50-mile journey would take him just over an hour, but his destination lay deep within the mountains, where the rugged terrain was predominantly uphill. In certain areas, the path was so treacherous that he had to carry his bicycle to pass. Thus, he found himself alternating between riding and carrying the bike, making little progress until dusk. Having only traversed approximately 50 miles, although the distance to the town was not particularly great, the area had become utterly desolate, devoid of any signs of life. As he approached the critical 50-mile mark, Zhao Yuliang felt an increasing sense of unease. The sensation was akin to standing on the precipice of a deep abyss, as if taking another step would plunge him into eternal damnation. Could it truly be the sinister? A powerful palpitation compelled him to halt, and he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Perhaps it would be wiser to return, as the sun was about to set, and the shop had yet to close. The mere thought of the paper-making shop filled him with dread, making him acutely aware of his limited time left to live. After all, death seemed inevitable. Why not take a chance? What if nothing were to happen? Perhaps he could escape this cursed place. With this thought, Zhao Yuliang remounted his bicycle, pedaling with fervor, resembling a cavalryman charging forth in desperation. However, before he could cover much ground, a sudden, excruciating pain seized his chest, as though an invisible hand had gripped his heart, rendering it unable to pump blood or beat. Instantly, he was drained of all strength and collapsed from his bicycle with a thud. Oh no! What Sun Zhonggui said was true. That treacherous Taoist tricked me into signing some ghastly contract. Even the lowliest of creatures strive to survive. How much more so for a living soul like Zhao Yuliang? Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain in his heart, he crawled back toward the 50-mile radius, driven by a subconscious belief that safety lay within that boundary. Yet, having fallen heavily and with his strength sapped, he moved at a sluggish pace. What seemed like a mere dozen steps to an ordinary observer felt like an insurmountable chasm to him. Moments later, unable to withstand the torment, Zhao Yuliang let out a cry and lost consciousness. Time passed, and he gradually awoke, jolted back to reality by the cold rain falling from the heavens. To his astonishment, he was still alive, struggling to rise. He confirmed that he had not sustained any fractures and began searching for his bicycle. Fortunately, only he had fallen, and the bike, a sturdy model, lay just a short distance away. He propped it up, intending to return, but the rain intensified, with darkness closing in and the road turning muddy. Descending the mountain under such conditions would be akin to courting disaster. A slip could lead to a tumble down the slope, even if he avoided the cliff's edge. I should find shelter from the rain, he murmured to himself while scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted lights flickering in the distance, accompanied by the faint sound of singing. Wait, singing? Given his recent encounters with the supernatural, unease washed over him. Who would be performing in the wilderness at this late hour? For whom was the show intended? A moment's reflection revealed the answer that sent chills down his spine. Ghosts. This was a ghostly performance. Overcome with fright, Zhao Yuliang grabbed his bicycle and fled. Yet, no matter which direction he chose, the spectral performance loomed ever closer. To his horror, he realized he was losing control of his own body, being inexplicably drawn toward the stage. This was the end. He was ensnared by the spirits. As he approached the stage, he noticed that it was no longer raining. The audience was seated, sipping tea and enjoying pastries while listening to the performance. On stage, pale-faced performers sang haunting melodies. Realizing he had stumbled into a ghastly gathering, Zhao Yuliang was ushered to a vacant seat by a waiter who presented him with tea and pastries. Upon closer inspection, he nearly retched. Maggots swam in the tea, and the pastries were rotten, teeming with writhing worms. Seeing that Zhao Yuliang refused the offered delicacies, the waiter's patience waned. With lifeless, gray eyes, he approached, baring yellowed teeth. Why won't you eat? Before Zhao Yuliang could respond, the audience members rose, encircling him with the same vacant gaze, demanding, why won't you eat? The scene was nearly enough to drive Zhao Yuliang to tears. He attempted to rise and flee, but his body remained unresponsive, growing increasingly frantic. The waiter reached out with a decaying hand, intending to force the pastry into Zhao Yuliang's mouth. At that critical moment, a clear voice rang out. Enough. The reputation of our Northeast immortals has been tarnished by you wretches. Following the voice, a young nobleman in ancient garb appeared before Zhao Yuliang. The crowd recoiled in fear, hastily returning to their seats. Ignoring them, the nobleman seized Zhao Yuliang and led him away. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yuliang discreetly observed the stage. There were no performers. Only a few weasels clad in costumes, mimicking actions atop a decrepit coffin, surrounded by graves. The supposed audience sat atop grave markers, all weasels bearing human skulls atop their heads. Acknowledging that Zhao Yuliang had discerned the truth, the nobleman explained, "Do not misunderstand. They are not my family's true lineage. Merely practitioners of lesser sections. My family, the Huang clan, is dedicated to virtuous deeds and would never harm anyone." The implications of his words sank in, and Zhao Yuliang realized the significance. The Huang family, practitioners of the craft spoken of by Sun Zhonggui, the Huang clan among the fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray immortals. Recognizing that he had encountered someone capable of saving his life, Zhao Yuliang opened his mouth to plead for assistance. Yet, at that moment, a violent pain surged through his abdomen, akin to a balloon being inflated within him by powerful blowers. "Ah!" Zhao Yuliang screamed, collapsing to the ground, horrified to see his belly expanding rapidly, resembling that of a woman nearing childbirth. "Great immortal, save me!" he cried out, and as the words escaped his lips, darkness enveloped him once more. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, the death row inmate Zhao Yuliang had encountered earlier sat cross-legged, chanting incomprehensible incantations. Before him lay a stark, white cow skull. Upon completing the incantation, the inmate retrieved a vial of corpse oil, dripping it meticulously onto the skull. "With my curse. You are doomed. Don't blame me for Bei." With a grim determination, the condemned man chewed on the maggots, once again sitting cross-legged on the ground, chanting incantations with greater urgency. The more fervently he recited, the larger Zhao Yuliang's belly became. Observing this, the wealthy young man was initially taken aback, but quickly knelt down beside Zhao, placing his hands on the expanding abdomen and joining in the chant. A thunderous sound echoed through the air as malevolent forces seemed to retreat. Though the sorcery did not eliminate the cursed object, at least Zhao's stomach ceased to swell, momentarily averting the risk of rupture. The cursed object, referred to as the bovine hide curse, was a small pill the condemned man had earlier tossed into Zhao's tofu pudding. It was a crude form of hex, where the sorcerer had shrunk an entire hide into granules, compelling the unsuspecting victim to ingest it. Once consumed, the sorcerer would recite spells, causing the hide within the victim's stomach to expand relentlessly, ultimately leading to a fatal rupture. After a brief standoff between the wealthy young man and the sorcery, he seemed to grasp the situation. Could it be an Eastern dark art? Fate has brought us together. Very well, I shall save you once more. He maintained one hand on Zhao's belly while retrieving a fishhook-like instrument from his pocket, attached to a fishing line. Carefully prying open Zhao's mouth, he inserted the hook, and, once he felt it was adequately positioned, he yanked it out with a swift motion. To his astonishment, he successfully extracted a complete bovine hide from Zhao's stomach. Fortunately, the young man had acted promptly. Had he delayed any longer, the hide would have expanded to an extent that it could not have been retrieved. Gazing at the unconscious Zhao, the young man administered a pill and contemplated the situation, folding the extracted hide into a square and tucking it into Zhao's clothing. "I see you are destined to be a child of the five ghosts, forever bound to the realm of yin and yang. When you possess the strength, use this hide to seek vengeance against those who wronged you." After uttering these words, he transformed into a weasel over a meter long and vanished into the depths of the mountains. When Zhao Yuliang regained consciousness, it was already deep into the night. Disheartened to discover that the Huang family sorcerer had departed, he quickly glanced at his watch and realized he was running out of time. With a startled exclamation, he mounted his bicycle and rushed toward the small town. He had over an hour until 11 o'clock, and he had yet to offer incense to the two paper figures in his shop. After all the bizarre occurrences, he had come to believe wholeheartedly in the supernatural. He could not afford to break the ritual, lest he invite further misfortune. Every additional day of life held a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the large yellow dog in the shop was even more anxious than Zhao. It paced restlessly in the center, glancing at the old-fashioned wall clock and then at the paper figures on either side. Fear filled its eyes, as if it anticipated a dreadful event the moment the clock struck. After a while, when Zhao had not returned, the yellow dog, gritting its teeth, resolved to take matters into its own paws. It wagged its emaciated tail and rushed toward the door, attempting to nudge it shut. Despite its desperate efforts, the door remained stubbornly stuck, as though welded shut. Just then, the clock struck 11, the sound echoing ominously. At that moment, the paper figures sprang to life, twisting their heads in unison as if searching for something. When they found no target, they began to move mechanically toward the shop's entrance. Their blood-red eyes fixated on the distant lights of the world outside, their pale faces filled with longing and anticipation. They appeared as if they were tormented spirits, greedily yearning to escape from their hellish confines to indulge in the pleasures of the living. Seeing this, the yellow dog whimpered in fear, retreating until it finally mustered the courage to block the paper figure's path. Though it stood firm, it did not dare to attack. Instead, it pressed against their legs to prevent them from advancing. Unfortunately, there were simply too many paper figures. While the dog could halt one, it could not stop the throng. In no time, the majority of the paper figures were approaching the shop's entrance, their greedy expressions intensifying. Despairing at the sight, the yellow dog decided to stand outside and bark loudly at the paper figures, summoning the last of its strength. Just as the first paper figure was about to cross the threshold, a spectral line, a barrier between life and death, materialized. As the paper figure stepped onto it, it let out a shriek and retreated. The remaining figures halted in place, hesitating to advance. The line effectively separated the living from the dead. The living could not enter, and the dead could not easily escape. This sudden turn of events relieved not only the yellow dog, but also the hidden shopkeeper and the old woman. However, the shopkeeper, wishing to remain inconspicuous, wore oversized sunglasses to conceal the effects of the corpse's decay in his eyes. The two exchanged concerned glances, still anxious about Zhao's whereabouts. Without his protective presence, they feared the barrier would not hold against the entities lurking behind the paper figures. Their worries proved valid. Approximately half an hour later, an eerie, ghostly melody of Peking opera began to emanate from the empty paper shop. The dead awaken, sending chills through the night, and I behold the spirits rise. The chilling wind wraps around me, striking terror into my heart. Upon hearing the haunting tune, the shopkeeper and the old woman turned pale. This is bad. They have truly awakened. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the two figurines Zhao offered incense to each opened their eyes. One pair a ghastly green, the other a stark white. They floated down from their standing coffins as if weightless and glided toward the door, dragging their iron chains behind them, which clattered ominously on the ground. The paper figures, witnessing the resurrection of the two effigies, instinctively parted, creating a path for them, as if they were courtiers before royalty. As the shopkeeper and the old woman hesitated over whether to intervene, the two figures suddenly halted. At that moment, the life and death line reappeared, preventing their escape. Thank goodness. They haven't yet reached the point of crossing the threshold, the old woman exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. The shopkeeper slowly lowered his hammer and coffin nails. While they were contained for now, this could not be a long-term solution. In their heightened state of anxiety, the two elders failed to notice that it was not the life and death line holding the figures back, but rather a hand that had suddenly emerged from within the coffin. This hand clutched the iron chains tightly, rendering the efforts of the two figures futile. Upon seeing this hand, the paper figures reacted like mice caught in the presence of a cat, shutting their blood-red eyes tightly, as if wishing they had never been drawn with eyes at all. In this bizarre moment, the shrill sound of a bicycle bell pierced the night. Looking up, they saw Zhao Yuliang pedaling furiously on his bike, racing toward the paper shop. He leaped off before the bike even came to a halt, allowing it to crash against the wall and tumble into the muddy, rain-soaked ground. Oh no! Am I too late? Has something terrible happened? The shopkeeper and the old woman, hiding in the shadows and wishing to remain undetected, chose not to respond to Zhao's urgent query. The large yellow dog does not speak and naturally cannot respond to Zhao Yuliang. The moment Zhao Yuliang hurriedly entered the paper-making shop, something miraculous occurred. The paper figures and dolls instantly returned to their original positions, as though they had never moved at all. The hand that had been extending from the coffin also vanished. Seeing everything back to normal, Zhao Yuliang could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly beckoned the bewildered large yellow dog back to its den and hurriedly shut the shop door. While following the customary practice of offering incense to the two dolls, Zhao Yuliang inexplicably felt that they appeared somewhat off today. Not only the two dolls, but the entire paper-making shop seemed to have turned colder and more ominous. What on earth is happening? Zhao Yuliang pondered as he hastily made his way to his small room, suddenly feeling something prickling at his foot. Looking down, he picked up several blood-red coffin nails. These nails had originally been driven into the coffin beneath the doll's feet. Meanwhile, nearby, Manager Sun and Granny One, having sensed the crisis had passed, quietly departed from the vicinity of the paper shop. Just as they were parting, Granny One suddenly inquired, "Uncle Sun, how many young men has Yuliang been in the shop?" Upon hearing this, Manager Sun's already grave expression grew even more serious. He is the ninth. 9 is the extreme number. If it can be suppressed, then so be it. If not, oh, right, elder sister, can you discern what kind of Tongzi Yuliang is? It must be something remarkable. An ordinary Tongzi could not provoke such strong taboos from within. Granny Wen slowly shook her head in response. I cannot see. My skills are limited. I cannot discern anything at all. However, judging by the situation, he must at least be a Tongzi of a significant figure. The concept of Tongzi is quite complex and varies from one family to another. Generally, it is believed that a Tongzi is someone who, in a past life, served as a young attendant to various deities in temples and palaces, performing tasks like serving tea or sweeping, while maintaining a childlike form throughout their life. Due to various reasons, such as yearning for the mortal world, escaping, being punished for mistakes, or possessing a special mission, they are reborn as humans. Those with Tongzi fates, not belonging to this world, may be called back midway, leading to premature death. Alternatively, even if they are not summoned back, their lives may be fraught with misfortune, endless toil, and obstacles that hinder their achievements. A typical trait is difficulty in marriage. Even if they do marry, it is often fraught with discord, essentially a life characterized by bad luck. Chapter 17. The significance of the exorcism. The two elders continued their leisurely conversation as they made their way back, inevitably discussing how to save Zhao Yuliang's life. Alas, although they both practiced the accumulation of virtue, Granny Wen's approach was more suited for women. Uncle Sun, your coffin-making and grave-digging endeavors require significant time to yield results. It is likely that before the time is ripe to protect Yuliang, that child will fall into peril. While the Taoist and Buddhist masters possess genuine abilities, where can one find them in a hurry? After much contemplation, the only feasible path is to perform the exorcism ritual. Similar sentiments had been expressed by Manager Sun to Zhao Yuliang during the day. Thus, upon hearing Granny Wen's words, he sighed and replied, Elder sister, you should know that even if we wish for Yuliang to perform the exorcism, it is not an easy task. First, we must see if he has the affinity for the divine. Second, he needs a good master to establish the ritual site. Setting aside the question of divine affinity, finding a good master in our vicinity is no simple feat. Only Zhang Banzian from Lushu Go might suffice. Upon hearing the name Zhang Banzian, Granny Wen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, let us decide on that for now. You should personally visit Lushu Go and invite Zhang Banzian to take a look at Yuliang. If he is destined for the exorcism, let him give it a try. Manager's son nodded gently, and after escorting Granny Wen home, he made his way back to his shop. Watching Manager Sun's retreating figure, Granny Wen could not help but feel perplexed. Logically, Manager Sun should be aware that Zhang Banzian is merely from an unorthodox sect. Why would he invite her to assist that child, Yuliang? The text subtly indicates that the northern exorcists from Nanmao Baima do not simply perform rituals as ordinary people might assume. The legitimate exorcism follows a strict procedure and division of labor. At the very least, there must be proper flags, seals, orders, and swords, with each family's forces properly aligned. The 4 pillars refer to the 4 main sects: Hu, Huang, Chong, Python, Snake, and Qingfeng, with the leader of the sect as the head. The first is the Ting Tian pillar, mostly held by the Hu family. After all, Hu Sante and Hu Santainai are the foremost exorcists in the world, thus elevating the Hu family's status. The second is the Tua Tian pillar, led by the Huang family, solely responsible for Huang Xian. The third is the Shun Tian pillar, presided over by the Chong family. The Chong family specializes in martial prowess, serving as the warriors of the sect, leading the charge. As the saying goes, the Snake family forages for herbs, while the Python family fights for territory. Therefore, the strength of a sect relies heavily on the capabilities of the Chong family's exorcists. The fourth is the Ying Tian pillar, also known as the Fun Shui pillar, Qingfeng sect, ghost exorcists, typically held by the spirits of deceased ancestors. The ghostly leaders traverse the realms, managing the wealth burned at each sect. It is worth noting that the Qingfeng leader is also the bedrock of stability for the entire sect. After all, they are essentially the kin of the exorcists. Beyond the 4 pillars lie the 8 columns, which include sweep, observe, connect, protect, communicate with heaven, return to earth, resolve conflicts, and scout. The sweep column manages the spirits within the sect, ensuring the benevolent remain while the malevolent are expelled. The observe column consists of seated exorcists who remain within their own sect without venturing to others. The connect column is responsible for coordinating the exorcists within the sect. Many exorcists are affiliated with multiple sects, responding to summons as needed. The protect column serves as guardians, ensuring the safety of the sect and its exorcists. The communicate with heaven column transmits and inquires about information from above. The return to earth column conveys and inquires about information to the underworld. The resolve conflicts column mediates disputes, functioning similarly to public relations and enforcement. The scout column serves as an intelligence unit, responsible for seeking help and conveying information in emergencies. This column, like the return to earth column, is often overseen by malevolent spirits. Each of these 8 departments is manned by an exorcist, each commanding their own subordinates. The status among these exorcists is equal, hence all exorcists must pay their respects accordingly. Having discussed the legitimate exorcists, let us turn to the unorthodox sects like Zhangbanzi and S. An unorthodox sect is one not presided over by legitimate exorcists, but rather by various malevolent spirits. They disregard the accumulation of virtue and goodness, seeking instead to rapidly enhance their own power. Consequently, they often invade other sects, causing chaos and trouble when encountering smaller sects. They may utterly dismantle them, abducting exorcists and plundering valuable items. They especially favor stealing large flags and seals, since they are not a legitimate sect and lack proper flags, seals, orders, and swords. They resort to theft. Moreover, unorthodox sects do not only harm other exorcists and those consulting them, but also prey on their own disciples. They specifically target those whose moral compass has faltered, possessing them to drain their essence, while also enabling them to access certain powers, assisting them in amassing wealth and indulging their greed and lust. Once the essence of the disciple's spirit has been completely consumed, they are discarded in search of a new target. At this point, the disciple, now a blend of human and demon, inevitably descends into hell. It could be said that when inner demons arise, external demons do not need to be summoned. Zhang Banzian herself is from an unorthodox sect. If she were to assist Zhao Yuliang in performing the exorcism, one can only imagine what kind of sect would be established. Thus, is this not a path to ruin? However, Zhao Yuliang remained blissfully unaware of all this, instead enjoying a peaceful night's sleep. Remarkably, he did not experience nightmares of paper figures surrounding his bed, as had been the case before. Oh dear, the wind is howling, and the bed feels cold. Zhao Yuliang glanced at his watch, impatiently turning over to sit up. There was no alternative. The door had to be opened for business before the first light of dawn. However, the moment he stepped out of bed, he felt something trip him. He let out a cry and fell, striking his nose against the doorframe, causing tears and blood to flow. Ouch, that hurts. He reached up to touch his face, only to find his hands smeared with blood. His nose had been broken. What on earth tripped me? Looking down, Zhao Yuliang was startled to find a person lying on the floor. In that moment, pain was forgotten as he dashed into the kitchen to grab a knife. Who are you? How did you get in? Speak quickly, don't play dead. The man seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, slowly rising to his feet. Upon standing, he towered over Zhao Yuliang, who was taken aback. The man was well built, approximately 6 feet tall, exuding an aura of power with every effortless movement, reminiscent of a poised leopard. What made Zhao feel even more diminutive was the striking handsomeness of the stranger. He was breathtakingly beautiful, almost ethereal, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He resembled a youthful emperor stepping out of a historical drama. Chapter 18. Wang Yukai. After a lengthy and amiable exchange, Zhao Yuliang noted that the man seemed somewhat dim-witted. As no matter the question posed, he remained silent, either lost in thought or gazing into the distance. Most people would either call the police or force him out. But having endured a life of hardship on the streets until meeting his adoptive father, Zhao pondered for a moment and decided to temporarily take in this handsome stranger until someone came looking for him or he could learn about the man's origins. Well, Yukai, you can't go out in those clothes. They're hardly suitable for public view. Here, we're mine for now. Once we have some money, I'll take you shopping for a few outfits. Zhao Yuliang named the stranger Wang Yukai, a name that playfully echoed their shared attributes of abundance and talent. As for the surname Wang, it suited the man's cold demeanor, and despite a thorough search, Zhao could find no identification on him, only a gilded badge at his waist. Engraved with a vast starry sky, the brightest stars forming a dazzling character for Wang. The front of the badge was indistinct, but he could vaguely discern a resplendent palace. Zhao, inherently kind-hearted, was reminded of his own childhood as he helped Wang Yukai bathe, treating him like an older brother would a younger sibling. To his astonishment, he discovered an unusual dragon tattooed on the stranger's back, its wings sprouting from the ribs, glistening like polished obsidian. Haha, Yukai, you're not from some underworld gang, are you? Zhao chuckled while scrubbing, only to realize that the man's skin was as smooth as jade, free of any dirt, making his efforts feel futile. Despite Wang Youcai's silence, Zhao continued to chatter away, eventually retrieving a clean set of clothes for him. However, in the midst of this, Zhao suddenly remembered a crucial detail. Wasn't he forbidden for the living to enter the paper shop? How had Wang Youcai gotten inside? Could it be that the so-called rules were merely meant to frighten people? But how could he himself have remained within the town's confines without leaving? These questions proved too complex for Zhao to unravel, so he decided to let them go. There's a way through every mountain. We'll figure it out as we go. After a simple breakfast, Zhao noticed that his new brother Youcai seemed disinterested in food, not only refusing to eat but also furrowing his brow as if studying Zhao's every move. Given the enigmatic nature of this newcomer, Zhao decided to let it be. He poured the leftover food into a dog bowl and brought it to the yard for his dog, De Huang. Listen, buddy, that person inside is my cousin Wang Youcai, and he'll be staying with us for a while. You two should get acquainted, and you mustn't bite him. To Zhao's surprise, De Huang didn't even seem to notice the presence of a new human in the house. Upon hearing Zhao's voice, he raised his head, momentarily stunned, then displayed a look of sheer terror, as if confronting a mysterious elder. Without further ado, De Huang clamped onto Zhao's pant leg, tugging him towards the door with such force that Zhao nearly tumbled over. What are you doing, De Huang? Let go. You'll make me fall. Just then, Wang Youcai emerged from the house. Upon seeing him, De Huang immediately calmed down, lying down with a low whimper. Wang Youcai, however, ignored the dog, simply gazing intently at the door of the shop. Seizing the moment, Zhao laid down some ground rules. Youcai, remember, we mustn't use the front door, especially not the area covered in yellow paper. Moreover, apart from the two of us, no outsiders are allowed in. It was unclear whether Wang Youcai comprehended these instructions, but he nodded slightly before turning back into the house, sitting down in a grand chair at the center. Shortly after, Granny Wenmi appeared at the shop entrance, leaning on her cane. She did not step inside but called out from a distance, Zhao, are you home? Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to summon spirits? Well, your Uncle Lu has gone to invite someone early this morning. Clean up the back room and prepare some offerings. Don't neglect the arriving guests. Zhao's heart leapt with joy at her words, and he quickly agreed, for this was a matter of great importance to him. He invited Granny Wenmi to wait in the back room, while he hurriedly asked Wang Youcai to hide in his bedroom. After all, living humans were not allowed in the shop, and having an extra mouth to explain would be unnecessary. He could clarify things later when time permitted. Once Zhao finished preparing the offerings, even spending extravagantly on 3 pounds of pork to treat the arriving spirits, he saw the coffin shop's manager, Sun, entering through the back door, accompanied by a middle-aged woman. The moment Zhao laid eyes on her, he felt an unsettling discomfort. Her prominent bones and sunken flesh made her resemble a skeletal figure, like a grasshopper transformed into a spirit. The woman was none other than the spirit medium Zhang Banjian. Upon seeing Zhao Yuliang, or rather, his shop, she was taken aback for a moment, then shot a reproachful glare at manager Sunday Sun. You should have warned me. Had I known this was such a cursed place, not even a grand procession would have persuaded me to come. Manager Sun, aware of his misstep, quickly offered apologies. My dear sister, forgive me. I was just eager to help. Zhao Yuliang joined in the apologies, striving to present himself as a humble and sincere individual. Despite their efforts, Zhang Banjian remained reluctant to agree, even showing signs of leaving. Just then, she paused, tilting her ear as if listening intently. After a moment, she began chattering to the air, uttering a stream of words that Zhao could not comprehend. After a brief soliloquy, Zhang Banjian's eyes turned to the front of the shop, where the paper figures were displayed. Fear and greed flickered across her features, as if she had finally resolved to make a decision. Fine, for the sake of brother Sun and sister Lu, I will help this child summon spirits. But let me make it clear, if this leads to any offense or entanglement with other entities, we 3 must share the consequences. Granny Wenmi and manager Sun seemed to have anticipated this scenario, nodding in agreement without hesitation. For Zhao, we'll risk our old bones. Sister Zhang, please proceed with the preparations. Chapter 19. The Wicked Hall of Immortals. Upon hearing the words of Granny Lu and manager Sun, Zhang Banqing nodded gently. However, to be cautious, he first instructed Zhao Yuliang to procure a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-high piece of yellow cloth, which he hung between the front and backyards, effectively separating the paper offering shop from the rest. He then specifically requested ash from a household that cooked with firewood, mixing it with water to create an inky substance, on which he inscribed the 4 characters Chu River, Han Boundary. As Zhang Banqing wrote, he murmured incantations. The spirit of the incense shall cultivate good relations, no quarrels, nor enmity shall arise. By this boundary, let there be no transgressions, each to their own celestial leisure. Noticing that the paper offering shop in the front yard showed no reaction, Zhang Banxing finally relaxed his anxious heart. He then adjusted himself. Sitting cross-legged on the chair like an ancient lady with bound feet, he continued to mutter a series of incomprehensible words, and soon his body began to convulse. When Zhang Banxing opened his eyes again, they had turned a dusty yellow, void of any human emotion, chillingly cold. Seeing this, Manager Sun hurriedly whispered, "Yuliang, remember to show respect. The immortal has descended." No sooner had Manager Sun spoken than Zhang Banxing's voice transformed into a sharp, piercing tone. "Smoke cigarettes. I must indulge in a few puffs first." Although Zhao Yuliang felt a twinge of fear, he dared not show any disrespect and promptly offered a cigarette, which Zhang Banxing smoked with satisfaction, finishing half a box in one breath. "Is it you who wishes to summon the spirit of the incense?" Zhao Yuliang nodded vigorously. "Yes. Yes, it is I. I beseech the immortal for assistance." Zhang Banxing, with his dusty yellow eyes, scrutinized him for a moment before speaking with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "A child of the five ghosts, destined to consume the essence of yin and yang. What do I resemble to you?" Zhao Yuliang understood the first half of the statement, as Manager Sun had previously mentioned being a child of the five ghosts. However, the latter half left him momentarily stunned. Noticing his dazed expression, Granny Lu promptly opened her umbrella, which served as a makeshift cane, holding it over Zhao Yuliang's head. The moment the umbrella was opened indoors, Zhao Yuliang initially perceived a blur before clarity returned. Upon looking again at the cross-legged Zhang Banxing, he realized that the figure before him was no longer human, but resembled a giant grasshopper. Despite having encountered spirits before, this was his first encounter with a grasshopper spirit. In a panic, he stumbled backward. In truth, Zhao Yuliang's fear was unwarranted. Zhang Banxing was not a grasshopper-turned-spirit, but rather the manifestation of an immortal. The umbrella's presence indoors and Manager Sun's earlier use of corpse mud to obscure sight served the same purpose, allowing ordinary people to perceive the supernatural. Zhang Banxing, recognizing Zhao Yuliang's reaction, couldn't help but smile knowingly at Granny Lu. "Well, while it may seem a bit underhanded, I suppose you have opened your yin-yang eyes. You have passed the first test of summoning the incense." At this, Zhang Banxing beckoned Zhao Yuliang to come closer. "Child, do you possess any special sensitivities? Have you ever encountered an immortal or received any enlightenment from one?" Zhao Yuliang understood that the immortals in question were not the ethereal deities of legends, but rather the practitioners of the northern spirit summoning. He immediately recalled the little dumpling and the Huang family immortal who had once rescued him. He hesitated to mention Gui Wuming, fearing it might lead to unfavorable outcomes. This would be akin to bowing and scraping before the village chief only to reveal that the vice chairman was your grandfather, an act of hubris or mockery. Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's response, Zhang Banxing nodded again. "That makes things much easier. With your opened yin-yang eyes and connection to the immortals, we should be able to establish a hall. If we cannot summon the Huang family immortal, I shall allocate some of my own hall spirits to you. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Manager Sun kept his head down and remained silent. Granny Lu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It is not right to trouble the spirits of the old immortal's hall for this child's matter. In my opinion, it would be best for you to earnestly seek the Huang and Gui family immortals." Before Granny Lu could finish, Zhang Banxing's eyes narrowed. "What? Do you look down upon my hall? If you disdain me, why provoke me? Are you seeking a confrontation with my spirit entourage?" With Granny Lu's knowledge, she was well aware of the nature of the wicked hall. She had merely been fulfilling her duty while accepting fate. With a silent sigh, recognizing how easy it was to summon spirits yet difficult to send them away, she quietly sat aside, refraining from further comment. Seeing Granny Lu's capitulation, Zhang Banxing grinned broadly, satisfied. He then instructed Zhao Yuliang to light the remaining half-pack of cigarettes he had, and indulged in a long smoke until the room was enveloped in a smoky haze. Finally, Zhang Banxing spoke again. "When I aid someone in establishing a hall, there are no rituals of the 6th day of the 6th month or the falling of 7 stars. Sincerity is all that matters. Go, fetch a stack of yellow paper. We shall help you draft the hall list." The hall list was a document that bore the names of the spirits to be summoned for the disciples of the hall. The 4 pillars and 8 beams mentioned earlier were indispensable. Moreover, the establishment of the hall and the drafting of the list was a matter of great significance. Timing, procedures, and order were all crucial, as numerous taboos existed that could not be overlooked. Yet, it was not as simple as Zhang Banxing made it appear. After all, she represented the wicked hall. The hall list and other related items had been prepared in advance by Zhao Yuliang at Granny Lu's behest, so he respectfully presented them. Zhang Banxing accepted them and squatted on the chair, using his fingers dipped in incense ash to inscribe. Zhao Yuliang understood little of what was happening, only that Zhang Banqing's handwriting was rather unsightly. However, Granny Lu furrowed her brow, observing the characters. What is this? There is no mention of the proper who, Huang, or by families, let alone their respective leaders, Black Mother, etc. Clearly, these are names of obscure entities I've never even heard of. Moreover, once each name was inscribed, there was no trace of the benevolent aura typical of immortals, but rather a chilling, sinister energy. One could almost hear faint, eerie laughter emanating from the inscriptions. Witnessing this, Granny Lu became increasingly certain that Zhang Banqing indeed represented a wicked hall, one that was decidedly beneath the surface. As for the earlier claim of summoning the Huang and Gui family immortals, it was nothing more than bravado, with no names inscribed on the hall list. It was tantamount to failing to send invitations. Did she expect the spirits to come unbidden? Chapter 20. The 7 tragic stones. It remains true. Summoning spirits is a simple task, but sending them away is fraught with difficulty. At this juncture, even Granny Lu found herself unable to alter the circumstances. Aside from silently worrying for Zhao Yuliang, she pondered how she might discreetly assist him. The wicked hall, as it was, saw Zhang Banqing complete the hall list and directly instruct Zhao Yuliang to begin offerings without the customary rituals of incense, seating the leader, negotiating terms, or mustering the disciples. He merely cautioned Zhao Yuliang to ensure timely offerings, including 4 dishes and a soup of meat on the 1st and 15th days of each month. Given the stakes involved, Zhao Yuliang naturally complied with every instruction, even taking out paper and pen to diligently note everything down. Zhang Banqing, pleased with his demeanor, chuckled heartily, indulging in some candy offerings before finally departing. Once the immortal departed from Zhang Banqing's body, her eyes instantly returned to normal. Yet, she appeared more haggard, as though she had not slept for days. All right, the matters are settled. I must hurry back to inform the spirits of my hall so they can come over to yours tonight. Yuliang, remember, do not sleep before midnight. Stay by the back door. Upon seeing footprints or hearing voices, summon them to the spirit tablet, and once they settle, be sure to light incense and present offerings. Once everything is arranged properly, you can attend to your own affairs. Zhao Yuliang nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding, while he took out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Banqiang. This was all that remained of his savings. Master, please accept this as a token of appreciation for your hard work. I will surely seek your guidance in the future. Zhang Banqiang, pleased with Zhao Yuliang's sincerity, pocketed the money. After exchanging a few polite words with Granny Wenmi, he had manager's son drive him back to his village. Once they departed, Granny Wenmi gazed at the sparse 8 sheets of talisman paper with a heavy heart. Zhao Yuliang, perceptive as he was, noticed her expression and sensed something amiss. He invited the elder to sit down and inquired, "What is it, Grandma Lu? Is something wrong?" Granny Wenmi merely shook her head slowly, refraining from answering. After a moment, she redirected the question, "You truly have seen Lord Grey 6 with your own eyes?" Zhao Yuliang nodded vigorously. "I have indeed seen him. He even gave me a talisman." He then retrieved the water-damaged talisman from his pocket. Though the vermilion ink had blurred, he couldn't bring himself to discard it. Granny Wenmi examined the talisman meticulously for quite some time, her brow finally relaxing a little. She gestured for Zhao Yuliang to follow her outside and whispered, "Go. Purchase the most expensive spirit tablet and ensure the wood is of the finest quality. Then affix this talisman to the tablet and place it in your sleeping quarters, separate from the others." She cautioned, "When you burn incense in the future, the first stick must be for Lord Grey 6. Additionally, he is a true immortal. Do not offer him mere blood and fresh fruits." She added, "If he were to show you grace and visit your altar, you could command the whole of northeast China. Trust is built among acquaintances, especially with Lord Grey 6, who once saved him." Zhao Yuliang promptly complied with her instructions, purchasing not 1, but 3 spirit tablets. The largest was dedicated to Lord Grey 6, while the other 2 smaller ones were inscribed with Little Dumpling and Brother Huang. Brother Huang was the one who had rescued him from the ghostly performance that night. Although Zhao Yuliang was unaware that it was also Brother Huang who helped him dispel the cursed talisman, he felt a profound gratitude nonetheless and used the name Brother Huang in lieu of his actual name. The events I have described may seem straightforward, yet they consumed an entire morning. After bidding farewell to Granny Wenmi and insistently sharing half of the meat he had purchased with her, Zhao Yuliang immediately set about preparing a meal. While he could endure hunger, he would never allow his large yellow dog or his cousin Wang Yukai to go hungry. In truth, it was primarily for the sake of the large yellow dog, who had once punished him severely for failing to provide timely meals. To Zhao Yuliang's astonishment, during this mealtime, the large yellow dog did not dare to join him. Instead, It cast a fearful glance at Wang Yukai, then, tail tucked between its legs, retreated to a corner, clutching its dog bowl. Even while eating, it was careful not to make a sound, its demeanor more subdued than a newlywed bride. What has come over you, dog? Have you become civilized and learned to behave? Zhao Yuliang teased the large yellow dog. But he did not ponder the reasons behind its behavior too deeply. After tidying up the chopsticks and bowls, he urged Wang Yukai not to venture outside before making his way to the street. His purpose was twofold. First, to inquire if anyone had lost face in the neighborhood. For Wang Yukai could not remain at his home indefinitely. It was not that Zhao Yuliang was unwilling to spend money. Rather, it felt inappropriate for two grown men to cohabit for an extended period. What would others think? Zhao Yuliang was still a young bachelor, and maintaining his reputation was important. Second, he intended to visit the prison to see if he could establish some business connections, perhaps procure some paper offerings. After all, the unscrupulous Taoist had sent his wages to his adoptive father for hospital expenses. He could not afford to become idle. Unfortunately, after wandering for most of the day, he not only failed to gather any news about Wang Yukai, but also could not secure any business deals. He only learned from a familiar prison guard that a group of prisoners would be executed the following day, and they were indeed involved in gang-related crimes. Whether they would require paper offerings remained uncertain. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mountains outside the town, the condemned criminal who had used the cursed talisman against Zhao Yuliang was swatting away the flies that surrounded him. After merely a day and night, his body had further decayed and emitted an even more offensive odor. Before him lay the corpse of the sorcerer who had crafted the cursed talisman intended for Zhao Yuliang. The condemned man stared at the body, murmuring to himself, "Before I was captured and imprisoned, I distinctly handed over the 7 miseries stone to him. Where has it vanished to, along with the spirit infant bestowed by our ancestors?" As he spoke, he searched the corpse once more, even cutting open the sorcerer's abdomen to examine each organ meticulously. Yet, he ultimately found nothing. Frustrated, the condemned man dragged his increasingly stiff body to the riverbank to wash himself. As he did so, he muttered, "Who could have shattered my cursed talisman? How did they manage to escape death while that boy in the paper shop did not?" This led him to ponder whether his fellow practitioner had also offended some powerful entity, resulting in their demise. It seemed that the high-ranking individual must have seized the 7 miseries stone and the spirit infant, compelling him to investigate the paper shop further. Chapter 21. The spirit car. To further investigate the mysteries of the paper shop, the condemned man realized that his current body would not suffice. Even if he could deceive the living, he would never be able to fool the dogs in town. As it is said in the spring and autumn annals, dogs are born of spirit energy. Hence, they are almost universally the nemesis of all foul entities. Historically, dog blood, especially from black dogs, has been used to ward off evil. Any lower-tier malevolent beings, upon encountering dog blood or even being eyed by a dog, would tremble in fear. This is one of the reasons why people have kept dogs for protection throughout the ages. Not only do they prevent intruders from entering, but they also deter unwelcome spirits from crossing the threshold. After contemplating for a while, the condemned man resolved to venture into the graveyard to seek his fortune. After all of his personal belongings had been confiscated before his execution, including the small spirits he had crafted and various talismans. In this peaceful era, the graveyard might be the only place where he could encounter some lost souls or wandering spirits. Meanwhile, within the town, Zhao Yuliang was blissfully unaware that danger was imminent once again. As the last rays of sunlight began to fade, he hurriedly closed the shop according to protocol. Observing that his cousin Wang Yukai had not touched the barbecued food he had specially purchased, Zhao Yuliang felt a pang of confusion. "Cousin, what is the matter? You haven't eaten anything since this morning. Are you unwell, or simply not hungry? Do you need to borrow some money? I can take you to the hospital tomorrow." Wang Yukai remained unresponsive, sitting stiffly in the chair, his knees together and posture perfectly straight. He resembled a soldier more than a mere civilian. Zhao Yuliang was not angered by Wang Youcai's silence. Rather, he continued speaking to himself. "It's one thing if you don't eat, but why not utter a single word? Could it be that you're mute?" The last thought nearly escaped his lips, but was stifled at the last moment. If Wang Yukai truly were mute, it would be rather hurtful to point that out. As the saying goes, one should not strike the face when scolding, nor reveal a person's shortcomings. Moreover, they bore no animosity towards each other. Lost in his own musings, Zhao Yuliang did not notice how time had flown by until the witching hour approached. He promptly guided his cousin to bed, while he busied himself with offering incense to the various deities. Naturally, the first stick was dedicated to Lord Grey 6, Little Dumpling, and Brother Huang. Even the pair of figurines in the shop were relegated to the background. Zhao Yuliang would never be one to neglect his debts of gratitude. After completing the incense offerings, Zhao Yuliang followed Zhang Banshan's instructions and opened the back door. Holding an umbrella, he stood respectfully at the threshold, waiting. He carried the umbrella out of concern that his mortal eyes might fail to perceive the celestial beings entering. If I were to lose my manners and incur the wrath of the celestial beings, it would be a case of losing more than I gain. As Zhao Yuliang waited in ennui, he suddenly spotted an elderly woman standing alone beneath a street lamp. To his surprise, it was Grandma Li, a familiar figure who lived nearby. Just that afternoon, he had heard she was ill and had gone to the city for hospitalization. How was it that she had returned so late at night? Alone. Standing under the streetlight no less. Zhao Yuliang, being inherently warm-hearted, pondered the situation and ran toward the elderly lady with his umbrella. Grandma Li, what are you doing out here all by yourself? It's windy at this hour. Let me escort you home. Grandma Li, upon seeing Zhao Yuliang approach, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook her head with a sigh. Silly child, you shouldn't have seen me. At this, she glanced at the umbrella he was holding, her expression revealing an understanding. In the span of their brief exchange, a bus, pale as a ghost, slowly approached. Without needing a signal, it came to a gentle halt before Zhao Yuliang and Grandma Li, opening its doors. Without hesitation, Grandma Li stepped aboard. Zhao Yuliang instinctively wished to follow, exclaiming, Grandma Li, where are you going at this hour? Don't your family know? As she noticed him attempting to board, she forcefully pushed him away. You silly boy, what are you thinking? Don't you fear for your life? Strangely, Grandma Li exhibited an unexpected strength, and Zhao Yuliang found himself unable to resist her push, nearly losing his balance. Yet, in that fleeting moment before he stepped into the bus, he distinctly saw another familiar face, Zhang Banshan, who had assisted him that very morning. However, Zhang Banshan appeared more haggard now, his eyes sunken and his complexion a ghastly shade of gray. As the bus slowly pulled away, Zhao Yuliang regained his senses. Wait a minute, when did we get a white bus? An ISNT the bus company supposed to close by 10? It's nearly midnight. Although fear gripped his heart, Zhao Yuliang's innate sense of duty prevailed, compelling him to check on Grandma Li's well-being. Perhaps she had quarreled with her family and had run out. It would be prudent to inform them before it was too late. Just as he contemplated taking a step forward, a voice echoed in his ear. The voice belonged to the departing Grandma Li. Yuliang, I have a favor to ask of you. When dawn breaks, please tell my husband that I have hidden 2 bank books beneath the flower pot. The passwords are our birthdays. And for goodness sake, do not wander about at such late hours with an umbrella. It invites trouble. Zhao Yuliang, already frightened, was even more terrified at hearing her voice without seeing her. Even he, despite his naivety, realized he had encountered something sinister. Oh my God, he cried out, discarding the black umbrella and sprinting towards his back door. Upon entering and encountering his big yellow dog, he finally felt a semblance of relief. As he bent down to pat the dog's head, he trembled as he recounted. Buddy, I think I just saw a ghost. The big yellow dog regarded Zhao Yuliang with a look of disdain, as if to say he was utterly foolish. Ignoring him, the dog trotted off to fetch the umbrella that had fallen, laying it beside Zhao Yuliang before returning to its doghouse for a nap. Zhao Yuliang wished to join his canine companion in slumber, but he still had to await the arrival of the celestial beings. Therefore, he steeled himself to endure. It was at this moment that a crucial thought struck him. If that bus was indeed one that only the deceased could board, then Zhang Banshan must also be dead. The more he contemplated, the more his anxiety grew, and he instinctively reached for a nearby cup of water. However, as he extended his hand, he realized he was clutching something, a piece of blackened wood, reeking of decay. How did I come to possess this? After a moment of thought, it dawned on him that the wood was likely a handrail from the white bus, which he had inadvertently pulled off when Grandma Li had pushed him away. Chapter 22. The Dark Wood. Oh my goodness. Zhao Yuliang gasped, wanting to throw the wood away, but it clung to his palm as if glued. Then a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, and the wood transformed into dark smoke, swiftly entering his body. No way, can this thing possess me too? As Zhao Yuliang stood bewildered, a cacophony of voices erupted outside his door. It sounded like a multitude engaged in animated chatter, or perhaps a heated debate. The voices were thin, fragmented, and exceedingly grating. Looking up, he saw 8 indistinct figures drifting toward his back door. Precisely the number of names on the list Zhang Banshan had provided him. The celestial beings had arrived. At this thought, Zhao Yuliang's fear of the wood dissipated, and he hurriedly lit 3 incense sticks, respectfully bowing and standing to the side, mumbling greetings to the celestial beings. The 8 celestial beings were momentarily taken aback by Zhao Yuliang's demeanor before one of them queried. Wasn't it said that this boy needs assistance from objects to open his third eye? How can he see us? Not only were the 8 celestial beings puzzled, but so was Zhao Yuliang himself. Indeed, how had he managed to see supernatural entities without an umbrella? Confounded, he could offer no explanation. Only a nervous smile as he guided the 8 otherworldly beings to the altar he had prepared for them. As the incense burned and offerings were made, Zhao Yuliang discreetly observed them. He noted that these celestial beings had human bodies but animal heads. Even in their designated spots, their postures were awkward, some slouched, others crouched or lay down, fidgeting incessantly without any semblance of the dignity one would expect from celestial beings. In fact, compared to the esteemed Lord Grey 6, even Brother Huang would be 100 times more dignified. Were these truly celestial beings? For the first time, Zhao Yuliang began to doubt the authenticity of the spirit hall. Yet, he dared not dwell on such thoughts. After all, he had long learned the wisdom of not judging by appearances. In these times, those who seemed loyal could often be the most treacherous. After leaving the worship area for the celestial beings, Zhao Yuliang returned to his room. With only a single bed, he had generously offered it to his newly acknowledged cousin, leaving himself to sleep on the floor. At that moment, Wang Yukai appeared to be asleep. Lying rigidly without producing a sound, Zhao Yuliang couldn't even hear his breathing. As long as he doesn't snore. Wrapping himself tightly in his blanket, Zhao Yuliang turned onto his side and surrendered to slumber. Meanwhile, outside the town, in the chaotic graveyard, a condemned prisoner was driving a sharpened peachwood stake into a new grave, stopping only when he felt the satisfying puncture of flesh. He then retrieved a vial of unknown liquid, pouring it over the stake while muttering incomprehensible incantations. Moments later, a shrill scream pierced the air, and a ghostly woman with her head hanging low and hair obscuring her face suddenly emerged from the grave, lunging toward the condemned prisoner. Instead of panicking, he wore a look of delight as he drew the stake from the grave and struck at the ghostly figure. As the ghost was struck, her cries grew more agonizing, and dark smoke began to emanate from her form. With bared teeth and a fierce demeanor, the ghostly woman hesitated at the door, intimidated by the large yellow dog, and ultimately chose to circumvent to the side, peering through the window of the paper-making shop. Her eyes, devoid of pupils, were a ghastly pale, evoking terror. This sight elicited a reaction from the paper figures within, who all turned in unison to gaze at her. Some of the figures even began to cackle as they slowly approached the window. Alarmed, the ghost let out a shriek and fled. The paper figure that reached the window, grinning menacingly, attempted to pursue her, but was repelled back upon colliding with the wall. It then hunched over, writhing on the ground in apparent agony. The remaining paper figures, witnessing this, displayed expressions of fear and scurried back to their original positions, too frightened to move. After running for a while and finding no one in pursuit, the ghost hesitated before returning to the back door of the shop. However, this time her fate was worse. Before she could enter, she was encircled by 8 spirits from the evil hall. Oh dear, is she here to steal our food? To harm the souls we just collected? The unfortunate ghost was merely an ordinary wandering spirit and stood no chance against these seasoned beings of 100 years. She trembled like a frightened quail. Unfazed by her state, the 8 spirits paid her little mind. One of them called into the shop, "Little Quantum, something seeks your life. Shall we intervene?" It was made clear beforehand that this transaction would cost her a year of her lifespan. At that moment, Zhao Yuliang was enjoying a deep slumber when he was roused by the call. Thinking he was still dreaming, he mumbled a sleepy acknowledgement. The 8 spirits, elated by his response, soon silenced the ghost's screams. Observing the fallen hemp rope on the ground, one spirit remarked, "Ah, still has an owner? Little Quantum, shall we deal with the one behind? This time, it will cost you 2 years of life." Poor Zhao Yuliang remained blissfully unaware that in mere moments, he had sacrificed 3 years of his lifespan, responding again with a muddled acknowledgement. The spirits, having absorbed his essence, displayed satisfaction, their previous loss forgotten. Chapter 23. Priceless words. The spirits believed their actions had gone unnoticed, yet they were oblivious to the watchful gaze of Wang Yukai. While an ordinary person would have found such a bizarre scene shocking, Wang remained unfazed, his demeanor as serene as an unfathomable lake. Even the spirits appeared oblivious to his presence. The following morning, Zhao Yuliang was awakened by the sound of an alarm. For reasons unknown, he felt particularly fatigued, as though he had not only missed sleep, but had also toiled through the night. Oh dear, sleeping on the ground is truly exhausting. I must get a bed today. As he sat up, he was startled to find the large yellow dog squatting beside him, gazing at him with a complex expression, seemingly filled with sympathy. "Dog, what is this all about so early in the morning? Are you hungry? Eager for breakfast?" Upon confirming Zhao Yuliang was still alive, the dog wagged its bony tail and exited, remarkably not venturing out to wreak havoc, but instead returning listlessly to its resting place. Perplexed, Zhao Yuliang dressed and called out for his cousin, realizing he was not in bed. "Hey, where's my cousin?" He rushed outside, not even taking the time to fasten his belt, concerned that his cousin might wander off and encounter danger, reminiscent of his own childhood fears. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. Wang Yukai sat upright in the living room, intently staring toward the side room. "Cousin, where are you? You scared me," Zhao Yuliang exclaimed while fastening his belt. "Stay here. I'll finish the incense for the 6 masters and prepare breakfast for you. You must eat today. You didn't have a drop yesterday." Just as Zhao Yuliang thought his cousin would ignore him again, Wang Yukai spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Do you have much life left?" "What?" Zhao Yuliang, taken aback by Wang's first spoken words, struggled to comprehend. "Cousin, was that you speaking?" Wang remained calm and composed, his handsome face betraying no emotion. His tone monotonous and steady, akin to a recording. "Do you have much life left?" Evidently carefree, Zhao Yuliang failed to grasp the significance of the question, instead bursting into excitement. "Haha, cousin, you can talk. You're not mute. I worried for nothing. Why didn't you speak to me these past few days? Trying to act cool? What is the point of that? We're not even beauties. By the way, it's great that you can talk. Where do you live? Do you want me to give you some money to go home, or should I take you back?" Facing Zhao Yuliang's rapid-fire inquiries, Wang's expression reflected a hint of exasperation, resembling a dignified elder confronted by a playful child. Opting to ignore Zhao's questions, he continued to gaze toward the side room. Though his cousin remained unresponsive, it did not deter Zhao Yuliang from sharing his life story. He recounted his journey from an orphanage to the streets, begging for food and scavenging with wild dogs, shivering in the cold, and being bullied by various unsavory characters. Eventually, he found a foster father and enjoyed a brief period of happiness, only for tragedy to strike when his father fell ill, leading him to work tirelessly to cover medical expenses, often skipping meals to save money. Ultimately, he was deceived by a rogue priest into this cursed place. As they conversed, Zhao Yuliang unwittingly prepared breakfast, only to realize that he had done all the talking while his cousin had remained silent. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head. "By the way, cousin, what is your name? Where do you live?" Finally, Wang Yukai responded, though his answer was as vague as silence. "I remember nothing." "Oh, I see." Zhao Yuliang looked at Wang with deeper sympathy. "Not remembering is fine. Take your time to think. I've always wanted a brother to keep me company. You can be my cousin. Whenever you remember where home is, I'll take you back. Oh, by the way, I don't even know how old you are. Is it all right if I call you cousin?" Wang, after a prolonged silence, softly uttered a single word, "Okay." The moment the word left his lips, Zhao Yuliang felt a shift within himself, though he couldn't quite articulate what had changed. The most apparent sensation was that the fatigue he had felt earlier had significantly lessened, and the world around him appeared more vivid. Just as the two cousins prepared to eat breakfast, a shrill siren pierced the air outside, followed by a flurry of murmurs from passers-by. "Have you heard? A corpse was discovered in the graveyard yesterday, and the poor fellow met a gruesome end." "Yes. I heard that he was reportedly mauled to death by a wild beast. His body was utterly ravaged. The police are currently going door to door, inquiring if anyone has reported a missing person." Upon hearing that the police were coming to question them, Zhao Yuliang hurriedly instructed his cousin to retreat inside. After all, his origins were dubious, and he feared being taken away by the authorities. Zhao Yuliang himself rushed out, waiting outside the paper shop for the police to finish their inquiries. It was prudent to avoid entering the store, where the presence of the living was discouraged. The officers who arrived were familiar faces to Zhao Yuliang, so they did not make things difficult for him. After a brief exchange, they proceeded to the next house, leaving him with a kind reminder. "Yuliang, there's going to be an execution at the prison soon. If you wish to secure some business, you should contact the families early." Zhao Yuliang smiled and nodded eagerly, promising that if he could land this deal, he would treat them to a barbecue. Once the police had moved on, Zhao Yuliang mumbled to himself, "Why does the corpse in the photo look so familiar? Isn't that a member of the bald-headed gang?" Indeed, the so-called corpse was the death row inmate executed by the sinister Xiantang last night. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yuliang, the executed inmate's eyes glimmered with a green light upon seeing him. "Cousin, I'm going out to see if I can drum up some business. Stay inside and don't wander about. If you're bored, help me make some paper figures. The previous batch is almost sold out, and I need fresh ones." Zhao Yuliang had assumed his reticent cousin would ignore him, but this time, Wang Yukai surprisingly responded, his brow slightly furrowed. "Okay." Chapter 24. Elder brother. After entrusting the shop to his cousin, Zhao Yuliang meandered to the execution ground. Modernity has rendered society far removed from the superstitions of the past, so the crowd witnessing the execution was sparse. Furthermore, even outsiders were not permitted to observe. Thus, those gathered outside were primarily merchants like Zhao Yuliang, dealing in wreaths, burial garments, and funeral music. Living in the same town and operating within the same industry, they were all acquainted with one another, and conversations made the wait less tedious. While chatting idly, they noticed unfamiliar faces approaching from a distance, and all the merchants immediately recognized them as the bereaved family. They quickly converged, eager to promote their products. Zhao Yuliang's paper shop was unique in the town, so he remained patient, watching from afar. He preferred to let others gauge the family's temperament first, as encounters with irritable relatives could lead to unpleasant confrontations, a scenario not unheard of in the past. Moments later, although the family did not lash out, they also refrained from purchasing anything, not even the usually popular paper money. When pressed, they merely smiled weakly, stating, "We brought our own. Thank you." Witnessing the lack of business, the merchants dispersed in disappointment, and Zhao Yuliang followed suit. Who would want to linger at the execution ground if there were no profits to be made? This place was notorious, ranking alongside the graveyard, morgue, and crematorium as one of the 4 cursed sites. As Zhao Yuliang walked back with the other merchants, he faintly overheard fragmented conversations from the deceased's family. Old Master Shishin's grave, the 7 horrors, the stone of misery, the white tiger's disruption. Zhao Yuliang could not help but wonder. When did my hearing become so acute? That several dozen meters away, and they are whispering. Moreover, he couldn't comprehend what they were discussing. However, Zhao Yuliang was generally carefree, not understanding was inconsequential. He merely pondered how to provide for his cousin and the big yellow dog in the coming days, as he was presently devoid of funds. Upon returning to the shop, Zhao Yuliang was astonished to find that, in such a short span of time, his cousin had crafted 2 paper figures. These figures were not merely lifelike. They were veritable works of art. If sold, the buyers would likely hesitate to burn them. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, these 2 figures evoked an overwhelming sense of pride in Zhao Yuliang, a pride that radiated from within. He felt compelled to bow before his cousin, regarding everyone else as beneath him. Is it just a pair of paper figures? Why are they so extraordinary? Amused by the situation, Zhao Yuliang reached out to touch them. To his surprise, he was met with an immense force emanating from the figures. Had his cousin not caught him, he would have certainly stumbled. Wang Yukai furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on Zhao Yuliang. "Do not be disrespectful. This is my elder brother." In his astonishment, Zhao Yuliang barely registered the archaic term elder brother, instead inquiring, "Cousin, who are you speaking to? It can't be these paper figures, can it?" Wang Yukai appeared disinclined to deceive Zhao Yuliang or to engage in any form of dishonesty. He offered no further explanation, simply nodding gently before turning and retreating inside. After a moment of realization, Zhao Yuliang noticed that the once proud paper figures had now adopted a submissive demeanor towards him. Is this truly magical? Fortunately, the recent spate of bizarre occurrences had completely upended Zhao Yuliang's worldview, so he did not dwell on it further. Instead, he joyfully carried the 2 paper figures to the shop entrance. They were essentially living advertisements. Placing them outside would surely attract business. It seemed that he and his cousin would no longer need to fret over meal expenses. Thus, Zhao Yuliang sat contentedly between the 2 paper figures, eagerly awaiting customers. Alas, business did not arrive, but the old woman selling rice came by first. Zhao Yuliang, ever respectful of the elderly, quickly rose to offer her his rattan chair. "Lu Granny, please have a seat. What brings you here today?" The old woman had intended to check on Zhao Yuliang, especially since last night marked the first day of the Xiantang's establishment, and she was genuinely concerned about any potential mishaps. However, upon seeing the 2 paper figures at the entrance, she was momentarily stunned, forgetting to acknowledge Zhao Yuliang. After a moment, she regained her composure, convinced that these 2 paper figures were left by the mysterious shopkeeper, merely unseen by her before. This assumption spared Zhao Yuliang from having to explain himself. "Yuliang, nothing happened last night." The old woman suddenly halted, gazing at Zhao Yuliang with incredulity. "Did you summon a spirit to perform a service last night?" Zhao Yuliang was bewildered by the question. "No, not at all. I merely slept through the night." "Why do you ask?" Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's response, the old woman was disbelieving. "If you didn't summon a spirit, then why does your vitality seem diminished? At this rate, Yuliang, you won't last long." Poor Zhao Yuliang was unaware that he had unwittingly lost 6 years of his lifespan to the Xiantang the previous night. Noticing the old woman's expression, he recalled encountering the spirit vehicle last night and hastily recounted the incident. "Granny Lu, could this be why my vitality has diminished?" This revelation left the old woman momentarily speechless. Yuliang, are you saying that old lady Li passed away last night, and you encountered her? Was Zhang Banshan in the vehicle too? Zhao Yuliang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I would never deceive you. The old woman, knowing Zhao Yuliang's character, had no reason to doubt him, but was puzzled. We are all neighbors. If old lady Li has indeed passed, her family should have made an announcement by now. Why hasn't there been any news? Before she could finish her thought, a wailing cry echoed from a distance. Mother, how could you leave us just like that? Your son didn't even have the chance to honor you properly. In that direction, isn't it precisely where old lady Li's residence lies? Zhao Yuliang, upon hearing the sobs from Grandmommy, exchanged glances of disbelief. She truly has passed. With old lady Li's demise, that half-immortal. Chapter 25. Inquiring of me amidst the chaos, Grandmommy found it difficult to comprehend how Zhao Yuliang had been drained of his spirit. Shaking her head in lament, she murmured to herself, how could such a malevolent spirit vehicle appear in our town? Each time it manifests, it does not relent until it has taken a full load of souls. Must many more perish? As the specter of death lingered, Grandmommy's gaze fell upon Zhao Yuliang. You must first convey old lady Li's last words to her family, and then come to my shop. It is impossible to conduct the seance without the master of the clear wind present. Let me see if I can summon your ancestors to assist you here. It had been previously stated that the master of the clear wind was one of the 4 pillars of the community, typically represented by one's departed forebears. Zhao Yuliang understood that Grandmommy meant well, and he quickly nodded in agreement. He then called out to the interior of the house, Cousin, I'm stepping out to handle some matters. Keep an eye on the house. Don't just sit inside. Come to the entrance. After issuing the call, he smiled at Grandmommy, explaining, my cousin came yesterday and is staying with me for a while. However, engrossed in her own thoughts, Grandmommy paid little heed to the mention of his cousin, leaning on her cane as she made her way to her shop. Upon completing his errands and entering Grandmommy's establishment, Zhao Yuliang found the interior shrouded in darkness, even more so than the coffin shop run by Manager Sunday. Black veils lined the walls, enveloping the room completely. In the center, 3 white candles flickered on a table, beside which sat a bowl of white rice. Grandmommy gestured for Zhao Yuliang to take a seat across from her. You are born under the sign of the 5 ghosts. Therefore the entity I summon may not be what you expect. But heed this. Do not inquire about its death, and remember this well. Furthermore, if it clings to me and refuses to depart, sprinkle it with the ashes from the incense burner. Seeing the seriousness in Grandmommy's demeanor, Zhao Yuliang nodded vigorously. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated. Grandma Lu, if this inquiry poses a danger to me, perhaps we should refrain from proceeding. Even without the master of the clear wind, nothing happened last night at my shrine. Observing the innocence in Zhao Yuliang's eyes, Grandmommy's expression grew complex. After a brief silence, she sighed, foolish boy, you do not understand. A shrine must be complete, or it will eventually wither like old lady Li. I can only muster what I can. Enough talk. You do not even know your parents' birth dates, so we must resort to blood rice. Bear with it. Do not fear the pain. With that, Grandmommy produced a small knife and gently made a cut on Zhao Yuliang's fingertip, allowing the blood to flow into the bowl of rice. Mix your blood with the rice, and keep your hand there. Close your eyes. The rest is for me to manage. As Zhao Yuliang complied, Grandmommy nodded in satisfaction. She then placed a grain of blood rice on his forehead and inserted 3 incense sticks into the burner. Completing her ritual, she laid her hands on the table and began to chant, General of the Horse, bring forth the spirit, move swiftly, and guide my disciple to the underworld to find the lost soul. After repeating this several times, a sudden gust of cold wind filled the room, causing the veils to flutter and the candle flames to flicker. Simultaneously, Grandmommy's complexion turned a ghastly green, clearly indicating she was possessed. Her voice transformed, becoming ethereal and fragmented. Is it you, my child? Mother died such a tragic death. You must avenge her. It had been mentioned that Zhao Yuliang was an orphan, having lost both parents at the tender age of 4 or 5, with the specifics of their demise remaining a mystery. Though he could hardly remember the details, he could not forget his mother's voice. Initially hesitant to respond, the overwhelming energy of the spirit clouded his mind. This state of confusion often befalls those ensnared by spirits, leading them to act irrationally over trivial matters. Zhao Yuliang struggled to maintain control, even biting his own tongue, but as a mere boy, he was no match for the evil spirit from the underworld. Ultimately, despite his efforts, he succumbed to the influence. Mother, how did you die? Who harmed you? Please tell me. I shall avenge you. As these words escaped his lips, Zhao Yuliang realized he had crossed a forbidden line. He quickly opened his eyes, only to see Grandmommy, now ghastly green, reaching for his throat with both hands. The voice that emerged was no longer his mother-s, but that of another female ghost. Curious about your mother-s death? Go down there and find out for yourself. In a panic, Zhao Yuliang attempted to evade her grasp, recalling Grandma Mi's earlier admonitions, and seized a handful of incense ashes to throw at her. As the ashes filled the air, the female ghost shrieked in agony. However, she did not release her hold on Grandma Mi's body. Instead, she grew increasingly furious. Today, both you and this old woman shall perish. With that, she surged through the ashes, extending her hands toward Zhao Yuliang's neck. Unable to evade her grasp, he found himself suspended in midair, legs thrashing helplessly, unable to break free. Had he been a seasoned practitioner, he might have had some means of self-defense. But Zhao Yuliang had only recently established his shrine and was hardly an apprentice. Lacking even the most basic ability to summon a spirit, he was utterly defenseless. Just as Zhao Yuliang was on the verge of being choked to death, Wang Yukai, seated upright at the entrance of the paper offerings shop, sensed a disturbance and cast a cold gaze in their direction. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, rushing into Grandma Mi's shop at lightning speed. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Wang Youcai's expression hardened. Without a moment's delay, he uttered a single word to the ghost, "Begone." The fierce ghost, who had just been terrorizing, let out a scream and instantly vacated Grandma Mi's body, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. With the wind's howl ceasing, normalcy returned. Only Zhao Yuliang and Grandma Mi lay unconscious on the ground. Wang Yukai, ignoring Grandma Mi, scooped up Zhao Yuliang and prepared to leave. As he bent down, he caught sight of the blood rice that had spilled on the table, forming an intricate character. Pausing for a moment, he wiped the character away before striding out with Zhao Yuliang in his arms. Shortly after their departure, nearby residents, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the shop to assist Grandma Mi. When Zhao Yuliang regained consciousness, he found himself lying in bed, with a dog-sow face looming close. "Doggy, where am I? How did I get back? Is Grandma Lu all right?" The response came from manager's son of the coffin shop, who entered holding a bowl of hot water. "You've finally awakened, my boy. Rest assured, the old lady is fine. She merely fainted, just like you. I've just returned from there." "Oh, thank goodness. As long as she's okay." Zhao Yuliang sighed in relief, but soon another thought struck him. "Uncle Son, what about my cousin? Didn't you see him when you came?" Chapter 26. A misunderstanding. Now, it was manager son's turn to be taken aback. "Cousin? What cousin? I was brought here by your large yellow dog tugging at my pant leg. I didn't see anyone else here." Nevertheless, he added, "By the way, your dog has become increasingly perceptive." As nothing serious had occurred, Zhao Yuliang was able to rise and move about freely. Manager's son, seeing this, decided not to linger, offering a few words of caution before returning to his own shop. Worrying about Grandma Mi, Zhao Yuliang hurriedly went to check on her. An elderly man and a youth both fainted, rendering them completely oblivious to the subsequent events. After a brief exchange of idle chatter, they parted ways once more. However, Zhao Yuliang vaguely recalled that in the final moments, he distinctly saw his cousin, Wang Yukai. Where did his cousin go? Has he gone missing? Zhao Yuliang pedaled his bicycle throughout the entire town, yet he could not find any trace of Wang Yukai. He contemplated reporting the matter to the authorities, but he did not even know his cousin's real name. In utter despair, Zhao Yuliang could only return to the paper shop, waiting in vain for his cousin to return, hoping he had not gotten lost or encountered any misfortune. Regrettably, after waiting for a long while, he was met with two unexpected visitors instead. First came a grim-faced elder, flanked by several bald men, each adorned with various tattoos. As a newcomer to this world, Zhao Yuliang, though unaware of their affiliation with the 13 Gates of Sorcery, suspected they were part of the same gang as the executed criminals from earlier. Zhao Yuliang had dubbed them the Bald Gang, knowing the danger posed by these gangsters. He quickly rose to greet them with a smile. "Good day, sir and gentlemen. What brings you here? A death in the family? Would you like to purchase some paper effigies?" However, they were merely there to assess the situation, and Zhao Yuliang's words were misinterpreted as a provocation. The bald men immediately snorted in disdain and closed in on him. Fortunately, the elder interceded, his expression grave as he focused on the two paper effigies that Wang Yukai had just crafted. After a moment, the elder clasped his fists in greeting to Zhao Yuliang. "What a remarkable talent in paper effigies. I did not expect to find such a master in this remote town. My incompetent disciples met their fates unjustly." With that, the elder's somber expression shifted as he surveyed the interior of the shop, his demeanor growing even more serious. "Since we are both practitioners of the craft, let me be direct. It is better to resolve enmities than to cultivate them. If you return the spirit child and the 7 cursed stones, The matter of my disciples' deaths will be forgiven. What say you? The elder's barrage of words left Zhao Yuliang utterly bewildered. Each word was comprehensible. Yet together they formed a riddle he could not decipher. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden barking interrupted him. It was the large yellow dog, returning from its escapades, growling at the uninvited guests. Zhao Yuliang, well aware of his old dog's ferocity, hurriedly intervened. Calm down, buddy. We have no money for rabies shots. And if you bite someone, they'll take you away for soup. As Zhao Yuliang struggled to pacify the yellow dog, a faint squeaking emerged from the bags carried by the bald men, the contents within writhing restlessly. The elder's brow furrowed. Spirit dog, if you wish to avoid negotiations, just say so. There is no need to unleash a vicious dog upon us. Until we meet again. With that, he and his companions turned to leave. Seeing their anger, Zhao Yuliang felt a twinge of fear. While desperately trying to restrain the dog from chasing after them, he lamented, "Do you realize the trouble you've stirred? They are gangsters. Be careful, or they might take you out tonight and leave your remains in the wild for the dogs." Once the uninvited guests had distanced themselves, the yellow dog ceased its attempts to chase after them, casting Zhao Yuliang a look that seemed to question his intelligence. It wagged its tail and returned to its doghouse for a nap. Not long after the bald gang departed, Zhao Yuliang noticed several familiar faces approaching, relatives of the recently executed. Wait, relatives of those executed? Could they be another gang? With this thought, Zhao Yuliang quickly adopted a respectful demeanor, his face adorned with a smile as he greeted them. Good day. Are you here to purchase some paper effigies? What would you like? How many? I can offer you a discount. Strangely, like the previous group, these individuals did not respond directly to Zhao Yuliang, but instead fixated on the two paper effigies, particularly the elder among them. After a brief moment, the elder seemed to snap back to reality, respectfully clasping his fists towards Zhao Yuliang. On my journey here, I pondered how to negotiate with the owner of the corpse-rearing ground. Since you are also a practitioner, it makes things easier. To be candid, we cannot immediately return with the spirit child. They require a few days' rest in your esteemed abode. Would you be so kind as to allow this? Zhao Yuliang was once again left speechless, unable to comprehend the elder's words. This was not his fault, for the elder was using the terminology of their clandestine craft. Their true identities were those of corpse herders. As Zhao Yuliang had previously overheard, the term for corpse herders in their circles is old masters. The corpses were referred to as spirit children, a homophone for the deceased. To return with the spirit child meant to escort the deceased back home. Contrary to modern literary depictions, the corpses of executed criminals can, in fact, be escorted. There are rules governing this practice. Those who were beheaded must have their bodies sewn together, while those who died by hanging or in cages can also be escorted. The reasoning is that these individuals met untimely ends against their will, longing for their homeland and loved ones. Therefore, practitioners can summon their souls and bind them to their respective corpses using talismans, then guide them through mountains and across waters back to their homeland. Conversely, those who died of illness, by drowning or hanging voluntarily, or those struck by lightning or burned beyond recognition cannot be escorted. The souls of the ill are already claimed by the king of hell, while those who drowned or hanged have their souls intertwined with replacements. Summoning new souls would disrupt the cycle of reincarnation for the old ones. Furthermore, those who died from lightning strikes are often deemed sinful, and those burned to death typically have incomplete remains, thus they too cannot be escorted. Observing Zhao Yuliang's silence, the leading corpse herder assumed he was reluctant to assist and signaled to his companion. The companion understood and pulled out 5,000 yuan from his bag, handing it over. The elder took it without hesitation and pressed it into Zhao Yuliang's hands. Young brother, consider this a favor to your elder brother. There are 4 spirit children in total, and they can remain here for a maximum of 3 days. If they stay longer, I shall pay you an additional 1,000 each day. Chapter 27. Family Matters. There is a saying, since ancient times, wealth can sway the heart, disregarding feelings of enmity and past grievances. 5,000 yuan presents a considerable temptation for many, especially for Zhao Yuliang, who had no prospect of his next meal. Thus, he did not ponder the true nature of the spirit children. His eyes were solely fixed on the 5,000 before him, ears tuned to the promise of an additional 1,000 each day. Will the things you leave with me take up much space? Am I at risk of theft? The corpse herder chuckled, assuming Zhao Yuliang was jesting. In all of history, have you ever seen someone steal a corpse? He shook his head with a smile. Rest assured, young brother, they will not take up much space. Just a spot along the wall in your backyard will suffice. You need not worry about keeping watch. If they go missing, that will be our responsibility. Hearing this, Zhao Yuliang's face lit up with joy. This was money for nothing. All right, we have a deal. When will you bring the items over? I'm free whenever. The leader of the corpse herders, pleased with Zhao Yuliang's promptness, erupted into laughter. Finding a suitable location for corpse herders in this era is no simple task, especially one that is optimal for rearing. Since you are so forthright, I shall not stand on ceremony. Those of us in this line of work travel by night. So let us set the time for tonight at the hour of the rat. You need not concern yourself. Just leave the back door open for us. And do keep an eye on your spirit dog. If it approaches, my guest will never rise again. Ha ha ha. As previously mentioned, the spring and autumn annal states, dogs are born of the essence of spirits. Thus, foul entities fear dogs, and corpse herders are no exception. Even in contemporary cinematic works, when the corpse drivers escort the deceased back home, they ring bells to alert passers-by to steer clear and keep a watchful eye on their dogs. As a result, within the 36 techniques of corpse driving, there exists a specific method known as the mute dog technique. Once a deal is struck, both parties bid farewell. Zhao Yuliang promptly made a trip to the bank, depositing 3,000 yuan into his adoptive father's account and setting aside 1,007 for his sister, who was attending university. He retained merely 300 for his sustenance in the forthcoming days. The decision to keep 300 stemmed from the need to support a newly arrived cousin. Otherwise, if it were solely for himself, 100 would suffice. As for the large yellow dog, if Zhao Yuliang found himself in desperate hunger, he would inevitably have to follow it around for scraps. To put it plainly, whenever the large yellow dog sauntered down the street, it would stand idly outside any shop, and the proprietor would promptly fetch delectable treats to appease it. Should they dawdle even for a moment, they would be met with a bite. For the local tyrant was not to be trifled with. Consequently, Sister Ingshun from the barbecue shop once jested with Zhao Yuliang, saying that while others relied on their human connections to elevate their dogs, he was the inverse. His dog wielded the power of his influence. After depositing the money, Zhao Yuliang, reluctant to purchase a mobile phone, sought out a public telephone to call his sister. However, before he could utter a word, his sister Zhao Shui was already sobbing uncontrollably on the other end. This startled Zhao Yuliang. Don't cry, what's wrong? Who's bullying you? Tell your brother. I'll fly over right now to deal with them. Although they shared no blood relation, their bond was closer than that of biological siblings from a young age. The moment he attempted to comfort her, Zhao Shui's sobs intensified. After a brief pause, she finally managed to say through her tears, "Brother, why are you sending me money again? Didn't I tell you I've earned enough from tutoring this weekend? Did you give all your money to Dad and me again? You didn't keep a single cent for yourself?" Upon realizing that his sister was crying out of concern for him, Zhao Yuliang felt relieved. To assuage her worries, he feigned a light-hearted demeanor and said, "Brother, isn't that foolish. Don't worry, I'm saving some for myself. I just wanted to remind you to eat well at school. You're still growing and studying. You need proper nourishment." The siblings conversed for a while, and although reluctant, Zhao Yuliang ultimately hung up as the minute drew near. After all, the public phone charged by the minute. "Sister Chun, that was 4 minutes and 58 seconds. I'll pay for 4 minutes, right?" Having lived in the small town for quite some time, Zhao Yuliang was well known among the residents, including Sister Chun, the proprietor of the shop. Sister Chun felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Yuliang, but also understood that he would refuse to take her money, even dashing off without waiting for change. "Yes, exactly 4 minutes. Oh, and Yuliang, wait a moment, don't rush off. My family sent over a lot of cabbage this morning. Take a few heads home with you. They're homegrown and not valuable, so don't be polite." Zhao Yuliang was not naive and recognized her good intentions. He gratefully accepted half a bag of cabbage while keeping her kindness etched in his heart. On the other end of the line, Zhao Shui listened to the dial tone after the call ended, still reluctant to hang up. Moments later, she redialed, this time contacting her homeroom teacher. "Hello, teacher. This is Zhao Shui. I no longer wish to pursue graduate studies." "Yes, thank you for your concern." The children of poor families mature quickly. At this moment, Zhao Yuliang remained blissfully unaware of his sister's drastic decision and was contentedly preparing dinner, eagerly awaiting his cousin's return. "Oh dear, it's getting dark. Where could he be? I hope he hasn't been abducted by bad people." Despite Zhao Yuliang's deep concern, Wang Yukai did not return even after the meal had cooled. He seemed like a scoundrel abandoning his family. Zhao Yuliang, akin to a tearful bride under a solitary lamp on a long night, sighed as he watched the day fade and locked the front door of the shop. However, the back door remained ajar, partly to accommodate tonight's clients and partly to welcome his cousin home. The reason for Zhao Yuliang's anxiety over Wang Yukai was not due to any peculiar inclination, but rather stemmed from a blend of kindness and childhood experiences. After all, only those who have felt the rain understand the importance of offering someone an umbrella. Thus, he waited and waited until the clock struck 11. Having completed his offerings to the various deities, Yet still, his cousin did not arrive. The daytime clients, however, were punctual. When Zhao Yuliang heard commotion from the backyard, the clients had already placed their items against the wall, covered with a large rain tarp, rendering them indistinguishable. Furthermore, the client's attire differed from that of the day, dressed in deep black fabric, wearing wide robes. Holding a pair of red-stringed brass bells in the left hand and a triangular yellow flag in the right, they appeared both ancient and mysterious. "Ah, little brother, you're still awake." The elder was visibly pleased upon seeing Zhao Yuliang. "I brought some wine and meat. Shall we share a drink?" Zhao Yuliang, with his naturally generous disposition, did not decline. At the elder's suggestion, they moved the dining table to the backyard. During this process, the corpse-driving elder noticed the ancestral tablets in the side room. He paused momentarily, then hesitated to speak. After pondering for a moment, he decided against delving into such sensitive topics. Only after consuming a cup of white liquor did the elder cautiously remark, "I didn't realize, little brother, that not only are you a disciple of the paper-making lineage, but also a practitioner of the art. No wonder you possess such profound skills at such a young age." The elder's mention of skills referred entirely to the two paper figures crafted by Wang Yukai, leading to a misunderstanding of Zhao Yuliang's abilities. Before Zhao Yuliang could respond, the elder suddenly heard a chorus of ominous whispers. "Corpse driver, you are merely a passerby. We advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise." The voices belonged to the malevolent deities enshrined in the side room. The elder was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the side room once more. Zhao Yuliang, noticing his reaction, mistakenly assumed the elder was interested in the deities and couldn't help but chuckle. "Elder brother, you may not know, but I venerate these deities solely for the purpose of self-preservation." Self-preservation. The elder was once again startled. If such a young person with profound skills required protection, what kind of malevolent forces had he encountered? Could it be the deities within? Due to the warning he had just received from the malevolent deities, the elder refrained from inquiring further. Simultaneously, Zhao Yuliang felt that his own experiences were too bizarre to share. Even if he did, the elder would hardly believe him. Thus, he could only smile wryly and shift the topic. With both parties engrossed in their thoughts, they soon lost their taste for drinking. After a brief while, the corpse-driving elder rose to take his leave. Zhao Yuliang, ever polite, accompanied him to the door before waving goodbye. After ensuring no one was around, the elder quietly grasped Zhao Yuliang's hand and slipped a square object into his palm, whispering, "Meeting is fate. Although I do not know what you have encountered, please keep this seal safe. To be honest, it was given to me 10 years ago by a formidable practitioner who returned to his hometown. He entrusted it to me just before his death. However, due to our differing paths, I never utilized it. I hope it can assist you, little brother." Feeling the elder's sincerity, despite not fully grasping his words, Zhao Yuliang firmly held onto the seal. "Thank you, elder brother. Perhaps we can drink a little longer?" Zhao Yuliang initially intended to offer to return some money, but suddenly remembered that he had already sent all his funds to his adoptive father and sister, prompting him to change his mind. The elder merely smiled in response and, along with the young companion who had accompanied him, vanished into the night. Once outside the small town, the young man softly inquired, "Old master, that shopkeeper named Zhao Yuliang?" Before he could finish his sentence, the elder silenced him with a glance, glancing nervously over his shoulder. Once he confirmed there was no danger, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. In the realm of profound understanding, there are truths that one must perceive yet remain unspoken. Thus, we must hasten our departure once our business is concluded, avoiding any entanglement with this establishment. The young man named Hongwei nodded gently in acknowledgement. "Yet, I must inquire, why did you bestow upon him the illustrious seal of the deity? To connoisseurs, that treasure is priceless." The elder smiled faintly at this remark. "Hongwei, although I have not mastered the arts of physiognomy or divination, I have encountered countless souls, both living and deceased, granting me some measure of insight. The young man in the paper shop, if he survives this calamity, will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. Let us consider this a fortuitous connection for our lineage of corpse drivers." The youth nodded deeply, his interest in Zhao Yuliang intensifying. "Master, where shall we venture next?" After a moment's contemplation, the elder replied, "Before the authorities conduct their investigations, we must return to the tomb. If we can locate the 7 misfortunes stone, our endeavors shall hold promise." The young man appeared bewildered. "Did we not hear that the sorcerers seized the 7 misfortunes stone? Why should we risk descending into the tomb again?" The elder shook his head thoughtfully. If those rogues had truly acquired the stone, they would have fled long ago. Their persistent returns here indicate that there are matters of which we remain unaware. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mountains outside the town, The bald gang that had visited the paper shop stood respectfully on either side, their midst occupied by an elderly sorcerer. The crackling of the campfire was the only sound in the silence. After a moment, one of the figures dressed in black could no longer contain himself. "Elder, is that youth from the paper shop truly a master? Why do I sense nothing of the sort?" The elder's expression darkened. The blood-red scorpion tattoo on his neck stark against the fire's glow. If you could perceive it, he would not be deemed a master. Not to mention, those two spirit paper figures displayed before the shop could only be crafted by a century-old specter. The mention of a century-old specter deeply unsettled all the sorcerers present. They knew that in reality, even a minor character could possess a century's worth of cultivation. Some, even slightly formidable, might slumber for thousands of years. To illustrate, the history of our nation spans merely 5 millennia. To have one sleep away more than half that time is significant. If that were the case, the graves would have been disturbed countless times, and their ashes would have been repurposed as fertilizer. Despite understanding Zhao Yuliang's formidable nature, the young sorcerer remained unsatisfied. "Elder, shall we truly let this matter rest? What of the vengeance for our 3 fallen brothers? Shall we not reclaim the Ling Ying and the 7 misfortune stone?" The elder's smile turned sinister. "Let it rest? Impossible. I had hoped for a peaceful resolution, yet he has shown no respect, forcing us to remain vigilant. Xiao Wu, remain with me to assist in the incantation." The others, visibly intimidated by the elder, promptly set about their tasks. The elder chose an open space, instructing Xiao Wu to position white candles according to the pentagram's alignment. He retrieved a coffin nail, affixing Zhao Yuliang's photograph in the center of the star formation, coating the back with the blood of a crow. Subsequently, he summoned a pure black cat with green eyes, compelling it to fix its gaze upon the photograph. Moments later, the elder suddenly seized the cat by its throat. In its agony, the cat clawed desperately at the photograph, its blood dripping onto it. As the elder performed his dark incantation, Zhao Yuliang, who was offering incense to the paper figures in the shop, suddenly screamed and collapsed. His face bore deep, ghastly wounds, reminiscent of a vicious beast's attack. Accompanied by a torrent of blood, the sound of grinding bones filled the air. "Oh, the pain!" Zhao Yuliang cried out, struggling to rise, clutching his face in agony as he stumbled about. In a fateful collision, he struck the foot of the male figure, blood gushing forth. What a shock! "This effigy is made of cement." This was Zhao Yuliang's final thought before losing consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, the blood he had spilled upon the figure was swiftly absorbed, and sinister laughter emanated from within. Meanwhile, in the mountains outside the town, the black cat, now on the brink of death, was gasping for breath, its eyes rolling back. Similarly, Zhao Yuliang convulsed, nearing the threshold of life and death. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the 7 white candles lit by the elder. "This is disastrous," the sorcerer exclaimed, attempting to rise but spewing forth a mouthful of black blood. Xiao Wu rushed over in alarm. "Elder, what ails you?" "Fool, ignore me. Quickly, relight the candles." The elder barked, forcefully pushing Xiao Wu away. "Understood." Stumbling, Xiao Wu fumbled for his lighter and rushed to the nearest candle. Unfortunately, just as he ignited it, the chilling wind snuffed it out. It felt as though an invisible head of a corpse rested upon Xiao Wu's shoulder, exhaling frost upon the candle. Although bewildered, Xiao Wu, under the elder's imposing presence, attempted to ignite the candle once more, yet it was extinguished again. "Elder, how can this be happening?" Xiao Wu's pale face reflected his fear, and the elder's own complexion was scarcely better, devoid of color. "The ghost is blowing out the candles." Though the elder's words were but 3, each was uttered with great difficulty, as if forced from his very lungs, laden with dread. In folklore, there are 2 interpretations of a ghost extinguishing candles. The first, a secret known only to the 4 great tomb-raiding factions, dictates that one must ignite a candle in the southeast corner before opening a coffin within an ancient tomb. Should the candle extinguish, one must swiftly exit, for lingering may invoke horrifying consequences. This is said to be a covenant between the living and the dead, a 1,000-year tradition that must not be breached. The second legend speaks of 3 oil lamps residing upon a person, 1 atop the head and 2 upon the shoulders. These lamps symbolize a person's life force. Should malevolent entities seek to harm, they must first extinguish this life force. Thus, when traversing dark paths at night, if someone calls your name, do not look around or turn back. If the 3 lamps are extinguished, the individual will be haunted. However, this does not apply to those who are already feeble or have committed numerous misdeeds, as their life force may extinguish on its own. Ghosts extinguishing candles. How could it be so sinister? Xiao Wu's panic escalated, and he dared not continue lighting the candles, retreating behind the elder. In this moment of urgency, the elder had no time for Xiao Wu's fears. After cursing him as useless, he applied 2 drops of human oil to his own eyes. I shall uncover which unknowing spirit dares to disrupt my ritual and cause me misfortune. However, to the elder's astonishment, even with the corpse oil applied, he could not perceive any malevolent presence nearby. In a moment of desperation, he bent down to look beneath himself, only to hear a blood-curdling scream emanating from a short distance away. The source of the scream was one of his disciples assigned to keep watch. This alarming event heightened the elder's anxiety, prompting him to call out into the woods, "What has occurred? Who has been injured? Did you witness anything?" The elderly sorcerer was met with a series of anguished cries. It transpired in an instant that all his disciples had met their demise. The final victim had barely time to exclaim, "Zombie! A zombie!" Moments later, the sorcerer witnessed the severed head of the speaker roll from the thicket, coming to a halt at his feet. With terror-stricken eyes, he fixated on the photograph of Zhao Yuliang on the ground. A zombie. Just as the elderly sorcerer grappled with the incomprehensible, a figure emerged from the woods. A zombie, moving backward with heavy steps, not leaping but rather trudging forth. Backward walker. The sorcerer gasped in horror. How can such a creature still exist? Driven by instinct for survival, he hastily clawed at his own neck, tearing away a piece of flesh adorned with a blood-red scorpion tattoo. "Scorpion deity, save me," he cried. And the tattoo swelled to the size of a basin in an instant, surging toward the backward walker amidst a rustling sound. Yet, as it approached, this bizarre zombie suddenly bent at an unnatural angle, not forward like a common person, but backward, as though its spine had inexplicably snapped. In that fleeting moment, the sorcerer glimpsed a ghastly visage, a woman's face, pallid with dry blood staining her mouth, nose, and eyes. Her eyes rolled back desperately, and her long hair hung down. Stumbling backward, the elderly sorcerer observed in disbelief as his scorpion deity slithered into the backward walker's mouth. The subsequent sound of crunching echoed ominously, and viscous fluid splattered from the zombie's maw. His once hopeful scorpion deity was devoured. No. In a state of despair, the elderly sorcerer turned to flee, pushing the hapless Xiao Wu toward the advancing creature. The backward walker grinned maliciously, sinking its teeth into Xiao Wu, before continuing its pursuit of the sorcerer. Chapter 30. The fabled unfortunate physique. The backward walker's pursuit was grotesque. It crawled with its face down, hands and feet working in unison, moving in reverse. Moments later, another wretched scream pierced the air, and the elderly sorcerer, filled with dismay, slowly collapsed to the ground. The bloody hands of the backward walker had pierced through his chest, clutching his still-beating heart, which emitted warmth. After slaying the elderly sorcerer, the backward walker straightened up, then retreated, moving backward until Zhao Yuliang's photograph, impaled with a coffin nail, lodged itself at her feet, vanishing into the depths of the night. When dawn broke, the first sight to greet Zhao Yuliang was that of a dog's face. Though the canine's eyes brimmed with concern and sympathy, it startled Zhao Yuliang. "Oh my, a dog, brother dog." In his startled reaction, Zhao Yuliang collided with the incense table, causing tears to stream down his face. Rubbing his head, he voiced his bewilderment. "How did I end up sleeping outside all night? Oh right, I was scratched yesterday when I came to offer incense, and even had my neck choked. Brother dog, could it have been you who scratched me?" The aggrieved yellow dog cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yuliang, confirming that the latter was, for the moment, still alive, before wagging its emaciated tail and departing. In the dog's mind, the street's female dogs were evidently more alluring than Zhao Yuliang. Observing the dog's guilty expression, Zhao Yuliang became increasingly convinced that it was indeed this old rogue who had marred his face. Thus, he called out in a respectful and jovial tone, "Brother dog, off to eat some dung, are we? Wishing you a delightful meal." Oblivious to his narrow escape from death, Zhao Yuliang struggled to open the shop's door after the dog left. A cold breeze greeted him, invigorating his senses. What on earth did I do to offend that rogue dog? It really went for me. As he looked in the mirror, dabbing alcohol on his wounds, he lamented silently. "I've really messed up my looks this time. I wonder if I'll be left with scars. If I have scars, one tea that make it harder to find a wife." While he pondered, a melodious laughter floated in from outside. It was Sister Chun, the attractive widow who ran the barbecue shop, approaching with a lunchbox. Clearly, she was aware of the customs of the paper offering shop. Such an alluring sight left Zhao Yuliang, a naive lad, transfixed, causing blood to rush to his face. "Hey, you little rascal, where are your eyes wandering off to?" Sister Chun chided, her cheeks flushed. Realizing his indiscretion, Zhao Yuliang quickly wiped his nosebleed and attempted to cover up. Sister, if I say this blood is from the dog scratching me, would you believe it's not a nosebleed? Sister Ing Chun, with her straightforward nature, burst into laughter. Scratched by a dog? What did you do? Fight it for its food. Why else would it scratch you? Caught off guard by her retort, Zhao Yuliang swiftly changed the subject. Sister, what brings you here so early? Is there something you need? In response, Sister Ing Chun promptly handed him the lunchbox. These are the pan-fried dumplings left by a customer yesterday. They drank too much and couldn't finish them. I thought it best to save you the trouble of making them, so I brought them over. Enjoy them while they're hot. I must be on my way. As she turned to leave, she cautioned Zhao Yuliang. You know you can't possibly win against that yellow dog. Why provoke it? Remember to get a rabies vaccine for that scratch. Better safe than sorry. They say rabies is a death sentence. There's no coming back from it. Upon hearing Sister Ing Chun's concern, Zhao Yuliang shifted his focus from her alluring figure. Understood. I'll go first thing in the morning. He wanted to express gratitude for her concern, but instead opted for, the dumplings are really delicious. Though he readily agreed to get the rabies vaccine at dawn, in truth, he hesitated to spend the money. After all, he had already handed over all his funds to his adoptive father and sister, leaving himself with a mere 300, now dwindling after purchasing rice and oil. Whatever, I'm just a poor fellow, I surely won't die. He reassured himself. Have you ever seen weeds die? They're the least valuable, yet no one has witnessed them perish. Clutching his meager savings tightly, he stuffed them deep into his pocket, as if to bury his limited funds. Why does the rabies vaccine have to be so expensive? If it were just a few dollars, I'd indulge this once. The thought of money inevitably led Zhao Yuliang to ponder his cousin, Wang Yukai. Where could that child have gone? It's been 2 days, and he still hasn't returned. No, once it's fully light, I must ask Granny Lu to divine his whereabouts. I hope nothing unfortunate has occurred. Currently, Zhao Yuliang remained an outsider, entirely unaware that inquiring about rice and fortune-telling were two distinct practices. Fortune-telling pertains to the living, while asking about rice is for the deceased. Zhao Yuliang refrained from devouring all the dumplings, purposely leaving the largest one beneath the altar for the little dumplings. Of course, he also set one each for Gui Wuming and Huang Jia's young lad. After bowing respectfully to the 3 altars, he secured the shop before seeking out Granny Wenmi. Upon entering, before Zhao Yuliang could speak, Granny Wenmi's eyes widened in shock. Child, what has happened to you? You look dreadful. Tell me, did anything strange occur last night? Strange occurrences? Zhao Yuliang responded, bewildered. No, my face was scratched by that yellow dog. I never attacked it. It ambushed me. Granny Wenmi, possessing considerable spiritual prowess, naturally did not believe Zhao Yuliang's fanciful tale. She pulled him close and swiftly extracted a silver needle, piercing it into the crevice of his fingernail. Before Zhao Yuliang could cry out in pain, she squeezed a drop of blood from his finger into a bowl filled with rice. Amidst the crackling sound of searing heat, the rice suddenly emitted thick black smoke. You little rascal, this isn't caused by a yellow dog scratching. It's clearly the work of a curse, exclaimed Granny One, her anxiety manifesting as she paced back and forth. The adage a profession apart is like a mountain apart rang true for her when it came to curses. She felt utterly helpless. How curious it is that you, my child, are so unfortunate. Why do all manner of vile entities seem to gravitate towards you? Although Zhao Yuliang was merely an outsider, his ample viewing of Hong Kong and Taiwan films had made him aware of the existence of sorcerers. No way. I haven't even left the house. I haven't sought disaster or provoked trouble, and besides, I'm broke. Why would a sorcerer bother with me? I wouldn't even be worth their investment. Chapter 31. The confluence of strange affairs. The mystery of why Zhao Yuliang fell victim to a curse puzzled not only him, but also Granny One. In her eyes, Zhao was simply an ordinary, unfortunate child, lacking any distinguishing traits, one who could easily blend into a crowd. What could the sorcerer possibly want from him? Was there something about him she was unaware of? Contemplating this, Granny One resolved to accompany Zhao Yuliang back to the paper shop. Although she knew that due to the shop's nature, the boy might not have long to live, the kind-hearted elder could not stand idly by and watch him meet an untimely demise. Granny, you're coming back with me now? Could you first help me figure out where my cousin has gone? He hasn't returned in 2 days. Cousin? After spending so much time together, Granny Wen had never heard of Zhao Yuliang having a cousin. Upon inquiry, Zhao Yuliang recounted the details of Wang Youcai's situation. However, he intentionally obscured the miraculous origins of his cousin, not out of intention, but simply because he himself was unaware. Fortunately, at that moment, Granny Wen was solely focused on Zhao Yuliang and did not press further. She merely promised to help him find his cousin and hurriedly pulled him out the door. Liangzi, When we pass the coffin shop, remember to call out to your Uncle Sunday. Although he too was uncertain about how to break the curse. Having an extra person would provide additional strength. Yes, I understand. In stark contrast to Granny Wen's anxious demeanor, Zhao Yuliang was rather unconcerned about his curse. Perhaps at that moment, he was more preoccupied with the fate of his cousin. The foolish child lost in the world would undoubtedly endure much suffering. A truth Zhao Yuliang was keenly aware of, having gone through similar tribulations himself. As Zhao Yuliang supported Granny Wen past the coffin shop, before they could even knock, Manager's son emerged. "Oh dear, old sister, Liangzi, what brings you here?" Granny Wen did not respond to Manager's son, but instead wore a look of astonishment. "What a strange convergence of events we have lately. Old son, what on earth did you encounter last night? Your yang energy seems depleted." The yang energy refers to the three flames we previously discussed, located atop the head and on both shoulders. Those with spiritual insight could vaguely sense its fluctuation. Manager's son let out a bitter laugh. "Indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ventured out so early, seeking your counsel. Oh, by the way, what do you mean by a strange convergence of events? Has something happened to Liangzi again?" "Alas," Granny Wen sighed, then led the way towards Zhao Yuliang's paper shop. "Let us discuss this once we arrive at Liangzi's place. I hope all will be well." According to the rules of the paper shop, Zhao Yuliang and the others could not enter through the front door. When the back door opened, the first sight that greeted them was the body stored there by the corpse handler, though covered by thick waterproof canvas. It could not escape the keen eyes of Granny Wen and Manager Sunday. A joyous spirit. "Liangzi, how could such a thing be in your home? You truly dare to keep anything around?" Zhao Yuliang was oblivious to the fact that a joyous spirit referred to a corpse, a client of the corpse handler. He cheerfully recounted the events that led to it. "Oh, and Granny, Uncle's son, not only did he pay me handsomely, but he also gave me a large seal. He said it was essential for disciples and would benefit me in the future." As he spoke, Zhao Yuliang proudly produced the large seal to show Granny Wen. After examining it closely, Granny Wen returned it to Zhao Yuliang. "Indeed, it is an authentic seal of the celestial family. It seems they harbor no ill intentions towards you. Let us not dwell on the joyous spirit any longer. We must quickly enter and take a look." Despite the thoroughness of Granny Wen and Manager's son's search, the enmity between Zhao Yuliang and the sorcerer was merely a misunderstanding, a misfortune for Zhao Yuliang. Thus, they found nothing amiss. The more they searched, the more puzzled they became. With no other recourse, they could only enter the small room dedicated to the celestial beings and offer incense. "Dear celestial beings, I beseech you, can you enlighten me on what calamity has befallen this child, Liangzi? Who has he offended? If you know, kindly inform us, and we shall duly offer our gratitude." Upon Granny Wen's words, Zhao Yuliang noticed several slouched figures appear above the altar. They stood awkwardly, neither truly seated nor standing. The foremost figure was the locust spirit that had previously resided with Zhang Banxian. It seemed that after Zhang Banxian's demise, it had come to take residence with Zhao Yuliang. The locust spirit spoke, its voice sharp as a whistle. "You old woman, are you intentionally trying to vex us? The disciple resides in the front, surrounded by malevolent items. You know we cannot enter, let alone return. Enough. Unless absolutely necessary, do not disturb our cultivation. Go about your business." The malevolent items the locust spirit referred to were the two figurines and the paper person they worshipped. As for the three ancestral tablets of the Hui family, they had not even come to preside over the altar, thus lacking any spiritual essence. Faced with the celestial beings in different attitude, Granny Wen had no choice but to retreat. Upon returning to the place where Zhao Yuliang rested, Granny Wen finally turned to Manager Sunday. "Alas, it seems there is no immediate solution to Liangzi's predicament. We must take it one step at a time. Furthermore, the curse upon him seems to have waned, and it should not manifest in the short term. Old son, do share your own troubles. What has happened to you?" Hearing this, Manager's son reluctantly recounted his experience from the previous night. After nightfall, he had closed the shop as usual and was preparing to rest. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he found three eerie figures standing before him, dressed in Qing dynasty attire, resembling ghostly apparitions. Taken aback, Manager's son invited them in, simultaneously crouching to tie his shoelaces. Casting a glance backward, it is worth mentioning that looking back through one's legs is a common folk method for spotting ghosts. Other methods included smearing eyes with corpse mud or applying cow's tears, and even using an umbrella indoors. However, merely applying cow's tears would not reveal ghosts unless one completely covered their face with the bones of an old cow, a practice known as masking the beast, which required the bones of a cow over 10 years old. Unbeknownst to him, the sight that met Manager's son's eyes was startling. The three figures bore ghastly pale faces and distorted features. They were not living beings, but rather malevolent spirits. Fortunately, Manager Sun was well-versed in such matters and possessed certain spiritual abilities, so he did not express his shock audibly, but instead pondered the reason for their midnight visit. Chapter 32. Zhao Youliang's fearlessness. As Manager Sun recognized the three figures as ghosts, the spirits sensed that their true identities had been uncovered. However, they were unfazed and instead grinned at Manager Sun, their mouths spilling forth thick clots of black blood resembling gelatin. Once Manager Sun had ushered the three spirits inside, he finally inquired, "What urgent matter brings you here at such an hour?" The tall ghost at the forefront let out a strange smile upon hearing the words. What else would one do at a coffin shop? Naturally, it is to custom-make coffins. A total of 7, 4 in black and 3 in white. They must all be perfectly square, without a single deviation, that is all. After speaking, the tall ghost firmly grasped the hand of Manager Sun and pressed several bills from the Republic of China into his palm. Manager Sun intended to pull away, but the ghost's grip felt like a vice made of solid ice, leaving him utterly unable to resist. Witnessing Manager Sun accept the deposit, the three ghosts broke into even more bizarre laughter. "Very well, we shall return in 3 days to collect them. Be swift in your work. If the coffins are not to our satisfaction, With their eerie laughter echoing, the three ghosts formed a line and exited the shop. By the time Manager Sun chased after them, all that remained was a chilling gust of wind. After recounting this experience, Manager Sun, with a wry smile, produced several Republic era banknotes and placed them before Granny One. However, Granny One's attention was not on the money but fixated on the bruise encircling Manager Sun's wrist, a deep, glossy black that exuded an air of coldness. "A ghost's mark? Old Sun, they have left their imprint on you. There is no escaping it." Manager Sun sighed and nodded. "Indeed, it seems these three ghosts are quite formidable. At least with my abilities, I cannot contend with them. Sigh, having lived this long. Death is not my concern, but I worry for those they may continue to harm." Listening to the exchange between Granny One and Manager Sun, Zhao Youliang's curiosity was piqued. Cautiously, he ventured, "Uncle Sun, how do you know you cannot deal with the three ghosts? How can you be sure they will harm others?" Manager Sun's wry smile deepened. "The fact that I could not refuse their deposit speaks volumes. As for why I say they will harm others, are they not ordering 7 coffins? Such ominous coffins." At this juncture, for the ease of comprehension for the esteemed readers, it is necessary to elucidate the taboos of coffin makers. There are many prohibitions, but 2 pertinent ones are as follows. First, the color of the coffin holds significance. Typically, they are of 5 colors: yellow, red, black, white, and gold. Yellow represents the natural color of wood, generally used for ordinary individuals. Red is reserved for those over 80, often referred to as joyous funerals. Black is for those who have met with unnatural deaths, such as through violence or suicide. White is designated for unmarried women or young boys who died prematurely. While golden coffins are exclusively for emperors. The three ghosts had ordered 4 black coffins and 3 white coffins from Manager Sun, indicating that at least 7 individuals nearby would meet untimely ends, and they would be deaths of a tragic nature, including 3 young souls. Moreover, the shape of the coffins demanded by the malevolent spirits was utterly horrifying, practically ensuring that the departed would never find peace in the afterlife. It is well known that coffins are typically rectangular, with one end larger to symbolize the yang and the other smaller to represent the yin. This reflects the natural laws of existence. To exist harmoniously in this world, one must adhere to the principles of yin and yang. Who has ever heard of a square coffin? Enclosing a person within a square box is akin to confining them, a concept that is a significant taboo in feng shui. Upon death, souls are expected to report to the underworld, where they are judged based on their deeds in life and subsequently reincarnated or punished in various levels of hell. If a soul lingers on earth, it is perpetually tormented, leading even the most virtuous of spirits to madness, transforming them into malevolent ghosts. Upon hearing Manager Sun's explanation, even Zhao Youliang, with his audacious spirit, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "Those 3 ghosts are truly wicked. Uncle Sun, do we have any means to deal with them? We cannot simply allow them to wreak havoc." Hearing Zhao Youliang's words, Manager Sun cast a helpless glance at Granny One. She could only smile wryly and, after a moment, sighed before speaking. "Old Sun, at this point, I cannot be modest. While my abilities may be slightly superior, they are still limited. As you mentioned, it has been over a century since the Republic, and these 3 are century-old spirits. I might manage to face one, but confronting all 3 together is beyond my capacity." Zhao Youliang's thoughts began to race as he looked at Manager Sun and timidly suggested, "Granny, if you can handle one. Uncle Son, can you not handle another? As for the last one, I could give it a try. After all, I do not have many days left. I might as well fight them. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhao Yuliang quickly added, I do have a few deities in my backyard, though they seem unreliable. But they are indeed celestial beings. Surely, together, we can manage to deal with one ghost? Seeing Zhao Yuliang's selfless determination, Granny Wen felt a surge of emotion, but explained. Liangzi, if they were true celestial beings, what you propose might work. However, those deities, they might be brave when the wind is at their backs. But when faced with danger, they would likely flee faster than anyone. If we are not careful, they might even side with the malevolent spirits against us. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Granny Wen's words, Zhao Yuliang's already low opinion of his celestial companions plummeted further. Granny, Uncle Son, if all else fails, when the ghosts come for the coffins, I could just end my own life to confront them, right? After all, because of this cursed shop, I won't have many days left anyway. When we are all ghosts, who would fear whom? To be honest, I have never lost a fight. Zhao Yuliang's kindness once again touched the hearts of the two elderly individuals. Yet his proposal was met with merciless rejection. Liangzi, things are not as simple as you think. If suicide were a solution to dealing with ghosts, they would never dare to harm anyone. Once they have taken a life, would not the deceased turn into ghosts and seek vengeance upon them? Outside the text, I am truly delighted to see you again. Did you not expect me to surprise you here? Haha, thank you for your support. If you have the time, please leave a 5-star review with a message. Thank you. Chapter 33. The Secret of Death. Ah, so suicide wouldn't work? Zhao Yuliang was even more perplexed after hearing Granny Wen's words. Why not? Granny, please explain it to me. Granny Wen, who had always held a fondness for the kind-hearted Zhao Yuliang, did not hold back and shared all she knew about the secrets of the afterlife. First, upon death, a ghostly messenger immediately arrives to collect the soul, taking it back to the underworld, thus leaving no opportunity for revenge. Moreover, these messengers typically do not interfere with the affairs of others, including the malevolent spirits. When a good person dies, the messengers known as the black and white impermanents are sent. Conversely, when a wicked person dies, the messengers known as the oxhead and horseface appear. To clarify, the terms black and white impermanents, oxhead and horseface refer to a collective designation for this class of ghostly messengers. The well-known figures, black and white impermanents, typically refer to the esteemed Xie Baiyan and Fan Wujiu, who are not only among the 10 great ghostly generals, but also the leaders of the black and white impermanents, being the sole representatives. Secondly, after death, a person is entirely transformed, with their memories and character undergoing significant changes. This phenomenon connects to the concept of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. As stated in the Book of Rites, the soul ascends to heaven, while the form and spirit return to the earth. This means that upon death, the 3 souls ascend to the heavens, while the 7 spirits are captured by the ghostly messengers for transport to the underworld. All beings must face death, and death inevitably returns to the earth. This is what we call a ghost. Flesh and bones perish beneath, becoming the wild soil. Their essence rises above, manifesting as clarity. Thus, it can be stated that a ghost is, in essence, a person's spirit devoid of a soul. One of the primary functions of the soul is to preserve a person's memories. After the soul ascends to the heavens, the spirit's recollections become fragmented, which explains the prevalent indifference of most ghosts towards their loved ones. Some, in extreme cases, may even harm their closest kin while alive, barring those with deep-seated grudges. Therefore, even in the face of a ghost, if one were to commit suicide, their memories would be immediately compromised, leading to the emergence of many confused spirits who are unaware of how they met their demise. Such occurrences are often depicted in films and dramas, where they implore others to investigate their cause of death and seek vengeance. The inquiries posed by Granny Wen unexpectedly opened a gateway to a new realm for Zhao Yuliang. How intricate the situation is. Are we powerless against those 3 malevolent spirits? No, we cannot allow them to harm Uncle Son. Observing Zhao Yuliang as concern, the shopkeeper's son displayed a fleeting expression of surprise, though it quickly vanished. You need not worry, lad. At his age, and being in the business of yin and yang, he has long come to terms with life. Yet the more Sun reassured him, the more Zhao Yuliang felt that good people should not meet untimely ends. In a moment of desperation, an idea struck him, recalling the true celestial beings he worshipped, unlike the few malevolent spirits in the back room. Uncle Sun, did you not mention that Master Hui Lu possesses great abilities? If all else fails, let us seek his aid. He is benevolent and should be approachable. Seeing the naive determination in Zhao Yuliang's eyes, the shopkeeper could not help but ruffle his hair. You foolish boy, Figures like Master Hui Lu are not so easily accessible. Let us consider other options. We must not allow the evil spirits to harm the townsfolk. While the shopkeeper's words dampened Zhao Yuliang's hopes, they sparked a realization in Granny One. Old son, what Zhao said reminds me of something. There is a place we might find Master Hui Lu. What place? Son immediately pressed for details. As the saying goes, it is better to live poorly than to die nobly. Once there is hope for life, who would willingly choose death? Even Sun was no exception. To Jiu Daogo village. Granny Wen's gaze was resolute. If the legends hold true, the 5 major celestial beings have altars there. The small courtyard in Jiu Daogo village is a sacred site for practitioners from the northern regions, a well-guarded secret. Thus, after hearing Granny Wen's words, the shopkeeper nodded instinctively. They had no choice but to test their luck. Fortunately, the distance was not great, merely over 200 miles. They could make a round trip by taxi in a day. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the altruistic Zhao Yuliang quickly interjected, "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. If those 3 spirits change their minds, Uncle Sun will be in peril. The elderly must be cared for. I will go." In his urgency, Zhao Yuliang forgot that he could not stray too far from the shop. However, Granny Wen had already devised a temporary solution for this issue, even preparing the necessary items. This was not due to her foresight of Sun's impending trouble, but rather an act of preparedness, leaving Zhao Yuliang a final chance when the shop might retaliate. The talisman she provided could only be utilized once. Even crafting another identical one for Zhao Yuliang would yield no effect. Granny Wen's intent was for Zhao Yuliang to venture to Jiu Daogo village, hoping that should he catch the attention of the celestial beings within, he might be accepted as a disciple, resolving all issues at hand. This could potentially lead to a complete resolution of the sinister paper shop and the baffling curses. If that were the case, Zhao Yuliang would be free, escaping death. Handing him the protective talisman she had prepared, Granny Wen earnestly cautioned, "You must remember, this talisman cannot be lost and must be returned before midnight tonight. It is only effective for 1 day. Furthermore, once we leave the town, do not look back. No matter what occurs." Zhao Yuliang nodded vigorously and stepped out with his meager 200 yuan. "Granny, Uncle Sun, please keep an eye on the shop for me. And if my cousin returns, prepare some food for him. Do not let him wander." "You can rest assured, dear boy," Granny Wen replied, hastily catching up to him and slipping several 100 yuan notes into his hand. "You are a good child. I know you send all your money home. Take this. We cannot let you bear the burden of travel expenses." Seeing Zhao Yuliang's intention to refuse, the shopkeeper smiled and encouraged him. "This time, you are running an errand for your uncle. The money is on me. I will repay the old lady when you return, do not worry." Moved by the sincerity of the elderly couple, Zhao Yuliang accepted the money. "All right, Granny, Uncle Sun, I am off. I will return as swiftly as I can." With trust in Granny One, Zhao Yuliang resolutely boarded a black car, heading straight towards Jiu Daogo village. Chapter 34. A bumpy journey. The driver, surnamed Li, was of similar age to Zhao Yuliang and a familiar face, having shared drinks together in the past. After their departure, the young man Li took the initiative to ask, "You're in quite a rush. What are you up to? Do you have relatives in Jiu Daogo village?" Zhao Yuliang was not foolish enough to reveal the truth about seeking celestial beings to capture ghosts, knowing Li would think him deranged if he did. Thus, he improvised, "I am not from here. I have no relatives. Lu Granny introduced me to a match in Jiu Daogo. I am going to meet her." Naturally, the mention of a romantic interest ignited excitement in the young driver. Li's eyes gleamed. "Oh, that's wonderful. How old is your match? Is she attractive?" Since they were already fabricating stories, Zhao Yuliang continued to play along. "How old? What do you mean by how old?" Li was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Zhao, I just realized you were quite the rogue. What do you mean by how old?" "I meant her age." Zhao Yuliang joined in the laughter. "She should be in her 60s. I didn't ask Granny for specifics." Li was again taken aback, then exclaimed, "Get out of here. What do you mean by 60? While others are courting brides. You are courting a mother-in-law? Does your future father-in-law know? Is he agreeable?" At this point, Li's laughter grew even louder. "Zhao, your words just reminded me of a joke. There was a foolish lad who went on a blind date and asked the girl how big her top was. The girl, being candid, replied it was the size of a bun. The foolish lad was overjoyed and decided to marry her on the spot. Guess what happened on their wedding night? He came out crying, lamenting, 'Oh my. A Wangzai bun counts as a bun too.'" Zhao Yuliang laughed uproariously, slapping the seat in delight. "What bun? That is pure nonsense. How ridiculous." Amidst their raucous laughter, the car sped away from the town's confines. At that moment, Zhao Yuliang suddenly felt a heaviness in his head, as if he were caught in a haze between wakefulness and slumber. "Oh no, have I reached the 50-mile threshold?" As he pondered, a sharp pain pierced his heart, as though an invisible hand was gripping it tightly, reminiscent of his previous experiments. Just as Zhao Yuliang's complexion turned pale and his breathing became labored, the talisman given to him by Granny went suddenly illuminated with a radiant glow. Under the radiant light, Zhao Yuliang felt akin to a drowning man finally surfacing, experiencing an immediate sense of relief. As he gasped for air, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out to him from behind. The voice resonated with familiarity, reminiscent of his sister, his adoptive father, and even his biological mother, whose image was blurred in his memory. Mother? Zhao Yuliang instinctively turned to look, but then recalled the admonition from Granny Mi, which caused him to inwardly curse and harbor a hint of disdain. How pathetic. Is this all you can do? You shabby establishment? You think this will make me turn back? What are you pondering? Have you lost your mind? However, if escaping this paper shop were so simple, it would not have endured for such a long time. The relevant authorities would not have exerted such effort against it, just as the first bald-headed thug had sensed. Considerable resources had been expended to construct a vast prison to suppress it. While Zhao Yuliang reveled in his thoughts, he suddenly realized he was losing control of his body. He felt as if he were a marionette, gradually twisting his head despite his desperate attempts to regain control, which proved futile. Oh no, is this really happening? As he turned, he beheld the pair of puppets he had seen every day, now enlarged and floating above the town. The male puppet's face was marred by numerous stitched scars, resembling a centipede, while the female puppet donned an ancient bridal gown, softly singing Peking opera. Together, the puppets beckoned to Zhao Yuliang, seemingly urging him to return. With each wave of their hands, Zhao Yuliang felt increasingly drowsy, even experiencing the illusion of drifting out of the vehicle. Is this feeling akin to my soul departing my body? Am I truly going to die? Just as despair began to settle in, he felt a fleeting vision of his cousin Wang Yukai. Then, inexplicably, both Wang Yukai and the terrifying puppets vanished. Zhao Yuliang finally regained his senses, anxiously patting his chest. Observing his demeanor, the driver Xiao Li could not help but tease him. Ha ha ha, Quantum, what happened to you? Did you laugh yourself silly? At that moment, Zhao Yuliang had no spirit for jest, responding with a hint of trepidation. Li, brotherly, what just happened to me? Did I do something? His bewildering inquiry left Xiao Li perplexed. You? What could you have done? Weren't you just grinning like a fool? Realizing he could glean nothing further, Zhao Yuliang fell silent, closing his eyes to alleviate his racing heart and the intense discomfort he had just experienced. Was my cousin the one who saved me? Could he be a deity? No, it must be an illusion. I must shake off these unrealistic thoughts. He vigorously shook his head, dismissing the notion. His cousin, so simple-minded and incoherent, could hardly be a divine being. At best, he was merely a village guardian. The village guardian was not a protector in the conventional sense, but rather referred to those villagers who, though kind-hearted, were somewhat naive or even eccentric. They were well acquainted with the village's affairs and willingly assisted with local celebrations and funerals, provided they received food in return. Yet they were not regarded as members of the respectable community. Legend had it that village guardians arrived on Earth to endure hardship, shielding their village from calamities and absorbing all misfortune unto themselves, suffering in this life for blessings in the next. Generally, village guardians were inherently benevolent, but often faced numerous hardships. The hardships included being widowed, orphaned, lonely, and disabled, while their deficiencies encompassed lacking wealth, life, and power. Consequently, village guardians tended not to live long lives and were destined for solitary endings, often mocked by society. One could not help but wonder how Wang Yukai would react if he knew Zhao Yuliang held such an opinion of him. After considerable effort, Zhao Yuliang finally arrived at Jie Yu village, only to find himself utterly bewildered. Before him lay not a village, but rather a large construction site. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded any disdain and shamelessly approached a man who appeared to be the foreman. He offered a crumpled, cheap cigarette as he inquired, "Excuse me, where has the village gone? Why is it no longer here?" The foreman, albeit impatiently, responded due to Zhao Yuliang's amiable demeanor. "It's been relocated, long gone. Not just this village, but over a dozen others in the vicinity. Relocated." Upon hearing the foreman's words, Zhao Yuliang felt his hopes shatter. However, not willing to give up, he inquired further, "Do you know where the villagers have moved to, especially a place called Shaoyuan?" "Shaoyuan? Now that's interesting," the foreman remarked, intrigued by Zhao Yuliang's knowledge. "I may not be local, but I've heard of Shaoyuan. Our project manager mentioned it, and specifically instructed that when we reach Shaoyuan during the demolition, we must bring offerings and bow in reverence. They say the place is inhabited by deities." With that, the foreman's face reflected a sense of sincerity, and he instinctively bowed towards the direction of the village. Is it truly all gone? Zhao Yuliang felt increasingly despondent, asking, by any chance, do you know the exact location of Shaoyuan? Could you take me there? The foreman, assuming Zhao Yuliang was a relative of someone from Shaoyuan, readily agreed and led him inside. I must tell you, there's really nothing left to see. It's all been flattened. Upon arriving at the former site of Shaoyuan, Zhao Yuliang found it as the foreman had described, entirely leveled and seamlessly integrated with the surroundings, devoid of any extraordinary features. Overwhelmed with disappointment, Zhao Yuliang bowed deeply 3 times towards the direction of the now vanished Shaoyuan. After all he had endured, he had come to believe in the existence of supernatural forces. Being courteous to the spirits seemed a prudent choice, especially given his streak of bad luck. He wished to avoid inciting further misfortune. After paying his respects, Zhao Yuliang resolved to return home promptly, aware of the time constraints he faced. As he took his first step, he suddenly felt something hard underfoot. Picking it up, he discovered a tiny wooden knife. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the knife was etched with a series of crooked characters. To describe them as crooked would be an understatement, as they were exceedingly poorly written, even interspersed with pinyin. After considerable effort, Zhao Yuliang managed to decipher the inscription, little knife, clanging sound, specially aimed at the pants of the Great Eight. Oh yeah, Zhao Yuliang had no idea who the Great Eight was but found the childlike tone amusing. Just as he contemplated discarding the wooden knife, a sudden inspiration struck, and he carefully tucked it away. After bidding farewell to the foreman, he sat in the vehicle, his expression one of profound disappointment as they drove back. By this point, Shaoli realized that Zhao Yuliang's claims of matchmaking were entirely fabricated. How could there be anyone to matchmake with? Not a single soul around. Are you kidding me? Quantum, tell me the truth. What on earth were you doing here? Disheartened, Zhao Yuliang had little inclination to respond, merely grumbling a few sounds before saying, I said it was matchmaking. What else could it be? Just drive your car. As the vehicle distanced itself from the construction site and the foreman, a cheeky voice suddenly echoed from the ruins of Shaoyuan. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Otherwise, it would have surely sounded like a haunting. Hey, Eight Great. What were you stopping us for just now? I was about to trip that kid. Now look what you've done. I didn't trip him. And now he took the little wooden knife we made. Following the cheeky voice, another slightly foolish-sounding voice chimed in. You little rascal, why are you so cruel? That kid just bowed to us. Why bully him? Also, did you not notice that kid was shrouded in dark clouds? Originally, things were already unfortunate enough, yet you still deceived him. The journey was silent, and before nightfall, Zhao Yuliang had returned to his shop. He found Granny Mi and manager Sun still present, seemingly having never left. Upon seeing Zhao Yuliang's return, Granny Mi immediately inquired, how did it go? Did you see the immortal? Despite having done his utmost, Zhao Yuliang felt like a child who had erred when he met the hopeful gazes of Granny Mi and manager Sunday. Yes, I'm sorry, Granny Uncle Sun. I couldn't find the immortal. Their village has been completely relocated, and I couldn't ascertain where they went. Upon hearing this, Granny Mi felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly sought to comfort Zhao Yuliang. They moved, so it's not your fault. You must be exhausted from running around all day without eating, right? Wait here, I'll prepare something for you. After Granny Mi departed, manager Sun approached to console Zhao Yuliang as well. Child, you are good in every way, just too kind-hearted. Remember my words. Not everything should be taken upon yourself, as it can be a thankless task. Not everyone deserves your kindness. Do you understand? Zhao Yuliang, not particularly astute, instinctively nodded at the words. I understand, uncle. But what about those 3 ghosts? We can't just wait for them to kill you, can we? At this point, Zhao Yuliang suddenly halted, as a thought struck him. Uncle, this morning you mentioned that ghosts require 7 coffins, right? Indeed, what of it? Zhao Yuliang swallowed hard. Do you remember what I told you about the white bus? The one that Granny Li boarded, and Zhang Banshin was on it too. Yes, I remember. Such an eerie matter is hard to forget. Manager Sun nodded repeatedly. What brings this up all of a sudden? If I recall correctly, there were exactly 7 seats on that bus, Zhao Yuliang said, and he shivered involuntarily. What? What does that mean? Is it really that eerie? Manager Sun was also taken aback, his expression turning serious as he pondered. Logically, the ghostly vehicle and the ghostly soldiers were similar, belonging to the proper order of the underworld. However, the 3 ancient ghosts he encountered were clearly not legitimate. How could they be connected? Was it merely a coincidence? As manager Sun mused, a hearty laughter echoed from outside, signaling the return of the corpse-retrieving man who had left the happy deity here. The leader was still the same old man. After their last encounter, the old man had learned the rules of the paper-making shop and thus did not enter directly. He stood at the door and addressed Zhao Yuliang, young friend. I hope I'm not intruding with my unexpected visit. Zhao Yuliang had always held a favorable impression of this cheerful elder, especially since the elder had given him so much money. He immediately welcomed him with a smile. Not at all. You can come anytime, elder brother. Haven't tea eaten yet? Perfect timing. Neither have I. Wait here. I'll go buy some meat, and we can cook a few dishes to enjoy together. Chapter 36. Outsider. Are you not afraid of death? Zhao Yuliang's enthusiasm infected the corpse-retrieving elder, who kept waving his hands, insisting there was no need for trouble, while glancing at Manager Sunday. Zhao boss, may I ask who this esteemed individual is? The elder referred to Zhao Yuliang as Boss Zhao, but Zhao Yuliang was momentarily puzzled, not quite understanding. It was Manager Sun who took the initiative to explain. Esteemed individual? The old man runs a coffin shop next door. He is all alone, with no family, and enjoys conversing with Yuliang. This child is kind-hearted and well-meaning. Not just me, most people in town like him. The corpse-retrieving elder clearly agreed with Manager Sun's words, nodding as he spoke. Indeed, Boss Zhao is gallant and considerate, always ready to assist others in need. Without him, my guests would have nowhere suitable to stay. Speaking of guests, Manager Sun immediately thought of the 4 corpses parked behind the yard and tentatively asked, Outsider, are you from a family of corpses? Upon realizing his identity had been seen through, the elder was initially taken aback before gently nodding. So you're not an esteemed individual? You've seen right through me. It made sense. How could someone like Boss Zhao, so distinguished, be surrounded by ordinary folk? Although Manager Sun didn't know what made Zhao Yuliang special, he chose not to pursue the matter further, dismissing it as a compliment from the corpse-retrieving man. After all, Zhao Yuliang had helped them by allowing them to store corpses in his yard. No matter how hard Manager Sun racked his brain, he would never guess that the corpse-retrieving man referred to Zhao Yuliang as esteemed purely out of a charming misunderstanding. While Manager Sun pondered, the corpse-retrieving elder spoke again. Since we are all acquainted, and you are friends of Boss Zhao, I shall speak candidly. I noticed that your yang energy is weak and you have corpse poison in your body. What happened? I'm not particularly skilled, so I cannot claim to help with other matters, but I believe I have some expertise in clearing corpse poison. The corpse poison the elder referred to was the aftermath of Manager Sun applying corpse mud to his eyes. Manager Sun, who had been troubled by it, felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Indeed, who else understands corpse poison better than a corpse-retrieving man? Now that he had a fortunate encounter and the elder was willing to help, such a stroke of luck was hard to come by. With that thought, Manager Sun decided to no longer conceal the truth and promptly removed his thick sunglasses, revealing a pair of eerie green eyes. Fortunately, it was daytime, otherwise it would have startled Zhao Yuliang. Corpse-retrieving man, do you think this corpse poison can be cured? To be honest, since I fell victim to it, I've tried countless remedies, but none have worked. Even the well-traveled elder was taken aback by Manager Sun's peculiar appearance. After scrutinizing for a long moment and employing special methods for a thorough examination, the corpse-retrieving elder hesitated before speaking. Manager Sun, what exactly did you encounter? Such intense resentment combined with corpse poison is something I've never seen before. Thankfully, it was discovered early. If it had been a few days later, even the legendary Deluo, immortal, would have been helpless. As the elder spoke, he led Manager Sun outside the shop and retrieved a box of ancient needles from the cloth bag he carried. Manager Sun, do you trust me? If you do, please stay still. It might hurt a bit. Upon hearing this, Manager Sun smiled. I trust you completely. I can't thank you enough. How could I possibly doubt you? Please proceed. With Manager Sun's encouragement, the corpse-retrieving elder wasted no time. He swiftly inserted the bone needles into Manager Sun's yang bai, qing ming, and ui acupoints, murmuring incantations. The yin returns to yin, the yang returns to yang, each to its own side. Life and death are 2 paths. Do not hurry along the way. Upon completing his incantation, he grasped a handful of glutinous rice mixed with rootless water, transforming it into a rice paste. Wrapping the rice paste in a damp cloth, he rolled it continuously atop Manager Sun's head. In no time, the greenish hue in Manager Sun's eyes began to rise, reaching his forehead. Had Zhao Yuliang not respected the elder, he would have blurted out, Uncle Sun, your head is green. Once all the green corpse poison was absorbed by the glutinous rice, the corpse-retrieving elder let out a long sigh of relief. All done. You must remember, Manager Sun, every day for the next half-month. Apply glutinous rice to your eyes for 15 minutes, then sunbathe for half an hour. If it's cloudy and there is no sun, you can use a higher wattage light bulb instead. Manager Sun nodded repeatedly, eager to assure that he would remember. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden chill swept over him. Not just Manager Sun, but even the corpse-retrieving elder and Zhao Yuliang felt it too. Just as the three were puzzled, a cracking sound echoed from inside the house. Upon closer inspection, all the paper figures turned their gaze towards the old corpse driver, fixating on him with an unyielding stare. Simultaneously, the haunting tones of a peaking opera melody filled the air, more chilling and ethereal than before. Call the ghostly soldiers to drive the winds to the spirit hall. Upon seeing the hall, my heart aches. The ghostly figure entered the hall, scrutinizing everything with keen eyes, offering 3 bowls of dishes, yet only 2 bowls contained soup. The dishes consisted of wilted cabbage, while the soup was merely clear water. After the eerie melody concluded, a sinister voice emanated from the female effigy on the altar, directed specifically at the old corpse driver. Foreigner, why meddle in matters that do not concern you? Are you not afraid of death? The corpse driver was taken aback, instinctively retreating, as if only by stepping into sunlight could he find a semblance of safety. What foul entity resides in this shop, even manifesting during daylight? Zhao Yuliang himself was a victim of the shop's mysteries, unable to provide answers to the corpse driver. Yet, out of innate kindness, he instinctively positioned himself in front of the elder. Sister, what are you planning? If you intend to harm, I shall cease my late-night offerings. It was uncertain whether Zhao Yuliang's threat had any effect or if the entities within the shop feared the sunlight. Nonetheless, an immediate silence enveloped the space, the earlier chill dissipating entirely. Witnessing this, the old corpse driver let out a long sigh of relief. What a sinister affair. Thank you, Zhao. At this juncture, the old driver suddenly noticed a drastic change in the paper shop owner's demeanor. What an overwhelming aura of death. Pray tell, do not tell me this entire establishment is constructed from human flesh and blood. How many souls must be bound within these walls? Chapter 37. Severed in half, given that the corpse driver had just saved him, coupled with the man's previous benevolence towards Zhao Yuliang. The shopkeeper's son soon disclosed the peculiarities of the paper shop. Of course, his knowledge was limited, and due to other unspoken reasons, he shared only a general outline. Nonetheless, this was enough to leave the old corpse driver utterly astonished. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled a deep breath. No wonder this establishment is situated at the location of the White Tiger's malevolence. No wonder it requires a young talent like Zhao to safeguard it. Following Sun's explanation, the corpse driver became even more convinced of Zhao Yuliang's extraordinary nature, failing to realize that he was merely an ordinary victim. Instead, he firmly believed Zhao to be a figure of great power. Yet, reflecting on this, if he were not a person of high standing, residing in such a bizarre location would have surely led to his demise, transforming him into a malevolent spirit. How could he possibly be as sprightly and healthy as he appeared now? Contemplating Zhao's health, the old driver finally noticed the numerous scars on Zhao Yuliang's face. Zhao, how did you come by those wounds? Did you quarrel with your girlfriend? Zhao Yuliang instinctively began to jest. Old brother, would you believe me if I said a rogue dog scratched me? The corpse driver paused, then realized Zhao was merely joking. As someone well-traveled and experienced, the elder was not easily offended. You are quite the humorist, Zhao. Why not say you were scratched by a widow you were teasing? This quip was overheard by Sister Ing Chun, who had just come to deliver dinner, and the fiery-tempered widow was immediately incensed. What is wrong with you, foreigner? Why gossip behind people's backs? What of widows? Have they wronged you? Were it not for your age, I would scratch your face into a mess. After chastising the corpse driver, Sister Ing Chun was not yet satisfied, turning her ire towards Zhao Yuliang. Zhao, I am not scolding you, but we are in the business of hospitality. Let us not invite just anyone into our home. Just look at this old man. He clearly is not a good sort. The corpse driver stood bewildered by Sister Ing Chun's reprimand, while shopkeeper's son laughed heartily. Joining in the laughter was Granny Wenmei, who had just emerged from the kitchen. The elderly woman chuckled warmly, addressing Sister Ing Chun. Dear sister, you have misunderstood. This gentleman is merely jesting with Zhao. Sister Ing Chun, evidently respectful of Granny Wenmei, felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. However, she still refused to acknowledge the old corpse driver, turning instead to Wenmei. Oh, Granny, Uncle Lu is here too? Why did you not say so earlier? I shall return to prepare more meat skewers and have some wine delivered. You all enjoy your meal. I am too busy in the shop to stay. With that, the charming widow swayed her hips and made her way back to her barbecue stall, not forgetting to remind Zhao Yuliang. Zhao, did you get your rabies vaccine? If you have, you must not drink. Do not treat your health lightly. The most challenging of beauty's favors, especially one as alluring as hers, left Zhao Yuliang nodding vigorously. Yes, I understand, sister. As events unfolded, the old corpse driver found himself thoroughly perplexed. Once Sister Ing Chun had distanced herself, he cautiously posed a question. Zhao, was your face truly scratched by a dog? with your abilities to sustain such injuries is alarming. Alarming? A colloquial term denoting the maturation of something through years of cultivation, implying it has become capable of supernatural acts. What has matured? Zhao has fallen victim to a curse, Granny Wenmi interjected with a smile. Yet, Sister Ingchun is correct. Even if cursed, a vaccination is advisable. Not only against rabies, but also tetanus. Previously, we were unaware, but upon reflection, many who fall victim to curses may indeed perish from rabies or tetanus. Zhao Yuliang found himself in a whirl of confusion. Is this what they mean by progressing with the times? Should I really go get vaccinated? While Zhao was lost in his thoughts, shopkeeper's son turned to the old corpse driver. My brother, I apologize for our preoccupation upon your arrival. We have yet to inquire about your purpose here. Please, speak freely. Anything I can assist with, I will undoubtedly oblige. Upon hearing this, the old corpse driver's face revealed a hint of melancholy, though he quickly composed himself. It is nothing of great significance. I merely came to extend my rental. As he spoke, he produced a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from his clothing, handing them to Zhao Yuliang. Zhao, according to our previous agreement, my guest staying an extra day is 1,000. Here is 10,000 yuan. If, after 5 days, I do not return for my guests, kindly arrange for their burial. The extra 5,000 shall serve as funeral expenses. I apologize for the inconvenience. Given Zhao Yuliang's character, he ordinarily would not accept money from the old corpse driver again. However, the information conveyed was so overwhelming that he could only respond with astonishment. What? What do you mean? Burials? What have you left in my care? Seeing Zhao Yuliang's bewildered and fearful expression, along with the innocent naivety in his eyes, Granny Wenmi could not help but chuckle softly. What else could it be? Did he not tell you on the first day that they are auspicious spirits? The auspicious spirits are indeed corpses, you foolish boy. Wait, what? Zombies? At this moment, Zhao Yuliang was utterly dumbfounded, completely shattering the worldview he had painstakingly built over 20 years. The old corpse driver, witnessing his reaction, assumed he was merely putting on a show, and thus shook his head with a wry smile. Well, I have completed my business, and I shall take my leave. If I survive this ordeal, I shall return to reconnect with you all. Upon hearing such a parting statement, shopkeeper's son hastily grabbed the old man's arm. Wait, brother. What do you mean by that? Please clarify. Otherwise, I shall be unsettled. You have just helped us rid ourselves of the corpse poison and saved our lives. Gazing into the earnest eyes of the old corpse handler, son, the proprietor, pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. To be frank, I harbored a personal motive for my visit today, seeking assistance from Master Zhao. However, I hesitated to voice it until now. Have you three heard of the 7 tragic stones? The text subtly indicates that mentioning the 7 tragic stones necessitates a discussion of a certain form of punishment from the annals of our history, a punishment known as waist chopping. This cruel form of execution first appeared during the Zhou dynasty and was not abolished until the reign of Yongzheng. Given that a person's vital organs are primarily located in the upper body, a condemned individual, upon being severed at the waist, would remain conscious for an extended period before succumbing to death. Often, the family of the condemned would bribe the executioner to strike just above the waist to hasten the death. Conversely, if someone desired the condemned to endure more suffering, they would offer a bribe to the executioner to strike lower. In some cases, the upper half of the victim would be placed on a board soaked in tung oil to prevent blood from flowing, thus prolonging their suffering for 2 or 3 more hours, a truly heinous act. The last individual to endure the punishment of waist chopping in our history was named Yu Hongtu, a scholar from Hunan during the Qing dynasty. Yu supervised the examinations in Fujian, known today as Fuzhou, with a reputation for strictness and integrity. Unexpectedly, his concubine conspired with a servant, accepting bribes. She affixed examination materials to the back of Yu's official robes. Unbeknownst to him, the servant discreetly removed the materials during the examination. After the incident came to light, Emperor Yongzheng sentenced Yu Hongtu to the brutal punishment of waist chopping. The executioner, having been denied a bribe, intentionally prolonged Yu's suffering. Consequently, after being severed, Yu Hongtu dipped his hand in his own blood and wrote the characters for tragic 7 times on the ground before finally drawing his last breath. The 7 tragic stones spoken of by the old corpse handler are, in fact, the very characters Yu inscribed. Upon hearing the old man's words, Granny Me nodded gently. However, as far as I know, this cursed stone is located in the tomb of Master Yu, isn't it? Are you also planning to descend into the tomb? The reason for my inquiry is that the initial group of sorcerers who were executed by firing squad were apprehended after plundering Yu Hongtu's ancient tomb. As for their charges, they included illegal entry, tomb raiding, and trafficking in state-level cultural relics. Connecting these events, everyone began to understand. Zhao Yuliang, for once, exhibited a moment of cleverness. Brother, I believe you need not resort to crime. The bald bandits have already ventured into the tomb. They must have taken the 7 tragic stones. Your efforts would be in vain. If the police were to catch you, would you not share the same fate as the bald bandits? Reflecting on those sorcerers from the east and recalling Zhao Yuliang's affliction, the old corpse handler's expression grew peculiar. He then turned to Zhao Yuliang with admiration, saying, Master Zhao, your profound abilities are commendable. Those eastern sorcerers who dared to harm you deserve their grim fates. What do you mean? The bald bandits are dead? How did that happen? It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Yuliang, taken aback, hurried to clarify. He certainly did not wish to be mistakenly labeled a murderer, which could jeopardize his sister's graduate studies and employment. It was not only Zhao Yuliang who was bewildered, even Sun, the proprietor of the coffin shop, shared his confusion. Brother, what exactly happened? Please explain it to us in detail. The old corpse handler, believing Zhao Yuliang to be a modest figure, chuckled and began, before my arrival. I heard something peculiar. The police discovered several dismembered corpses in the remote outskirts of the town, as if they had been ravaged by wild beasts. The bodies shared a common trait, bald heads adorned with tattoos of bats and scorpions. Strangely, many candles made from human fat were found nearby. Human fat candles, insect tattoos. Bald heads, when combined, their identities need not be spoken of, do they? As for their demise, it was surely due to their overreaching audacity. They attempted to use sorcery against a formidable figure and were ultimately countered. At this point, the old corpse handler cast a knowing smile toward Zhao Yuliang, fostering a growing misunderstanding about Zhao's capabilities. Observing Zhao Yuliang's continued reluctance to acknowledge this, the old corpse handler opted not to dispel the notion. The reason I believe the sorcerers have not acquired the 7 tragic stones is that if they had, they would not continue to come here to meet their demise. With the old corpse handler's reasoning being sound, Zhao Yuliang and the others found it difficult to contest. Moments later, Sun sighed. Brother, is that cursed 7 tragic stone truly of great value to you? The old corpse handler nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is of immense value. Sun took a small sip from the tea before him. Very well, I can offer no recompense for saving my life. If I am fortunate enough to survive the coming days, I shall accompany you into the tomb. Following Sun's statement, the old corpse handler inquired about the matter of the 3 malevolent spirits that had come to the coffin shop. After a moment of contemplation, the old corpse handler made a decision that would impact his life profoundly. In that case, let us proceed as follows. I will remain to assist you in dealing with those 3-century-old spirits. Upon completion, I request Master Zhao to accompany me into the tomb. Regardless of whether we find the 7 tragic stones, I shall consider it a labor fee of 50,000 for my services. Zhao Yuliang initially intended to refuse, emphasizing that he was merely an ordinary person, one who was on the verge of death, and that accompanying them would be futile. Yet, the sum offered was simply too substantial to dismiss. It was as if the words of refusal had turned into a stubborn light bulb lodged in his throat. Impossible to expel. After a prolonged moment, he awkwardly managed to utter a few words. Well, brother, let us agree on this. I will accompany you, but I cannot guarantee my usefulness. However, should danger arise, I will fight to the last to cover your retreat. In Zhao Yuliang's mind, he figured he had little time left anyway. Offering his life in exchange for some financial aid for his adoptive father and sister seemed a worthwhile trade, even if it meant an earlier demise. Hearing Zhao Yuliang's prompt agreement, the old corpse handler was overjoyed. Excellent. Master Zhao, it is a pact. As for covering your retreat, how could I leave you behind? We will face it together, as long as we ensure the safety of the younger companions accompanying me. Thus, the agreement was reached in a rather muddled fashion, although Granny Me and Sun remained puzzled as to why the corpse handler placed such faith in Zhao Yuliang. Could it be that this lad possessed some extraordinary quality that had eluded their notice? As the 2 elders pondered these questions, a large yellow dog sauntered in, wagging its thin tail and carrying a tattered piece of filthy cloth in its mouth. Upon seeing the group, the yellow dog raised its head high, as if it were the true master of the household. Zhao Yuliang, clearly intimidated by the dog, quickly stood and greeted it. Ah, dog brother, you have returned. Have you eaten your fill? If not, I shall prepare a meal for you right now. Though the yellow dog had indeed attained a level of sentience, it evidently lacked sufficient comprehension of human language, often interpreting the speaker's facial expressions instead. Zhao Yuliang seized upon this fact, using the most respectful expression to utter such base words. Unbeknownst to him, the yellow dog had long since ceased its consumption of such things, having refrained for at least a decade. Chapter 39. Who exactly is the dog? It was precisely for the reasons outlined above that the yellow dog, satisfied with Zhao Yuliang's obsequious demeanor, remained oblivious to the fact that it was being mocked. With a sidelong glare at Zhao Yuliang and an impatient survey of the remaining individuals, it eventually trotted back to its bed and laid down. Its demeanor resembled that of a stern father returning home from work, observing his son playing with a group of mischievous children. Once the yellow dog had wandered far enough away, Zhao Yuliang sheepishly turned to the old corpse handler and offered an apology. I sincerely apologize, brother. My rogue dog has quite the temper, and it tends to assert itself over everyone. If I were not afraid of it, I would have long since given it a good thrashing. The elderly corpse handler, undeterred by the rudeness of the large yellow dog, instead lavished praise upon the spiritual canine, likening it to a fierce warrior. This creature, indeed, is a descendant of the legendary dog mentioned earlier, a mythical ancestor. Unlike the three gentlemen, Zhao Yuliang and his companions, the meticulous Granny Wenmi, who has weathered much in her life, could not help but speak after observing the doghouse for a considerable time. Quantum, what was that large yellow dog holding in its mouth just now? Did you give it a towel? Zhao Yuliang chuckled awkwardly, replying, Granny, I wouldn't even spare a towel for myself, let alone buy one for a dog. It must have fished it out of the garbage while rummaging. Perhaps it's a pair of discarded undergarments that some young lady threw away. You know it's a complete rogue. Thank goodness it's not human. Or the police would have long since apprehended it. Granny Wenmi, having lived in the town long enough, knew the true nature of the large yellow dog. It was indeed a rogue, deserving of many punishments if it were human, yet it never rummaged through trash. In fact, since acquiring its spiritual abilities, it maintained a level of cleanliness surpassing many humans. When the townsfolk were extorted by the large yellow dog, they dared not discard food on the ground. Rather, they respectfully placed it in clean bowls before the dog. Otherwise, they would surely invite the rogue's fierce wrath and relentless pursuit. As the most notorious bully of the small town for decades, the large yellow dog was no laughing matter. The townspeople had long suffered under its reign. Quantum, heed Granny's advice and go investigate what the large yellow dog has brought back. I have a feeling it's a treasure that will be of great use to you. Is that so? Zhao Yuliang hesitated, clearly intimidated by the dog's previous aggression. However, trusting Granny Wenmi, he grabbed a handful of meat skewers and a clean towel, approaching the doghouse with a sheepish grin, resembling a soldier attempting to please a demanding superior. Is brother dog at home? I brought you some delicious food. You must maintain a balanced diet. One cannot survive on refuse alone. Variety is essential. Hearing Zhao Yuliang's voice, the large yellow dog cautiously poked its head out from the doghouse, its eyes filled with suspicion. Seeing this, Zhao Yuliang quickly extended the meat skewers towards it. My esteemed lord, delectable morsels await you. Here are bountiful delights, rest assured. And I seek to exchange this towel for your undergarments, if you please. Whether it was the allure of the meat skewers or the dog's lack of discernment, under Zhao Yuliang's coaxing, it surprisingly dropped the tattered cloth it had brought back from the doghouse. Is it truly this easy? The dog's generosity momentarily left Zhao Yuliang in disbelief. He had prepared himself for a tussle, ready to wrestle the undergarments from the dog. As he departed, the large yellow dog's eyes shimmered with a hint of human-like emotion, resembling a concerned father gazing at his disappointing son. After handing the triangular undergarments to Granny Wenmi, her face radiated astonishment. She then passed them to manager son of the coffin shop and the elderly corpse handler for inspection. Indeed, a treasure. The celestial flag of the spirit medium family. But how did such a precious item end up in the paws of a spiritual dog? Despite her confusion, Granny Wenmi promptly took the flag to the back for a thorough cleaning. Once washed, she ironed and scented it, thereafter reverently placing it beneath the tablet inscribed with the name Gue Wuming for veneration. This series of actions left Zhao Yuliang utterly bewildered. Uncle Son, what is this celestial flag? Is it truly remarkable? Manager Sun smiled and began to explain, Quantum, when we had no choice but to enlist the help of Zhang Banzi and to establish your spiritual hall, I mentioned that the orthodox spiritual hall requires 4 essential treasures: the decree, the flag, the seal, and the sword. Unfortunately, we have yet to find an orthodox spiritual family. At this point, Manager Sun paused abruptly, casting a resigned glance toward the direction of the shrine dedicated to the evil spirits. Fortunately, you are fortunate. The seal has already been bestowed upon you. Upon hearing his name mentioned, the elderly corpse handler smiled and nodded. You're too kind. My surname is Zhang. Zhang Mingli is my name. With Brother Mingli's assistance, you now possess the seal, and this is the celestial flag. As for the decree and sword, I shall certainly strive to procure them for you. Manager Sun's genuine affection touched Zhao Yuliang deeply, who had endured a life of solitude. Suppressing his emotions, he inquired, "Uncle, what purpose do these for treasures serve? Why must the spiritual medium possess them?" "I shall elucidate this for you," Zhao Boss, the elderly corpse handler, interjected with a smile. The decree refers to the command token, representing a form of authority. When a spirit medium dispatches personnel, they require the decree. The flag signifies the specialties of the hall and its personnel. A green flag indicates formidable combat prowess. Such a hall is most formidable when engaging in battles. A black flag denotes a primary focus on the underworld, making it adept at handling matters of the nether realm. A white flag signifies prowess and healing, often associated with white spirits. A yellow flag implies strong connections with celestial beings, allowing the hall to summon powerful spirits for tasks that others find challenging. Each hall may have various colored flags, but there is always a main flag. For instance, a red flag may indicate that the hall is still in the process of recruiting. The seal represents the mission of the spiritual medium. The greater the mission, the higher the grade of the seal. If the spiritual medium's power derives from ancient celestial families, then the hall's mission will be significant. The sword signifies the identity and power of the spiritual medium. A higher status means greater power. A higher grade sword indicates broader and greater authority for the disciple. Typically, these swords are used as hall guardians. Thus, I believe the sword is the most vital item for a spiritual hall, serving to intimidate other halls and repel malign entities. As the topic of swords arose, Zhao Yuliang instinctively retrieved the wooden knife he had found. "Uncle Sun, Brother Zhang, we currently lack a sword. Will a knife suffice?" Manager Sun, looking at the miniature wooden knife resembling a child's drawing, sighed in exasperation. "Quantum, stop joking. What is this? Hurry and discard it." Though Manager Sun expressed this sentiment, Zhao Yuliang, feeling intuitively that the wooden knife was a genuine treasure capable of saving his life in critical moments, carefully concealed it close to him. After dinner, Granny Wenmi, Manager Sun, and the elderly corpse handler departed, claiming they needed to guard against the 3 malevolent spirits that had targeted the coffin. As for Zhao Yuliang, he remained behind to oversee the shop. Thus the paper-making shop fell into a hush, with only the large yellow dog basking under the moonlight alongside him. Due to his upbringing, Zhao Yuliang harbored a deep-seated fear of solitude, perpetually anxious that those around him would abandon him, leaving him in an unfamiliar environment, reminiscent of being forsaken by his biological parents in his youth. Contemplating abandonment, he couldn't help but recall Wang Yukai. "Oh dear, it's been 3 days. Where could my cousin have gone? I hope nothing has happened to him." After finishing his offerings to the figurine, it was already past midnight. Just as Zhao Yuliang was about to retire for the night, he was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. The visitor was knocking at the back door, indicating a sense of decorum. Zhao Yuliang hurriedly rose, exclaiming joyfully, "Cousin, is that you? You've returned." As Zhao Yuliang contemplated opening the door, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The air around him was chillingly cold, penetrating to his very bones. In addition to the cold, he was astonished to see the malevolent spirits he worshipped, trembling and huddled on their altar, their eyes fixated anxiously on the rear door, as if something terrifying lurked beyond it. Although Zhao Yuliang was not particularly astute, he was certainly not foolish. Alarmed by the scene, he hastily inquired, "What troubles you? Esteemed spirits? Could it be that the one knocking is some malevolent entity?" No sooner had he spoken than a haunting melody drifted in from outside. "In the realms of yin and yang, I reign supreme. From the moment of birth, you are mine. Yanluo claims souls by the 3rd watch. Who dares linger until the 5th? Upon hearing the song, the expressions of the spirits morphed from trepidation to sheer terror, and they let out a collective scream before scattering like startled quails. Is this truly possible? How utterly unreliable. Zhao Yuliang scoffed at the spirits while slowly retreating. He had come to the grim realization that the entity at the door was far from benevolent, likely not human at all. At that moment, his large yellow dog, which had been lingering in the front yard, suddenly approached, its gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yuliang. Beyond its fear of what lay outside, the dog's eyes conveyed a profound sense of attachment. This scene sent a jolt of alarm through Zhao Yuliang. "Dog, what ails you? Please, do not look at me like that. It frightens me." As he spoke, he instinctively drew the small wooden knife he had found earlier, gripping it tightly in his hand. Strangely, at the very instant he brandished the wooden knife, the eerie knocking ceased abruptly. Even his inquiries were met with an unsettling silence. Zhao Yuliang was not bold enough to open the door for inspection. After all, in television dramas, those who did so invariably met their demise. He quickly scooped up the yellow dog and fled back to his room, diving under the covers, refusing to emerge until dawn. When morning finally arrived, both man and dog cautiously crawled from the bed and opened the shop's door. "Brother Dog, What on earth transpired last night? It frightened the spirits away and left you in such a state. Whether due to misunderstanding or indifference, the yellow dog ignored Zhao Yuliang and trotted off, wagging its tail, seemingly on its routine patrol. As Zhao Yuliang contemplated visiting the bun shop for breakfast, anguished cries suddenly erupted from all directions in the town, heart-wrenching and intense. There were wails for sons and daughters alike. Could it be that so many have perished, and all of them young? The thought struck him, young souls. The 3 malevolent spirits, and the 7 coffins they had set. This could not bode well. Something sinister was afoot. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yuliang hurriedly locked the shop door and raced toward the source of the cries. Upon arrival, he found the front of the afflicted household crowded with neighbors offering assistance. And even the yellow dog had made an appearance. Upon spotting Zhao Yuliang, the dog seized his pant leg, tugging insistently toward their shop. A clear message: you should return and mind your own business. Unable to resist the dog's determination, especially since he could not overpower it, Zhao Yuliang was reluctantly led back home. Brother dog, what could frighten you? Where is your usual bravado? The yellow dog, observing Zhao Yuliang's ignorance, seemed filled with exasperation. Just as they reached the house, the corpse courier, Zhang Mingli, approached, bearing a bag of buns, his steps heavy with foreboding. Being well versed in the customs, he did not enter, but called out for Zhao Yuliang to come eat. Good morning, brother. Are you aware of the turmoil in the town? It seems many have died overnight. Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's inquiry, the corpse courier looked visibly startled. Boss Zhao, with all the commotion last night, did you not hear a thing? I thought you were too preoccupied with your shop to intervene. Zhao Yuliang's curiosity was piqued further. I heard someone knocking at my door. But what on earth happened? Please, enlighten me. I was dragged back by brother dog. The corpse courier, glancing at the vigilant yellow dog, spoke with a tone of resignation. What else could it be but a disturbance caused by malevolent spirits? If I am not mistaken, it is indeed the 3 foul beings associated with the coffins. Regrettably, despite our vigilance throughout the night, we were unable to prevent it. Chapter 41. The initial encounter with malevolent spirits after the trio, including Granny Mi, departed from Zhao Yuliang's vicinity, they gathered at Sun's coffin shop. As previously mentioned, one must remain vigilant against malevolent spirits. Furthermore, true practitioners do not merely pursue personal cultivation. Their fundamental purpose is to protect humanity. As the saying goes, what you fear will come to pass. In the late hours of the night, the compass before the corpse courier began to spin wildly. Moments later, it steadfastly pointed north, as if held by a powerful magnet. Observing this, Sun quickly rose, saying, Sister, continue watching here. I will go take a look. We must not all go together, lest we draw the 3 old ghosts away from their haunt. If I find myself in peril, I will call for help. Thus, armed with a wooden hammer in one hand and coffin nails in the other, Sun headed toward the source of the ominous energy. Upon nearing, he heard the distressed cries from within the afflicted household. Child, what has happened to you? You must not eat any more. Let go of him, child. Mother will bring you food. Why must you harm yourself? In a state of urgency, Sun leaped into the yard. Witnessing a 6 or 7-year-old boy standing in the center, his face a ghastly green. The most horrifying sight was that he was gnawing on his own left arm, blood spilling forth, with patches of bone exposed. He continued to gnaw while coldly observing the terrified faces of those around him. Each time a parent attempted to intervene, an invisible force repelled them, leaving them to collapse nearby, weeping and pleading in desperation. Seeing Sun's arrival, the child's father rushed forward, kneeling before him. Uncle Sun, please, I beg you, save my child. He seems possessed. Without needing further explanation, Sun discerned that the child was indeed possessed. He quickly produced a chalk line and circled the boy. Despite witnessing Sun's actions, the possessed child remained unfazed, gnawing even more fervently, his laughter chillingly detached. You, who sell coffins, shouldn't be meddling in affairs not concerning you. Are you eager to hasten your own demise? The voice emanating from the child was unmistakably that of a middle-aged man. This confirmed for Sun that this was the malevolent spirit that had visited the previous night. Humph. Die? It may not be I who meets that fate, Sun declared, drawing the chalk line taut and flicking a few drops of ink toward the boy. As the ink struck him, the possessed child emitted a piercing scream. Yet, even so, he remained motionless, only accelerating his self-cannibalization. In the blink of an eye, his left arm was reduced to mere bone, bloodied and devoid of flesh. What transpired next was even more horrifying. Seemingly unsated, the boy, despite his belly swelling as if ready to burst, began to gnaw on his own finger bones, the crunching audible to all. In that moment, he ingested all 10 of his finger bones, swallowing them whole. Child, witnessing this, The boy's mother could no longer restrain herself. With a desperate cry, she charged toward him. If you must harm someone, let it be me. Please, release my son. I implore you. Get lost. The possessed child bellowed, and in an instant, his mother was sent flying as if struck by an invisible force, letting out a harrowing scream. Ha ha ha. Now you understand the pain? Now you feel the fear? How you once devoured us. We are here to return the favor. The young boy, gritting his teeth, finished his words with a sinister laugh, then savagely bit into his own right arm. The blood trickling from the corners of his mouth rendered his visage all the more grotesque. Beast, you have gone too far. Mr. Sun, witnessing this, was consumed by fury. In a swift motion, he wrapped the ink line around his body and raised a wooden mallet to strike the boy's head. To his astonishment, even this did not faze the boy. He floated right in front of Mr. Sunday. Go ahead, strike. If you dare. He taunted. I can perish along with this child. You, beast, you are despicable. The boy's brazen demeanor left Mr. Sun momentarily speechless. In a fit of rage, he abandoned the mallet and thrust a coffin nail into the boy's left shoulder. A sizzling sound erupted, accompanied by wisps of black smoke. This time, the boy finally cried out in pain, yet he remained steadfast, staring intently at Mr. Sun while continuing to gnaw at his own arm. Mr. Sun, now frantic, plunged another coffin nail into the boy's right shoulder and forcefully yanked his arm. Beast, stop this at once. The boy chuckled coldly. Ha ha ha. Old man, pull harder. It would be splendid if you could tear his arm off. Ha ha ha. Let us see who dies first. This statement struck at Mr. Sun's core. He could never bring himself to forcibly sever the boy's arm. At this point, a deep hatred for the demon and an even greater self-loathing welled up within him. He despised his own inadequacy, realizing that despite living over half a life, he remained merely a black-footed coffin bearer. If only he could ascend to the status of a white-footed one, perhaps he could exorcise the demon from the boy's body. In a moment of desperation, Mr. Sun completely lost his sanity, disregarding everything as he tightly embraced the boy. He then burst through the door, racing towards the prison. This time, the boy finally panicked. Old fool. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Mr. Sun laughed mournfully. Beast. No matter how fierce you are, do you dare create chaos among the soldiers? I will carry you there. If I get shot dead by the soldiers, don't think you'll fare any better. The boy was momentarily taken aback, then began to cackle. Old man, you've won this time. But have you truly won? After uttering this, a ghostly shadow erupted from the boy's body, vanishing in an instant. The severely injured boy's head drooped, and he ceased to breathe. After hearing the elders recounting, Zhao Yuliang could only curse repeatedly, utterly at a loss for words. What about the other dead? You and Granny, you couldn't save them either? Zhao's inquiry was not born from blame, but rather from an instinctual compassion. Even so, the elder bowed his head in shame. We couldn't save them. I am a corpse transporter, and the old sister is a grain seeker. We are not equipped to handle such malevolent spirits. We can only lament our meager abilities. Furthermore, the old woman had been injured while attempting to save a child. Chapter 42. The paperman stirred upon hearing of Granny Wenmi's injury. Zhao Yuliang grew anxious. Is she all right? I must hurry over to check. Just as he spoke, Granny Wenmi approached, supported by Mr. Sunday. She bore a heavy gait and a face full of remorse. You need not worry, child. Granny is fine. It is just that we couldn't save that poor child, which weighs heavily on her heart. Zhao Yuliang quickly stood, offering his stool to Granny Wenmi, and recounted the events of the previous night. Granny, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep well. I didn't hear anything last night. However, Granny Wenmi seemed more focused on a different aspect and did not respond to his question. Instead, she looked at him with astonishment and asked, You said something knocked on your door last night, and that it frightened the celestial beings away? Yes, Zhao Yuliang nodded eagerly. Granny, do you think it was those 3 malevolent spirits coming to find me, but they were scared off by Brother Dog? Granny Wenmi still did not answer his question. Tears welled in her eyes as she gently stroked his head. This truly is a case of double misfortune. Foolish child, what sought you was not those 3 malevolent spirits, but rather, as Granny Wenmi struggled to finish her thought, Mr. Sun stepped in to speak. It is the backlash from the paper shop, Yuliang. It seems your lifespan has run out. Or perhaps, it has been completely drained by whatever is in that paper shop. What? Zhao Yuliang stood there, stunned. Like a wooden puppet. No, it can't be. Last time, they said I had at least 10 more days to live. How can it be gone so soon? Besides, that thing left on its own yesterday. It didn't come in to deal with me. Zhao's words prompted the 3 elders to ponder. Indeed. Why didn't the soul-harvesting ghost enter? Instead, it retreated voluntarily. Moreover, we've never heard of a ghost so courteous, knocking before claiming a soul, as if delivering takeout. Yuliang, do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Granny Wenmi inquired, studying Zhao Yuliang closely. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I feel fine. I'm just a bit hungry. The three elders exchanged glances, and it soon became evident that Zhao Yuliang was indeed hungry. The breakfast intended for three, purchased by the corpse transporter, disappeared within moments. Consumed entirely by him. Even after that, he felt unsatisfied and drank a large cup of cold water before he was finally appeased. Feeling embarrassed by his ravenous consumption, Zhao Yuliang chuckled. Haha, the buns were a bit salty. Granny, Uncle Sun, please wait here. I'll go buy something for you to eat. Just as he was about to leave, Mr. Sun grabbed him. Yuliang, there's no need to go. At our age, it matters little whether we eat or not. As long as you are safe, we will be at ease. However, tonight. Mr. Sun did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood the implication. The malevolent spirits had claimed 7 coffins, and 3 children had died last night. This meant at least 4 adults were destined to perish tonight. The events of the previous night had proven that Granny Wenmi and the others were utterly incapable of confronting the 3 malevolent spirits. What could be done? Not only were the 3 elders anxious, but so was Zhao Yuliang. Granny, Uncle Sun, is there a temple or a Taoist priest nearby? If it comes to it, we should seek outside help. Mr. Sun sighed, replying, there are temples and Taoists, but they are all inept. Even if we paid them to come, they would only create more chaos. It remains true, unless we can summon disciples from the 5 great celestial beings, otherwise, all efforts would be futile. As the discussion reached a dead end, Zhao Yuliang had already searched Yudao Valley the day prior, yet found no trace of the 5 great spirit masters. In this moment of urgency, finding them seemed an even more daunting task. As the atmosphere grew heavy, Zhao Yuliang spoke up once more. Uncle Sun, how about this? Those 3 malevolent spirits are afraid of the army, right? What if we discuss with the prison and ask them to send someone for protection? The 3 elders dismissed Zhao Yuliang's naive suggestion with disdain. Requesting the military from the prison? Isn't that an international joke? Soldiers are not so easily summoned or mobilized. Besides, what reason would we give them? To say there are ghosts causing trouble in town? Do you think they wouldn't throw you out on the spot? If they're in a bad mood, they might even reward you with a few kicks. Faced with this insurmountable dilemma, Zhao Yuliang found himself at a complete loss. He simply sat down on the ground, basking in the sun alongside the big yellow dog. Of course, the dog was unabashedly sunbathing, while Zhao Yuliang could only do so through the fabric of his pants. As the atmosphere once again descended into silence, the elder Zhang Mingli could no longer contain himself. Dear siblings, he began, there is something weighing heavily on my heart. The malevolent spirit I dealt with last night was desperately stabbing itself with scissors after possessing a body. Is it truly the case that this is how it was dealt with in the past? Could it be that the townsfolk harbor some grudge against them, causing them to return for vengeance? Upon uttering these words, both Granny Wen and Manager Sun's expressions changed dramatically. They glanced repeatedly towards the paper shop, hesitant to speak. After more than 10 minutes had elapsed, Granny Wen finally sighed and responded, My dear brother, it is not that your elder sister is unwilling to share, but rather that there are many things we are also unaware of. It has been far too long. Alas, given the current situation, it would be best for you to take your joy away and not wade through this murky water. It is just a pity for this child, Quantum, as he is bound by a ghost contract and cannot leave this place. As they spoke, a resident, tear-streaked and distressed from the prior night's incident, approached, seeking to purchase paper figures from Zhao Yuliang. For someone typically consumed by greed, Zhao found it difficult to muster enthusiasm at this moment, merely offering a casual greeting. Feel free to choose. Everything is half price except for the 2 middle rows which are not for sale. Damn it, these vile things cause harm. The bereaved family seemed reluctant to speak further, merely gesturing towards a few pairs of paper figures before waiting silently for their delivery and payment. Just then, the 2 paper figures placed at the entrance by Zhao Yuliang suddenly stirred, turning their gaze in unison towards the town's entrance. These particular figures had been crafted by the mysterious Wang Yukai himself. Fortunately, the movement of the paper figures went unnoticed by the grieving family, thus avoiding unnecessary panic. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuliang and his companions, who had noticed the figures' movement, hurriedly followed their gaze. Chapter 43, Esoteric Buddhism. They soon saw the old town mayor accompanied by representatives of several prominent families, surrounding a monk clad in a crimson robe. The monk had high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, markedly different in appearance from the locals. As he walked, he held a prayer wheel in one hand and a dark golden box in the other, with a maroon flower drum hanging from his waist. The procession did not linger at Zhao Yuliang's paper shop. Only the monk cast a meaningful glance in their direction. He paused momentarily and softly uttered, Om Mani Padme Hum. Before anyone could react, the paper figures in the shop let out a chilling, ghastly laughter, even beginning to move towards the entrance as if responding to the peculiar monk, or perhaps mocking and driving him away. Startled, Zhao Yuliang quickly shut the shop's door to avoid any trouble. Once the mayor and his entourage had moved away and the customer had departed, Zhao Yuliang cautiously inquired, Granny. That was a foreign monk, wasn't it? Why was he so strange? Granny One, wise and knowledgeable, gazed thoughtfully in the direction the monk had left and replied quietly, You foolish boy, that master is not a monk but a lama from Tibetan esoteric Buddhism. It seems he was summoned by the mayor to deal with the 3 malevolent spirits from last night. She elaborated, Tibetan Buddhism and our mainland monks differ in many ways. For instance, that master was dressed in bright red robes, which to outsiders may appear as simply a piece of red cloth draped over him. Unlike Han Buddhism, where golden robes are worn only on significant occasions, as exemplified by the monk Tang Sing from Journey to the West, according to esoteric Buddhist legend. Red represents the color emanating from the flesh of Shakyamuni and carries a potent blessing for those who practice Buddhism. Thus, the red robe symbolizes the Buddha's compassion for all beings, representing life, courage, creativity, and the significance of remembrance and offerings. In addition to the robe's color, the way esoteric lamas greet differs from the monks we are accustomed to. The phrase Om Mani Padme Hum, spoken by that lama, is known as the 6-syllable mantra or the Great Illuminating Mantra. Reciting this mantra can alleviate suffering, avert punishments, dispel fears of untimely death, and bring longevity and prosperity. Consequently, it is common in Tibetan regions to see individuals turning prayer wheels while reciting this mantra. Furthermore, depending on their beliefs, esoteric monks have various greetings. Besides the aforementioned mantra, some recite Amitabha Buddha's name or invoke other Buddhas. The small box held by the lama is known as a Gao box, one of the protective artifacts in Tibetan Buddhism, used for warding off evil, safeguarding oneself, and enhancing blessings. It typically contains a small statue or scripture made of clay or metal, carried for prayers of safety and auspiciousness. Other common ritual objects in Tibetan esotericism include bells, vajras, drums, conch shells, prayer beads, and butter lamps. Through Granny Wen's patient explanations, Zhao Yuliang, a novice in the profession, began to grasp the essence of it all. Granny, that lama must be quite powerful, as he was able to provoke a reaction from the paper figures. Moreover, even the rogue dog dared not snarl at him. However, before Zhao could finish his thought, a sudden bite from the large yellow dog on his leg interrupted him. Ironically, while the dog had not shown its teeth, he himself was now grimacing in pain. Observing Zhao Yuliang being playfully attacked by the large yellow dog, Granny Wen could only smile wryly. Let us hope this master possesses true skills to subdue those 3 vile spirits, as long as they do not continue to wreak havoc on the townsfolk. Although the mayor had summoned a high monk, Granny Wen, manager's son, and the elder Zhang still felt uneasy. After spending a little more time with Zhao Yuliang, they each returned home to prepare for the night's defense against the malevolent spirits. After all, every additional person adds to the strength of their efforts. Before departing, manager's son specifically advised Zhao Yuliang, you need not venture out tonight. Simply keep watch over your shop. The items within are far more sinister than those 3 spirits. In other words, they were on entirely different levels, incomparable. Zhao Yuliang nodded in agreement, yet inwardly he chuckled bitterly. I would like to help, but alas, my presence would be of little use. At best, I would merely be delivering a free meal to those 3 spirits. As he engaged in self-deprecating humor, Zhao Yuliang reopened the doors of his paper shop, eager to earn a little more before he succumbed to the very business that might cost him his life. Hoping to leave something for his adoptive father and sister, while Zhao Yuliang lounged at the entrance, seemingly listless, he suddenly felt something crawl up his thigh. What's this? Haha, little dumpling, he exclaimed. Oh, little dumpling, I'm so relieved to see you safe. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? I couldn't even find your home. What happened to that zombie that chased you? Did you manage to defeat it? The little mouse, having climbed into Zhao Yuliang's hands and locking eyes with him, was indeed the same small creature that had led him away from the corpse on that stormy night, saving his life. The clever little one seemed to understand Zhao Yuliang's words, affectionately rubbing against his hand, squeaking to express its longing during their separation. As they exchanged their thoughts, Zhao Yuliang rose to his feet. Little dumpling, wait here. I've been saving dumplings for you every day. Let me heat some up for you. Although he instructed the little mouse to wait, the clever creature understood that its appearance alone would likely attract trouble from humans. There is a saying that goes, a rat crossing the street is shouted at by everyone. Thus, squeaking in agreement, The little one obediently followed Zhao Yuliang into the shop. Upon seeing the 3 altars Zhao Yuliang had set up, the little mouse displayed a contemplative expression. Zhao Yuliang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly explained, "You, Brother Huang, and Lord Grey Lu have all saved my life. I'm not sure how to repay you. Only the ancestral tablets can be offered. And I hope you all remain safe and sound." After hearing Zhao Yuliang's words, the little mouse seemed to grow closer to him, promptly climbing up his thigh and settling on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against his cheek. The ticklish sensation provoked a hearty laughter from Zhao Yuliang, and within his mirth, the coldness in the shop appeared to dissipate significantly. Chapter 44. The True Immortal. Once the dumplings were cooked, Zhao Yuliang placed them alongside the little dumpling on the dining table, then rested his chin on his hands, quietly observing as the little creature ate. As he watched, he spoke to himself, recounting his recent experiences without any reservations. The details flowed freely, and the little dumpling listened with utmost seriousness. The bond between the man and the mouse resembled that of old friends, serene and harmonious. When the little mouse finished its meal, Zhao Yuliang also concluded his tale, taking care to wipe its mouth and paws clean. "Little dumpling, if this wretched shop leads to my demise, you can go to Sister Ingquan's house for dumplings. I will ensure to leave her enough money for you to feast for a while." Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's almost will-like words, the little creature visibly drooped, chirping a series of sounds before scampering out the door. As Zhao Yuliang hurried after it to warn it about traffic, the little one had already vanished from sight. Only the large yellow dog, basking in the sun at the entrance, regarded Zhao Yuliang with a thoughtful expression, clearly intimidated by the unruly dog. Zhao Yuliang hurriedly bowed and paid his respects. "Oh, dear dog brother, you are awake. Would you like some dumplings? I shall prepare them for you right away." The large yellow dog ignored Zhao Yuliang's flattery, rising to shake off the dust before trotting off to patrol the streets. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the sun began to set. Following the established rules, Zhao Yuliang secured the shop's door and made his way to the backyard. He wished to check if the few errant spirits had returned, hoping they could assist him tonight with Granny Me and others. Unfortunately, the ancestral tablet revealed no sign of those crooked figures. Seeing this, Zhao Yuliang could not help but mutter, "Oh dear, they truly are unreliable. After all this time spent honoring them." Just then, a chilling wind swept through, and to his surprise, the very spirits he had just complained about appeared stealthily. Both parties were taken aback. Zhao Yuliang feared that his words might have been overheard, leading to retaliation, while the errant spirits were astonished that he was still alive. "You, why are you still alive? The ghostly messenger did not take you?" The spirit's inquiry irked Zhao Yuliang immensely. "What? My existence is affecting your mood?" However, having lived at the bottom of society for so long, Zhao Yuliang had mastered the art of concealing his emotions, thus not revealing his displeasure. Feigning surprise, he exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed immortals, you have returned. What made you leave so suddenly last night? You must not have eaten yet, right? Allow me to offer you some incense." As he offered the incense, Zhao Yuliang cunningly broke off a third of it while the errant spirits were distracted. "You think you can feast without contributing? Bah." Fortunately, the spirits remained preoccupied with their curiosity about Zhao Yuliang's survival, oblivious to his small act of defiance. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have faced a severe beating. "Hey, we are asking you a question. Did you not hear us? Why did you not die last night? Why did the ghostly messenger not take you?" This question was not one Zhao Yuliang was unwilling to answer. Rather, he himself was puzzled. Observing Zhao Yuliang's stammering hesitation to respond, the errant spirits grew increasingly agitated. The leader, a grasshopper spirit, transformed into a grotesque figure resembling a grasshopper, brandishing a whip and poised to strike Zhao Yuliang's face. "You little rascal. You will not behave unless we show you some color." Zhao Yuliang, an ordinary person, could hardly evade the spirit's attack. Just as the whip was about to land, a hand suddenly appeared, seizing the whip midair. "Stop! How dare you assault your own disciple without cause? You wretched lot will only tarnish the reputation of our spirit family." The sudden arrival startled the errant spirits, while Zhao Yuliang felt immense joy. Brother Huang. Accompanying Huang Jiaxian was the little dumpling, who had returned after leaving in the afternoon. Climbing onto Zhao Yuliang's shoulder with a triumphant expression, Brother Huang first smiled and nodded at Zhao Yuliang before glaring at the errant spirits. Apologized to Yuliang at once. The spirits, led by the grasshopper spirit, could never have imagined that Zhao Yuliang was acquainted with the Huang family's direct line. The Huang family, alongside the fox, yellow, white, Lu, and gray families, held a revered status among ordinary spirit practitioners, akin to royalty. Thus, offending them was utterly unthinkable. Fearful of Brother Huang, The errant spirits begrudgingly lamented Zhao Yuliang's connections. If you are friends with the Huang family, why then do you require our services? Are you here to conduct a clandestine inspection? Or are you merely toying with us? Despite their inner grievances, the spirits dared not defy Brother Huang's words. They hastily bowed to Zhao Yuliang, pleading for forgiveness. Living at the bottom of society, Zhao Yuliang did not dare adopt an arrogant demeanor, fearing potential future retribution. Thus, he quickly returned their bows, assuring them that all was well and that they were all on the same side. Seeing Zhao Yuliang's demeanor, Brother Huang finally relented regarding the errant spirits. You all return to your respective places now, and remember to obey Yuliang's commands from now on. Do not defy him again. Otherwise, the errant spirits, upon hearing this, nodded eagerly, and the grasshopper spirit cautiously inquired, Lord Huang, which hall should we be affiliated with? Please enlighten us. Earlier, it was mentioned that formal spirit disciples were assigned to 8 halls, each with distinct functions: sweeping, observing, connecting, protecting, and heaven-reaching, earthly, constraining, and reconnoitering. Previously, the errant spirits had only aimed to cause Zhao Yuliang harm, draining his vitality in exchange for their own survival, neglecting even the most fundamental divisions of labor. Brother Huang contemplated briefly before saying, You all possess limited skills, so you shall all belong to the reconnoitering hall. Remember to work diligently from now on. The reconnoitering hall served as an intelligence department, responsible for relaying messages and seeking help in times of crisis, essentially a messenger service. Upon hearing this, the errant spirits nodded vigorously, transforming into gusts of wind that returned to their respective tablets. Once the matter concerning the errant spirits was settled, Brother Huang smiled at Zhao Yuliang and said, I have heard you encountered some troubles. Could you elaborate on the details? The disciple of the Gray family, being relatively inexperienced, had not conveyed the message clearly. Oh, by the way, my name is Huang Yu. Upon hearing Brother Huang's introduction, Zhao Yuliang realized that the little dumpling had once again come to his aid, and he felt a surge of gratitude, promptly recounting everything that had transpired. Brother Huang's expression turned grave after listening intently, carefully surveying the surroundings before softly speaking. Yuliang, I have heard whispers regarding the paper shop's affairs, but they involve too many complications for me to handle at my level. I apologize. As for the other matters at this juncture, Brother Huang glanced at the little dumpling, then at the tablet honoring him, finally making a resolute decision. I will do my utmost regarding the other matters. Chapter 45. Lord Yellow Dog. At this moment, Zhao Yuliang was entirely unaware that Huang Yu's promise equated to agreeing to accept him as a spirit disciple. Therefore, he did not bow in gratitude. Instead, tears welled in his eyes as he exclaimed, Thank you, Brother Huang. By the way, you and the little dumpling haven't eaten yet, right? I shall prepare some pan-fried dumplings for you. As Zhao Yuliang turned to head to the kitchen, Brother Huang stopped him with a hand. Yuliang, there's no rush for the meal. Let me first help you organize this hall. What a chaotic mess this is. In the preceding narrative, we discussed how Zhang Banzian, who assisted Zhao Yuliang in establishing the altar, was himself somewhat muddled and consequently overlooked several essential rituals during the setup. Such disarray, of course, was intolerable to Huang Yu, a direct descendant of the Huang family. After requesting Zhao Yuliang to procure yellow paper and ink, Huang Yu personally rearranged the room. He positioned the incense altar at the center, lit the 7-star incense, and then performed rituals to honor heaven and earth, as well as the 8 directions, summoning the North Star Lord to the scene. It is important to note that this invocation of the North Star Lord was merely ceremonial and did not actually summon the true spirit. After completing the incantation, Huang Yu maintained a bowing posture and called out to Zhao Yuliang, demanding the incense burner. Prompted by prior instructions, Zhao Yuliang hastily raised his hands and placed the large incense burner on the altar. Then, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. Flecks of starlight streamed through the ceiling and coalesced within the burner, forming a depiction of the Big Dipper. Observing this, Huang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief and straightened his posture, declaring that the altar had indeed been established. He then urged Zhao Yuliang to quickly bring forth the command talisman, flags, seal, and sword for worship. As for the request for personnel and the summoning of soldiers, Huang Yu assured him he would return to assist when time permitted. The term personnel referred to summoning celestial beings to preside over the altar, while summoning soldiers involved gathering individuals for various roles, such as observing, guarding, and maintaining order within the 8 divisions of the altar. Given that Zhao Yuliang had forced his way into this role without any celestial affinity, Huang Yu would have to rely on his own connections to arrange these matters, whether through family or other prominent celestial figures. Upon hearing Huang Yu's request for the command talisman, flags, seal, and sword, Zhao Yuliang felt a tinge of embarrassment. After awkwardly presenting the flag and seal, he sheepishly admitted that they currently possessed only these two items. They had once owned a sword, but after showing it to Lu Pobo and others, they deemed it unworthy due to its lack of aesthetic appeal. Zhao Yuliang's words reminded Huang Yu of the altar's humble nature. It lacked even the most fundamental items. With a resigned smile, he remarked that the sword need only serve its purpose of intimidating and vanquishing evil. Its appearance was inconsequential. As for the talisman, he would consider how to procure one for Zhao Yuliang. At this moment, Huang Yu's expression shifted as he caught sight of what Zhao Yuliang was calling a sword. Had it not been for his composure, he might have exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this pitiful object truly what you deem a sword? A mere piece of wood would be far more presentable." He wondered if this crude item had been fashioned by a child with a pocket knife. When Huang Yu contemplated asking Zhao Yuliang to put the makeshift sword away, a sudden insight struck him. He instinctively refrained from expressing his initial thoughts and instead said, "Yuliang, may I take a closer look at the sword?" Upon closer inspection, Huang Yu noted that this crude wooden implement was indeed remarkably unsightly. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his reaction. After painstakingly deciphering the combination of characters and pinyin inscribed upon it, particularly when he observed that the signature was merely a drawn chicken, he fell silent. A sense of familiarity washed over him, yet he could not recall where he had encountered or heard of such an image before. Exercising caution, Huang Yu advised Zhao Yuliang to keep the wooden sword for now, as it might prove useful in the future. "Yuliang, you and Xiao Jiao should remain at the altar while I return to summon help. Given the urgency of the situation, having additional assistance would be beneficial. Also, prepare the spirit tablets for Hu San Tai Yi, Hu San Tai Nai, and Hey Mama, placing them at the highest position on the incense altar. We must not neglect our formalities. Hu San Tai Yi and Hu San Tai Nai are revered as the foremost protectors of the realm of celestial beings, while Hey Mama serves as the chief guardian of the northern sect. Thus, any legitimate altar that functions effectively should venerate these three figures. The three elder spirits, in their benevolence, would invariably safeguard those disciples of the celestial arts who genuinely practiced virtue." Once Huang Yu departed, Zhao Yuliang promptly complied, not only elevating the tablets of the aforementioned three, but also placing the one inscribed with Hui Wuming on the second tier. Following that, he positioned the tablets of Xiao Jiao and Huang Yu. Xiao Jiao, filled with spirit, bowed fervently before the tablet of Hui Wuming, offering up his own dumplings as a form of tribute. Regrettably, the tablet remained unresponsive. Witnessing this, Xiao Jiao felt disheartened, but after performing 3 bows with his tiny paws, he resignedly perched on Zhao Yuliang's shoulder. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yuliang, Xiao Jiao's actions were an earnest attempt to summon Hui Wuming to preside over the altar. Thus, he merely viewed the little creature as an adorable sprite, a stark contrast to his own boisterous dog. In comparison, his boisterous pet appeared grotesque and utterly lacking in merit. Just as Zhao Yuliang was lost in thought, the large yellow dog sauntered in, shaking its rear. Upon noticing the transformed altar, it paused momentarily before barking at Zhao Yuliang with fervor. Miraculously, Zhao Yuliang seemed to understand the dog's intent, offering cautious smiles while picking up a blank spirit tablet. "Hold on, dog brother. Let's discuss this calmly. You want a spirit tablet, right? I'll arrange that for you. But I must know your name. Surely I can't write Rascal Dog or Big Yellow." The rascal dog, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of melancholy on its otherwise comical face. This expression tugged at Zhao Yuliang's heartstrings, reminding him of a time when he, too, had no name until he encountered his adoptive father. Empathizing with the dog, Zhao Yuliang hastily inscribed Lord Big Yellow upon the tablet, placing it respectfully alongside Xiao Jiao's. Considering the dog's behavior, spending its days bullying others and wreaking havoc, it was entirely fitting to bestow upon it such a title. Chapter 46. The Dominator having completed the aforementioned tasks, Zhao Yuliang did not remain at home idly awaiting Huang Yu's return. Instead, he took the yellow dog and Xiao Jiao to the barbecue stall to lend a hand. This was both a gesture of gratitude towards Sister Ingchun for her daily meals and a precaution against the 3 malevolent entities that might target the beautiful widow. Should those evil spirits truly appear, although he could not assist, the rascal dog might. Zhao Yuliang even speculated that the rascal dog was reluctant to intervene. If it chose to unleash its full potential, it could easily obliterate the 3 troublesome spirits, especially if they dared to provoke its entourage. However, such thoughts were purely speculative and had yet to be put to the test. "Sister, I'm here to help. Is there anything you need me to do?" Upon his arrival, Sister Ingchun, perspiring from her labors, greeted him with a smile. "What can you do? Just help carry things. And be sure to keep your rascal dog in check. I can't have it scaring my customers. Otherwise, I'll have to deal with that beast myself." Strangely enough, the typically brazen dog, unafraid of anyone, seemed to cower before Sister Ingchun. Zhao Yuliang conjectured that this was likely due to an incident where she had once chased the rascal dog down the street with a kitchen knife after it had ruined her lamb intended for skewers. Shaking his head to dismiss these bizarre thoughts, Zhao Yuliang immersed himself in the fiery labor at hand. Given the town's size, many recognized the proprietor of the paper shop, leading to inevitable banter. "What's the matter, Yuliang? Back to pursue Sister Ingchun again? Your mere assistance and labor is insufficient. A gesture of camaraderie is necessary. Come, share a drink with me, and once we have finished, I shall impart to you the art of courting women." Upon hearing these words, Zhao, a novice in matters of romance, felt his face flush with embarrassment. In stark contrast, Sister Ingchun remained audacious, snatching the wine glass from Zhao Yuliang and berating the man who spoke. "Do not concern yourself with matters between me and Yuliang. Simply enjoy your drink. Furthermore, you are prohibited from forcing him to drink. At such a young age, he must not become a drunkard." Her words elicited uproarious laughter from the patrons, who teased her for taking charge when their relationship was yet unconfirmed. Unfazed, Sister Ingchun continued to jest and scold as she settled the bill for departing customers. To some, this scene might appear crude, yet it epitomizes the lives of countless ordinary citizens. The atmosphere at the barbecue stall was jovial, though the chef, Old Song, was far from pleased. Despite having a wife, he had long harbored feelings for the charming widow, Sister Ingchun. Otherwise, he would not have forsaken a lucrative city job to toil at a humble barbecue stand in the town. With this mindset, the increasingly agitated Old Song grew more incensed with every cheer from the crowd. However, bound by his marital status, he could only suppress his disdain for Zhao Yuliang, the meddlesome outsider. Barbecues in every locale persist until the late hours. Indeed, it is only then that the night truly begins. Yet, Zhao Yuliang dared not linger until that time, for he needed to return to the paper shop to offer incense. Fortunately, nothing supernatural transpired at the barbecue stall before his departure. Upon returning through the back door, he found that the young man from the Huang family had yet to return. After offering incense to the two figurines, Zhao Yuliang settled down with Xiao Jiaozi at the entrance, while the large yellow dog trotted off to enjoy the roasted meat gifted by Sister Ingchun. The wait for Huang's young man was not prolonged. Soon, three indistinct figures floated into the entrance as the wind picked up. One was naturally Huang Xian, gathering a group, another was a robust bear, and the third was a peculiar sight, an egg the size of a football, an egg teeming with maggots. It was no wonder Zhao Yuliang thought so, for the egg appeared quite unusual. It resembled a maggot emerging from its shell, with only the upper half freed while the lower half remained trapped within. The exposed little head was remarkably round, resembling a glossy salted egg, disproportionately larger than its body. Noticing Zhao Yuliang's bewilderment, Huang's young man appeared somewhat sheepish. "Ahem, Yuliang. Come over, let me introduce you. This is Senior Xiong, the most formidable rogue immortal within 100 miles. He has cultivated for a century, and his skills are exceptional among our 5 great families." Zhao Yuliang, always courteous, especially in the presence of a century-old bear immortal, hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Senior." The bear immortal, clearly of a boisterous disposition, replied in a deep voice, "No need for such formalities. Just call me Big Xiong or Bear Blind. From now on, I shall enjoy the offerings here, and we shall look out for one another." Bear blind is a colloquial term for black bears in the north, not implying actual blindness. Compared to other apex predators like lions, black bears indeed have poor vision. This is because lions inhabit vast grasslands, while black bears dwell in densely wooded areas. Lacking good eyesight means lions cannot spot prey in time. Conversely, even if black bears had excellent vision, their view would be obstructed by trees. Due to the bear immortal's courteous demeanor stemming from his connection with Huang, Zhao Yuliang dared not address him as bear blind. Thus, with a smile, he inquired, "Senior Bear, what is your name? I wish to write a plaque in your honor." "I have no name," the bear immortal replied with a silly shake of his large head. "We humble creatures lack names. Feel free to give me one." "Ah, I see." Zhao Yuliang looked incredulously at Huang's young man, who nodded lightly in affirmation. "Yuliang, you may not know, but for us animal cultivators, it is quite challenging, especially for a rogue like Big Xiong. His parents were ordinary black bears, and he awakened his intelligence by chance. Thus, it is entirely normal for him to lack a name, and among us animal cultivators, names are not of great importance unless granted by a prominent figure, which would be tantamount to a formal recognition." Speaking of formal recognition, a look of longing appeared on the faces of Huang's young man. The bear immortal, and Xiao Jiaozi. Although Zhao Yuliang was unaware of what formal recognition entailed, it did not hinder him from bestowing a name upon the bear immortal. After all, he empathized with him. Well then, Big Bear, may I call you Xiongba from now on? It sounds powerful and impressive. As an orphan, Zhao Yuliang had attended school for only a short time. The name Xiongba was inspired by a film he had watched, and he found it quite cool. Chapter 47. Who is being polite? However, the bear immortal evidently misconstrued the intent, initially taken aback before shaking his head vigorously like a rattling drum. Yuliang, please do not be so formal. I can only associate with Huang Yu as an equal. You are also an equal to him. So how could you call me father? That would be too courteous. Zhao Yuliang was left speechless. Who is being polite? Xiongba, it's not father, all right? Is there such politeness? Calling someone father upon first meeting, especially across species. After the misunderstanding was cleared, the bear immortal seemed quite pleased with his name. To express his gratitude, he insisted on giving Zhao Yuliang a piece of wild honeycomb, primarily for its honey. However, coincidentally, a few large bees remained within the honeycomb, and in a careless moment, Zhao Yuliang was stung, causing him to wail in distress. His eyes swelled shut, and his lips puffed up like sausages. Coupled with the scars from a cat scratching his face, Zhao Yuliang would undoubtedly frighten any passerby if he ventured outside. Seeing this, the bear immortal felt even more embarrassed, awkwardly rubbing his hands together. Look at the trouble this has caused. After introducing the bear immortal, Huang's young man began to present the peculiar egg. Yuliang, this is Chang Jie, the direct descendant of the Chang family from Wanlong Mountain. His parents have transcended to become dragons, or perhaps even more formidable beings. Chang Jie's current appearance is entirely due to his congenital deficiencies. To prevent Zhao Yuliang from looking down upon Chang Jie, Huang's young man elaborated on the odd egg. Chang Jie, hearing Huang's introduction, lethargically raised his head, speaking with a voice barely above a whisper. Until now, he had been resting his upper body on the eggshell. Hello, Yuliang, I am Chang Jie. My parents are dragons. Yet I am but a maggot. Where can I seek justice for this? Zhao Yuliang noted in silence that upon Huang Yu's return, he had intended to assist Zhao Yuliang in finding some powerful immortals to preside over matters. However, upon learning the specifics of the situation, many formidable immortals politely declined. This was not due to their being superficial, but rather because Zhao Yuliang's circumstances were terribly inadequate. Firstly, he possessed no connection to the celestial realm, being an ordinary person. His ability to perform rituals was solely reliant on external aid. Secondly, the paper shop was considered quite ominous, and any spiritually perceptive immortal would be aware of it. Although they might not know the precise details, they understood that the paper shop was a murky waterway, the depths of which were unfathomable. Should one become ensnared, danger to life could arise at any moment. Realizing he could not recruit any capable individuals, Huang's young man had nearly given up on returning. However, the bear immortal, now known as Xiongba, volunteered to join after hearing Huang Yu's call for assistance. The reason lies in Huang Yu's unintentional act of saving his life. Xiongba, being a man of gratitude, could not bear to see him in an awkward position. As for Chang Jie, he was sent by the Chang family from the north without even a word of explanation. The 5 major exorcists are interconnected, so of course, the Huang family's young master could not refuse, even though he was puzzled as to why the ailing Chang Jie was so insistent on participating. Exorcists often face numerous dangers while assisting their disciples, especially in the presence of Zhao Yuliang, whose malevolence is particularly formidable. Given Chang Jie's current condition, he was wholly unsuitable for such a perilous task. He should be resting at home to recover and prepare for a swift rebirth. Who has ever seen an exorcist trapped in an eggshell? If he were to manifest, wouldn't it be a source of amusement for their enemies? After all that effort, to summon a rotting egg? Or worse, a maggot-ridden one? Were they intending to disgust their foes? Fortunately, Zhao Yuliang was not one to judge by appearances. On the contrary, his kind-hearted nature led him to feel a certain sympathy for Chang Jie. He had intended to converse more with Chang Jie, but alas, no matter what he said, the reply was always the same. My parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. Where could one find reason in that? As the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable, the young master of the Huang family hastily assigned roles to Xiongba and Chang Jie. They were naturally placed in the Guaitang, tasked with maintaining order. Although Chang Jie was somewhat weakened at present, who knew what the future might hold? There is a saying, the snake family gathers herbs and often refines pills, leaving the python family to conquer the world. Chang Jie was a python. If he were not placed in the Guaitang, it would surely invite discontent from the Chang family of the north, who might perceive it as a slight against their lineage. Huang Yu had no desire to provoke the master of Wanlong Mountain over such trivial matters, especially considering the legendary moonlight on the Corpse Mountain, the Blood Sea turning dragons. Although the master of Wanlong Mountain was quite cultured and likely would not stoop to quarreling with a junior like himself. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yuliang tended to his responsibilities in the hall, the outdoor barbecue stall had just seen off its last batch of customers. The late-night hustle had left Sister Ingchun quite fatigued. Stretching her arms and yawning, she addressed the grill master. Finally done. Brother Song, you should head home early. I will take my time cleaning up. It was the height of summer, and everyone was dressed lightly. Thus, as Sister Ingchun stretched, her form naturally revealed her slender, alluring waist. This posture immediately caught the grill master's eye, igniting his desire. After a moment's hesitation, he audaciously approached, emboldened by the absence of onlookers. Don't rush. Sister, I'll help you tidy up. As he spoke, his hand reached toward Sister Ingchun's waist. Known for her fiery temperament, she would not allow anyone to take advantage of her, especially since she had maintained her virtue for so many years. After a brief moment of shock, she swiftly slapped him across the face. What do you think you're doing, Fatty Song? Have you no shame? Don't forget you have a wife. Taken aback by the slap, the grill master was further intimidated by the volume of her rebuke, fearing that it would attract the attention of neighbors and lead to his being reported to the authorities. The disgrace of being labeled a rogue is a burden no matter the era. Sister, please don't shout. I didn't mean it. He pleaded. I'm leaving. I'll leave right now. Seeing Fatty Song cower, Sister Ingchun did not wish to escalate the situation. Firstly, a widow has enough troubles without adding to them. Such a matter, if it circulated, would not bode well for her. Secondly, it is wise to show mercy. If he learned his lesson, that would suffice. There was no need to tarnish Fatty Song's reputation, creating discord in his household. Thus, with a cold huff, she signaled for him to depart. She then abandoned the barbecue stall and hurried home. Despite her fiery spirit, Sister Ingchun understood she was still a woman. In the dead of night, if Fatty Song were to lose his senses, it would be her who suffered. Meanwhile, Fatty Song, also returning home alone, felt the sting of shame on his face and became increasingly aggrieved. Unable to contain himself, he muttered a curse. Damn that shameless harlot, pretending to be a pure maiden. If it weren't for me, would your business be thriving? You ungrateful wretch, just wait. I'll quit and go earn big bucks in the city. Your shabby stall should just close down. As he spewed his curses, a chilling wind swept through, carrying a sinister voice that whispered in Fatty Song's ear. Want to get back at that woman? I can help you. If she dares to refuse, just kill her. Chapter 48. Llama and the human skinflower drum. Upon hearing this voice, Fatty Song stood frozen in place. His eyes glimmered with a wicked light, and a sinister grin spread across his face. He hurried to the barbecue stall, snatching a kitchen knife from the back and heading towards Sister Ingchun's home. Clearly, his malevolent thoughts had attracted a dark spirit. To explain briefly, why do some people, when possessed by a spirit, walk with their heels not touching the ground? The ancients believed that those whose feet do not touch the earth are destined for a short life. When walking, if one's heels do not make contact, it is seen as a sign of being ungrounded. Those possessed in such a manner are generally beyond salvation, doomed to demise. At the moment Fatty Song became possessed, the compass before the corpse reanimating elder suddenly began to tremble violently. The red-robed Lama's prayer will spun even faster. The paper figures in the paper shop all turned their heads in unison, gazing toward the source of the disturbance. The corners of the paper figures' mouths curled up, emitting a chilling, eerie laughter that echoed throughout the paper shop. At this time, Fatty Song was relentlessly chopping at Sister Ingchun's door with the knife, splintering the wood. Inside, Sister Ingchun fought back desperately, shoving a mop through the shattered gap in the door, pushing against Fatty Song. Are you insane, Fatty Song? If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Calling the police may intimidate a living person, but the grill master was now possessed by a spirit. He continued to strike with the knife. A foolish smile plastered on his face. Just then, a clear bell rang out. The red-robed llama had arrived, having spun the prayer wheel. Upon seeing the llama, the possessed Fatty Song immediately became alert, a hollow voice escaping his lips. You damn monk, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. The red-robed llama ignored the evil spirit, instead reciting the 6-syllable great mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. These 6 words may seem insignificant to an ordinary ear, but to a malevolent spirit, they resonated like thunder. Fatty Song's hefty body swayed visibly, his face contorting in pain. You foul monk, you're courting death, he bellowed, raising the knife and charging at the red-robed llama. The llama merely cast a calm glance at the advancing spirit and accelerated the spinning of the prayer wheel. The harmonious sounds of bells intertwined with the recitation, and to the malevolent spirit, It sounded like a hypnotic incantation. Fatty Song stumbled, feeling as though the entire world was spinning, and he fell to the ground with a thud. You. The red-robed Lama paid him no mind. Instead, he stored the prayer wheel and swiftly formed a hand sign. He then bit his middle finger, using the Vajra subduing seal to mark the spirit's forehead. Om Mani Padme Hum, auspicious, subdue. On the ground, Fatty Song's legs straightened, his body convulsed, and foam escaped his mouth as he trembled uncontrollably, resembling an epileptic fit. Seeing the spirit subdued, the red-robed Lama turned to Sister Ingchun and spoke, Tashi Delek. My dear lady, you may come out. The evil spirit has been vanquished. Upon hearing this, Sister Ingchun cautiously opened the dilapidated door. Just as she was about to speak, she gasped in shock at what she saw behind the red-robed Lama. You have another one behind you. What? Before the red-robed Lama could react, he felt a searing pain in his back. Turning around, he saw that a neighbor of Sister Ingchun had also been possessed, wielding a kitchen knife and flailing it wildly. You meddlesome monk, who told you to interfere? You deserve to die? The actions of the malevolent spirit clearly enraged the red-robed Lama, who unleashed the six-syllable great mantra while simultaneously striking the flower drum at his waist. The sound of the drum resonated with an ethereal clarity. However, to the ears of the malevolent spirit, it was akin to a thunderclap, prompting a wretched scream as it clutched its ears and fled into the distance. The red-robed Lama, unyielding, took swift strides in pursuit of the demon. Observing the departure of both the Lama and the spirit, Zhao Yuliang, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged hastily. His inaction was not born of indifference, but rather due to being restrained by the invisible presence of Huang's younger brother. Ingchun, are you unharmed? Upon seeing Zhao Yuliang, Sister Ingchun felt a wave of relief wash over her. She fought back tears and nodded gently. I am fine, thanks to that master from before. Gazing at the shattered door and the fallen figure of Fatty Song, Zhao Yuliang pondered before speaking. Sister, it is unwise to remain here for now. Allow me to escort you to an inn in town to rest for the night. We can address other matters at dawn. Given the circumstances, Sister Ingchun could only acquiesce. After such an uncanny event, she dared not remain alone in her home. However, staying at Zhao Yuliang's would invite unwelcome gossip, as she was a widow and he a solitary man. Thus, a bustling inn became the most prudent choice. On their way to the inn, the young widow could no longer contain her curiosity. Yuliang, how did you know something was amiss here? Zhao Yuliang paused momentarily, hesitating before responding in a half-serious, half-joking tone. Sister, to be honest, I have become acquainted with a celestial being. If you doubt me, I can summon him for you to see. Sister Ingchun, amused, playfully chided him, dismissing his claims as mere banter. Nevertheless, his lightheartedness eased her earlier fears significantly. Yuliang, was Fatty Song truly possessed by a ghost? She decided against further inquiries, fearing that more questions would only heighten her anxiety. After ensuring Sister Ingchun was settled, Zhao Yuliang could not suppress his curiosity any longer and asked Huang Yu, why did you not assist the monk earlier? Are you aware that he could contend with the demon? Huang Yu's expression turned grave as he replied, Yuliang, would you believe me if I told you that this monk is not as virtuous as he appears? Without waiting for Zhao Yuliang's response, he elaborated on his suspicions. You noticed the flower drum hanging from the Lama's waist, did you not? It is fashioned from human skin, specifically, that of a girl, removed while she was still alive. What? What do you mean? Zhao Yuliang was utterly taken aback. Huang, you cannot be jesting. Huang Yu, being a practitioner of the Huang family's mystical arts, never trifled with such serious matters, especially when assessing one's character. It was revealed that, during the dark days of the old society, many malevolent individuals masqueraded as lamas. Their cruelty surpassed the boundaries of modern imagination, exemplified by the aforementioned human skin drum. The primary material was the skin of a 16-year-old girl, meticulously extracted from the purest and most innocent souls. The lamas would scour impoverished peasant households, selecting beautiful, fair-skinned girls who had just begun to walk and could not yet speak. Those chosen for sacrifice would endure excruciating torment, including the severing of their tongues and the puncturing of their eardrums. The lamas believed that the world was rife with filth, and any sacrificial instrument that had heard foul language would become tainted. Thus, even if the girls possessed normal hearing and speech, they would be cruelly mutilated without the application of any anesthetics, left to scream in agony. As their wounds gradually healed, their worlds would fall into an eternal silence, rendering them incapable of hearing any profane words, and thus, their spirits and bodies would be rendered infinitely pure. Additionally, these girls were required to have a special concoction applied to their backs, enhancing the elasticity of their skin, resulting in a more ethereal sound when the drum was struck. To maintain their sanctity, they were forbidden from engaging in any romantic encounters. Upon reaching the age of 16, they would undergo a brutal process of having their entire skin removed, remaining fully conscious until the last inch was peeled away, all while restrained in a devout posture. Unable to resist, the lamas would first bore a small hole in the girls' skulls, gradually filling their cranial cavities with mercury, allowing it to seep into their blood vessels and nerves. Once the mercury filled every crevice of their bodies, a gentle tug would suffice to remove the entire skin, serving as the primary material for the human skin drum. The girls, now devoid of skin, would have their skulls struck to create the drum's body, while their leg bones would be fashioned into drumsticks. Upon hearing Huang Yu's revelations, Zhao Yuliang could only express his outrage with repeated exclamations of disbelief. How could that monk, who seems so righteous, be involved in such inhumane acts? This is utterly despicable. Amidst his curses, a sudden scream echoed from a distance. Unmistakably the voice of the red-robed lama. Zhao Yuliang, possessing a kind heart, could choose to disregard the lama's fate, but he could not permit the malevolent spirit to wreak havoc upon others. He hurried towards the source of the cry. Upon arrival, he found the red-robed lama sprawled on the ground, bloodied, with a pair of scissors embedded in his chest. The elder me, the shopkeeper's son, and the corpse-reviving elder had already gathered, along with the village chief and others. The sudden appearance of Zhao Yuliang caught everyone off guard. Sun stepped forward, urging quietly, "Yuliang, what brings you here? You must return. The items in your shop are of greater importance." Zhao Yuliang hesitated but did not turn away. Instead, he gently inquired, "Uncle Sun, what has happened to the monk? Was he harmed by the spirit?" Sun's expression turned somber as he nodded. "Alas. The master encountered 2 vile entities and was ambushed by a third. He is gravely injured. I fear he may not survive." Zhao Yuliang's emotions were tumultuous. Was the lama a good person? After all, he employed human skin to craft his instruments. Yet, could he be deemed malevolent when he sacrificed himself to subdue the evil spirit? Moreover, Zhao Yuliang had heard that the red-robed lama selflessly assisted the townsfolk without accepting any payment from the village chief. Just as Zhao Yuliang grappled with these moral dilemmas, the once fading red-robed lama suddenly sat upright. Perhaps due to his severe injuries, he could no longer speak, but he gestured for Zhao Yuliang to approach him. Me? Although perplexed, Zhao Yuliang moved closer to the lama. Seeing the lama's lips move without sound, he leaned down to hear better. With a heavy heart, Zhao Yuliang softly asked, "Master, if you have any final words, please share them." The red-robed lama mustered all his strength to place a prayer wheel into Zhao Yuliang's hands, then laboriously handed him the human skin drum. In a voice only they could hear, he uttered, "You dwell in a land of anguished spirits, surrounded by endless darkness. Remember, the only light resides within your heart. Never allow your soul to be consumed by demons, for that shall lead to eternal damnation." After reciting the 6-character mantra for the final time, the red-robed lama breathed his last in Zhao Yuliang's embrace. The evening breeze stirred, enveloping both the lama and Zhao Yuliang in a shroud of crimson robes. In light of the recent spate of deaths, the village chief, aware of the malevolent forces at play, felt compelled to contact the authorities. How the police would handle the situation was beyond the village chief's control, and indeed, it was of little concern to Zhao Yuliang. At that moment, he was racing back to the paper shop alongside the corpse-reviving elder. Their immediate task was to transfer the 4 corpses to the depths of the mountains outside the town. Should the police conduct a thorough search the following day, Zhao Yuliang would find it impossible to explain himself, no matter how many words he had at his disposal. Zhao Yuliang was practical, or perhaps his thought process was simply unconventional. As he walked along, he suddenly spoke up. "Well, Brother Zhang, your guest is no longer staying at my place. I shall return the money to you. It wouldn't be fair for you to incur a loss." The old corpse handler, Zhang Mingli, remained silent throughout the night. The following morning, the police indeed commenced a thorough investigation across the entire town. Zhao Yuliang's paper shop had peculiar rules, and just as he was fretting over how to prevent the police from entering, the voice of Huang Jiaxian echoed in his ears. "You should sincerely offer incense to those 2 figures in the shop, and hang the prayer wheel given to you by the lama on the door. This way, if a living person enters in a short time, it won't cause any disturbance." The 2 figures Huang Jiaxian referred to were, of course, the 2 effigies positioned in the center of the shop. Zhao Yuliang hurriedly complied, and to his astonishment, once he hung the prayer wheel on the door, the entire shop seemed to radiate warmth, akin to a few electric heaters being turned on in a frigid winter. As daylight broke, the police indeed made their way to his shop. However, rather than conducting a door-to-door inquiry, they headed straight for the paper shop. After confirming his identity, They wasted no time and bluntly announced, "Zhao Yuliang, you are suspected of being involved in a murder case. Please accompany us for questioning." Zhao Yuliang was taken aback. His first thought was, have I been exposed? But then he reconsidered, realizing that he had nothing to hide. For it was the malevolent spirits that were responsible for the deaths. Although the red-clad lama had died in his arms, he was not the one who had killed him. With this thought, Zhao Yuliang's courage surged. "Comrade police, you must be mistaken. I am a law-abiding citizen. There must be some misunderstanding." While Zhao Yuliang was attempting to argue his innocence, a pair of gleaming silver handcuffs had already been clasped around his wrists. The police officer, with a righteous demeanor, stated, "Your claims of misunderstanding hold no weight. Neither your words nor mine matter here. We must let the facts speak for themselves. It would be wise for you to come along quietly." Chapter 50. The mysterious photograph emerges. The news of Zhao Yuliang's arrest spread swiftly throughout the small town. The residents, upon hearing the news, were initially incredulous. The police must have made a mistake. That Zhao Yuliang is rather naive. How could he possibly commit a crime? They had all witnessed him diligently tending to his shop, even napping at the entrance each day. Therefore, even if Zhao Yuliang had harbored criminal intentions, he lacked the opportunity to act. In their outrage, the townsfolk urged the mayor to visit the police station to clarify matters and secure Zhao Yuliang's release, restoring justice for the innocent man. In truth, the mayor was more anxious than anyone else. He was one of the few privy to the secrets of the paper shop. He understood that if Zhao Yuliang did not return by nightfall, the entire town would face dire consequences. The narrative indicates that Zhao Yuliang's arrest, while unfortunate, was not entirely unjustified. For, in a village 10 miles away, a horrific murder had transpired the previous night. A family of 5 had inexplicably perished, and their bodies bore gruesome signs of violence. The remains appeared as if they had been ravaged by wild beasts, with none intact. Upon meticulous investigation, the police discovered a photograph of Zhao Yuliang at the crime scene. Thus, who else could they apprehend if not him? Even if Zhao Yuliang was innocent, the perpetrator must surely have been acquainted with him. Otherwise, how could they have carried his photograph? Hearing the police inquire about events occurring 10 miles away, Zhao Yuliang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was grateful that they were not asking about local matters, especially since he had never set foot in that village, nor had he even heard of it. Due to his cooperation with the police and the solid alibi he provided, they returned him before nightfall. Their only stipulation was that he must not leave the area until the case was fully resolved. Zhao Yuliang could only manage a wry smile upon hearing this, thinking to himself, even if you hadn't said it, I wouldn't dare to leave. If I wander too far, I would surely meet my demise. Just wait, you deceitful old Taoist. I will not let this go. Upon his return, the coffin shop's manager, along with Granny Mi and Sister Ingchun, came to offer their condolences. After Zhao Yuliang explained the situation, they were perplexed. Zhao? How could your photograph appear at a murder scene? To whom have you given your photo? Do you have any acquaintances in this area? Zhao Yuliang, bemused, patted his clean pocket and replied, Granny, Uncle's son, Sister Ingchun, I am in such dire straits. Do I seem like someone who would have the means to print and distribute photos? Even if I could, wouldn't it be wiser to keep them for matchmaking? Why would I give them away for no reason? Zhao Yuliang's financial struggles and thriftiness were well known, and thus Granny Mi and the others believed him. Yet it is odd. You are new here, and you hardly know anyone, let alone enemies. Logically, no one would go out of their way to frame you. After a brief discussion, they could not arrive at any conclusions and decided to depart. Before leaving, Sister Ingchun specifically urged, Zhao, if nothing comes up tonight, come help me grill some meat. I can't manage it all by myself. That lazy song. Zhao Yuliang was more than willing to assist, especially for Sister Ingchun. Understood, I will definitely come by tonight. But you know the shop's rules. I must return to offer incense before midnight. If there are still patrons after that, I will finish my prayers and return. Perhaps due to the hauntings in the past few days, there were not many customers for barbecued food that night. By 10 o'clock, which should have been the busiest hour, the place was eerily quiet. Observing the desolate business, Sister Ingchun sighed in resignation. All right, Zhao, it seems like we can call it a night. Since there's no one around, just grill a few skewers for us to eat. After that, you can head home to rest. As Sister Ingchun finished speaking, the old corpse handler, Zhang Mingli, approached with a smile. Why is it so empty? Our guests have just arrived. Following Zhang Mingli were several young apprentices, also engaged in the profession of corpse handling. Madam, please grill us something to eat. Anything will do. The only request is that you and Brother Zhao accompany us for the meal. Seeing that Zhao Yuliang's friends had arrived, Sister Ingchun became even more hospitable. Sure, just a moment. I will take care of it. Zhao, go keep this elder company. I will handle the grilling. Once it's ready, We can all have a drink together. While Sister Ingchun busied herself, Zhao Yuliang quietly inquired, Elder brother, have you settled your guests? Yes, they are all settled. You need not worry, Zhao. However, keeping them outside for too long is not advisable. Once the commotion dies down, I will bring them back to you. Oh, by the way, I heard you were arrested by the police. Everything is all right now, I hope? Zhao Yuliang chuckled at the mention. It's all a misunderstanding. There is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang recount the events of his arrest, the old corpse handler's expression turned contemplative. Brother Zhao, have you heard of the infamous photo murder case from a few years ago? It even stirred the Miaoshan lineage at that time. Zhao Yuliang was taken aback. Wait, are you saying photographs can actually kill? Elder brother Zhang, please do not frighten me. What if, just what if, my photograph was the cause? Would that make me an accomplice? Am I to be sentenced? Zhao Yuliang's exaggerated reaction elicited hearty laughter from the old corpse handler. You are quite the wit. Come, let us share a drink. As they indulged in several cups of wine, the bond between Zhao Yuliang and the old corpse handler grew stronger. Elder brother, could you elaborate on that photo murder you mentioned earlier? I am quite curious, since this was not a secret. Zhang Mingli had no reason to withhold information and began recounting the tale. The incident occurred 3 years ago when a young woman working at an electronics factory was returning home alone after a night shift. The girl was strikingly beautiful and soon caught the attention of several ruffians. The young ruffians not only defiled the girl, but also brutally murdered her afterward. Among these miscreants, one was a complete pervert who shockingly recorded the girl's lifeless body on his mobile phone. Consequently, when the night of her return came, the one who had taken the photograph met a gruesome end in his rented room. Even more bizarrely, from that moment onward, the photograph began to circulate autonomously. Not only did it lead to the demise of the ruffians who harmed the girl, but it also reached ordinary people. The result was dire. Anyone who received the photograph met their death before the night was over. It was only after dozens had perished that the relevant government authorities intervened. Ultimately, it was the heir of the Miaoshan lineage who personally stepped in, gradually bringing the situation under control. Chapter 51. Encountering the Spirit Vehicle. So that is how it is. After hearing this, Zhao Yuliang felt a sense of relief. Since he had survived, there was no vengeful spirit seeking retribution through the photograph. But who, in their right mind, would leave their photo at a crime scene? Was that not utterly wicked? While Zhao Yuliang pondered this, the old corpse handler spoke softly. Brother, how are the preparations for our descent into the tomb coming along? According to our plan, we must act tomorrow night. Following the adage of taking money to relieve others of their misfortunes, Zhao Yuliang readily agreed. Rest assured, my elder brother, as a solitary bachelor, I have no preparations and can accompany you at any time. That is good, that is good. The old corpse handler nodded repeatedly. After drinking a few more cups, he led his companions to the coffin shop of Master Sunday. They intended to stay there for the night, as Zhao Yuliang's papermaking shop was considered too ominous, even for corpse handlers. After their departure, Zhao Yuliang escorted Sister Ingchun home. On his way back, he suddenly noticed a large bus approaching. Strangely, even at night, the bus did not turn on its headlights, moving slowly along the road. Thankfully, it was driving at a slow pace. Otherwise, it would have nearly collided with Zhao Yuliang. Goodness, why on earth is it driving without lights at this hour? Is your family so short on electricity? Zhao Yuliang exclaimed loudly while dodging the vehicle. Just as he was about to curse again, he noticed the bus had come to a halt beside him. What is going on? Is it stopping? Is someone going to confront me? As Zhao Yuliang's mind raced with wild thoughts, he suddenly realized that the bus was pure white, devoid of any other color, reminiscent of the mourning garments worn at death. Wait a minute, a pure white bus? Wasn't this the spirit vehicle he had encountered previously? With this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Zhao Yuliang's brow. Just as he contemplated fleeing, the bus door slowly opened, and an irresistible force pulled him inside. In a hurried glance, he saw all the recently deceased, the 3 children who had died 2 days prior, the plump Song from yesterday, and even the long-deceased Zhang Banzian, along with the elderly Li who had sent him a message and the red-clad lama. All of them had pallid faces and tightly shut eyes, swaying in their seats as if weightless. As Zhao Yuliang boarded the bus, these individuals seemingly awakened simultaneously, their eyes snapping open to fixate on him. In that moment of bewilderment, the small wooden dagger he had kept close to his chest emitted a faint azure glow. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him, and when clarity returned, he found himself standing on the roadside. The pale spirit vehicle vanished from sight. What met his eyes was the concerned gaze of Brother Huang from the Huang family. Liangzi, are you all right? Zhao Yuliang shook his head to clear his thoughts. I'm fine, Brother Huang. What brings you here? Did you come to fetch me? After confirming that Zhao Yuliang was indeed unharmed, Huang Jiaxian let out a bitter smile. Of course, I came to get you. I was practicing in the hall when I suddenly sensed your life force fading, so I rushed over. What happened just now? After Zhao Yuliang recounted the events, Huang Jiaxian's expression turned grave. The spirit vehicle, it truly is a spirit vehicle. Liangzi, why do these sinister entities always fixate on you? With a life like yours, who knows whose misfortune has befallen you? Speaking of misfortune, Zhao Yuliang could not deny his own. To put it plainly, his streak of bad luck had begun from the moment he was born, after Zhao Yuliang's mother gave birth. Whether due to a negligent doctor or his own unfortunate appearance, the doctor had carelessly discarded him into a trash bin, taking the placenta instead. Had it not been for his loud cries, his birthday and day of death would have been the same. Though Zhao Yuliang's tale was amusing, Huang Jiaxian could not share in the laughter at that moment. Liangzi, do you recall how many empty seats were left on the spirit vehicle? Empty seats? Zhao Yuliang closed his eyes to remember carefully. There were quite a few. That bus was enormous. Quite a few? Upon hearing this, Huang Jiaxian's expression darkened further. That indicates many more will perish nearby. The spirit vehicle will not depart until it is filled. Realizing the seriousness of the situation after Huang Jiaxian's words, the two fell into a heavy silence as they returned to the paper shop. Awaiting them was little Dumpling, the small creature climbing onto Zhao Yuliang's shoulder. Its eyes filled with concern. Zhao Yuliang hurriedly comforted it and placed the fried dumplings he had brought back on the table. Little Dumpling, eat quickly. Don't let the ruffian dog see. Otherwise, you won't get any. As soon as he uttered those words, Zhao Yuliang felt an ominous presence behind him. Turning around, he met the venomous gaze of the big yellow dog. In an instant, the sound of barking and Zhao Yuliang's anguished cries pierced the still night air. Oh my God, dog brother, you're getting stronger and stronger. Your hits are becoming more painful. Zhao Yuliang said as he applied alcohol to his wounds while admiring the big yellow dog. The dog, however, merely looked disdainful, shaking its rear before returning to its nook to sleep. The harmony between man and dog left Huang Jiaxian both amused and exasperated. Liangzi, I've come to realize that the spirit dog you raise is truly extraordinary. For some reason, I feel a sense of dread in its presence. Zhao Yuliang, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Huang Jiaxian's words, foolishly nodded along. Of course, the ruffian dog is fierce. Who wouldn't he be afraid of it? Oh, but it's afraid of my cousin, Lord Grace 6, and Sister Ing Chun. It dares to bite no one else. Seeing Zhao Yuliang's naivete, Huang Jiaxian could only smile wryly. Liangzi, do you wish to know about this paper shop? No sooner had he spoken than an eerie laughter echoed from within the shop, followed by the mournful lyrics of a Peking opera. Once more, the little ghost and the great ghost bind the souls of the dead with iron chains. So tragic, so sorrowful, the chilling wind blows through, sending shivers down my spine. Simultaneously, the paper figures in the shop sprang to life, inching towards the courtyard where Zhao Yuliang and the others stood. Sensing the unfolding events, Huang Jiaxian's face turned ashen. Realizing he had spoken words that should not have been uttered, another gust of cold wind swept through, and the burly figure of Xiong Ba positioned himself protectively in front of Huang Jiaxian and Zhao Yuliang. Clueless about the commotion, he looked on alert and innocently asked, "What is going on? What is happening?" Also present was Chang Jie, still languidly sprawled on the eggshell, appearing as if he had sacrificed himself. Struggling to lift his head to glance in the direction of the paper figures, he lamented, "Both my parents are dragons, yet here I am, just a maggot. How can I make sense of this?" Chapter 52. The legendary figures. It was evident that Huang Jiaxian was a person of great responsibility. Realizing his transgression, he immediately stepped in front of Zhao Yuliang. Bowing deeply towards the front hall, he spoke loudly, as a descendant of the Huang family from the north. "I did not intend to offend. Please do not take offense. Any punishment shall fall upon me, Huang Yu." Uncertain whether it was the apology from the young man of the Huang family that had any effect, the paper figure ceased its movement after he spoke. The eerie aria of the Peking opera came to an abrupt halt, though the surrounding temperature dropped considerably. Despite this, the young man from the Huang family maintained his bowing posture for quite some time, only straightening up once he was assured that all was well. Huang Yu expressed his gratitude for everyone's understanding. After managing the peculiar paper shop, Huang Yu turned to face Zhao Yuliang, who wore a puzzled expression. After a brief hesitation, he dipped his finger into his tea and inscribed on the table, "This matter shall be discussed later, do not inquire further." Zhao Yuliang, having seen similar scenes in spy dramas on television, nodded repeatedly to indicate his comprehension. He instinctively covered his mouth with his hand, feeling somewhat foolish yet self-satisfied. Observing Zhao Yuliang's naive demeanor, the young man from the Huang family couldn't help but smile. Quantum, you promised to accompany the corpse handler to the grave tomorrow. It is a most peculiar tomb. Therefore, I wish to return with the brothers from the Hui family tonight to see if we can assist you in gathering a few more souls. During my absence, you must exercise utmost caution. Although he wished to spare the young man from the Huang family undue burdens, especially for his own affairs, the sincerity reflected in the latter's eyes prevented any polite refusals from escaping his lips. All right, Huang Xiaoga, I understand. You needn't worry. Besides, Brother Xiong and Brother Dan will be with me. Brother Xiong referred to Xiongba, while Brother Dan was the peculiar Changjia. Once the Huang family's celestial figure departed with the little dumpling, Zhao Yuliang indeed secured the doors and windows, dutifully returning to his room to sleep. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, the tree desires tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Not long after he fell asleep, the eerie song from before echoed outside once more. Only this time, the lyrics had changed. The greatest general between the realms of Yin and Yang demands your birth. Yama decrees your death at the third watch. If the general says no, then no it shall be. As the strange melody played, two indistinct figures glided through the back door. Both donned tall hats, one holding a mournful staff, while the other grasped a soul-recalling banner. The malevolent spirits, sensing the arrival of these figures, were once again struck dumb with fear. However, this time there was notable progress, as they did not scatter in a panic. Xiongba, having noticed the newcomers, hesitated before mustering his courage to reveal himself. Distinguished guests, what brings you here at this ungodly hour? The two figures, angered by the audacity of the bear spirit to obstruct their path, internally fumed. What business could a ghostly envoy have at this hour? Surely, it must be to apprehend souls. Could it possibly be for a food delivery? Had the situation been clearer, we would have taken this ignorant bear with us. Despite their thoughts, the ghostly envoys, recalling their terrifying first encounter, maintained their composure and responded. This does not concern you. Those who wish to live should step aside. We are here to inquire about the master of this establishment. Xiongba, aware of the grave consequences of offending the emissaries of the underworld, acquiesced and stepped aside, returning to his designated position with an internal apology. I'm truly sorry, Quantum. I did my best. In the midst of slumber, Zhao Yuliang found himself in a dream where two peculiar individuals offered him a drink. As they imbibed, one of them suddenly spoke. You are Zhao Yuliang, correct? Might we take a look at the treasure you hold? The two of us harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to verify a matter for our report. Perhaps because it was a dream, Zhao Yuliang absent-mindedly retrieved the wooden knife from his embrace. Upon seeing it, the two strange figures' expressions shifted dramatically. They both rose and bowed respectfully toward the wooden knife. Once seated again, their demeanor transformed entirely, now adorned with warm, affable smiles, even bordering on sycophancy. The taller one initiated the conversation. Might I inquire how you address that esteemed individual? The esteemed individual referred to the creator of the wooden knife. However, Zhao Yuliang misunderstood, thinking they were inquiring about his cousin, Wang Yukai. Despite his cousin's foolishness, Zhao Yuliang felt a certain conviction. He was indeed a person of significance. In ancient times, he would have been akin to a prince unwittingly lost among the common folk. Following this line of thought, Zhao Yuliang naturally replied, that is my cousin. He calls me Big Brother, not Big Bear. Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's response, the two ghostly envoys gasped in unison, realizing he was not lying. The suddenness of their reaction caused them to sit back in shock, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Their address of Zhao Yuliang evolved from initially calling him by name to Little Brother, and now to Lord Zhao. Lord Zhao, may I inquire what that esteemed individual has conveyed to you? Or if there are any tasks you would like us to undertake? Zhao Yuliang, known for his warm-heartedness, seldom turned down a request for help, with the exception of lending money. After a moment's contemplation, he finally recalled the most frequently asked question from Wang Yukai. Do you possess a lengthy lifespan? Upon sharing this with the two ghostly envoys, they immediately grew restless, akin to sitting on a burning stove in winter, their discomfort palpable. Your Excellency is right. It was our oversight. We shall return and rectify this. We humbly request that Lord Zhao speak favorably of us before that esteemed individual, so he does not take offense. Zhao Yuliang, increasingly perplexed by the conversation, nonetheless nodded in agreement. As long as they did not request a loan, he was amenable to anything. The two ghostly envoys, relieved by Zhao Yuliang's acquiescence, exchanged glances before hastily presenting him with an item. The little ghost, having arrived in haste, had not brought any treasures for Lord Zhao. This humble token is but a trivial offering. We hope you will accept it. You may regard it as a decorative piece, and if it takes up too much space, feel free to discard it. After speaking, The ghostly envoys fled the paper shop as if their lives depended on it, and the haunting song re-emerged. Yet this time, the melody was devoid of its sinister undertones, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of dread. The greatest general between the realms of yin and yang demands your birth. Yama decrees your death at the third watch. If the general says to extend your life, then so it shall be. Chapter 53. Rare treasures. While Zhao Yuliang continued his unintentional boasting in slumber, on the other side, the two ghostly envoys hastily retreated. The taller one, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Brother, thank goodness we exercised caution. Otherwise, we would have unleashed a calamity." The shorter one nodded vigorously. Indeed. Who could have anticipated that the general's family would be so extensive, with relatives scattered everywhere? Suddenly, the shorter one paused, contemplating before speaking again. However, if that Lord Zhao is indeed the general's cousin, why does he reside in such a perilous place? If I am not mistaken, the entanglement of fates associated with that shop cannot be trifled with. The taller one shook his head in resignation. Fate? When has the general ever cared for such matters? He himself embodies the greatest of fates. Besides, that Lord Zhao might have deliberately chosen to dwell there, just like the general, having nothing better to do than to toy with ghosts. At the mere mention of the general, both ghostly envoys couldn't help but shudder once more. They quickened their pace, eager to distance themselves from this perilous domain. Thus, the tales of Zhao Yuliang's formidable prowess and his terrifying connections spread like wildfire, leading to a series of absurd events. The alarm rang punctually in the morning, rousing Zhao Yuliang from his slumber as he yawned and opened the door to commence his day. Oh dear, this truly is no way for a person to live. Sleeping later than a dog, yet rising earlier than a rooster. Amidst his complaints, Zhao Yuliang caught sight of the unfriendly gaze of the large yellow dog. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, saluting the rogue canine as if he were a soldier. "Good morning, dog brother. Wishing you fortune." However, his fervent salute inadvertently sent the object he was holding flying, striking the dog squarely on the forehead, causing a profuse gush of blood. "Oh my goodness, dog brother. I'm truly sorry. It was unintentional." Zhao Yuliang hastily crouched down to inspect the dog's injury, his body tense, ready to flee at the slightest sign of the dog's wrath. Initially, the yellow dog seemed unwilling to let this audacious young man go unpunished. But upon noticing the object that had struck him, he was momentarily taken aback. "Dog brother, what's wrong? Have I caused you a concussion?" Zhao Yuliang waved his hand in front of the dog's eyes while following its gaze. "What is this? It looks so familiar." It was only then that he realized this object was not from a dream, but rather a gift from the two peculiar individuals he had encountered the previous day. As he picked it up, a chill coursed through his fingers. Upon closer inspection, it was a small, dark plaque, neither metal nor wood, its material indiscernible. The front bore two ornate characters, Ling and Sun, while the reverse was inscribed with the words Fengdu in a recessed carving technique known as Inwen, against a backdrop of the formidable ghost gate. For clarification, Inwen refers not to a script of the underworld, but rather to a carving technique where the text is engraved into the surface. Conversely, raised lettering is called Yangwen. Notably, there is no unique script for the underworld. All official documents are written in Song typeface. As Zhao Yuliang pondered the implications, he wondered if he had truly entered a dream or if he had unwittingly become a thief. Just then, Huang Jiaxian and Xiao Jiao appeared beside him. "Yuliang, I'm sorry, but I still haven't been able to find a capable person for you." Huang Yu paused, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the plaque in Zhao Yuliang's hand. "Yuliang, may I see what you have there?" With no reason to refuse, Zhao Yuliang tossed the plaque to Huang Yu. "What are you saying, Huang? I'd be happy to give it to you." As they spoke, Zhao Yuliang fetched alcohol and bandages to disinfect and dress the wound of the yellow dog, even fashioning a bow from the bandage atop its head. This only made the already dubious-looking rogue dog appear even more comical. Surprisingly, despite the pain associated with alcohol disinfection, the yellow dog did not retaliate against Zhao Yuliang. Its gaze remained fixated on the mysterious plaque. This strange behavior fueled Zhao Yuliang's belief that the dog had been rendered dazed by the blow. "Yuliang, where did you acquire this plaque? You must tell the truth." Huang Yu's tone was unusually serious, prompting Zhao Yuliang to recount the bizarre dream he had experienced the night before. "Isn't it strange? I woke up to find this object actually in my possession." At that moment, Xiong Ba materialized from the plaque, swaggering over with a swaying head. This was not surprising, as the two individuals from the previous day were indeed emissaries of the underworld. Don't be fooled by the odd appearance of Chang Jie. He is a direct descendant of the Chang family from the north, so it is only fitting for a rogue like Xiong Ba to address him as young master. "Chang Jie? Looking as if he had been born with a worm in his egg, feebly remarked, "My parents are dragons, yet I am but a worm. How can this be justified?" Huang Yu, trusting Xiongba's judgment, did not require Chang Jie's validation but was puzzled as to why the ghostly emissaries had not taken Zhao Yuliang with them, leaving behind the plaque that symbolized authority. After much contemplation, Huang Jiazhen decided to abandon the matter, concluding that Zhao Yuliang's survival was ultimately a positive outcome. Furthermore, the 4 essential items, sword, flag, seal, and order, were now all accounted for, with the Yin Chai order to command, which wandering soul would dare disobey. Not even 100-year ghost king would take that lightly. This thought ignited a spark of excitement within Huang Yu as he gazed at Zhao Yuliang, his eyes gleaming. "Yuliang, do you trust me?" Zhao Yuliang replied without hesitation. "Of course, I trust you." "What do you mean by that, Huang Yu?" Huang Yu nodded. "Since you trust me, lend me this treasure for a day. I will ensure you get the best Qingfeng master." He cautioned, "This treasure is far more precious than you can imagine. If you are uncomfortable in trusting it to me, I will not hold it against you." The Qingfeng master is a figure from the 5 great immortal sects, a legendary spirit in folklore known as the Guide. He is also one of the 4 pillars among the exorcists. Qingfeng typically refers to male vengeful spirits, while female vengeful spirits are known as Yinling, akin to vengeful entities from Tibetan traditions. As Zhao Yuliang observed Huang Yu's increasingly serious demeanor, he found himself becoming serious as well, though he quickly stifled a laugh. "Huang, you're getting ahead of yourself. What exceptional treasure are you referring to? Let us be honest. In our relationship, there's neither money nor life at stake." Huang Yu took some time to process this unusual expression of camaraderie, finally realizing, "Is that how you use it? To describe the bond between friends? Well, as long as it brings you joy." Despite his internal critique, Huang Yu felt deeply moved, solidifying his bond with Zhao Yuliang as a true brother, one where money and life were inconsequential. Huang Yu left without taking Xiao Jiao, allowing Zhao Yuliang to prepare for the evening's venture into the grave while entertaining the little one. The child clearly relished being near Zhao Yuliang, content to rest against his shoulder, eyes closed in bliss. However, as Zhao Yuliang neared completion of his preparations, even having penned a farewell letter, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A large contingent of police surrounded the paper offerings, swiftly taking him into custody. Sandwiched between 2 officers, Zhao Yuliang wore a perplexed expression. "Excuse me, comrades, what have I done wrong? I haven't left town in days, committed no misdeeds, nor uttered a single curse." The officers remained unresponsive, their expressions grave and vigilant, as if Zhao Yuliang were a dangerous terrorist. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhao Yuliang's interrogator was Officer Zhao, a familiar face that eased his anxiety a little. "Zhao, can you shed some light on why I've been brought in?" he inquired. "I'm a law-abiding citizen." Officer Zhao held a firm belief in Zhao Yuliang's innocence, supported by substantial evidence gathered through extensive interviews and surveillance footage confirming that Zhao had not left the town. The reason for the commotion was that another family had fallen victim to a crime in a neighboring town, with the crime scene bearing an uncanny resemblance to a previous case, identical in every detail, save for the absence of Zhao Yuliang's photograph. "Yuliang, do you truly not recall who took this photograph of you?" Officer Zhao produced the initial photo and placed it before Zhao Yuliang, releasing his handcuffs. Zhao Yuliang felt an overwhelming sense of despair, convinced that his plight was more unjust than that of Do Yi Zhaoge. "I truly have no idea who took that photograph of me. If I had known, there would have been no need for your inquiry. I would have long since confronted him and left him searching for his teeth. This is utterly absurd." Although Officer Zhao Xiao believed in Zhao Yuliang's innocence, he was compelled to adhere to procedure. "You might want to reflect once more. Is it possible you took the photo yourself and it was subsequently stolen from the shop?" Zhao Yuliang pondered this for a considerable time, shaking his head vigorously as if he were a rattle drum. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I always maximize the beauty filter when taking selfies. Otherwise, I can't bear to look at the results. Just look at this one. There's no beauty filter and the angle is all wrong. At this angle, my chin looks disproportionately large." Officer Zhao Xiao, realizing he was unlikely to extract any useful information, speculated that Zhao Yuliang might have been deliberately framed and thus chose to cease questioning. He merely followed standard protocol, temporarily detaining Zhao Yuliang at the police station, promising to release him after 24 hours. Upon hearing he would be confined for a full day, Zhao Yuliang grew frantic. Firstly, he needed to return to the paper shop to burn incense before midnight. Secondly, he had promised to accompany the corpse handler to the grave, a commitment he could not forsake. Despite his many flaws, Zhao Yuliang was known for his unwavering word. Having made a promise, he felt bound to honor it. Even if it meant facing death, he He would stand by the corpse handler in the ancient tomb. "Zhao Gu, I implore you, please let me go. As long as I make it through tonight, you can detain me for as long as you wish. Consider it a debt. We can settle it later." However, the law is no trivial matter, and Officer Zhao Xiao could only shrug, expressing his inability to assist. While Zhao Yuliang was anxious to be released, those outside were even more desperate, particularly those who were privy to the underlying issues at the paper shop, such as Granny One, Manager's son, the town mayor, and representatives of several prominent families. Unfortunately, the gravity of Zhao Yuliang's situation was too severe, and no amount of pleas could alter the outcome. Time dragged on until nearly dusk, and despite the anxious stares of the large yellow dog and Xiao Jiao, Zhao Yuliang did not return. Instead, it was the mayor and others who had come to plead who arrived back empty-handed. The mayor, evidently distraught, paced back and forth in front of the paper shop. "What shall we do? What shall we do if Quantum does not return? Lives are at stake, real lives." No one answered the mayor, not even Granny One. Faced with such a predicament, she felt utterly powerless. As the last rays of sunlight began to fade, Granny One sighed. "At this point, I must stay here for the night. You all should return home. I hope they can withstand this night." The others understood the implications of Granny Wen's decision. But aside from Manager's son from the coffin shop, no one urged her to reconsider. On the contrary, they seemed to hope she would remain, their faces filled with anticipation. Manager's son, witnessing this, erupted in fury. "Beasts. Are you all beasts? If the old lady stays in the shop, it's tantamount to sacrificing her own life for yours. How can you be so heartless? Do you even possess a shred of humanity?" Although chastised by Manager's son, the village chief and others merely lowered their heads in silence. One representative from a prominent family, shamelessly addressing Granny One, said, "Auntie, do not worry. We will take good care of your family." He intended to say they would look after her family, but suddenly remembered she had no family at all, leaving him at a loss for words. Seeing this, Manager's son wanted to confront the man, but just then, Granny One unexpectedly scattered a handful of black rice at him. He immediately felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Granny One remained composed as she walked into the paper shop and closed the door behind her. "You all should return home and take care of old Sunday. If your conscience troubles you, then contribute more money to Quantum as if it were my life being exchanged. That poor child Quantum, his family needs the money." Chapter 55. Bad news. The village chief and others, fearing Granny One might change her mind, hurriedly agreed. "Rest assured, Auntie. We will gather at least 100,000, or even 200,000 for Quantum. We will ensure he is well compensated." Inside the paper shop, Granny One did not respond, only a faint sigh echoed. That night, due to the mayor's early warning, every household had locked their doors and windows and gone to bed early, with all businesses shuttered. It resembled an ancient curfew once night fell. The streets were devoid of life. The mayor had even warned every household that regardless of any sounds or events occurring during the night, no one was to venture outside. Anyone who dared to disobey would face dire consequences. The townsfolk, having heard tales of the area's supernatural occurrences, complied without question. Some even fitted their dogs with masks to prevent them from barking and attracting misfortune. Initially, all was well. No terrifying events took place until the midnight bell tolled. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, causing the trees to sway ominously. The shadows cast by the swaying branches danced upon the windows, resembling grotesque demons. Then came a torrential downpour, with raindrops the size of glass marbles crashing to the ground, creating a sharp, cracking sound. Following this was a rumbling thunder, echoing overhead as if drawn by some unseen force. Just as the cacophony of wind, rain, and thunder reached its peak, everything abruptly fell silent. As the townsfolk struggled to adjust from chaos to an unsettling quiet, an ethereal, eerie female voice emerged, echoing the famous sigh of the skeleton. "Why toil in vain? Why toil in vain? Where is your form? Who shall bury these bones?" Following the haunting melody was a shrill, mocking laughter, filled with unending malice. The townsfolk, upon hearing it, fell silent, some elderly individuals trembling in terror. "She has returned. She has truly returned. We shall perish. We shall all perish." Meanwhile, at the paper shop, the large yellow dog trembled in fear, eyes wide with terror, fixating on the flickering lights of the shop. The shifting shadows appeared to traverse between realms. Behind the paper shop, the ghostly figures huddled together, seeking solace in each other's presence. If not for Xiongba's presence, they would have surely scattered in panic, just as they had done previously. Even Xiongba and Chang Jie trembled with fear. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, flinging open a window and causing the paper figures to rustle ominously. In the dim light, the paper figures seemed to rise into the air, grinning malevolently as they drifted towards Granny One, who was preparing to burn incense for the paper effigies. Yet, she remained oblivious, bowing respectfully and murmuring her pleas. I know our ancestors were wrong back then, and I understand that even after a century, your grievances remain unresolved. I do not ask for your forgiveness. I only implore you to endure this night. Take my life if you must, but please allow us to survive until dawn. At that moment, the entire town suddenly plunged into darkness, enveloped in an impenetrable blackness. In that obscurity, the female effigy appeared to come to life, mechanically bowing its head and grinning malevolently at the kneeling Granny One. The sporadic flashes of lightning rendered the figure even more terrifying, with dark blood dripping from its mouth as its pale hands inched towards Granny One's neck. When everything finally fell silent and power was restored to the town, the paper shop too descended into quietude. The rows of paper figures remained in their positions. The female effigy seemed as though it had never moved. Only Granny One lay sprawled on the ground, gazing up with wide eyes, lifeless amidst the rows of paper figures, dark handprints stark against her neck. Were anyone to lift the veil from the female effigy, they would undoubtedly find her still grinning maliciously. Inside the coffin shop, as the unconscious manager's son regained consciousness, he immediately turned to the clock on the wall. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, tears streamed down my face. At that moment, the elder corpse handler entered with 3 young companions. His appearance was drastically different from his usual attire. He was barefoot and clad in coarse linen, holding a bell in one hand and a ghost drum in the other. Upon seeing the shopkeeper's son, he was momentarily taken aback. Old brother, what has happened to you? Why were we unable to enter the town earlier? Moreover, the atmosphere was saturated with an overwhelming negative energy, akin to a mass grave. And where is Brother Zhao? Why isn't he waiting for us here? The shopkeeper's son offered no response. He merely wiped away his tears and quietly picked up a wooden mallet, coffin nails, and a chalk line. After a moment's contemplation, he penned a letter of farewell and placed it on the table. The essence of the letter was that upon his demise, all his possessions would be inherited by Zhao Yuliang. Once he had completed these tasks, Sun let out a long sigh. It seems that Yuliang is unexpectedly unable to join us tonight. I will accompany you instead. Fear not, for I shall assist Yuliang in fulfilling his promise. Should danger arise, I will hold the rear while you make your escape. Given their previous interactions, the corpse handlers recognized Sun as a skilled practitioner and promptly nodded in agreement. Thus, under the cover of night, they trudged along the muddy path towards the depths of the mountains. When Zhao Yuliang was finally released, it was already 10 o'clock the following morning. Anxious and distressed, he clutched the breakfast purchased by Officer Zhao and hurried back to the paper shop. As he ran, he silently prayed, "Please, let nothing have gone awry." However, upon entering the town, he was met with an unusually heavy atmosphere. Particularly, as he passed by Granny Wen's shop, he was taken aback to see a white flower hanging on the door and wreaths placed on either side. Zhao Yuliang froze in place, feeling as lost as he had when abandoned by his parents. Granny, what has happened?" The village head answered, feigning deep sorrow. "Yuliang, you have returned. You have no idea. Last night when you didn't come back, it was Annie who watched over the shop for you. But alas, this morning, someone discovered her lifeless body at the shop entrance. We had no chance to rush her to the hospital." At this, the village head and a few others who were aware of the situation feigned a few crocodile tears. With this dreadful news, Zhao Yuliang was rendered completely dumbfounded. Since arriving here, Granny Wen had been his greatest benefactor. Her kindness and meticulous care had instilled in him a sense of belonging. He regarded her as his own grandmother, often hoping to earn enough money to care for her once his adoptive father's health was restored. Yet now it was too late. He was left with the profound sorrow of wanting to care for her while she was no longer there. In the ensuing days, Zhao Yuliang drifted through life in a daze, resembling a soulless husk. During the day, he mechanically honored Granny Wen's spirit by burning joss paper, and at night, he was forcibly sent back to the paper shop by the village head's men. Fortunately, out of habit, he managed to perform the rituals for the 2 effigies on time. Like a machine. Throughout this period, Huang Jiaxian had yet to return, and Xiong Ba and the others were oblivious to what had transpired with Granny Wen that night. Compounded by their own ineptitude in communication, their main concern was Xiong Ba's clumsiness. As for Chang Jie, he could only lament, "My parents are dragons. Yet I am but a maggot," which offered no solace. They could only fret, unsure of how to uplift Zhao Yuliang and encourage him to regain his spirits. This state persisted until Granny Wen was laid to rest, after which Zhao Yuliang managed to feel somewhat better, thanks to Sister Ingxuan's encouragement. However, the toll of the past 7 days had visibly drained him. He appeared as though he had just recovered from a severe illness, lacking energy. While sipping the chicken and lean meat porridge specially prepared by Sister Ingchun, Zhao Yuliang suddenly remembered another important figure, shopkeeper Sunday sister. Where has Uncle Sun gone? I haven't seen him these past few days. It's unusual for him not to attend Granny's final rites. At this, Zhao Yuliang abruptly halted, leaping up from his stool. Uncle Sun, could he be ill? Is it serious? No, you needn't worry, Sister Ingchun quickly interjected, restraining him. He is fine. It seems he has gone out. Oh, and here is a letter he left for you. I didn't want to show it while you were in such a state. Upon receiving the letter, Zhao Yuliang hastily opened it. For reasons unknown, a dreadful premonition gripped his heart. In the letter, shopkeeper Sun merely stated that he was accompanying the corpse handlers on their business, and he would return in 1 to 7 days. If he failed to return, all his assets would be inherited by Zhao Yuliang. The letter meticulously detailed where his bank cards and property deeds were located, along with their passwords. Notably, these were all duplicated, one set belonging to shopkeeper Sun and the other to Granny One. Next to the signature, in a script visible only to those with the ability to see the otherworldly, was a poignant message. Yuliang, you are a good child. With uncle and the elder sister gone, I worry you may suffer. Remember my words, there are no good people in this town. If you find a way to escape the entanglements of the paper shop, leave as far as you can and never return. After reading this will-like letter, Zhao Yuliang broke down in tears once more. Today marked the 8th day since shopkeeper Sun had departed. Did this mean he was in grave danger, perhaps never to return? At this thought, the already frail Zhao Yuliang fainted. Alarmed, Sister Ingchun quickly called upon neighbors to assist in reviving him. Time passed, and when Zhao Yuliang regained consciousness, he found himself staring into the face of a big yellow dog. Startled by the sight of each other's unattractiveness, they both turned away, rubbing their eyes in disdain. Dog, oh dear dog, thank you for keeping me company. Moments later, coming to terms with the loss of his 2 loved ones, Zhao Yuliang could not help but reach out to mend their bond. To his surprise, the big yellow dog paid him no mind, and instead trotted off to flirt with a female dog on the street. Just as the dog departed, Sister Ingchun entered with a bowl of hot soup. Seeing Zhao Yuliang awake, her face lit up with joy. Oh, Yuliang, you've awakened. Your unconsciousness has worried the village head and the others. Her words left Zhao Yuliang puzzled. The village head? I am not acquainted with him. Why would he be concerned? Sister Ingchun scoffed dismissively, clearly unimpressed by the village head and his associates. What could they possibly be worried about? That the paper shop is unattended and no one is offering incense? Otherwise, they wouldn't care even if you were dead. Before Sister Ingchun could finish, the village head's voice echoed from the back door. My dear niece, what profound insights can a young girl like you possess? Care to share them with your uncle? As he spoke, the village head and several representatives from prominent families entered. They approached through the back door, clearly wary of the front entrance of the paper shop. Even though they were significant figures, Sister Ingchun continued to treat them with disdain. What can a widowed woman like me possibly perceive? Perhaps some people are even worse than dogs. With that, she swayed her slender waist and ample hips, resuming her work, leaving the village head and others exchanging glances. Fortunately, Zhao Yuliang was present and, not wishing for Sister Ingchun to offend these powerful figures, quickly rose to greet them. Welcome, esteemed leaders. Please, come in and have a seat. My home is untidy, as I rarely clean. I hope you won't mind. Hearing this, the village head hurriedly set down the canned peaches he was carrying and feigned concern as he approached Zhao Yuliang. Yuliang, do not trouble yourself. Are you feeling any better? Upon hearing that you fell ill, our group of friends decided to pay you a visit. Zhao Yuliang feigned surprise upon receiving this news. This was not due to any knowledge of the underlying circumstances surrounding Granny Mi's demise, but rather because Sister Ingchun had already revealed the true intentions of the mayor's visit. What a small ailment I have to warrant the attention of such esteemed leaders. How embarrassing, he exclaimed. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. A few days of rest will suffice. Following this, there ensued a series of utterly vacuous conversations, a phenomenon all too familiar to readers who have experienced similar situations. After a brief moment, a middle-aged man could no longer contain himself and disclosed the genuine purpose of their visit. You see, due to Granny Lu's sudden passing, there remains a sum of 20,000 yuan entrusted to our group. As her heir, we have come specifically to deliver this money to you. The text subtly suggests that the amount had been reduced from the initially promised 200,000 to a mere 20,000 due to a lack of witnesses. Consequently, this morally bankrupt group conspired in secrecy to drastically diminish Zhao Yuliang's inheritance. Although Zhao Yuliang was unaware of the intricate details, he instinctively felt that accepting this money was out of the question, a sentiment he staunchly maintained. Thus, he fervently declined, inventing various excuses to refuse their offer. As he adamantly rejected their attempts, the mayor and his companions secretly relished the situation. Had they not saved themselves the trouble of parting with even 2,000 yuan? In their delight, they lavished Zhao Yuliang with praise, calling him a model citizen and a paragon of virtue in the town. If not for the glaring discrepancy in age, they might have gone so far as to declare him an exemplary student and an outstanding member of the Young Pioneers. Chapter 57. The madman. Once the mayor and his entourage departed, Sister Ing Chun, who had been lingering in the kitchen, finally emerged. Upon seeing Zhao Yuliang, she began to scold him. "You fool, why did you refuse their money? That money was left to you by Granny Lu. It does not belong to them," she argued. "Do you truly believe they possess such benevolence as to offer you this money under the pretext of Granny's name? If they had such goodwill, the sun would surely revolve in circles." Zhao Yuliang, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that this spirited widow was genuinely looking out for him. However, he could not articulate the reason behind his refusal, merely stating, "Sister, I don't know why I can't accept it. It just feels wrong. I absolutely cannot take it." Seeing the serious expression on Zhao Yuliang's face, Sister Ing Chun momentarily lost her train of thought. After a brief pause, she hastily made an excuse about something cooking on the stove and quickly left, murmuring, "Well, if you feel you cannot accept it, then do not. I support your decision. We may be short on money, but we can rely on our own abilities to earn a living." After preparing a hearty lunch for Zhao Yuliang, Sister Ing Chun returned to her shop to begin marinating meat, threading skewers, and preparing for the evening's business. Such is life, even when one sets everything aside. The pursuit of clean, honest earnings must persist. After all, how else could one survive? Without money, not only are luxuries unattainable, but even basic necessities such as food and healthcare become insurmountable challenges. One cannot rely on borrowing money for a lifetime. Who would lend you money indefinitely? Only an exceptionally wealthy father could manage that. This encapsulates the life of ordinary people. After Sister Ing Chun's departure, a bored Zhao Yuliang reclined in a wicker chair at the entrance of his shop, basking in the sun alongside the big yellow dog. Of course, the age-old custom prevailed. While the big yellow dog sunbathed without a care, Zhao Yuliang had to do so through his trousers. The warm sunlight enveloped him, making it easy to succumb to drowsiness, especially given his weakened state. Nevertheless, even in his stupor, he did not forget to chat with the big yellow dog. "Say, dog brother, how is it that you've gained weight during my illness? Your backside is rounder than ever. What have you been eating? I hope you haven't been chasing after the street vendors again, barking at them for meat." Zhao Yuliang chastised. "You really ought to temper that temper of yours. Otherwise, one day you'll find yourself in serious trouble, and they'll send you off to be a dog-s dinner." Whether the dog understood Zhao Yuliang's words or simply found him bothersome, it abruptly ceased basking and trotted off into the street, leaving Zhao Yuliang's world blissfully quiet. With nothing to do, he decided to recline and doze off. Reassured by the knowledge that the residents of the small town were well aware of the rules of the paper shop and would not intrude. As Zhao Yuliang drifted in and out of a light slumber, enjoying the warmth of the sun, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. Too lazy to open his eyes, he called out, "Customers can select their paper through the door. Once you've made your choice, let me know. If you're just wandering around, kindly step aside, as you're blocking my sunlight." The visitor, initially fuming, paused at Zhao Yuliang's words, as they reminded him of an old friend. This friend was not deceased, but rather someone he had not seen in over 20 years. With a shift in demeanor, the visitor quelled his anger and scrutinized the drowsy Zhao Yuliang. "Strange," he mused. "The more I look at him, the more I sense the essence of my old friend." After muttering to himself, the visitor, akin to a discoverer unveiling a new world, could not resist reaching out to ruffle Zhao Yuliang's hair. "Wake up, lad. You've gotten yourself into trouble, do you not realize?" Having lived at the bottom rungs of society, Zhao Yuliang had always dreaded the notion of causing trouble. Startled, he opened his eyes to assess the visitor, who appeared to be an old man clad in a cotton-padded jacket, his features somewhat lecherous, yet curiously authoritative, resembling a roguish figure who navigated life with carefree abandon. Zhao Yuliang quickly rose to offer the visitor a seat, his face adorned with apologetic smiles. "My apologies, sir. I was just dozing off. What brings you to my humble shop? Is there a recent death in the family, and you require paper figures?" At Zhao Yuliang's words, the old man felt a wave of irritation wash over him. "How dare you speak so provocatively?" he thought, cursing others with death upon first meeting. "If I don't teach you a lesson, it would be a disservice to my years of training." Just as the old man contemplated playing a trick on Zhao Yuliang, he restrained himself, realizing that the young man's abrasive comments were not entirely unfounded. After all, He was indeed in a paper shop. And what else would one come here to do but purchase paper figures? Strolling in aimlessly would be rather peculiar. And inquiring about paper figures could only mean one thing. It was for a funeral, as weddings hardly required such items. Taking a deep breath, the old man casually pushed Zhao Yuliang aside and comfortably reclined in the wicker chair. Tell me, young man, do you know Huang Yu? Zhao Yuliang was taken aback. The mention of Huang Xiaoga's real name indicated that this old man was familiar with the inner circle, perhaps even a senior figure. Realizing this, Zhao Yuliang's demeanor became increasingly respectful, almost bordering on obsequious. Of course I know him. Sir, if you're looking for Huang Xiaoga, I'm afraid he is not at home. Is there anything I can relay to him? The old man was evidently pleased with Zhao Yuliang's current demeanor. Oh, you are far more pleasant than my old friend. At least you can engage in coherent conversation. Since that is the case, I shall not tease you further. Let us get straight to the point. Has he gone to seek out the esteemed Qingfeng master on your behalf? Upon hearing the old man mention such a private matter, Zhao Yuliang became increasingly convinced of the visitor's formidable stature. Indeed, he left about 7 or 8 days ago. Sir, have you encountered Huang Xiaoga? Upon Zhao Yuliang's admission, the old man let out a cold snort and rose slowly from the wicker chair. It is indeed because of you, you troublesome lad, that my child has found himself in dire straits. To be frank, in his quest to seek the formidable Qingfeng master for you, that foolish boy has unwittingly provoked a madman. Now it's quite troublesome, as I can't seem to return. To elaborate, I am not particularly afraid of that madman, but the one who tied the bell must untie it. Since the matter arose because of you, it is only fitting that you resolve it. After speaking, the old man flicked his sleeve and turned to leave, leaving behind an ancient map on the rattan chair. This map prominently marked a location that likely corresponds to the madman mentioned by the other party. Chapter 58. I was exiled holding the map in his hand. Zhao Yuliang wore an expression of confusion. He hurriedly shouted in the direction the old man had departed. Sir, please don't rush off. How about we exchange WeChat? And you send me the location? We are not very good at reading maps. The old man had already walked far away and paid no heed to Zhao Yuliang. Moreover, after shouting, Zhao Yuliang suddenly realized that he had not even bought a mobile phone, and thus had no WeChat. In a state of urgency, he quickly closed his shop and ran towards the barbecue restaurant. He wanted to ask Sister Ingchun, a local, if she recognized the place on the map. In the past, he could consult Granny Mi and manager's son in times of trouble, but now both elders were no longer around. The thought of them caused a sharp pang in Zhao Yuliang's heart, and he nearly stumbled as he ran. After managing to steady himself and waiting for the intense pain in his chest to subside, he continued on his way. Why aren't you resting at home, but running over here? Sister Ingchun complained while quickly bringing a stool for Zhao Yuliang to sit on. Concerned about Brother Huang, Zhao Yuliang hurriedly pulled out the map and showed it to Sister Ingchun. Sister, do you recognize this place? Where is it? I need to get there urgently. As a clever woman surviving in society, Sister Ingchun was no fool. On the contrary, she was quite astute. Since the last haunting incident, she had realized that Zhao Yuliang was not an ordinary person. Now, seeing him in such a state of urgency, she vaguely sensed that something sinister was afoot. Thus, she asked no further questions and began to examine the ancient map in detail. Zhao, although I can't read maps well, this place should be Mad Dog Hollow. Look here. As she spoke, Sister Ingchun spread the map before Zhao Yuliang. This mountain resembles a mad dog ready to pounce. This large depression below the dog's mouth is called Mad Dog Hollow by the locals. It used to be a quarry, a place for the labor reform of convicted criminals. Convicted criminals? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yuliang froze, his face a picture of bewilderment. Sister Ingchun nodded. Yes, convicted criminals. Isn't it common in dramas? In ancient times, if someone committed a crime, they would be exiled to Ningguda and forced to work as a slave. We are near Ningguda. Zhao Yuliang's face turned pale with shock. So I have been exiled. No wonder my fortunes have worsened since arriving here. While silently lamenting, he continued to ask, Sister, how far is it from our town to Mad Dog Hollow? If we go now, can we return tonight? Sister Ingchun slowly shook her head. It's quite far. At least 200 to 300 miles. And with no roads leading into the mountains, don't even think about returning tonight. It would be fortunate to make a round trip in a day. Such a distance. Zhao Yuliang was momentarily dumbfounded. He had to make timely offerings to the effigy every day, making it impossible for him to stay outside overnight. However, Brother Huang could not be left to fend for himself. Zhao Yuliang could no longer endure the feeling of losing loved ones. Rather than that, he would prefer to sacrifice himself. Just as he resolved to disregard his shop, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. Wasn't he at Zhao Hongwei, the young man who had previously visited the shop with the old corpse chaser? Seeing Zhao Hongwei, Zhao Yuliang was overwhelmed with joy. For he knew this young man had also entered the tomb with Manager Sunday. Now that he had returned, it meant that Manager Sun must also be back. Hongwei, I'm right here, hurry over. In fact, Zhao Hongwei had come specifically to find Zhao Yuliang, so upon seeing him beckon, he rushed over. Before Zhao Yuliang could speak, Zhao Hongwei, with a face full of sorrow, said, Boss Zhao, something terrible has happened. During this tomb expedition, my family's old master and manager's son, they all died. Everyone perished, and I am the only one that old master saved with his life. What? Despite having mentally prepared himself, Zhao Yuliang felt his world spin upon hearing the dreadful news. Sister Yingshun and Zhao Hongwei took turns pinching him and patting his back, and after a while, Zhao Yuliang finally regained his composure. Grabbing Zhao Hongwei by the collar, he shouted, How did Uncle Sun die? How could this happen? Understanding Zhao Yuliang's feelings, Zhao Hongwei did not mind his poor attitude. After allowing him to vent, he spoke solemnly. There were Zongzi, huge Zongzi. When we fled, the old master said that those were golden-armored corpses. Boss Zhao, you should know the danger of golden-armored corpses, which is why we all perished inside. But one thing I still cannot comprehend. How could a golden-armored corpse emerge from a civil official's tomb? To clarify, regarding the types of zombies, there are numerous classifications according to different sections. Each classification has its own nomenclature. For instance, in the notes from the Weiyang Grass Hall, zombies are distinguished by their outer fur color into white zombies, black zombies, wandering corpses, and undecomposed bones, among others. In Zibu Yu, a story describes flying zombies. In Qinzhong Mu Dao, zombies are referred to as black fiends, resembling fierce ghosts or yakshas. Summarizing, by the Qing dynasty, 6 major levels of zombies had already formed. Categorized by the duration of their transformation, physical appearance, and movement patterns. Sequentially, white zombies, black zombies, sometimes referred to as red zombies, jumping zombies, flying zombies, BA, and MO. In 6 levels, there are also classifications based on the weight of the zombies, further divided into wandering corpses, lying corpses, and undecomposed bones. Some even classify based on the state of decay, leading to 18 types of corpse transformations. The golden-armored corpse in this narrative is a term from another classification, referring to a general who fought many battles in life and, upon death, harbors unrelenting resentment. When buried in a special location, it transforms into a specific type of zombie. The fearsome nature of golden-armored corpses is said to rival that of legendary imperial corpses. An imperial corpse refers to the zombie of a ruler who has died, typically requiring a powerful king from a vast dynasty or a prince ruling an extensive territory. Though Zhao Yuliang did not fully understand the aforementioned details, he recognized the hierarchy of gold, silver, copper, and iron. Gold was undoubtedly the most formidable. After calming his emotions, Zhao Yuliang, with tears in his eyes, asked Zhao Hongwei, What are your plans for the future? If you have nowhere to go, you can stay with me for now. Sighing, Zhao Hongwei, clearly a man of loyalty and sentiment, shook his head resolutely. I came to deliver a message to you, and I must leave soon. I will return home to summon an even more powerful master to seek revenge on the golden-armored corpse. The words of vengeance struck a deep chord within Zhao Yuliang. All right. When you return, we shall seek revenge on the golden-armored corpse together. I will avenge Uncle Sun. Chapter 59. The Honest Taoist Before Zhao Hongwei departed. Whether out of pity for Zhao Yuliang or simply because he had 2 phones, he insisted on leaving one with him. Unable to refuse his kind offer, Zhao Yuliang reluctantly accepted. In return, he gifted Zhao Hongwei a generous portion of barbecued meat to enjoy on his journey home. After sending Zhao Hongwei off, Zhao Yuliang contemplated the need to rescue the Huang family's immortal. As there was no one else around, he could only hurry back to discuss matters with Xiongba and Changjie. Changjie remained his usual self, rambling incessantly before Zhao Yuliang could utter a word. Both my parents are dragons, yet I find myself a mere maggot. How can one reason with this? Zhao Yuliang, feeling a headache coming on, patted the rotund head of his companion in a gesture of consolation. He then recounted the events to Xiongba. In comparison to Changjie, this century-old bear spirit seemed decidedly more reliable, if one could deem him so. After listening attentively, he bellowed without hesitation, We must go rescue him. No more words. Let us rush to Feng Jiao and save Yin. At that critical moment, it was fortunate that the grasshopper spirit from the evil hall intervened. Hold on, Big Bear. The creatures in Feng Jiao are not to be trifled with. Moreover, the distance is far. Yuliang cannot possibly make it there. As he spoke, the grasshopper spirit subtly pointed towards the front hall of the paper-making shop. What shall we do? We cannot simply abandon Brother Huang Yu, can we? Xiongba, with his impatient nature, shouted, if it comes to that, I shall go myself. I will face that madman head-on. Having heard about the madman multiple times, Zhao Yuliang could not help but inquire, Brother Bear, what exactly is this madman you speak of? Is he particularly sinister? Is he more formidable than Brother Huang? Xiongba, a brash fellow with limited eloquence, was only marginally more articulate than Chang Jie. Thus, this question fell to the grasshopper spirit for clarification. Sinister? Indeed it is. To put it plainly, none of us who have awakened our intellect dare approach Feng Godiao. That madman is truly insane. He attacks anyone he sees without a shred of reason. Only due to Brother Huang's formidable background did the madman merely capture him without causing harm. Xiongba nodded repeatedly. Grasshopper, I will not argue with you on this point. Although the madman is indeed sinister, he is still no match for the Huang family. It wouldn't even require old Master Huang to take action. Any second-generation member could easily subdue him. At this juncture, an enlightening thought sparked in Xiongba's mind. Yuliang, it seems the Huang family is deliberately testing you. If you can rescue Xiao Yu through your own abilities, they will acknowledge you as a disciple of the Huang family. If you fail, they will intervene themselves. But know this, your bond with Xiao Yu will end there. If he departs, so shall you. You cannot blame me for being unsentimental when that time comes. Zhao Yuliang, upon hearing this, forced a smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, he felt a sense of relief. At least Brother Huang was not in danger, and he need not rush to Feng Godiao. As for the token still in Huang Yu's possession, Zhao Yuliang paid it no mind. He remained true to his word, although he had many flaws. He valued loyalty and integrity above all. If the young man from the Huang family were taken back by his family, the token would serve as a memento. With this mindset, Zhao Yuliang returned to the barbecue stall to assist Sister Inchun. With Song Fatty deceased, there was no master griller left, and Zhao Yuliang had to fill in temporarily. Although he had never been professionally trained, he was self-sufficient since childhood and could manage everything except childbirth. Perhaps due to the recent surge of strange occurrences, business at the barbecue stall was still poor that night. By 11 o'clock, after a few scattered customers had departed, there was no one left. Sister Inchun, concerned for Zhao Yuliang's recent recovery from illness, decided to close up early, urging him to return home to rest. However, Zhao Yuliang was in no rush to go home. Instead, he chose to linger by the street, waiting for that spectral vehicle. This was not a death wish, but rather a desire to catch one last glimpse of Granny Mi and Manager's son, both of whom had shown him care and affection. Even if he could not board the vehicle or see them up close, a distant farewell would suffice. As the saying goes, heaven does not forsake the diligent. Nearing midnight, Zhao Yuliang finally spotted the pure white bus slowly approaching. He waved frantically at the spectral vehicle, resembling an ordinary person waiting for a bus. However, the spectral vehicle was not a bus and would not stop simply because someone waved. Ignoring Zhao Yuliang's eager gestures, it drove past him. Panic surged within him. Just as he was about to chase after it, a large hand abruptly seized him. Fuxing Wuliang, young man, are you courting death? That vehicle is not clean. It is not a bus. Startled by the sudden grip in the dead of night, Zhao Yuliang turned to find an unfamiliar old Taoist holding him. Before he could speak, the old Taoist's face was filled with astonishment. You are not a living person? You have exhausted your lifespan. Zhao Yuliang, already agitated for having been delayed in chasing the bus, felt a surge of anger. What are you saying? Who isn't a living person? Have you ever seen a dead person running around the streets? The old Taoist's reply was straightforward and left Zhao Yuliang speechless. With utmost seriousness, the old man nodded and replied, Indeed, I have seen them. Quite a few, in fact. Zhao Yuliang sighed, conceding, Fine, you win. Realizing he could not catch up to the spectral vehicle, Zhao Yuliang lost interest in further conversation with the old Taoist and resolved to head home for some rest. However, the old Taoist would not relent, gripping Zhao Yuliang's arm tightly. Young brother, I am a legitimate disciple of Mao Shan. I am not a charlatan. I apologize for my earlier impertinence. Your lifespan has truly run out. You should have perished long ago. But why has the ghostly messenger not taken you? Zhao Yuliang's irritation grew as the old Taoist persisted. If not for the sincerity etched on the man's face, which did not resemble that of a villain, Zhao Yuliang would have already resorted to physical confrontation. Is it not enough? Let go of me. With all his strength, he broke free and turned towards the paper shop. The old Taoist initially contemplated pursuing him, but halted as he caught sight of the shop. Fuxing Wuliang, how can such an eerie place exist? In his moment of hesitation, Zhao Yuliang had already entered the shop and closed the door behind him. The old Taoist, resigned, called out, Young brother, I will come to find you tomorrow. However, the only response he received was a woman's chilling laughter. The laughter, ethereal and elusive, seemed to emanate from within the paper shop, yet also echoed behind the old Taoist. Though unexpected, the old Taoist clearly possessed genuine skills. With a cold snort, he swiftly produced a yellow talisman, pinching it between his index and middle fingers. Hee. Which demon or ghost dares to lurk? Show yourself to this Taoist. Chapter 60. Special Department. After his loud admonition, the old Taoist began reciting a spell with great urgency. I am Tianmu, pursuing the heavens. My eyes are like thunder, illuminating the 8 extremes. I see through all things, nothing escapes my gaze. Swiftly, as the law commands. The moment the incantation concluded, the fire talisman held between his fingers ignited with a loud crackle and was hurled forward. The talisman struck a dark shadow, igniting fiercely. Seeing the malevolent spirit so easily extinguished, the old Taoist felt a moment of relief. Yet, at that instant, another shadow emerged behind him, wrapping around his neck like a noose. A powerful sensation of suffocation washed over him, turning his face pale. Fortunately, he was no braggart. He swiftly retrieved a dark square wooden block from his waist and struck it behind him. A scream echoed, and the shadow dissipated into nothingness. Freed from its grip, the old Taoist bent over, coughing violently. In that moment, he suddenly sensed a figure looming over him. Looking up abruptly, he encountered the pale face of a woman. Her eyes rolled back, devoid of pupils. The old Taoist gasped in shock. How can there be more? Just as he prepared to retaliate, the female ghost seized him by the throat with one hand, lifting him into the air. At the moment of his helplessness, a tall, striking figure emerged. It was Wang Yukai, who had been missing for some time. Now, Wang Yukai had undergone a remarkable transformation, most notably marked by his golden eyes. Upon seeing Wang Yukai, the female ghost screamed in terror and retreated in haste. Without Wang Yukai needing to take action, she vanished, abandoning the old Taoist. Wang Yukai evidently held no interest in pursuing the female ghost. Instead, he raised his hand and tapped the old Taoist on the forehead, commanding, "Sleep." Upon utterance of the incantation, the old Taoist indeed fell into a deep slumber, standing upright. Wang Yukai, decisive and efficient in his actions, retrieved a volume of scriptures and placed it in the old Taoist's embrace, asserting in an authoritative tone, "Tomorrow, you shall deliver this scripture to the master of this place in my name. Remember." With that, he turned and strode into the darkness without a backward glance. A few minutes later, the old Taoist awoke suddenly, bewildered, his face reflecting confusion as he pondered. What has happened? Where is the female ghost? How did I fall asleep? After some contemplation, unable to decipher the situation, he picked up the square black piece of wood, known as the thunderstrike wood, that had fallen to the ground and stumbled out of the town. The night passed in silence, and come the next morning, as Zhao Yuliang opened his shop for business, he was surprised to find the old Taoist standing at his doorstep. However, this time, he was not alone. He was accompanied by Officer Zhao from the local police station. Officer Zhao, beaming, began, "Liangzi, the Taoist master says there has been a misunderstanding between you, so he sent me to clarify." After stating this, Officer Zhao leaned in closer, lowering his voice to assure Zhao Yuliang, "This Taoist master possesses genuine skills. He is not a charlatan. He belongs to a special department sent here to assist us with your case. Do you understand? Be courteous. At the very least, do not offend him. You must realize that offending such individuals could lead to dire consequences." Upon hearing Zhao's words, Zhao Yuliang promptly reversed his attitude towards the old Taoist, recognizing him as the elusive sage he had long sought. Granny Mi had informed him that only by following a true master could he hope to escape the clutches of the paper shop. Desperate, he had resorted to inviting the dubious Xiantang immortal. Moreover, if he were to learn authentic skills from the old Taoist, he could also rescue the young man from the Huang family. With such thoughts in mind, Zhao Yuliang lavished praise upon the old Taoist, his flattery reminiscent of an ancient courtesan encountering a wealthy patron, nearly pressing his entire being against him. "Oh, esteemed Taoist, I was blind last night. Please do not take offense. Our shop has a peculiar issue that prevents newcomers from entering, so let me bring out a chair for you." He continued, "By the way, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I shall go buy some. How about fried dough sticks and soy milk? Do you prefer sugar or salt in your soy milk?" Zhao Yuliang's fervor left the old Taoist somewhat taken aback. After discreetly activating his spiritual vision to ascertain that the man was not possessed, he felt reassured. Blessings to the infinite celestial sovereign, young friend, there is no need for such formality. Before the old Taoist could finish, Zhao Yuliang had already fetched a rattan chair, seating the old man comfortably. Without hesitation, he nearly prepared to offer the old Taoist a Thai-style foot massage, if only he could find a basin and some warm water. "What did you just say, esteemed Taoist?" I didn't catch your surname. Zhao Yuliang's eagerness left the old Taoist exasperated, yet he had no choice but to respond. A monk does not disclose his worldly name. I am known as Dao Hao. When he mentioned his Dao name, the old Taoist appeared somewhat embarrassed but gritted his teeth and revealed, I am the 46th disciple of the Maoshan school, known as Mao Dai. Officer Shaoli, evidently already aware of the old Taoist's name, struggled to stifle a laugh. However, for Zhao Yuliang, this revelation was utterly shocking. What did you say? Taoist master. Could you repeat that? The old Taoist, clearly a straightforward individual, despite his own embarrassment, repeated, Mao Tai, Mao Tai, Mao Tai. Even if I say it 100 times, my name remains Mao Tai. Observing the old Taoist's flustered demeanor, Zhao Yuliang nearly bit his tongue to suppress his laughter, though his shoulders still quivered with mirth. Meanwhile, he pondered, should I truly take this old Taoist as my master? He appears somewhat dim-witted. Furthermore, if I were to follow Mao Tai, wouldn't my Dao name end up being Erguo? Erguo, though somewhat passable, would be far less appealing if he were to be given the name Mendao, as it would be quite embarrassing to face others in social settings. The old Taoist, oblivious to the multitude of thoughts racing through Zhao Yuliang's mind, steadied himself and inquired, young friend, I have come today regarding last night's events, though I do not understand how you remain alive despite your lifespan being extinguished. This cannot bode well in the long run. May I have a look at your birth date and time? With a sense of urgency towards the old man's inquiry, Zhao Yuliang willingly divulged his birth details. The old Taoist merely calculated for a moment before furrowing his brow. You possess the fate of a Wuguei Tongzi, and it is the fate of an absolute child. Zhao Yuliang, taken aback, foolishly inquired, Taoist master, many have told me I am of the Wuguei Tongzi fate. But what does it mean to be an absolute child? Chapter 61. A gift from Wang Yukai. The old Taoist, straightforward as he was, disregarded Zhao Yuliang's feelings and spoke candidly. An absolute child means one will have no descendants throughout their life. What do you mean? Upon hearing the 4 words no descendants, Zhao Yuliang completely lost his composure. Are you saying I will never find a girlfriend? Will my household register in with me? Is this the end of the story? After a lengthy persuasion from Officer Zhao, Zhao Yuliang managed to recover slightly from the heavy blow. With a mournful expression, he asked the old Taoist, Taoist master, may I inquire, in all your years of fortune-telling, have you ever been wrong? Not once. Once again, it was proven that the Mao Tai old Taoist was indeed a man of unwavering honesty. Completely ignoring Zhao Yuliang's almost pleading gaze, he spoke with the conviction of a man who had never erred. Though I am not skilled in divination and deduction, in my many years traversing the world, I have truly never been wrong. This declaration struck Zhao Yuliang like a thunderclap, jolting him back to the brink of despair. Without uttering a sound, he simply slumped downwards. When he regained consciousness, the first sight that met his eyes was the stern face of the Mao Tai old Taoist. Taoist master, could you please step back? You frighten me. Is there still hope for this absolute child fate? As a fellow man, the old Taoist deeply understood Zhao Yuliang's feelings. However, his forthright nature compelled him to speak the truth. Liangzi, throughout history, few have been able to defy fate. Alas, minor issues may be altered, but significant matters are challenging. Unless you encounter a true master, one capable of commanding the elements with their words. Taoist master, according to your words, am I to relinquish all hope? The Mao Tai old Taoist nodded gravely. Indeed, it remains as I said, unless you encounter a stroke of extraordinary luck and meet a genuine master willing to guide you. Extraordinary luck? Upon hearing those words, Zhao Yuliang truly felt devoid of any hope. He was all too aware of his own misfortune, as if disaster itself had opened the door to him, leading to a life riddled with calamities. What with tripping on flat ground, waking to find his mouth crooked, and even injuring his heel while merely passing gas, such occurrences were commonplace for him. The idea of expecting extraordinary luck seemed utterly far-fetched. If anyone else had faced such overwhelming despair, they would have likely succumbed to despondency. Yet, Zhao Yuliang, having endured hardship since childhood, had grown resilient amidst continuous trials and tribulations. Thus, moments later, he rallied his spirits, embracing the single status with fervor. Whatever. So what if I can't find a wife? At least I save money and won't have to pay a bride price. I can save up for my father's medical treatment and support my sister through college. Just as Zhao Yuliang was about to regain his spirits, the murmurs of Officer Xiao Zhao suddenly reached his ears. Not every girl requires a bride price, right? Many do not ask for one. At least, when I got married, my in-laws did not request anything. Zhao Yuliang replied, what about Dog Go? Is he around? Don't just indulge in your own affairs. Help us see off our guests. Before fully comprehending Zhao Yuliang's situation, The earnest and persistent Maotai Taoist was not inclined to leave. With no choice, Zhao Yuliang recounted all the events that had transpired to him. The Maotai Taoist listened in astonishment, carefully scrutinizing the peculiar paper shop once more before softly sighing. Blessed be the infinite celestial sovereign. I did not anticipate that your experiences would be so tumultuous and bizarre, filled with matters that I cannot fathom or resolve. As for your wish to become my disciple, I am afraid I cannot oblige, as I have yet to reach a level where I can teach. However, fate has brought us together, and this unnamed Taoist text, which I stumbled upon serendipitously, shall be a gift for your study. Despite his disappointment, Zhao Yuliang accepted the text and examined it closely, discovering it was indeed an old artifact. The pages were made of ancient rice paper, stitched with hemp thread, and many characters had faded beyond recognition. Even the legible portions were mostly in traditional characters, with much of it written in cursive. Although profoundly disappointed, Zhao Yuliang graciously tucked the text into his embrace, recognizing it as the kind gesture of the Maotai Taoist. After all, this was only their second meeting, and such generosity was commendable. Seeing no other matters at hand, Officer Xiao Zhao accompanied the Taoist as they departed. While walking, Xiao Zhao expressed gratitude on behalf of Zhao Yuliang. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the quantum Taoist text upon him. He is a good person, though his fate has been quite harsh. Surprisingly, the Taoist appeared bewildered by Xiao Zhao's words. Taoist text? What are you referring to, Officer Xiao? I seem to be quite confused. Assuming the Maotai Taoist wished to remain anonymous for his good deed, Xiao Zhao smiled and said nothing further. Meanwhile, the mysterious Wang Yukai observed from a distance, murmuring, Brother, my identity is not suited for your presence. It would bring you untold misfortune. Take care. With that, he vanished into the ground like an ordinary person sinking into quicksand. Inside the paper shop, Zhao Yuliang was examining the newly acquired text, scratching his head in bewilderment, resembling someone hearing about quantum physics for the first time. Alas, what a wretched fate I have. I have finally obtained this book, yet I can only recognize a few characters on the cover. What am I to do? What a peculiar title it has. I want to think of you. Is that a typo? Shouldn't it be I want to think of you with a space before Zhu? Could the author possibly be named I want to think of you? Upon seeing such an unreliable author name, Zhao Yuliang immediately lost faith in the text. To put it in perspective, imagine if one day we ventured into the unknown and, after much hardship, finally discovered a martial arts manual. However, upon closer inspection, we found the author to be I want to think of you. Would we dare to practice from it? It would be a miracle if we didn't tear it to shreds on the spot. Luckily, Zhao Yuliang was of a gentle disposition and had always been frugal. So instead of destroying the manual, he simply placed it beneath his pillow. After all, it was a kind gesture from the Maotai Taoist, and it was best to keep it. Regrettably, it appeared that the path of cultivation had once again been severed. How could he possibly rescue the young Huang and avenge Uncle Sun? Golden armored corpses, golden armored corpses. It sounded ominously formidable. Chapter 62. The Lost Classic. There is a saying that goes, he who cannot recognize gold inlaid with jade. This phrase aptly describes Zhao Yuliang's current predicament. The four characters he had just managed to decipher were not the author's name, but rather the title of the book. It was not I Want to Think of You authored by someone of that name, but rather I Want to Think of You commentary, one of the three great classics of the Chinese Taoist tradition. Moreover, it was a classic that had been lost to time. I Want to Think of You commentary, as the name implies, provides a detailed explanation of the Tao Te Ching. According to legend, its author was Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism and the foremost of the four great celestial masters. However, there are also claims that the book was written by Zhang Jiao, the leader of the Taiping Tao during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Thus, the authorship of this book remains a topic of much debate. Unfortunately, this classic text of Taoism has been lost to modernity. To be precise, it was only during the late Qing dynasty that fragments were discovered in the Mogao caves at Dunhuang. These fragments were taken to England by British archaeologists and are currently housed in their museums. Wang Yukai, through the hands of the Maotai Taoist, had gifted Zhao Yuliang this even more precious volume. In addition to the commentaries on the Tao Te Ching, Wang Yukai had recorded all the Taoist spells he knew within its pages. Although Wang Yukai was not a Taoist disciple and could even be said to have no connection to Taoism, his noble lineage and extensive existence granted him vast knowledge. As time swiftly passed into night, Zhao Yuliang secured the paper shop before heading to the barbecue stall to assist. At that moment, Sister Ingchun had already found a barbecue chef and hired a server, so the atmosphere was no longer as hectic as before. Out of concern for Zhao Yuliang, who was recovering from illness, she insisted he refrain from work and merely sit aside. Quantum, if you feel hungry and wish to eat something, Just ask the kitchen to grill it for you. I shall not trouble you. Zhao Yuliang nodded in acknowledgement, watching the diverse array of patrons while contemplating his own matters. Just then, the black cab driver, Xiao Li, approached him cheerfully. Ah, Quantum, you're here too. How wonderful. Come, let us have a drink together. I was just lamenting how dull it is to drink alone. My treat. With someone treating? Zhao Yuliang certainly would not impose upon Sister Ingchun's generosity and happily joined him. Li Mao, what has gotten into you today? Feeling generous? Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's jest, Xiao Li burst into laughter. Isn't it because I struck it rich? To be honest, I encountered an exceptionally generous client today. I took him to Fengoujiao, a ride that typically costs around 300, but he generously handed me 600. That's why I returned late. I came to grab a bite. As Xiao Li spoke, he pulled out the freshly earned money from his pocket and slapped it onto the table with a thud. Quantum, eat and drink as you please. It's all on me. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Zhao Yuliang felt a twinge of confusion. Why does it keep coming back to Fengoujiao? Isn't that where the mad ghost captured the young man from the Huang family? Hearing it so many times in one day, could it merely be coincidence? Noticing Zhao Yuliang's silence and his lack of ordering food, Xiao Li couldn't help but tease. What's wrong, Quantum? Jealous of my good luck? Zhao Yuliang finally snapped back to reality and responded with a grin. Isn't it jealousy? You know my shop. It has no business, and I hardly earn anything. Seeing Zhao Yuliang feign frustration, Xiao Li laughed even more heartily. It's probably best if your paper shop doesn't make any money. If you want to get rich, it would require everyone in our town to die overnight. Logically, Xiao Li was just joking, but for some reason, when Zhao Yuliang heard this, he shuddered violently. Then a chilling woman's voice echoed in his ears. Soon, you will all perish, followed by sinister laughter. Who? Zhao Yuliang was startled, rising to scan the surroundings. His sudden movement startled Xiao Li as well. What's wrong, Quantum? Why the sudden alarm? Still shaken, Zhao Yuliang did not look at Xiao Li and continued to search frantically. Li Mao, didn't you hear any strange sounds just now? The black cab driver, Xiao Li, was taken aback. Sounds? What sounds? The corpulent fellow behind us. Does his flatulence count? Given the small size of the town, most patrons who come for barbecues are well acquainted with one another. The corpulent fellow that Xiao Li refers to is none other than the mayor's son, a notorious ruffian in the town. Despite his unruly reputation, he dares not provoke Xiao Li, who is known for his reckless, fearless nature in brawls. This perfectly illustrates the adage, the weak fear the strong fear the brazen, and the brazen fear those who are unafraid of death. Thus, even when Xiao Li deliberately mocks him, the corpulent fellow can only respond with a forced smile. He approaches our table with a beer mug in hand and says, Brotherly, you're teasing me again. Here, let me toast you. After they finish their drinks, the corpulent fellow doesn't rush to leave. Instead, he remains seated, sniffing the air. Brotherly, do you smell that? What on earth is that awful stench? After some investigation, he finally focuses on the 600 yuan that Xiao Li had just slapped down on the table. It's this money that reeks. It smells just like a dead pig. Hearing this, Xiao Li retorts playfully, Corpulent fellow, have you lost your mind to say that money stinks? Have you ever smelled a dead pig? You look more like a dead pig yourself. Although Xiao Li brushed it off, the corpulent fellow's comment caught Zhao Yuliang's attention. When Xiao Li revealed the money, he too detected a faint putrid odor. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Yuliang picked up a bill and took a closer whiff, confirming the foul smell. Goodness, Li Mao. You didn't happen to soil your pockets before handling that money, did you? Impossible. Xiao Li replied defiantly, mimicking Zhao Yuliang's actions and sniffing the cash. I haven't soiled my pockets in months, but this is indeed foul. Why does it smell so bad? The corpulent fellow erupted in laughter. Brotherly, you see. You didn't believe me until the quantum boy here confirmed it. Oh, speaking of stinky money, I'm reminded of a story that involves a taxi. Would you care to hear it? As is widely known, alcohol tends to loosen tongues, and thus the corpulent fellow continued without waiting for a response. Do you believe that the dead can hail a taxi? You likely don't, but let me share this tale with you. A few years ago, a taxi driver who worked the night shift decided to save on rental fees, so he and a partner took turns driving, one during the day, the other at night. The corpulent fellow's storytelling was captivating, vividly painting a picture of the driver who, night after night, picked up the same mysterious passenger at the same spot. Even more bizarrely, the passenger always alighted in a secluded area by a small grove outside the town. Initially, the driver was pleased to have a regular customer. But after a week, unease crept in. The passenger sat silently in the back seat, head down, and rarely spoke, only mumbling a response when questioned. Before exiting, he would hand the driver a 100 yuan bill without a word, disappearing into the grove without looking back. The driver noted that the money began to emit a foul odor, reminiscent of decay. As time passed, the passenger himself began to exude the same increasingly intense stench. Terrified, the driver decided to report the matter to the police. The next day, officers searched the grove and discovered a corpse, the very passenger who had been riding in his cab. To his horror, all the change the driver had given this passenger was found in the deceased's pockets, intact. Upon hearing this tale, Shaoli turned pale. For while he was known for his fearless demeanor in fights, he was not immune to fear. "You're trying to scare me, aren't you, corpulent fellow? Are you itching for a fight?" The corpulent fellow laughed heartily. "Oh my, brotherly, you too have your fears? I thought you were invincible." After a few more exchanges, Shaoli, perhaps genuinely frightened, declared he would not drink anymore, insisting that Zhao Yuliang accompany him home. He even left the 600 yuan at Sister Ingchun's barbecue stand, saying he would save it for later. Reluctantly, Zhao Yuliang bid farewell to Sister Ingchun and set off with Shaoli, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Li Mao, did you encounter any strange passengers today? Did they smell?" The moment these words left his mouth, Shaoli nearly broke into tears. "Zhao, please don't frighten me. I'm genuinely scared. The person I picked up also stunk." Zhao Yuliang was initially taken aback, then shouted, "What the hell?" before sprinting back towards the barbecue stand. "Damn it, Li Mao. Knowing the money is cursed and still giving it to Sister. Wait for me." Seeing Zhao Yuliang abandon him, Shaoli felt desolate. "Zhao, don't leave. Can't you at least take me home?" With Zhao Yuliang showing no signs of returning, Shaoli gathered his courage and ran towards home. When Zhao Yuliang returned, panting, to the barbecue stand and found everything normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Observing his demeanor, Sister Ingchun couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong, Zhao? Is a big yellow dog chasing you? If it bullies you again, tell me, and I'll deal with it." Sister Ingchun, known for her bold personality, spoke loudly, prompting laughter from the other patrons. "Sister, don't deal with the dog. Deal with me instead. I promise not to resist." The laughter grew louder, and someone even whistled lewdly. Sister Ingchun would not tolerate such behavior. "Who just said that? Come here and drop your pants. I'll take care of you right now." The instigator immediately backed down. "No, sister, I was just joking." Laughter erupted once more. Zhao Yuliang, however, was not in the mood for jokes. He quickly pulled Sister Ingchun aside. "Sister, what about the money Shaoli gave you? Let me see it." Though confused, Sister Ingchun replied, "It's in the drawer." "Why? Are you worried he gave me counterfeit bills? If that is the case, I'll take care of him." She chuckled at the thought. As she opened the drawer to retrieve the stack of 100 yuan bills, she realized, "Oh no, I mixed them all together. I checked, and they're all real. What do you need them for?" Zhao Yuliang was at a loss for words, so he stuffed all the bills into his own pocket. "Sister, I'll take these first. I'll bring you some different money later, and we can swap a few bills." To Sister Ingchun, Zhao's actions appeared as if he was too shy to ask for a loan, so she merely smiled and nodded, not wanting to spoil his pride. That day, business at the barbecue stand was brisk, and Zhao Yuliang didn't return to the shop until after all the rituals were complete. Lying in bed, he stared at the money in his hands, recalling the movies he had seen. If ghosts existed, they might come after him through this money. This was precisely why Zhao wanted to exchange the bills with Sister Ingchun. Now, with the dilemma of handling this money weighing on him, he found himself with a total of 1,200 yuan. According to the standard textbook approach, Zhao Yuliang should have placed all his money into the temple's merit box. If ghosts truly existed and were to cause mischief for the sake of money, let them confront the Buddha directly. Who suffers the most knows best. The unfortunate reality for Zhao Yuliang was his extreme poverty. He was so frugal that he couldn't bear to spend even a single cent, let alone donate to a temple. Their essay saying, "Isn't there? Death is not terrifying. Dying in poverty is what truly frightens one. I wonder if I could exchange this money for merit in the box. Would the monks be willing to oblige?" As Zhao Yuliang daydreamed, an epiphany struck him. Although he lacked a Buddha, he had those two eerie dolls, didn't he? He decided to place the money with the dolls. If evil spirits dared to come, regardless of who was stronger, I would not be at a loss. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuliang sprang from his bed, hurriedly making his way to the two dolls. He feigned a bow and then stuffed more than a dozen 100 yuan bills into the shoes of the female doll. Having completed this, he proudly returned to his room, ready for sleep. Little did he know, this would be a night devoid of slumber. Chapter 64. Instruction as Zhao Yuliang lay down to sleep. A Taoist classic pressed beneath his pillow emitted a faint azure glow. Simultaneously, the celestial banner gifted by the big yellow dog also shone brightly. The radiance enveloped Zhao Yuliang's head with a gentle caress. Meanwhile, an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal presence appeared in Zhao Yuliang's dream, continuously imparting wisdom. Although Zhao Yuliang could not comprehend the words clearly, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if floating on a cloud or nestled safely within a mother's womb. With the old man's ongoing explanations, Zhao Yuliang's breathing gradually slowed, not as a sign of impending death, but rather transforming into a state akin to prenatal absorption, a coveted condition for any practitioner. At the same time, a myriad of superstitious knowledge cascaded through his mind like a film reel, with the majority being Taoist incantations. Outside the dream, Zhao Yuliang wore a blissful smile, reveling in his newfound understanding. In a haze, Zhao Yuliang lost track of time until he suddenly felt a chill. He tossed and turned, wrapping himself tightly in his blanket. Did I forget to close the window? After muttering to himself, he suddenly sensed something rush into his room, leap onto his bed, and tug at his blanket. Having already been unsettled by the previous incident involving money, Zhao Yuliang was instantly wide awake. What the hell? Is a filthy thing here to harm me? With a bang, he opened his eyes, only to be met by the sight of the big yellow dog. The dog's eyes were filled with terror, reminiscent of the night when the corpse had arrived. With this experience behind him, Zhao Yuliang realized the gravity of the situation. The filthy thing had truly come. He hastily threw off the blanket, allowing the big yellow dog to join him, and they embraced tightly, akin to lovers forced apart. Brother dog, are we about to be haunted? The big yellow dog could not articulate a response. Just like last time, it shoved its paw into Zhao Yuliang's mouth, silencing him with action. Zhao Yuliang instinctively licked it. Ah, still the same taste, a bit salty. Adhering to the principle of never being at a disadvantage, Zhao Yuliang retaliated immediately, thrusting his unwashed hand into the dog's mouth. Whether by coincidence or fate, the moment the exchange ritual concluded, a fierce wind howled outside, accompanied by ominous shadows. Subsequently, something was propelled by the gust and slammed against the door of the paper shop. However, this entity seemed oblivious to the shop's dangers, and after a dull thud, it let out a shriek as it was bounced back. In that instant, the two rows of paper figures sprang to life. With a crack, they collectively turned their heads, their crimson eyes fixated on the door. Ha 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 ha. Then, laughter emanated from within the female doll. The entity outside, unaware of its impending doom, pressed forward upon hearing the laughter, attempting to crash through the door once more. Just then, the door swung open on its own. The entity stumbled inside, akin to a person lacking a place to release their force. Before it could react, all the paper figures quickly surrounded it. Like wooden stakes, they fell forward, relentlessly biting and tearing at the entity, reminiscent of a horde of zombies attacking a mere human. Ha 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 ha. The entity's anguished cries blended with the eerie laughter of the female doll, creating a chilling atmosphere. It was only then that the entity realized it had provoked an unapproachable existence. With a final scream, it pushed the paper figures aside and fled at breakneck speed outside the paper shop. However, the strange paper figures clearly had no intention of letting it escape, charging towards the entrance in unison. At that moment, the death line drawn with ashes on the ground appeared, resembling an invisible, glowing red iron wall, blocking the paper figures entirely. Unable to break free, the paper figures went berserk, contorting their bodies in mechanical motions, their joints twisting into grotesque shapes. Like ferocious beasts trapped in a cage, they roamed restlessly within the confines of the small paper shop. This predicament persisted until dawn approached, just as the first rays of light were about to break. In the back room of the paper shop, where silence had fallen, Zhao Yuliang finally dared to expel the dog's paw from his mouth. Spitting and whispering, he asked, "Brother dog, has the filthy thing left? Are we safe now?" Despite the big yellow dog's usual bravado, it was more timid than Zhao Yuliang in moments of crisis. After releasing Zhao Yuliang's hand, it gagged a few times before suddenly butting him with its rear. Zhao Yuliang, caught off guard, tumbled off the bed with a thud, landing painfully on his backside. "Ouch! You rascal dog, that is too much." He barely finished his complaint before being silenced by the fierce gaze of the big yellow dog. The message was clear: you go check outside, or I'll give you a beating. Under the dog's intimidating presence, Zhao Yuliang had no choice but to shuffle forward like a wronged little wife, all the while muttering, "Just wait, you rogue dog. Once my powers are fully realized, I will surely kick your doggy butt. You won't dare flaunt your mischief again." After much effort, Zhao Yuliang finally made it to the front room, only to find chaos. Aside from the paper figures standing in their eerie poses, everything else had been overturned, resembling a place ransacked by thieves. Tentatively poking one of the paper figures, he was relieved when it did not attack him. "Brother dog, come out. The danger has passed." The once timid big yellow dog instantly regained its swagger, strutting over to Zhao Yuliang's side. Just then, A piercing ringtone suddenly rang out, startling the big yellow dog, which turned pale. In a flash, it dove into Zhao Yuliang's arms, and they stood together in a princess carry among the paper figures. Moments later, regaining composure, Zhao Yuliang spoke first. Dog, brother dog, don't be afraid. That was probably my alarm clock. The big yellow dog, having lost face, exploded in fury, transforming from a sweet companion to a wild beast. It pinned Zhao Yuliang to the ground, unleashing a brutal beating that left him crying for mercy. Oh dear. Stop hitting me. I'm sorry, I want to use the alarm clock again. Chapter 65. The angered immortals aid after what seemed like an eternity. The brutal beating finally ceased, and the big yellow dog sauntered off to tease other dogs, leaving Zhao Yuliang alone, sorrowfully lying on the ground. His face streaked with tears and scratches. The neighbors who had just heard Zhao Yuliang's anguished cries cast sympathetic glances towards the paper shop, admonishing their children. Did you hear that? You must study diligently. If you don't, you'll find yourself working for others and being bullied daily. After a considerable time, Zhao Yuliang, with great difficulty, managed to rise, akin to a wronged young bride, and began to tidy up the fallen tables and chairs, restoring the paper figures to their original places. There is a saying, as long as one has not passed away, life must continue. After tending to his wounds, Zhao Yuliang stepped outside, resolutely making his way to the bun shop. Ahem, health is the foundation of revolution. Without such a foundation, how can one continue to live? Observing the pitiful state of Zhao Yuliang, Uncle Gangtu, the owner of the bun shop, looked on with compassion. Out of sympathy, he didn't even ask for payment for breakfast. Yuliang, did that dog bully you again? Sighed Uncle Gangtu. Oh child, why provoke a dog when you know you can't win against it? Look at your injuries, you're all bruised. Zhao Yuliang remained silent, channeling his sorrow into hunger as he devoured the buns. Seeing him in such a state of despondency, Uncle Gangtu's sympathetic gaze deepened, prompting him to offer words of comfort. Yuliang, don't be too disheartened. Who in town hasn't been bullied by your family's big yellow dog? It's just that you've been on the receiving end more frequently. By the way, someone has it worse than you. Last night, that rogue Ma Pengzi was crying out all night. He must have been punished by his father for his misdeeds. It only quieted down just before dawn. Ma Pengzi was the mayor's son, the one who had told ghost stories to Zhao Yuliang and Shao Li the previous day. People are alike. When one is down on their luck, knowing that someone else is worse off can bring a sense of relief. And so it was for Zhao Yuliang. Ha ha ha, Uncle Gangtu, is that true? That fatso deserves a beating. He struts around, bullying everyone. As Zhao Yuliang listened with joy to Uncle Gangtu's tales, unbeknownst to him, in a remote mountain, a little dumpling stood upright, clasping its tiny paws together, bowing repeatedly to the elder who called himself Master Grey 6, incessantly squeaking as if in prayer. Master Grey 6 remained sprightly, his simple garments unwrinkled. Observing the little mouse's fervent worship, he displayed a mix of indulgence and exasperation. Why are you so bothersome, little rascal? I've told you that it's impossible. The chance to become a spirit medium is rare and depends on one's fate. That boy Zhao Yuliang lacks the spiritual affinity. How can I assist him? With that, Master Grey 6 lifted the still bowing little dumpling onto his shoulder. Besides, Haven T, I already helped that child twice. I gave him a talisman and sent him a spirit banner. That's all I can do. Everything in this world is determined by fate, and interfering too much in others' karma is not beneficial for either party. Upon hearing Master Grey 6's words, the little dumpling's eyes sparkled. It now understood that the spirit banner brought back by the big yellow dog was a gift from its ancestor, perhaps indicating support for Zhao Yuliang. Otherwise, such a treasure wouldn't be so easily obtained. Moreover, in this society, even a cabbage is hard to find on the streets. Seeing the little dumpling grasp the depth of his intentions, Master Grey 6 smiled. Very well, let it be so. You enjoy playing with that boy Zhao Yuliang. I want to interfere, but remember not to disturb the items in the paper shop. It's troublesome. Speaking of the items in the paper shop, Master Grey 6 furrowed his brows. The little dumpling chirped in agreement, indicating it understood. After hesitating, it called out a few more times to Master Grey 6, extending its tiny paws to massage his shoulders. Master Grey 6, eyes closed in enjoyment, appeared resigned. You truly are sincere. It seems you are quite attached to that boy Zhao Yuliang. Aren't you afraid of danger? You could lose your life at any moment. As I said, the things in the paper shop are quite troublesome. After Master Grey 6 spoke, the little dumpling did not rush to respond, but pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. Squeak. Master Grey 6, witnessing this, burst into hearty laughter, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Well, this is the spirit of my Grey family's descendants. Fearless of life and death, loyal, and righteous. That being the case, let me tell you, to completely resolve the matters of the paper shop, you must summon the Major General. However, like the young master, he has not involved himself in worldly affairs for quite some time. Even I do not know where he is. Speaking of the young master, Master Gray 6's eyes filled with nostalgia. As for the enigmatic Major General, he was currently hiding in the ruins of a small courtyard, playing around. Beside him was a long, silly-looking worm with a black pot on its head, its gaze evasive and clumsy. Achoo! Oh dear, why did I suddenly sneeze? I think someone must be thinking of me. The long worm, referred to as 8 Master, looked at him with disdain. Thinking of you? Who would think of a little wretch like you? If anything, I might think of the young master and scold you at the same time. Is that so? The man, dubbed the Major General and little wretch, clearly felt his confidence wavering due to the long worm's words. Though middle-aged, his face still bore an innocent and foolish expression, much like the silly long worm beside him. Oh dear, 8 Master, I realize I retired too early. I shouldn't have applied for retirement after 15 years. I should have caught a few more bad guys. When I was around, the security was excellent. Even the mice wouldn't dare to break in for a bite. The middle-aged man's statement went unchallenged by the long worm, as it was true, albeit trivial. With the head of the Gray family overseeing matters, which mouse would dare to steal? Not only did they not dare to steal, but the little mice even organized themselves to patrol at night, waiting to report any wrongdoers to the Major General for a chance at some snacks. In such an environment, maintaining order was no challenge at all. As for the mention of retirement after 15 years, it is not merely a fabrication. It is a regulation set by the state. However, opting for early retirement results in significantly reduced pensions. Chapter 66. Defeating ghosts. The Major General, evidently restless, noticed the long worm ignoring him and initiated conversation. 8 Master. That child who took my little wooden knife a few days ago, he seems so silly and amusing. Would you carry me to find him and play? Upon hearing this, the long worm shook its head vigorously, like a rattle. No, absolutely not. What did the young master say? We cannot interfere in the karma of others. It could bring disaster. Each person has their own fate, and not everyone possesses spiritual affinity. Just stay put. The Major General, upon hearing this, immediately drooped his head in dismay. Oh, however, the moment he looked down, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuliang, with nothing to do, had spent the night studying Taoist texts, only managing to recognize the 5 characters. I miss you, lousy. Finding no progress, Zhao Yuliang was about to give up. Yet, he was astonished to discover that as long as he held the Taoist book, he felt warm, as if soaking in a hot bath on a cold day. Thus, he decided to keep it close, much like one you reading the spring and autumn annals, thinking that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well use it as a warm treasure. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was the next morning. Hearing the alarm go off, Zhao Yuliang hurriedly pressed the button. In his panic, he was relieved that the big yellow dog had not come in to bully him. He quickly got up, washed, opened for business, adhering to the usual routine. Why haven't I seen the rogue dog today? Has it not returned all night? Is it sleeping at the mother dog's house? The large yellow dog has never displayed the bad habit of staying out all night, even when intimidating the female dogs. He simply concludes his business and departs. Puzzled, Zhao Yuliang approached the doghouse, bending down to peer inside. Hello, dog brother, are you home? Come out and join me for some fun. To his astonishment, the dog had indeed spent the night away. As Zhao muttered to himself, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. Startled, he quickly turned around with a sycophantic smile. Good morning, dog brother. Wishing you fortune. The figure behind him was none other than the large yellow dog, though it appeared somewhat fatigued, lacking its usual vigor. Perhaps sensing Zhao's respectful demeanor, the dog ignored him and retreated into the doghouse to sleep. It wasn't long before the sounds of snoring emerged. Having narrowly escaped danger, Zhao cautiously backed away while murmuring to himself. It seems he had quite the night with the female dogs. No wonder he's so exhausted. As he reached the front of his shop, intent on grabbing breakfast, he was confronted by a pale, staggering figure, the taxi driver, Li Mao. Upon seeing Li's disheveled state, Zhao burst into laughter. What happened to you? Were you busy last night too? Li looked as if he might weep, having no desire to engage in banter with Zhao. Don't joke around. I encountered a ghost. What? Zhao exclaimed in shock. What on earth happened? Tell me. Li, evidently still shaken, accepted Zhao's assistance to sit down on a wicker chair. After gulping down a large mouthful of hot water, he began. Last night, due to the issue of some filthy money, I returned home early. I genuinely feared those ethereal matters. My wife and children are long at her parents' house, leaving me all alone. A bowl of instant noodles and a bottle of beer constituted my entire dinner. just as I was about to eat. There was a violent knocking at the door. Reluctantly, Li stood up. Who is it? Knock gently. If you break my door, you're paying for it. As he spoke, the door swung open to reveal Ma Pengzi, the town mayor's son. What the hell, you fatso? What brings you here at this hour? Looking for a beating? Being familiar with each other, Li turned his back without properly greeting Ma. However, in that instant, he sensed something was amiss. It wasn't winter. Yet Ma was emanating a chilling aura, as if someone just entered from the frigid outdoors. Good heavens, did you just crawl out of a refrigerator? Li exclaimed. Turning around to notice Ma's face was unusually pale, resembling the fat of a pig on a chopping block. Ma grinned, revealing his gleaming teeth. Li Mao, you used to defy me, but do you now submit? Li was taken aback by Ma's words, then chuckled in disbelief. What is wrong with you? Have you caught a fever, or are you just asking for a fight? Want to throw down? Fine, let's fight. I bet I can take you on even in this state. Ma declared before throwing a punch at Li's face. Caught off guard, Li stumbled but quickly retaliated. Hey, are you here to provoke me? If I don't knock you out today, I'll write my name backward. After a fierce exchange of blows, Li found himself atop Ma, delivering powerful punches to his face. Stop, stop. I surrender, Li Lauda. Ma cried out. Is there any justice in this? How can I be beaten like this? Feeling increasingly aggrieved, Ma suddenly summoned his strength and threw Li off him, then fled without a backward glance. Li, uninterested in pursuing him, lamented the spilled instant noodles and beer. As he began to clean up, he grumbled, just wait, Ma Pengzi, from now on. I'll hit you every time I see you. Upon hearing this, Zhao was puzzled. What is all this about? Just a fight with Ma Pengzi? There's no ghost. Is there? Did you kill him? Li, still shaken, replied, Zhao, Ma Pengzi is a ghost. I only realized it after I hit him last night. Fearing Zhao would not believe him, he took Zhao's hand and rushed towards Ma's house. Zhao, you'll understand once we get there. As they reached the alley leading to Ma's home, they saw a crowd of police gathered. The mayor and his wife sat on the ground, wailing, Oh my son, so young and yet gone. With your departure, our family will be without heirs. While Zhao was still in shock, Officer Zhao approached them. Zhao, you've come to see the commotion too? What is going on in our town? There have been deaths one after another. Ma Pengzi's death is particularly strange. Such a large man, yet he was found stuffed in a refrigerator. Zhao was bewildered. Wait, he is really dead. So, what Li encountered last night was truly a ghost. But how could a living person beat a ghost? As Zhao's voice was barely audible. Officer Zhao did not catch his words. What did you say? Speak up, I didn't hear you. Nothing, nothing. Zhao hastily waved his hand and turned to leave with Li. Brother Zhao, you carry on. We'll head back. On their way to the paper shop, a question lingered in Zhao's mind. Given Ma Pengzi's manner of death, it was clear he must have encountered something sinister. Otherwise, how could even the most deranged killer manage to stuff a 200-pound man into a freezer? But why would such a malevolent force target Ma Pengzi? Hadn't the three evil spirits been dealt with recently? As Zhao voiced his concerns, Li, with a mournful expression, pulled out a 100 yuan bill that carried a foul odor. Zhao was taken aback. You secretly kept one? Didn't you leave them all at the barbecue stall? Li shook his head vigorously. I didn't keep it. Am I foolish? It fell from Ma Pengzi's pocket when we fought. I meant to tell you earlier, but I forgot in my haste. It fell from Ma's pocket? Zhao's mind raced as he pieced together the situation. It turned out that Ma Pengzi, having finished counting the money, had surreptitiously stashed a bill in his pocket while Zhao and Li were distracted. That's why he was claimed by the vengeful spirit. The spirit had first come to Zhao's paper shop, only to be driven away by the paper figures, and then sought out Ma Pengzi. Uncle Gang too had heard the screams not from Ma being reprimanded by his father, but from Ma's torment at the hands of the spirit. With everything falling into place, Zhao couldn't help but reflect. Ma Pengzi, with his life of greed and deception, ultimately faced his demise due to his avarice. Was this not a form of retribution? For reasons unknown, when thoughts of lust arose, Zhao suddenly recalled Sister Ingchun. Heaven knows, it's not that I, Zhao, am being lascivious during the day, but rather I feel an unsettling worry. What if Ma Pengzi's ghost, after being scared away by Li, went to Sister Ingchun's house? After all, he had long coveted this mature and alluring widow, and had even dared to knock on her door in the middle of the night. Had Sister Ingchun not been fierce and chased him off with a kitchen knife, he might have succeeded. With this realization, Zhao immediately sprinted towards Sister Ingchun's home. Li, bewildered, instinctively followed closely behind. Zhao slowed down. What is going on? Zhao Yuliang was in no mood to engage with him. His only focus was on running at full speed. When he reached the foot of Sister Ingchun's building, he looked up to see the second-floor window wide open. This was bad. Something had indeed gone awry. She never opened the windows at home, and even when she did, it was never to such an extent. The saying holds true, a widow's home is rife with trouble, especially for a young and alluring widow like Sister Ingchun. Despite her bold and carefree demeanor, she was inherently conservative and maintained a virtuous life. Therefore, she would never sleep with her windows wide open when alone. With this thought racing through his mind, Zhao Yuliang dashed up the stairs and knocked vigorously on the door. "Sister, are you home?" Receiving no response, he mimicked scenes from movies and kicked the door. With a resounding thud, a muffled scream followed. Shaoli, who was trailing behind, was taken aback. "You think you can kick the door down? That's a steel security door. Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Yuliang, already aware of his blunder, hopped on one foot in pain while addressing Shaoli. "Quick, help me get to the barbecue place. She has a spare key hidden there." This information about the spare key had been shared discreetly between Zhao Yuliang and Sister Ingchun. However, given the urgency of the situation, Zhao Yuliang couldn't afford to ponder further. "You're in this state and still running around? Let me handle it." Shaoli, realizing the seriousness of the matter, turned and dashed away. "Where exactly is it? Hurry up." When Shaoli returned with the key and opened the door, they found Sister Ingchun collapsed on the floor in her pajamas. "Sister." In a moment of desperation, Zhao Yuliang disregarded any notion of propriety and limped over to assess her condition. He checked for breath and was relieved to find she had merely fainted. He quickly picked her up and started down the stairs, calling out to Shaoli, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and get the car." Though Shaoli was reckless in fights, he was the kind of person who wouldn't take offense easily, which was why he and Zhao Yuliang were good friends. Hearing Zhao Yuliang's shout, he didn't take offense and rushed home to start the car. The town was a mere 20 kilometers from the county seat, and with the roads being either asphalt or cement, they arrived at the hospital in no time. In fact, Sister Ingchun regained consciousness before they reached the county hospital, though she was too weak to speak. After a thorough examination, the doctor found no serious issues, diagnosing her with shock. After receiving some energy supplements and sedatives via 4, they were allowed to go home. With so many people around earlier, and Sister Ingchun still recovering, Zhao Yuliang hadn't inquired about what had happened. Now, with just the three of them in the car, he gently asked, "Sister, what happened? How did you faint at home?" To Zhao Yuliang's surprise, the usually bold and brash Sister Ingchun displayed a look of sheer terror. You wouldn't believe me if I told you I encountered a ghost last night, would you?" "That ghost? It was someone I knew, Fatima." Although Shaoli had prepared himself mentally, hearing that Fatima had indeed turned into a ghost sent a shiver down his spine, causing him to nearly veer the car off the road. Once he steadied the vehicle and calmed himself, he responded with a grimace, "I believe you. Why wouldn't I? I encountered him last night too, and we even had a fight." It turned out that the barbecue stand had been particularly crowded the previous night, which kept Sister Ingchun busy until 2 in the morning. Just after she finished showering, there was a knock at the door. As a cautious widow, she peered through the peephole and saw Fatima, pale and frost-covered. Curious as to why he resembled winter on a non-winter night, Sister Ingchun yelled, "You fat bastard, are you looking for trouble again? Get lost. If you don't, I'll report you to the police tomorrow." Fatima was indeed a foolish ghost. Hearing Sister Ingchun's words, he was momentarily intimidated. Just as he contemplated leaving, he suddenly remembered, "Wait, I'm dead. I'm a ghost now. Why should I fear the police?" With his mind made up, Fatima let out a sinister laugh and shouted back into the house, "You see what I am? Even if the King of Heaven himself comes today, he can't save you. I'm coming for you." Though he spoke fiercely, Fatima faced a harsh reality. If Sister Ingchun didn't open the door, he was utterly powerless. Aren't ghosts supposed to pass through walls? Why can't I? After being pummeled by Shaoli earlier, Fatima felt increasingly aggrieved. Gritting his teeth, he charged against the security door. "I'll get through." With a loud thud, he was rebounded by the door, landing in a heap. The commotion caught the attention of the neighbors, who, upon seeing Fatima, quickly retreated and shut their doors. It wasn't that they recognized him as a ghost. They simply knew he was trouble. Fatima was a local thug, and his father was the town mayor. In remote areas, the mayor was akin to a local emperor, and you wouldn't dare complain if he bullied you. The cowardly reactions of the neighbors gave Fatima a fleeting sense of dignity as a ghost. "Humph, at least you know your place." Satisfied, he turned back to the unyielding door. "I refuse to believe this." As he spoke, Fatima delivered a powerful kick. He had resolved that since he was already dead, he had nothing to fear, no pain, no broken bones, so he would give it his all. Miraculously, this time, he succeeded halfway. Though the door didn't budge, his thigh passed through. Is this possible? As he pondered this, an intense pain shot through his leg. Inside the room, Sister Ingchun was wielding a rolling pin, striking his exposed thigh with gusto. "Ouch, that hurts." In agony, Fatima retracted his leg, hopping around. Wait. If my leg can go through, so can my arm. I can just open the door from inside. With determination, he stretched his hand through, and to his delight, it worked. Elated, he opened the door, grinning wickedly as he limped towards Sister Ingchun. You little witch, let us see where you can run this time. The sight before Sister Ingchun was horrifying. Fortunately, her strong character held firm. Had she been an ordinary woman, she would have fainted from fear. Fatima, don't come any closer, she pleaded, retreating until her back pressed against the window. With no escape and feeling utterly hopeless, Sister Ingchun's fierce nature erupted. I would rather die than be defiled by you. With that, she flung open the window, intending to leap out. This was the very reason Zhao Yuliang had noticed the window ajar upon his arrival. Fatima could not allow his prize to escape, and he swiftly lunged forward, grabbing Sister Ingchun and pulling her back into the bedroom. You little wench, let us see how I deal with you. As Sister Ingchun fought desperately, screaming and struggling, Fatima, fearing that someone might interrupt his plans, grew increasingly ruthless. Grasping her hair, he smashed her head against the doorframe. In an instant, Sister Ingchun blacked out. Upon hearing Sister Ingchun's account, Shaoli, who was driving, felt a surge of urgency. Sister, you mean to say you were taken advantage of by that fat bastard? If I had known, I would have killed him right away. Wait, he is already dead. Shaoli's words earned him a fierce glare from Sister Ingchun. Then he turned to Zhao Yuliang and said, Quantum, do you really believe that my sister-in-law hasn't suffered a loss? Zhao Yuliang was taken aback by the question and instinctively nodded repeatedly. Of course I believe it. You can deceive anyone, but you can't deceive me. Sister Ingchun was evidently quite pleased with Zhao Yuliang's response, a rosy blush spreading across her charming face. Just before I fell unconscious, I vaguely saw your family's big yellow dog rush in and give Ma Pengzi a thorough beating. After that, I completely lost consciousness and have no idea what transpired. However, I am confident that I did not allow that fat man to take advantage of me. Oh, is that so? If it were any other dog, Zhao Yuliang and Shaoli would surely not believe it. But if it were the big yellow dog, there would be no doubt. As Shaoli put it, that big dog is smarter than a person and more domineering than a rogue. Shaoli even suspected that if he took a math test with the big yellow dog, he would undoubtedly fail. At the moment Shaoli was indulging in self-deprecation, Zhao Yuliang also realized something. No wonder the big yellow dog had not returned all night. It must have sensed something and gone to protect Sister Ingchun. No wonder it looked so exhausted when I saw it in the morning. And its already sparse fur had been significantly pulled out. After all the questions were sorted, there remained one thing that puzzled Shaoli. Quantum. How come Ma Pengzi has turned into a ghost, but still cannot defeat me? Could it be that ghosts are not as fearsome as they say? Merely a means to frighten people? Such profound questions clearly exceeded Zhao Yuliang's knowledge. He could only mumble softly. You ask me, and who should I ask? If you really want to know, just sleep in a graveyard for a few nights. Perhaps you could even collect a protection fee from the ghosts. Shaoli, who was already afraid of ghosts, turned pale upon contemplating this. Quantum, don't joke. I wouldn't dare. In fact, regarding why Ma Pengzi was beaten and the initial inability to pass through walls, the Buddhist texts refer to such a state as the intermediate state. This can be viewed as the transitional phase between death and rebirth, while ghosts represent those who refuse to reincarnate. To impart some seemingly useless knowledge of feudal superstition to our esteemed readers, the so-called previous Een has dissipated, the subsequent Een has not yet arrived. The intermediate Een is present. The phrase previous Een has dissipated indicates that one's lifespan has ended, while subsequent Een has not yet arrived means one has yet to be reborn. Generally speaking, everyone has an intermediate state after death, except for those of great virtue or great evil. This Buddhist perspective aligns with Taoist teachings, which state that good and evil are distinctly judged. That is to say, individuals of great virtue or great evil are judged immediately upon death and do not linger. After judgment, the virtuous are typically reincarnated into the highest realm of the three virtuous paths, the realm of deities. Of course, some remain in the underworld as officials, like the city gods of various places, or even a few within the 10 Yama kings. As for those of great evil, they are immediately cast into the corresponding layer of the 18 hells based on their sins in life. Chapter 69. The children of the poor mature early once the three return to the small town. Zhao Yuliang first escorted Sister Ingchun home and requested a kindly aunt to help take care of her. After all, there is a distinction between men and women. It would not be appropriate for a young man to be alone with a beautiful widow, even if Zhao Yuliang did not care about his reputation. He had to consider Sister Ingchun's feelings. After ensuring Sister Ingchun was settled, Zhao Yuliang declined Xiao Li's offer to continue accompanying him and walked to the paper shop on foot, passing by a deli. He indulgently purchased 20 yuan worth of cooked intestines. He ate a few bites as he walked, saving the rest as a reward for the big yellow dog, who had saved Sister Ingchun and preserved her innocence. Upon arriving at the paper shop, he indeed found the big yellow dog lying on its back in the sun. Zhao Yuliang approached with a fawning demeanor. "Oh, dear dog brother, are you busy? Look what I brought you." Initially disinterested, the big yellow dog perked up at the mention of food and quickly got up. However, upon seeing the intestines in Zhao Yuliang's hand, it immediately displayed a look of disdain, kicked him hard, and then swaggered off to patrol the streets. Zhao Yuliang was left utterly astonished. "What? Aren't intestines delicious? I ate them. How could the dog turn its nose up at such a treat? Am I truly living a life inferior to that of a dog?" Lost in thought, Zhao Yuliang felt a wave of grievance wash over him as he realized that he indeed seemed to be living worse than a dog. Not only was he stuck in this unfortunate paper shop, but he was also bullied by a dog. Moreover, while the big yellow dog likely had a harem of female dogs, his own fate was sealed. He would never find a girlfriend in this lifetime. Damn it. The more he thought, the more aggrieved he felt, prompting him to transform his sorrow into appetite, swiftly devouring the intestines that even the dog rejected. Whatever will be. I'll just live for today. Feeling somewhat dejected, Zhao Yuliang lazily reclined in a rattan chair and pulled out the phone given to him by the corpse driver to call his younger sister. However, the moment the call connected, he quickly put on an energetic facade, not wanting his sister to know he was struggling and to avoid worrying her. "Sister, how are you? It's your brother. Look, I have a phone now, huh? Yes, don't worry, I'm doing well. Eating well, dressing well, living well, and work isn't tiring. I even have time to walk the dog. Oh, by the way, did you receive the money I sent you? Spend it freely, and if you need more, just let me know. I also sent some to Dad. There's no need to worry about him." The bond between the siblings was exceptionally strong, even closer than that of biological siblings. Ultimately, it was Zhao Yuliang's concern for the phone bill that led him to hang up at just the right moment. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Zhao Yuliang's sister was not studying for her graduate entrance exams, but was instead searching for a job at a talent market. She felt a deep compassion for her brother, despite Zhao Yuliang's insistence that he was fine. She wanted to start working soon to alleviate her brother's burden and hoped to save enough money for his bride price through her hard work. Alas, this is the stark reality of life. This is the plight of children from poor families maturing too early. On the other side, at the paper shop, after finishing the call, Zhao Yuliang became increasingly restless, lying in the rattan chair and lost in thought. Suddenly, a pressing question struck him. Had the big yellow dog eaten Ma Pengzi, or had he fled? If he had fled, would he come out tonight to continue causing harm? With this thought, Zhao Yuliang became anxious. Given Ma Pengzi's character, if he were to emerge tonight, he would either seek revenge on Xiao Li or target Sister Ingchun. Since the passing of manager's son and Granny Wenmi, those two had become the closest people to him in the small town. No, he had to find the big yellow dog to clarify the situation. Zhao Yuliang immediately stood up and walked onto the street, asking everyone he encountered, "Have you seen my road dog?" Thankfully, the big yellow dog was well known, and it didn't take long for him to find it with the help of passersby. When the big yellow dog saw Zhao Yuliang approaching, it momentarily froze and then showed obvious impatience. Woof, woof, woof. Strangely, Zhao Yuliang somehow understood the dog's meaning. Get to the point. Zhao Yuliang, already fearful of the big yellow dog, felt even more intimidated given that he was seeking its help. With an ingratiating smile, he bowed slightly and spoke. "Esteemed one, are you here watching the lovely flower girls? Would you mind if I took a moment of your time? I want to ask, did you bite that fat man to death yesterday?" It was unclear whether Zhao Yuliang's explanation was too convoluted or if the big yellow dog was not sufficiently enlightened, but its eyes were filled with confusion. Just as Zhao Yuliang was about to elaborate, the big yellow dog suddenly trembled all over, staring in terror at something behind Zhao Yuliang. This scene was all too familiar to Zhao Yuliang. It was clearly the sign of encountering something sinister. Moreover, judging by the dog's level of fear, it was comparable to the first time he encountered Master Gui Lu. Zhao Yuliang, now acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Gray family patriarch, slowly turned around. Pondering to himself, "Am I doomed this time?" Embracing a mindset that it is better to endure than to perish, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before the approaching figure. After all, it was no disgrace, especially since the large yellow dog had already bowed down. However, as Zhao Yuliang prepared to bend his knee, he suddenly realized that the figure was not a ghost, but rather a middle-aged man walking a large dog. The man exuded an air of distinction, unmistakably someone accustomed to high status, albeit with a hint of naivete in his demeanor. Yet, What truly captured attention was the imposing size of the dog he was leading. Had it not possessed the appearance of a canine, one might easily mistake it for a bull. Recognizing that the visitor was human, Zhao Yuliang promptly straightened his knee that had begun to bend, and with a face full of ingratiation, he inquired, "Good sir, do we know each other? Is there something you require of me?" The middle-aged man chuckled heartily at Zhao Yuliang's obsequiousness. "I lost something at home and came out to search for it while walking my dog. By the way, is this dog of yours a male or a female? If it's a female, perhaps we could arrange a mating with mine. Don't worry. I won't charge any fees. We can simply share the puppies when they arrive." As he spoke, the man extracted a cigarette for himself, lit it, and then lit another to offer to the large dog, whom he referred to as Wu Hong. After a moment's thought, he produced 2 more cigarettes, extending one to Zhao Yuliang and the other to the yellow dog. "Don't be shy, smoke up." Upon hearing the proposition of breeding, and glancing at the imposing figure of the dog, the yellow dog nearly fainted from fright. In a hurry, it lay on its back, exposing its belly to signal that it was indeed a male, implying that it could not assist in this matter. Seeing that the middle-aged man and his dog were not offended, the yellow dog cautiously rose again, trembling as it picked up the cigarette offered to it. Due to his financial constraints, Zhao Yuliang had never smoked, mainly because he couldn't bear to spend money on cigarettes. Initially, he intended to refuse, but upon witnessing the yellow dog nervously clutching the cigarette, he swallowed his words. He was all too aware of the yellow dog's cowardly nature. If it dared not defy this middle-aged man, one could only imagine the man's formidable presence, even if the man were not sinister. The dog he led was far beyond the capabilities of Zhao Yuliang and his yellow companion. Feeling awkward, Zhao Yuliang accepted the cigarette, hesitating for quite some time before awkwardly asking, "Good sir, do you have a light?" The middle-aged man momentarily paused, then feigned realization, tossing a pure gold lighter toward him. "Oh dear, this is rather impolite. Offering a cigarette without a light is quite pointless." After uttering this, he chided, "What kind of smoker are you? You leave home without cigarettes, and now you lack a lighter? How absurd. Consider this lighter a gift from me. I made it myself." "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Observing the man's boisterous yet somewhat dim-witted demeanor, Zhao Yuliang felt an intensified urge to avoid offending him. He nodded vigorously, nearly exclaiming his admiration. Upon taking a puff from the cigarette, Zhao Yuliang coughed, feeling choked, a sensation mirrored by the yellow dog. However, they both suppressed their coughs, desperately covering their mouths with their hands, their bodies convulsing awkwardly, resembling 2 frogs gasping for air. The middle-aged man, witnessing their plight, pointed at the pair and erupted into laughter, unabashedly enjoying their discomfort. "Look at them. They seem utterly foolish." The large dog, Wu Hong, joined in the laughter, though its barks sounded far more menacing than amusing, akin to a wolf's howl. Strangely, despite the ruckus, the surrounding pedestrians and vendors appeared oblivious to their presence, as if Zhao Yuliang and the yellow dog had become invisible. Realizing the middle-aged man's formidable nature, Zhao Yuliang grew increasingly cautious. Once the man had laughed enough, Zhao Yuliang seized the moment to ingratiate himself further. "Good sir, you mentioned something about losing an item. What was it? Perhaps I could assist you in finding it?" The middle-aged man waved his hand grandly. "No need. It was merely a half-finished trinket I lost. Consider it a gift to you. Take it and enjoy. You seem like a fun fellow. Would you mind taking me to your home for a bit?" At this point, the middle-aged man abruptly halted, a giddy expression on his face as he mounted the large dog, and exclaimed, "Giddy up, Wu Hong, charge forward. Don't let up." After a brief moment of self-talk, he turned to Zhao Yuliang, speaking at an astonishing speed. "Listen, kid, I foresee your impending demise. Always remember, if you encounter anything sinister, just mention my name, claim you're associated with me, and I'll ensure your safety." As he spoke, the middle-aged man rode off on his dog, disappearing from Zhao Yuliang's view. Once he had vanished, the surrounding pedestrians and vendors suddenly became aware of Zhao Yuliang and the yellow dog once more. "Haha, Yuliang, when did you start smoking? Oh, and the yellow dog too? Why is it smoking while kneeling? Is that the new trend?" If this had been any other time, the yellow dog would have leapt forward to defend its honor. However, still reeling from the encounter with the middle-aged man, the yellow dog allowed Zhao Yuliang to lead it back to the paper shop, tail tucked between its legs. Upon arriving home, both man and dog finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Brother dog, who was that man? He frightened us to such a state." The yellow dog barked in response. "Woof woof." Zhao Yuliang, confused, pressed, "Brother dog, can you speak Mandarin?" The yellow dog, seemingly irritated by Zhao Yuliang's perceived foolishness, chose to ignore him entirely, wagging its tail as it returned to its doghouse, seeking solace from the earlier fright. Zhao Yuliang, not daring to disturb the dog, settled into a wicker chair. Lost in thought, the man had mentioned losing something, then casually stated it was a gift to him. Yet, he had neither stolen nor taken anything. How peculiar. And he had even gifted him a lighter, which appeared to be gold. Zhao Yuliang quickly retrieved the lighter, biting down on it, only to find it was a fruitless endeavor, as he had no idea what pure gold felt like. His action was merely an instinctive imitation of something he had seen on television. However, such trivial matters posed no challenge for the self-reliant Zhao Yuliang. He promptly made his way to the only gold shop in the town. To his astonishment, after evaluation, the shop offered him a staggering 60,000 for the lighter. Goodness, it is indeed gold. Zhao Yuliang, not being naive, had no intention of selling the lighter, even if he were on the brink of starvation. He could never part with it. For one, he could not face the middle-aged man again without an explanation. For another, that seemingly simple-minded man was undoubtedly extraordinary. To sell a treasure given by a deity would be the height of folly. After leaving the gold shop, exhilarated yet filled with regret, Zhao Yuliang lamented that he had forgotten to ask for the middle-aged man's name. Without knowing his name, how could he call upon him in times of need? Even if he did mention it, how could he be certain the man would be trustworthy? In a fit of self-reproach, he slapped himself twice, exclaiming, "I am a fool. Truly a fool." Lost in his thoughts, Zhao Yuliang, distracted, collided with someone, raising his gaze to find it was one of the town's residents. "Yuliang, are you here to help at the mayor's house?" Alas, who would have thought that the young pony would depart this world so prematurely and in such a bizarre manner? Upon hearing the words of the man, Zhao Yuliang suddenly realized he had arrived at the mayor's doorstep. The man had just lost his son and was holding a wake today. Perhaps I can see if there is anything I can assist with." As Zhao Yuliang casually responded, his gaze drifted into the courtyard. The sight that met his eyes was shocking. A corpse lay stiffly atop the coffin. Indeed, it was on top of the coffin, not inside it. Moreover, from its appearance, the individual was certainly not the rotund Ma. After all, Ma had already been frozen solid. No matter how wealthy or influential one might be, it was impossible to restore a frozen body to its original form. Not to mention, the technical means to do so simply do not exist. Most peculiarly, the people around seemed utterly oblivious to the presence of the corpse. Chapter 71. The Wandering Corpse. To confirm his judgment, Zhao Yuliang deliberately summoned the recently arrived Xiao Li, who had feigned compassion. Upon seeing Zhao Yuliang, Xiao Li's face lit up with joy, and he lowered his voice to inquire, "Liangzi, have you come to gather intelligence too?" "I have as well. I'm concerned about whether Ma's ghost still lingers." Rather than admitting he had merely passed by, Zhao Yuliang posed a counter-question. "Li Mao, what can you see when you look towards the coffin?" Xiao Li was startled. "Liangzi, don't scare me. Please don't tell me Ma's ghost is glaring at us from there." Despite his words, Xiao Li turned to look, and only upon seeing the grand red coffin did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Liangzi, were you trying to frighten me?" Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Zhao Yuliang was entirely convinced that only he could see the corpse, for he had activated his spiritual sight. The pressing question now was the identity of the corpse and why it rested atop Ma's coffin. Just as Zhao Yuliang pondered this, the corpse suddenly sat upright. Its withered face and sparse yellow hair revealed it to be a zombie. The creature grinned at Zhao Yuliang, exposing a set of jagged, dark teeth. Startled, Zhao Yuliang quickly grabbed Xiao Li and made haste to leave. Xiao Li, perplexed, followed closely. "Liangzi, what's wrong? Are we rushing back? Aren't we continuing to gather intelligence?" As they hurried, Zhao Yuliang whispered urgently, "No need for intelligence gathering. I'm certain there are ghosts." Xiao Li immediately quickened his pace, even outpacing Zhao Yuliang. Once they returned to the paper offerings shop, Xiao Li, with a mournful expression, asked, "Liangzi, can I stay here tonight? I'm too frightened to sleep at home alone." This request aligned perfectly with Zhao Yuliang's intentions, and he nodded gently. "Li Mao, we want to sleep tonight. We'll guard downstairs at Sister's place." The sister Zhao Yuliang referred to was, of course, Sister Yingchun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li quickly understood. "Liangzi, you mean we're lying in wait?" "Indeed," Zhao Yuliang affirmed with a deep nod. "All right." Xiao Li gritted his teeth. "If I can't kill the fat man, he'll surely kill me. Damn it, if that fat man can walk through walls. I'm worried I won't be able to contend with him." Xiao Li's concerns mirrored Zhao Yuliang's, but he had already devised a plan. "It's all right. I have the assistance of immortals." After saying this, he instructed Xiao Li to wait at the door while he entered the backyard. After recounting all that had transpired, Xiong Ba grinned broadly. "Liangzi, rest assured, Brother Xiong will accompany you tonight. While I can't claim to possess immense power, I am confident in dealing with a recently deceased soul." After Xiong Ba's assurance, the grasshopper spirit chimed in. "A recently deceased soul dares to provoke us?" Does it take us for a sickly cat? This matter doesn't even require Brother Xiong to intervene. Our brothers can handle it. With the support of his spiritual allies, Zhao Yuliang felt a surge of confidence. Very well then, I shall trouble you tonight, esteemed immortals. I'll prepare some dishes to offer, and once we are well fed, we shall proceed. At this juncture, a brief explanation is warranted. The spirits typically remain in a state akin to that of a soul in the hall. Though there are exceptions, such as Huang Yu and Xiao Jiaozi, this state allows them to instantly possess their disciples when summoned, aiding them in their endeavors. Before long, night fell, and Zhao Yuliang was taken aback when Sister Ingchun insisted on opening the stall. Liangzi, sister is truly fine. You know, delaying even a day would cost us quite a bit. Zhao Yuliang, feeling helpless, could only assist Sister Ingchun alongside Shaoli. During this time, Zhao Yuliang attempted several times to return the money he had received in exchange for those filthy notes. However, Sister Ingchun firmly refused, stating it was as if he were helping the elderly with medical expenses and his sister's education. Zhao Yuliang, feeling helpless, could only engrave this kindness deeply in his heart. While assisting in serving dishes, Zhao Yuliang suddenly froze in place. He spotted the corpse that had been atop Ma's coffin now appearing across the street, dragging along a severed half of a human body, though it was not a human, but rather a spirit. It staggered step by step towards Ma's memorial hall, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. When Zhao Yuliang noticed the corpse, it also seemed to notice him, grinning eerily. Just then, Sister Ingchun suddenly tugged at Zhao Yuliang. Liangzi, what are you staring at? Hurry up and serve the dishes. Nothing. Nothing. Zhao Yuliang hurriedly averted his gaze and delivered the meat skewers to a patron. This patron was a familiar face, well acquainted with both Zhao Yuliang and Sister Ingchun, and thus began to jest. Oh Liangzi, I've noticed you've been coming to help these past few days. What is going on? Planning to marry in? Haha. When you and Sister Ingchun tie the knot, I'll be sure to come and support you. Zhao Yuliang, intending to banter back, was suddenly alarmed to see that the corpse had, unbeknownst to him, pulled the half-spirit behind the familiar patron. The patron instinctively shivered. Oh dear. Why is it suddenly so cold? Are you drinking cold beer? Before Zhao Yuliang could respond, the corpse used its finger to smear blood, writing a large character for death on the back of the familiar patron. It then flashed another eerie grin at Zhao Yuliang before continuing to drag the half-spirit toward the direction of Ma's home. Looking down at the familiar patron, Zhao Yuliang noticed that the man's forehead had darkened significantly. This darkness did not imply dirtiness, but rather a layer of ominous energy covering him, visible only to those with spiritual sight. Such an appearance is referred to by professionals as black clouds pressed down on the city, foretelling that this individual was not far from death. Zhao Yuliang, ever loyal, treated those around him with a selfless attitude, prioritizing lives over money. The truth was, he simply had no money. Brother Chen, you're not feeling unwell, are you? The familiar patron, surnamed Chun, assumed Zhao Yuliang was joking and burst into laughter. Unwell? I feel unwell in my heart. I see you've charmed Sister Ingchun away from me. I'm feeling jealous. If anyone else had spoken in such a manner, the fiery Sister Ingchun would have berated them fiercely. Yet, faced with the familiar Brother Chun, this charming widow displayed an unusual tolerance, even respect. Brother, you're teasing me and Liangzi again. We're quite far apart in age. How could we possibly be together? Let us just enjoy our drinks. Oh right, Liangzi. When Brother Chen finishes eating, you absolutely must not accept any payment. He has helped me tremendously. Chapter 72. The Deathly Shackles. As Sister Ingchun mentioned, Brother Chen had indeed been a great help to her. To speak of it plainly, without his assistance, this barbecue shop would never have opened. Only those who have ventured into the culinary field understand the challenges involved. Firstly, one must contend with various departments and inspections: food safety, fire safety, business regulations, urban management, and so forth. Any misstep with any department could spell disaster for such a small establishment. In addition, there were the disturbances caused by unruly individuals. In a world where even men struggle to establish businesses, one cannot imagine the challenges faced by a charming widow like Sister Ingchun, who possesses neither connections nor a male protector. During her most trying times, it was Brother Chun who stepped forward, offering his assistance without seeking any recompense, driven solely by compassion for this unfortunate woman. As a leader in the local commerce bureau, he commanded respect from all walks of life, allowing Sister Ingchun's modest shop to flourish and thrive. After listening to Sister Ingchun's story, Zhao Yuliang felt an intense urgency. How could such a kind-hearted individual be subjected to harm? With these troubling thoughts, he sought a reason to momentarily step away from the barbecue stall. Once out of sight, he invoked the spirits. In the secluded depths of the mountains, where few travelers tread, ancient caves harboring mystical beings endure the chill of the night, while clear springs accompany celestial guests, and fragrant incense wafts forth, uttering profound truths. May the venerable spirit descend. Zhao Yuliang recited an incantation traditionally used by disciples of the spirit-calling art. Upon completing the chant, a chilling wind swept through, and a peculiar egg-shaped apparition materialized above his head, revealing the unexpected presence of Changjie. Before Zhao Yuliang could speak, Changjie, drained of energy, lamented. My parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. How is this just? Zhao Yuliang's intention was to summon the formidable Xiongba, yet for reasons unknown. He had instead called forth Changjie. It was not that he held Changjie in disdain, but rather that this peculiar entity seemed utterly ineffective thus far. Changjie, why are you here? Where is Brother Xiong? What about the others? Changjie, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Yuliang's inquiries, repeated his lamentation, my parents are dragons. Yet I am but a maggot. How is this just? Frustrated by Changjie's demeanor, Zhao Yuliang contemplated dismissing him to summon Xiongba instead. However, lacking proficiency in the art of spirit summoning, he could only call forth spirits and not send them away. The spell had been freshly imparted to him by Huang Yu before his departure. What to do? Zhao Yuliang considered rushing home to fetch another spirit, but was apprehensive about the potential consequences of leaving at such a critical juncture. In desperation, he decided to make do with Changjie, bringing the peculiar entity back to the barbecue stall, knowing that no one else could see him. Otherwise, he would be the subject of ridicule. Feigning a toast, Zhao Yuliang sat across from Brother Chun. Brother, though we are not familiar, allow me to raise a glass to you. Brother Chun, a hearty man with a warm disposition, readily accepted the gesture, exclaiming, let us drink. You and I will become good friends in due time. Zhao Yuliang hoped to seize this opportunity to ask Changjie if he could erase the ominous character inscribed on Brother Chen's back. But before he could utter a word, the strange egg's eyes widened, fixating intently on Brother Chun. As Zhao Yuliang anticipated some revelation from Changjie, he slumped back down once again. My parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. How is this just? Zhao Yuliang despaired. What a fool I am. I should never have harbored expectations for this egg. Just then, another gust of chilly wind swept through, and the figure of the grasshopper spirit appeared, flickering in and out of view. Zhao Yuliang's heart soared with joy as he silently questioned, O venerable spirit, why have you come? Are you aware of the troubles I face? The grasshopper spirit shook his head with a smile. With our meager abilities, how could we foresee the future? It was Brother Xiong who sent me to check on you after seeing that you had invoked the Chong family spirit. Is there truly a crisis? Zhao Yuliang offered no lengthy explanations, but discreetly pointed toward Brother Chen. The grasshopper spirit turned to see the bloody character and gasped in alarm. The death binding? What kind of malevolent force has this man angered to warrant such a fate? Zhao Yuliang, heed my words. We must refrain from meddling. The forces capable of such binding are beyond our means. Even with all our resources, we cannot contend with them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuliang grasped the gravity of the situation. The corpse he had seen was indeed connected to something sinister. Yet he still felt a pang of reluctance. Venerable spirit, is there truly no way to help? The grasshopper spirit shook his head vigorously. There is no way, absolutely none. Even if we assembled all our forces, we would still be powerless against them. Zhao Yuliang, trust me, do not involve yourself. There are entities we cannot afford to offend. Suddenly, the grasshopper spirit paused, recalling the connections Zhao Yuliang had through the Hui and Huang families. The Hui family was linked to Xiao Jiao, while the Huang family was, of course, tied to Brother Huang. Hesitantly, he added, if you truly wish to save this man, you would need to summon the experts from the Huang and Hui families. When Zhao Yuliang heard the mention of experts, he immediately thought of the esteemed Master Hui Lu, for he knew little of others. Venerable spirit, is Master Hui Lu capable? Would summoning him suffice to confront this menace? Upon hearing the name Hui Lu, the grasshopper spirit's face turned pale. Zhao Yuliang, do not jest. To call upon Master Lu for such a trivial matter would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. We need not bother him. Simply summoning someone from his lineage would suffice. Zhao Yuliang's hope reignited. Venerable spirit, you mean Xiao Jiao would suffice? How did I not realize his potential? The grasshopper spirit shook his head with a wry smile. Xiao Jiao is but the 10th generation descendant of Master Lu. To speak irreverently, you should know how rapidly Master Lu's lineage reproduces. Zhao Yuliang was no fool. He quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, a rat can bear offspring in just over 20 days, and a female rat can reproduce by 3 months of age. Considering this, the numbers were staggering. Well, if Xiao Jiao is not an option, then I must find a way to plead with Master Hui Lu. Though the esteemed elder often disdained involving himself in trivial matters, Zhao Yuliang resolved to seek his aid. With this thought, Zhao Yuliang initially wanted to inquire about Master Hui Lu's whereabouts, but quickly reconsidered. After all, Master Hui Lu was not a relative. Why would he assist him repeatedly? The rationale of saving a good person felt too contrived, bordering on moral coercion and the suspicion of exploiting another's generosity. The principle of doing good lies within one's ability. When lacking the means, one cannot expect others to intervene. It is akin to charitable donations. If one encounters a needy individual but lacks the funds to help, one cannot simply seek a wealthy person to contribute on their behalf. That would be utterly shameless. With these reflections settled, Zhao Yuliang resolved not to impose on others and instead to rely on his own efforts. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. Brother Chun, tonight we shall drink through the night, with Sister Ingchun and Xiao Li accompanying us. No one is permitted to leave. Zhao Yuliang's motives were not merely to indulge in alcohol, but to gather these three potentially dangerous individuals together, lest he fail to manage them alone. If he were to neglect one for the other, it would haunt him for a lifetime. Brother Chun, a man of generous spirit, did not belittle Zhao Yuliang for his youth or outsider status. After a moment of surprise, he readily agreed and pulled out his phone to inform his family. Hello, dear. You and the kids should go to bed without waiting for me. I will be drinking with Zhao Yuliang all night, here at Sister Ingchuan's barbecue stall. Brother Chen's wife, clearly a gentle and understanding woman, did not express anger upon hearing this. Instead, she offered tender advice. All right, it's the weekend tomorrow, so you need not work. But do drink moderately. Age is a factor. Not just you, but make sure Zhao Yuliang also drinks less. We must pay attention to our health. Men fear not the folly of drunkenness, but rather the gentle admonitions of a spouse. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Brother Chen's demeanor softened, and his face radiated warmth. Understood. My dear, I will drink less, and I will ensure Zhao Yuliang does as well. I am not at home, so please make sure to close the door. If anything urgent arises, just give me a call. I won't turn off my phone. Observing the warmth between Brother Chun and his wife, Zhao Yuliang couldn't help but reflect on his own lonely fate, feeling a twinge of sadness. After the couple finished their call, they sighed, with Brother Chun saying, You and your wife share such a wonderful bond. Brother Chun smiled sweetly in response. It's mainly because my wife understands me. Sighing, he continued, over the years, my temper has often offended others, so my wife has endured her share of hardships and fears. At that moment, Sister Ingchun and Xiao Li approached, one carrying skewers of meat and the other 2 cases of beer. Xiao Li could naturally guess the reason behind Zhao Yuliang's insistence on drinking all night. And although Sister Ingchun was unaware, she readily agreed to join in the merriment. Cheerfully, she reminded everyone to eat more and drink less to avoid harming their health. Focusing on light-hearted conversation, her demeanor elicited Brother Chen's playful teasing, exclaiming that whoever marries Sister Ingchun will indeed be fortunate. She is both wise and capable. Sister Ingchun, feeling bashful for once, raised her glass and toasted Brother Chen 3 times. Who would have imagined that just moments ago, she had advised the 3 men to drink less? Time flew by, and soon it was 2 in the morning. The other patrons had dispersed, and the 4 of them relocated from the street to the barbecue shop to continue their gathering. During this time, Zhao Yuliang made a brief visit to the paper shop, ensuring everything was handled according to protocol before returning. Once the coast was clear of outsiders, Zhao Yuliang hesitated but ultimately shared the reason for the 3 of them staying behind to drink, primarily addressing Brother Chun. As Xiao Li and Sister Ingchun had already encountered the supernatural, he had expected Brother Chen to be skeptical or dismiss it as a joke. To his surprise, Brother Chen paused for a moment after hearing the explanation, showing neither disbelief nor fear. He merely nodded gently, saying, All right, Yuliang, I understand. Thank you. Please help me get through this. In truth, Brother Chun was not afraid of death. He was merely concerned that if he were to pass, his wife and children would be left vulnerable and suffer. Brother Chen's calm demeanor left Zhao Yuliang momentarily taken aback. Brother, he began. But Brother Chen anticipated his question and interrupted with a smile. I was born here, and my ancestors have lived here for generations. I have some knowledge of certain matters. I am aware that there are inexplicable phenomena in this world, such as the recent spate of murders. To be candid, my father once told me before he passed, we are all guilty. Our ancestors have committed great wrongs, and some things will inevitably return to exact vengeance. Thus, I believe in you. Yuliang. Brother Chen's words piqued the curiosity of Zhao Yuliang and the others. Zhao Yuliang, being the complete victim, had no prior knowledge. Sister Ingchun, having married in, was unfamiliar with the town's past, while Xiao Li belonged to a minority in the town and had no right to know the core issues. Brother Chun, What has happened to our town? Why is it so cursed? Could you share with us? Upon hearing this, Brother Chen smiled wryly and, after downing a beer, began to speak. I don't know much about collective matters, as it has been too long. It is said that the misdeeds of our ancestors occurred during the Republic era, even amidst the warlord chaos. My father mentioned it a few times when he was alive. As far as I know, before the founding of the nation, this place was a small village called Titling, home to about 50 households. There was a saying that went, in Titling, 9 out of 10 households are not at peace. Each generation loses half, leaving none behind. This meant that the indigenous people living in Titling would lose half of their newborns each generation. For instance, if a family had 4 children, 2 were destined to meet with misfortune. If a family had no children, the elder generation would surely perish, and the entire family would be wiped out. The cause of this was rumored to be tied to a heinous act committed by these 50 households. The specifics are shrouded in taboo, known only to the village chief, who is now the town mayor. The situation of 9 out of 10 households not at peace persisted until over 20 years ago when a wise individual intervened. Although there are still some untimely deaths each year, it is no longer as sinister. Even the largest prison in the province was built on the recommendation of that wise individual, intended to suppress the forces from the paper shop. Of course, all of this is mere folklore. The official narrative has never acknowledged it. After listening to Brother Chen's account, Zhao Yuliang and the others fell silent for a long while. They finally grasped the terror associated with the paper shop and the strangeness of the town. Meanwhile, Sister Ingchun grew even more concerned for Zhao Yuliang. Brother Chen, does this mean that Yuliang is in serious danger? Brother Chen nodded gravely, yes. To my knowledge, there have been 8 young men like Yuliang who have perished in the shop. Unfortunately, I am just an ordinary person and cannot assist him. Tonight, it is Yuliang who is worrying about us. As the group conversed, the lights in the room began to flicker ominously, and a chilling wind howled in, rattling the doors and windows. With the previous context, they immediately recognized that a ghost had arrived. Yet, they were uncertain whether it was Fatty Ma or the mysterious corpse. The suspense did not last long, as they suddenly noticed 2 damp footprints rapidly approaching the barbecue shop. Zhao Yuliang, possessing the ability to see the supernatural, instantly recognized the owner of the footprints to be none other than Fatty Ma, who had been unable to conceal himself just yesterday. Now, he appeared enveloped in frost, with a liquid seeping from his body, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the ground. It's Fatty Ma, he is here. Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's words, the other 3 tensed up. Even Sister Ingchun brandished a kitchen knife, preparing for confrontation. Yuliang, where is Fatty Ma? Why can't I see him? Zhao Yuliang shielded the others behind him and replied, he is standing right at the door. You can't see him because you lack the ability to perceive the supernatural. Realizing he couldn't see the entity, Xiao Li, who had initially felt somewhat confident, nearly broke down. Oh no, has Fatty Ma completely turned into a ghost? How do we fight him now? As they conversed, Fatty Ma had already entered with a sinister grin. Ha ha ha, you thought you could fight me? That's never going to happen. And you, Zhao Yuliang, even though you have the ability to see the supernatural, I advise you not to meddle. Otherwise, I'll take you with me. Fatty Ma's arrogance provoked the spirit residing within Zhao Yuliang. Just as he had stated, while he might struggle against formidable foes, he was not afraid of a mere recently deceased spirit. After all, it was these malevolent entities who had dealt with the first wave of sorcerers that had harmed Zhao Yuliang, costing him dearly in life energy. As the spirit grew furious, it began to manifest a hazy figure. You're quite arrogant, Fatty. Do you think that just because you are a ghost, no one can handle you? Have you heard of us, the celestial beings? As the spirit spoke, it raised a vine and struck at Fatty Ma. Today, if we don't make you suffer, we uphold our reputation. Fatty Ma had not anticipated that Zhao Yuliang was a disciple of the celestial beings. With the disparity in their powers, he quickly received a deep gash across his face from the vine. Groaning in pain, he retreated, clutching his face. Zhao Yuliang, you actually have the protection of the celestial beings. This is impossible. What is impossible about it? My Yuliang is precious. As the spirit spoke, it lashed out with another whip. Typically, disciples of the celestial beings would negotiate first and only resort to confrontation if discussions failed. Your audacity is truly remarkable. It would be an affront to my own hands not to strike you. The concept of Pandao originally referred to an act of trial conducted by one spirit temple against others for a specific purpose. Pandao is predominantly observed during the establishment of a disciple's temple. The disciple's celestial family employs Pandao to evaluate the strength of the leading master and his temple spirits, primarily aiming to select a temple and master they can trust. The Pandao mentioned by the grasshopper spirit resembles the preliminary skirmishes among 2 groups of ruffians, where they exchange jibes and probe each other's backgrounds. Should there be mutual acquaintances, it is better to forego fighting and instead resolve the matter through dialogue. At that moment, the rotund Ma Pengzi, who had been struck like a top by the grasshopper spirit, manifested before the crowd. Since Sister Ingchun and the others could not perceive the grasshopper spirit, they were understandably perplexed. What is happening to Ma Pengzi? Is he self-harming? Or is he merely jesting with us? Zhao Yuliang, his gaze fixed ahead, responded, "It's my celestial family who is striking him. You simply cannot see them." "Oh, I see now." The three of them felt a slight relief upon realizing the power of Yuliang's celestial family. It seemed they had a chance for salvation. Unlike the others, Zhao Yuliang was acutely aware that a far more formidable corpse had yet to arrive. The grasshopper spirit had asserted that even if all the spirits from its temple gathered, they would not stand a chance against the formidable opponent. Notably, this included the likes of Xiong Ba and Huang Yu. As the grasshopper spirit continued its joyful assault, a desiccated hand suddenly emerged, seizing the vine. This was indeed the very corpse that Zhao Yuliang had been worried about. The other hand of the corpse dragged along a half-formed soul, which was evidently in great agony, wailing and lamenting. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the father of Ma Pengzi, the town's mayor. Since the corpse did not deliberately conceal itself, the remaining three could see it as well. With horror, they recognized the half-screaming soul, which intensified their terror. The mayor is dead. Ma Pengzi erupted in fury, "Release my father, or I shall fight you." However, given the immense disparity in power, Ma Pengzi was sent flying the moment he charged toward the corpse. The corpse, dragging the mayor's upper body, swiftly appeared before Ma Pengzi. Summoning a massive guillotine from the ether, it disregarded Ma Pengzi's desperate struggles and placed him within the blade, slicing him in two with a chilling crack. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Zhao Yuliang and his companions finally comprehended the reason behind the mayor's current state. After completing this macabre act, the corpse seized the hair of both the mayor and his son, dragging them across the ground. Its face twisted in a sinister grin of satisfaction. Overcome by such a horrifying spectacle, everyone, including Zhao Yuliang, was left dumbfounded. The malevolent spirit, the grasshopper, abandoned its vine in terror and screamed as it fled into the distance. "You hold on. I shall return to the mountains for help." Zhao Yuliang knew that. Given the nature of the malevolent spirit, it would not return. The notion of seeking aid was merely a pretext for escape. As the corpse slowly turned its head, Zhao Yuliang and the others felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. In this critical moment, Chang Jie suddenly floated before the corpse, listless as their gazes locked. The atmosphere grew even more eerie and heavy. "My parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. How can one reconcile such a disparity?" Zhao Yuliang fell silent, his face a mask of confusion. Sister Ingchun and the others were likewise bewildered. The corpse paused, then unleashed a powerful punch that struck Chang Jie squarely in the groin. With a pained scream, Chang Jie was hurled backward, crashing against the wall before rolling away a considerable distance. Yet even so, he persisted in lamenting his plight. "My parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. How can one?" His final words faded as he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. The atmosphere in the barbecue shop grew increasingly peculiar, blending terror with a touch of dark humor. Chapter 75. 3 opportunities after knocking out the unfortunate Chang Jie, the corpse gradually turned its back once more. Though the movement was slow, it exuded an oppressive force akin to an industrial hydraulic press, as though nothing in this world could halt its advance. The four of them found themselves utterly immobilized, unable to move or even utter a word. An unseen force bound them tightly, restraining their every action. The corpse, amidst their despairing gazes, dragged the mayor and his son's bodies closer to Brother Chun. In their shared gaze, Brother Chun could even detect the stench of decay emanating from the corpse. The corpse extended a withered hand, slowly reaching for Brother Chen's neck. It was over. Brother Chen closed his eyes, surrendering to the futility of resistance. Images of his wife and children flashed through his mind. "My dear wife, I am so sorry. If I am gone, you must take care of yourself and our children." The corpse, indifferent to Brother Chen's lamentation, tightened its grip, and Brother Chen's face turned pale as his eyes rolled back, clearly unable to breathe. Just then, the previously unconscious Chang Jie stirred, albeit not fully awake, and floated up unsteadily. Under the gaze of all present, he drifted over the corpse's head and plopped down onto Zhao Yuliang. "My parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. How can one reconcile such a disparity?" Miraculously, upon re-embodying Zhao Yuliang, Chang Jie found his voice, though he remained immobile. He urgently shouted at the corpse, "Stop! You cannot harm Brother Chen. He is a good man." To everyone's astonishment, The corpse ceased its actions, tilting its head to regard Zhao Yuliang, as if contemplating something or recalling a memory. After a moment, it nodded gently, not only releasing Brother Chun, but also erasing the crimson character for death behind him with its withered hand. However, in doing so, it inscribed a large character anew. Having completed its actions, the corpse halted, fixating its gaze upon Zhao Yuliang's eyes. An inexplicable understanding washed over Zhao Yuliang, and he fervently nodded. Yes, I understand. The corpse, upon hearing this, turned and began to drag the mayor and his son away, leaving behind only streaks of blood and their anguished cries. Amidst the screams, Ma Pengzi's final words echoed. Zhao Yuliang, I remember now. It was he who killed me. It was he who killed me. The he in Ma Pengzi's lament certainly referred to the corpse. Once the corpse had receded into the distance, Zhao Yuliang and his companions finally regained their composure, exchanging nervous glances, rendered speechless by the ordeal. It was not until the clock struck 3 that they collectively emerged from their stupor, overwhelmed by fear. Shaoli collapsed onto a stool, gasping for breath. What was that thing? Zhao Yuliang could only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head. I don't know. Brother Chen, are you all right? I'm fine, Yuliang. Thank you for saving my life. Brother Chen exclaimed as he embraced Zhao Yuliang tightly. You're too kind, brother. I truly did not do much, Zhao Yuliang replied, somewhat embarrassed. Sister, are you okay? Despite her resilient demeanor, Sister Ing Chun, being a woman, still appeared pale and trembled slightly. Hearing Zhao Yuliang's voice brought her some solace. With a clatter, she dropped the cleaver she had been clutching and burst into tears. Oh, Yuliang, you scare me to death. Observing this scene, Brother Chen quickly signaled to Zhao Yuliang, urging him to comfort her. Zhao Yuliang hesitated momentarily, yet he refrained from embracing the beautiful widow in his arms. Instead, he offered her a napkin to wipe her tears. Sister, it's all right now, do not cry. It is all in the past. Ing Chun responded softly, wiping her tears while, somewhat bashfully, she added, Brother Chun, Liangzi, please do not speak of my fright. It would be so embarrassing. The 3 survivors, hearing this, smiled. Brother Chen comforted her further, saying, Who would dare mock you, dear sister? You have shown remarkable strength. My wife often claims that if the 2 of you were to switch places, she wouldn't survive. Once Ing Chun had regained her composure, she gently inquired of Zhao Yuliang, Liangzi. What did that strange person, the corpse, mean? What was the significance of the number he wrote behind Brother Chun? What did he convey to you? Zhao Yuliang smiled wryly. Sister, I too am perplexed as to why I understood the corpse's message. He informed me he could spare 3 individuals in total, with Brother Chun being the first. Hence, the numeral 1 was inscribed behind him. Oh, so that is the case. The taxi driver Shaoli nodded repeatedly. Wait, did you just say he agreed to spare 3 individuals? How many does he intend to kill in total? Zhao Yuliang's expression turned grave. In this town, 9 out of 10 homes stand empty. His declaration struck the others like a thunderclap, rendering them momentarily speechless. Is that monster truly so ruthless? Have we inadvertently provoked him? Shaoli added, I can assure you, when I drove to Mad Dog Hollow, it was not him I picked up. Upon Shaoli's reminder, Zhao Yuliang and the others recalled the incident and promptly asked, Shaoli, are you certain? The individual who handed you that dirty money was definitely not the monster we just encountered. The matter was of great significance. And Shaoli took a moment to recall before affirming, I am certain, absolutely certain. It was definitely not him. Although I did not get a clear look at his face, I remember he was quite young. The monster we just saw, despite its actions, appeared to have once been an elderly man. They are undoubtedly not the same person. Hearing Shaoli's unwavering certainty left Zhao Yuliang puzzled. This is indeed strange. If we did not provoke the monster we just encountered, why would he seek to annihilate the townsfolk? Brother Chen shook his head. To be honest, if the enemies of our ancestors were to return for vengeance, we would certainly sense something unusual. The monster we just faced is certainly not one of them. Thus, the conversation once again fell into a deadlock. In such moments, Zhao Yuliang longed for the wise counsel of Master Sun and Granny One. If they were still alive, at least there would be someone to confer with. Upon returning to his paper-making shop, Zhao Yuliang spent the night in restless contemplation. He grappled with the enigma of why the corpse had shown him favor. And he was deeply troubled by the ominous words he had heard. 9 out of 10 homes stand empty. Zhao Yuliang was not a saint, yet he was far from cold-blooded. During his time in the town, he had encountered nothing but kindness from the majority of its residents. Not to mention those who had already departed, such as Granny One and Master Sun. There were still Ing Chun, Li Mao, Brother Chun, and the kind lady at the public phone. Each one of them was genuinely good-hearted. The thought of standing idly by while they suffered was unbearable to Zhao Yuliang. I must take action. Clutching the book titled I Missed You, Zhao Yuliang pondered deeply. Finally, he resolved, tomorrow, I must visit Mad Dog Hollow. He aimed to seek a way to prevent the corpse from claiming more lives and to attempt a rescue of the Huang family's young man. In a state of drowsiness, Zhao Yuliang fell asleep and dreamt once more of the ethereal elder. The elder remained seated before him, imparting profound and esoteric wisdom. The crowing of a rooster heralded the dawn of a new day. As was his custom, Zhao Yuliang first lit incense before the altars of Grace Sixth and the others, then opened the door of his paper shop, preparing for the day's business. The sky had not yet brightened, and everything was shrouded in a misty haze. In the distance, the sound of weeping reached his ears. It must be the mayor's wife, Ma Pengzi's mother. She too was a woman of misfortune, having lost both her husband and child in a short span. As Zhao Yuliang contemplated this, he washed up while simultaneously murmuring in the direction of the doghouse. Dog brother, are you awake? Should I prepare you some breakfast, or will you venture out to extort for yourself? Just as his words fell, the large yellow dog ambled in, swaying its ample backside. After a brief inspection of the kitchen, it found only plain broth and promptly made its way to the streets. This scene once again stirred Zhao Yuliang's sentiments about the plight of humans compared to dogs. His own breakfast was simple: rice porridge and a small portion of pickled vegetables. Over the years, in his efforts to save money for his adoptive father and sister, Zhao Yuliang had lived this way, often foregoing breakfast altogether. Just as he lifted his bowl, he heard the voice of the driver Li Mao at the shop's entrance. "Liangzi, have you risen? Your big yellow dog isn't home." "Is it?" Zhao Yuliang chuckled in response. "If he isn't home, you can't come in through the front. Use the back door." Moments later, Xiao Li appeared before Zhao Yuliang, carrying 2 bags of steamed buns. "Ah, Liangzi, you are quite diligent, making your own breakfast. I brought yours as well." As he spoke, Xiao Li wasted no time, placing the buns down and heading to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of porridge. After slurping down a large mouthful, he murmured, "Liangzi, I want you to accompany me to Mad Dog Hollow." Although Zhao Yuliang had already decided to go, he was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Li's request. "What for? Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? Of course I am." Xiao Li sighed as he set down his bowl. "But I can't shake the feeling that the zombie from last night was summoned by me. If he truly intends to kill everyone in town, I would bear a great sin. Even if I disregard others, I still have a wife and child. Surely he cannot allocate all 3 of those spared lives to my family?" Seeing the disdain in Zhao Yuliang's eyes, Xiao Li became even more convinced that the remaining 2 spared lives could not possibly belong to him. Others aside, Ingchun would certainly claim one of them. As the saying goes, brothers are like limbs, women are like garments. If someone touches my garment, I will sever their limbs without hesitation. "Liangzi, will you accompany me?" After finishing a bowl of porridge, Xiao Li pleaded pathetically. Before Zhao Yuliang could respond, Brother Chen's hearty voice boomed from the back door. "Xiao Li, you still do not understand Liangzi. In truth, you need not say anything." He was already preparing to go. Upon seeing the generous and affable elder brother at his door, Zhao Yuliang quickly rose to greet him. "Brother, why are you up so early?" Chun Wei replied with a smile as he set down the food container. "Aren't we all similar? I didn't expect you to be up so early, having prepared breakfast. It seems my wife sent me to bring you food for nothing." While speaking, Chun Wei opened the food container, revealing a breakfast spread far more lavish than Zhao Yuliang's meager fare. "I didn't know Xiao Li was here. You two should eat together." "I've already had my fill." Zhao Yuliang understood that with someone as generous as Brother Chun, there was no need for polite pretenses. Therefore, he decisively abandoned his thin porridge and eagerly dug into the food, showing no intent to share with Xiao Li. Left with no choice, Xiao Li continued to sip his porridge and nibble on the buns. "Brother, do you also wish to go to Mad Dog Hollow?" Hearing Zhao Yuliang's question, Brother Chen nodded solemnly. His reasoning mirrored Xiao Li's. Even if he disregarded others, he had to look after his wife and child. If anything were to happen to them, living on would hold no meaning for him. He might as well leave with them. After finishing breakfast, the driver Xiao Li took Zhao Yuliang and Chun Wei along, heading straight for Mad Dog Hollow. Zhao Yuliang had also taken the prayer will given to him by the red-robed Lama, due to Huang Yu's prior revelation. Possessing this treasure could temporarily lift the distance constraint preventing Zhao Yuliang from leaving the paper-making shop. As Xiao Li drove, he remarked, "Quantum, Brother Chun, let us arrive early and find a place to rest first. We can venture out once night falls." The peculiar individual who handed me that dubious sum last time was a passenger I picked up around 10 at night. He was referring to the clandestine jargon of the taxi industry, meaning a passenger picked up midway. "All right, Xiao Li, do you remember where he boarded?" Brother Chen inquired, lighting a cigarette and offering it to Xiao Li, who was aware that Zhao Yuliang did not smoke and thus refrained from offering him one. "Of course. How could I forget? The key is that he provided an exorbitant amount. Only now do I realize it was a death fee. The distance of over 200 kilometers, under contemporary road conditions, was neither particularly far nor close. Perhaps the overwhelming experiences of the previous night hindered Xiao Li's ability to stay alert, and he began to struggle halfway through the journey. Observing this, Chun Wei voluntarily took over the driving, allowing Xiao Li to rest in the back, while Zhao Yuliang sat in the passenger seat, unable to drive himself. After some time, both Zhao Yuliang and Xiao Li succumbed to drowsiness. Unbeknownst to them, after a while, the vehicle's speed began to decrease. Zhao Yuliang, half awake, opened his eyes to see traffic ahead. Xiao Li, now awake, exited the vehicle to investigate and returned, cursing under his breath. What bad luck. The traffic jam stretches on indefinitely. Unlike Xiao Li's impatience, Chun Wei exhibited a notable composure. There's no need to rush. Even when we arrive, we will have to wait. My only concern is that if we return too late, something may happen at Quantum's shop. Chapter 77. The moon illuminates the corpse mountain. Blood Sea rises upon hearing Chun Wei's words. Zhao Yuliang immediately responded, "Brother, rest assured, everything is arranged." Before we arrived, I asked Brother Xiong to inform Huang Xiaoga's family about the shop, and they replied that someone would come to help oversee it for the night. That's excellent news. Chun Wei nodded repeatedly. If anything stirs in your shop, it will be far more ferocious than yesterday's zombie. Zhao Yuliang wholeheartedly believed Chun Wei's assertion. Recalling the night he had stuffed the ill-gotten money beneath the doll's feet, only to have the paper figure chase it away. Although uncertain if it was indeed a corpse, his thoughts wandered to another matter. Huang Xiaoga's family must be formidable, for no one else could manage to pacify his paper shop, at least among those Zhao Yuliang knew. None dared to enter, let alone oversee it for an entire night. Uncertain of what transpired on the road ahead, the traffic remained congested well into the night. Fortunately, Xiao Li's car contained instant noodles and bottled water, sparing the three from hunger. As midnight approached, Zhao Yuliang's thoughts drifted back to the paper shop. I hope nothing unexpected occurs. I trust Huang Xiaoga's family. Meanwhile, within the paper shop, the atmosphere was far cozier and harmonious than Zhao Yuliang had imagined. Two figures appeared at the entrance without warning. One, an elder clad in a leather coat, with a long pipe in his mouth, was none other than Huang Zhua, the elder from the Huang family who had visited a few days prior to provide Zhao Yuliang with a map. His true identity was the current head of the Huang family. Beside him stood a figure draped in white robes, with flowing white hair, their attire billowing in the evening breeze, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. A golden folding fan hovered behind him, and his face radiated warmth and kindness. Anyone who beheld this person would be compelled to exclaim, "What a gentleman, like jade, unparalleled in the world." This was Chang Huayuan, the contemporary clan leader of the Chang family, one of the 5 great Ma Xian. Observing the paper shop before him, Chang Huayuan could not help but chuckle. "Brother Huang, your taste is indeed refined, inviting your younger brother here for drinks. I wonder if you notified the shop's owner in advance." Huang Zhua laughed heartily and pushed open the door of the paper shop. "Why should we bother notifying? We simply enter." The sudden appearance of uninvited guests startled the large yellow dog, which had been dozing in its corner. It darted out, initially baring its teeth to confront the intruders, but upon recognizing them, it immediately cowered. Its face filled with ingratiation, the dog tucked its tail and knelt before Huang Zhua and Chang Huan, repeatedly bowing its head, the sound echoing in the stillness. This humble display of devotion would prompt even the most dutiful children to acknowledge its sincerity. Huang Zhua, with a playful disposition, laughed heartily at the dog's antics. Well, you are quite the sensible one. Go on, return to your slumber. Do not mind us. We have others to attend to." With a flick of his sleeve, he gently ushered the large yellow dog back to its resting place. Nonetheless, the dog maintained its posture, continuing to bow as if compelled to do so, unable to cease its reverence. Huang Zhua, bemused by the dog's politeness, could only allow it to be. Just as they were about to step inside the paper shop, a gray line appeared on the ground, the width of an infant's arm. This was the life and death line that had previously obstructed the paper figures. Huang Zhua sighed, shaking his head slowly. The life and death line separates the realms. Crossing it could sever one's intestines. Alas, they too are pitiable beings. Chang Huayan nodded gently. As the Buddha teaches, all beings suffer. Were it not for the Master's compassion, we too would be among those struggling in this sea of suffering. Upon hearing Chang Huayuan mention the Master, Huang Zhua immediately adopted a more serious demeanor, and together with Chang Huayuan, they bowed respectfully towards the heavens. After paying their respects, the two leaders crossed the daunting life and death line with ease. Huang Zhua smiling, called out to the back courtyard of the paper shop. All right, we have arrived. You may come out now. The food and drink are prepared, are they not? Prepared and ready long ago. As he spoke, Xiongba led the assembled celestial beings, bustling to swiftly present the banquet that had been arranged in advance. The dining table was set directly in front of two imposing paper figures. Once the preparations were complete, all the celestial beings, under Xiongba's leadership, bowed to Huang Zhuo and Chang Huayuan. The little beasts of the wilderness pay their respects to the two masters. May you enjoy eternal blessings. Chang Huayuan, a paragon of elegance, despised being bowed to. Thus he gently waved his hand, lifting Xiongba and the others. No need for such formality. Please, make yourselves comfortable. As they spoke, the somewhat listless Chang Jie floated in from the back courtyard, drifting directly into Chang Huayuan's embrace. He opened his mouth as usual, but this time added two more words. Uncle, both my parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. How can one reason with this? Chang Huayuan tenderly stroked Chang Jie, his expression filled with affection. Uncle understands your grievances, dear child. Focus on your cultivation. One day, you shall rise and soar to great heights. Whether Chang Jie comprehended this or not, he took off flying immediately after Chang Huayuan finished speaking, heading towards the back courtyard. Both my parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. How can one reason with this? Observing the pitiful Chang Jie, Chang Huayuan felt a mix of heartache and helplessness. Meanwhile, Huang Zhuo spoke up. Brother Huayuan, is Chang Jie still not improving? Indeed, Chang Huayuan nodded gently. The sharpest sword is forged through hardship, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. I believe this child will eventually break free from his suffering. The mundane conversation between Huang Zhuo, Chang Huayuan, and Chang Jie struck Xiongba and the others like a thunderclap. Although they were aware that Chang Jie belonged to the Chang family, they were astonished to learn he was actually the nephew of the master of Wanlong Mountain. Such a status in the northern cultivation world was akin to that of a prince. It seemed they would need to regard this peculiar child with greater respect, ensuring no lapse in courtesy arose. Otherwise, the wrath of the blood dragon of the north is not something an ordinary person can endure, not to mention an average individual. Even a century-old specter or a millennia-old ghost king would falter. Do not be deceived by the seemingly cultured demeanor of the lord of Wanlong Mountain, for he is, in truth, a master of slaughter, a true sovereign of carnage. The reputation of the Moonlit Corpse Mountain and the Blood Sea Dragon is not mere exaggeration. It has been forged through countless battles by this lord, who has annihilated his foes with sheer force. The last individual who dared to question the murderous intent of the Wanlong Mountain Lord has long since been reborn. Chapter 78. The dark black situation. Xiongba is a rugged man, incapable of concealing his thoughts, especially when it comes to his fondness, or perhaps sympathy, for Chang Jie. Thus, upon learning of Chang Jie's connection to the Lord of Wanlong Mountain, he could not restrain himself from speaking. Elder ancestor of the Chang family, may I share something with you? Despite his brash nature, he felt a twinge of nervousness in the presence of a legendary figure like Chang Huayuan. The head of the Chang family understood Xiongba's sentiment and responded with a gentle smile. Please, do not hesitate, since you are on equal footing with my nephew. We are not strangers. Hearing this, Xiongba's anxiety eased considerably. Elder ancestor of the Chang family, yesterday, my younger brother Chang Jie was with a quantum when he was attacked by a zombie. He was knocked senseless with a single blow. He nearly shattered like an eggshell. Oh, the blood dragon of the north, who had raised his cup halfway, paused in surprise, instinctively halting his motion. Yet, he quickly resumed his smile. Chang Jie is merely undergoing trials in the world. Some bumps and bruises are to be expected. Without facing adversity, how could one truly grow? Ah, I see now. My perspective was narrow and petty. Xiongba marveled at the unexpected magnanimity of the legendary master of slaughter, his admiration deepening. As the saying goes, one need not fear the absence of good fortune, but rather the absence of good people. What should have concluded with Chang Jie's misfortune took a turn when an unscrupulous figure among the Xie Hall's celestial servants harbored ill intentions. They were already aware of the events that transpired the previous night and understood that the grotesque corpse intended to annihilate all living beings in the town. Since that included them, how could they let such an opportunity slip by to eliminate the threat posed by that monstrous corpse? With this malicious intent, a Xie Hall celestial servant, appearing as a cunning creature, timidly stepped forward. I report to Elder Ancestor Chang. The little beast has something to convey. Chang Huayuan, ever the gentleman, nodded lightly, granting permission for the creature to speak freely. The noble demeanor of the Lord of Wanlong Mountain emboldened the creature slightly. Elder Ancestor Chang, yesterday, That zombie not only attacked your esteemed young master, but also uttered that Chang Jie is merely a maggot, and that the Chang family is but a collection of foul longworms. He vowed that one day he would assault the ancestral grounds of the Chang family and slay every last one of them, along with that gentleman who stands behind the Chang family. Upon hearing the creature's initial words, the Lord of Wanzhong Mountain remained impassive. If he lacked such composure, he would not deserve the respect of all practitioners in the north as the Dragon Lord. However, upon hearing the latter part of the proclamation, particularly the intent to slay the gentleman, two cold snorts echoed simultaneously, one from Chang Huayuan and the other from Huangzhua. It is known that the gentleman is the reverse scale of the Lord of Wanzhong Mountain, a shared taboo among the 5 great celestial families. To touch it is to invite death without a burial place. Indeed, after that cold snort, the Lord of Wanzhong Mountain rose, resembling a blood-drenched sword, exuding an aura of murderous intent. The sheer force of this intent nearly caused several celestial servants of the Xia Hall to lose control of their bladders. Even the most powerful among them, Xiongba, could not help but tremble. At that moment, they gained a clearer understanding of the phrase Moonlit Corpse Mountain, Blood Sea Dragon. The head of the Chang family fixed a piercing gaze upon the cunning creature. Did you truly speak those words? Under the immense pressure, the creature nearly confessed. Thankfully, its inherently deceitful nature allowed it to maintain composure. I report to Elder Ancestor Chang. Every word from the little beast is true, without a hint of falsehood. Upon receiving this confirmation, Chang Huayuan's white robe fluttered without wind, and his white hair took on a blood-red hue. After exclaiming good, thrice, he gradually returned to his original demeanor and slowly seated himself once more. It is well understood that rage and murderous intent, like a dormant volcano, become increasingly terrifying the longer they are suppressed. The Lord of Wanzhong Mountain was currently in such a state. Excellent. Just as Chang has encountered confusion in his cultivation, it is fortuitous that I shall visit that zombie, engage in discourse over tea, and seek enlightenment. I only hope he does not flee at the first sign of danger and is willing to impart his wisdom. Huangzhua chuckled coldly. Brother Huayuan, I shall accompany you shortly. Ha ha ha. It seems we old brothers have not ventured forth in a while. We have forgotten the gentleman's might. It is time to slay a few so they can comprehend the gravity of the situation. Once again, because the gentleman is the shared taboo of the 5 great celestial families, the words of the cunning creature ignited the fury of both family heads. In their wrath, they overlooked a crucial detail. How could a mere junior rogue cultivator know of the gentleman's existence? Meanwhile, on the mountain road, traffic resumed only after 10 o'clock at night. Chen Wei, the driver, spoke to the solitary figure of Xiao Li seated in the back. Brother, keep an eye out. We are approaching the place where you encountered the foul entity last time. Be sure to inform me in advance. We must not miss it. Understood. Given the stakes involving his wife and children, Xiao Li was vigilant, quickly focusing on the road outside. Just then, thick fog suddenly enveloped the area, drastically reducing visibility. Even with the headlights on, they could barely see 10 meters ahead. How could it suddenly become so foggy? For safety's sake, Chen Wei had no choice but to reduce speed. At that moment, he vaguely noticed a figure by the roadside, head bowed, continuously waving at the vehicle. Startled, Xiao Li exclaimed, Chenji, slow down. The last time, I picked up that very person right here at this hour. Should we stop for him? Compared to Xiao Li, Chen Wei exhibited greater courage. Though he too felt fear, he remained resolute. Of course we should stop. If we don't, what are we even doing here? Even if it costs us our lives, we must uncover what that entity is and why it seeks to harm us. All right. Xiao Li nodded vigorously. However, as the car approached the figure, he suddenly spoke with a quivering voice. Chenji, about that. If we continue sitting like this, once that thing gets in, it can only sit next to me, right? You can't let it sit on your lap, can you? Initially, Xiao Li's words did not register with the equally tense Zhao Yuliang. After a moment's contemplation, he realized, Chenji is driving, and he is in the passenger seat. If the entity enters the car, it can only sit beside Xiao Li. As for sitting on his lap, Zhao Yuliang immediately scolded Xiao Li with irritation. Get lost. Chapter 79. The sentient Zhao Yuliang. When the car finally came to a stop, the figure indeed sat directly beside Xiao Li in the back seat, completely disregarding Xiao Li's trembling form and pale complexion. To Mad Dog Hollow. After uttering those 4 words, it fell silent, merely bowing its head against the passenger seat. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Li noticed 2 conspicuous blood holes in the figure's neck, from which maggots crawled in and out, though no fresh blood flowed. The repugnant sight nearly made Xiao Li vomit, prompting him to cover his mouth and avert his gaze. In the front seat, Chen Wei struggled to maintain his composure. making a concerted effort to avoid glancing into the rearview mirror. As he softly addressed Zhao Yuliang, he inquired, "Quantum, what should we do now?" Prior to their arrival, Zhao Yuliang had meticulously contemplated various potential scenarios, and without hesitation, he responded, "Brother Qin will heed your counsel. You should head towards Fengoao. I shall handle the rest." With that, Chunwei promptly started the vehicle, steering towards their destination. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Zhao Yuliang quietly recited the incantation for summoning a spirit. In the secluded mountains where travelers were scarce, within the ancient cave where the immortal practiced, the chilling atmosphere was pierced by the sudden emergence of dragons and tigers, showcasing the authenticity of the Taoist path. I beseech the venerable immortal to assist me. After completing the incantation in silence, Zhao Yuliang fervently prayed in his heart. He would accept any arrival. Even if Brother Bear could not be summoned, the presence of the Xie Tang immortal would suffice. Above all, he hoped it would not be the egg brother. As fate would have it, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A spectral egg-shaped figure materialized above Zhao Yuliang's head, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. "My parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. To whom shall I seek justice for this?" Upon the sudden arrival of Chang Jie, the previously tranquil entity in the back seat became agitated. "An immortal, a spirit medium. You intend to harm me." After exclaiming this, the entity transformed into a plume of black smoke and fled outside the vehicle. Chunwei reacted swiftly, pulling the car over at once. The moment the car halted, Zhao Yuliang bolted out, pursuing the direction the smoke had taken. Chunwei and Shaoli hastily followed, urging, "Wait for us, Quantum. It's too perilous for you to go alone." Zhao Yuliang was not naive. He was acutely aware of the danger, especially since it was the egg brother he had summoned. However, given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to hesitate. While chasing, he addressed the egg perched atop his head. "Chang Jie, stay alert. Think of a way to capture that figure ahead. We must not let it escape." Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's words, Chang Jie seemed to respond, awkwardly propping himself up to gaze at the shadow ahead. Yet, that was the extent of his assistance. "My parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. To whom shall I seek justice for this?" Zhao Yuliang mused, realizing that he could no longer rely on the egg brother and would have to depend on his own efforts. Ultimately, Zhao Yuliang was merely an ordinary person. No matter how swiftly he ran, he could not match the speed of a ghost. In a moment of despair, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the fleeing grasshopper spirit. The grasshopper spirit froze upon seeing Zhao Yuliang, especially when he noticed the egg on his head, charging towards him with bared teeth. Believing Zhao Yuliang intended to capture him, the grasshopper spirit exclaimed in fright and turned to flee. He was acutely aware that if Zhao Yuliang caught him, his fate would be dire. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuliang was overjoyed to see the grasshopper spirit. Even when he noticed it fleeing, he believed the grasshopper spirit sought to atone for its previous actions by assisting him in capturing the ghost. "O venerable immortal, I implore you, please apprehend him." Capturing him would be a monumental achievement, and the first offering of incense within 3 days shall be yours. When Zhao Yuliang referred to the offering of incense, he excluded the portion meant for the likes of Grey Sixth Master, solely intending to honor the Xie Tang immortal. Regardless, the grasshopper spirit's interest was piqued. Capturing that little ghost would be a monumental achievement. It spoke of great merit. Such merit should suffice to atone for the previous errors committed by this immortal, allowing him to return to his rightful place. For a wild spirit like the grasshopper spirit, even a modest establishment was a rare opportunity. Not to mention, Zhao Yuliang's establishment boasted complete regalia, with the Huang and Chang families firmly in place. If he could just stick around, merits would certainly follow. With a bit of luck, and if he could behave himself, even a small reward from the elders of the Chang and Huang families would be immensely beneficial. With this thought in mind, the grasshopper spirit immediately rallied, bounding after the ghost. "Quantum, just watch. This immortal will capture that filthy being, or I will take your surname." As the grasshopper spirit pursued, Zhao Yuliang paused to catch his breath, realizing that he had strayed too far behind to be of any use. As he halted, Chunwei and Shaoli caught up, equally breathless. "Quantum, why have you stopped? Have we lost the trail?" Before Zhao Yuliang could explain, the grasshopper spirit emerged, triumphantly dragging the ghost back. "Quantum, I have captured him." Ha ha. Having lived at the bottom of society, Zhao Yuliang was adept at social interactions. He hastily praised, "Venerable immortal, you are truly remarkable. When we return, I shall regale the Huang family's young master with tales of your valor." The grasshopper spirit appeared quite pleased with Zhao Yuliang's attitude. However, he cautiously inquired, "Quantum, about my hasty retreat last night." Feigning surprise, Zhao Yuliang responded. Hasty retreat? Who retreated? Did we not agree that you would lay an ambush here, waiting to catch that little rascal? Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's words, the grasshopper spirit clapped his hands in delight. Yes, exactly. Quantum, you are truly wonderful. I like you. No more need for words. Let us be good friends. If I encounter danger again, I shall do my utmost to bring you along. In light of the grasshopper spirit sentiment, Zhao Yuliang naturally played along, grinning at him. O venerable immortal, your large, double-lidded eyes reveal your discerning nature. After a round of mutual flattery, an exchange of hearty laughter ensued. The grasshopper spirit kicked the ghost in the rear, sending it tumbling before Zhao Yuliang. You little rascal, behave yourself. My friend Quantum will ask you questions, and you better comply, or I shall devour you. This ghost had evidently just met its end and possessed little power, barely surpassing the former Mapanzai in strength. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily caught by Zhao Yuliang, nor would it have fled so readily from them. Thus, upon being intimidated by the grasshopper spirit, it began to tremble. O venerable immortal, rest assured, I shall confess everything. I would never dare to conceal anything. Outside the narrative, the main text has reached a full 8,000 words, and I wish to converse with all of you old friends. First and foremost, I thank you for your support. Recently, many old friends have privately messaged me, expressing concern over the low readership and my financial well-being. I wish to assure you, there is no need for concern. Even if this book does not generate profit, I have other means to support my wife and child. They will not be left wanting. Regardless of whether this book is profitable, I will diligently write every word, every stroke. I guarantee daily updates of 8,000 words until I have fully conveyed the story I wish to tell, as long as you all are willing to read it. Finally, I have a small request. If time allows, please remember to open this book daily to read it through. This will grant me additional traffic, and I could earn an extra 20 to 30 yuan in a day. After reading, please remember to hit the update button. Thank you all. In countless words, I wish to express, it is truly delightful to have the company of both new and old friends. This winter feels far from cold. Yours truly, Jie Yu. In the year of Gui Mao, month of Jiazi, day of Xian Chou, chapter 80. Bloodlingji the ghost indeed lived up to its promise. Not even waiting for Zhao Yuliang to inquire, and began to recount its experiences as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. It was a villager from the nearby area, earning a living by foraging for wild ginseng in the mountains, a profession locally referred to as mountain foragers. Naturally, they did not solely gather wild ginseng. They would also harvest other precious herbs when encountered. In essence, they survived by utilizing the resources of the mountains and seas. One day, after paying homage to the mountain god at home, he equipped himself with tools and sufficient provisions and ventured into the mountains, specifically targeting the vicinity of Fungoao. This area, being deep within the remote mountains, offered a greater chance of unearthing rare herbs. Little did he know that fortune was not on his side. For several consecutive days, he returned empty-handed. As his provisions dwindled, he resolved to retrace his steps. For those who venture into the mountains, a lack of bounty is the norm. If ginseng and rare medicinal herbs were easily discovered, they would not command such high value. Thus, their profession, akin to that of antique dealers, often experiences prolonged periods of inactivity, only to reap rewards in rare bursts. However, fate can be remarkably capricious. As he descended the mountain, he inadvertently veered off course and stumbled into a graveyard. Just as the mountaineer cursed his misfortune and sought the right path, he was astonished to discover a blood spirit mushroom not far ahead. This rare fungal plant, also known as the spirit of flora, thrives exclusively in human burial sites, not in the graves of other creatures. Its unique shape resembles a cluster of small red umbrellas, invoking an air of mystique. According to legend, the blood spirit mushroom possesses the power of immortality, believed to be a bridge between life and death. Recent studies suggest that this plant may harness the unique energy contained within graves for its growth, with the special aura of the burial site serving as its essential nourishment. This interaction presents a life mystery that transcends modern scientific understanding. Overwhelmed with joy, the mountaineer hurriedly approached to confirm the mushroom's identity, and upon realization, he was elated. He promptly bowed 3 times in reverence to the mountain before cautiously beginning to excavate, fearful of damaging the mushroom and compromising its value. Suddenly, a desiccated hand erupted from the earth, seizing the mountaineer by the neck and pinning him to the ground. A zombie then emerged, draining his life force. Thus, the unfortunate mountaineer met his untimely demise in the mountains. Due to the unjust nature of his death, compounded by the fact that he was slain by a loathed creature, his soul was unable to reincarnate and instead became bound as a local spirit. By day, He was summoned back by the household's mountain deity, while by night, he was compelled to return to the site of his death, endlessly repeating this cycle. This explains why he appears nightly at the roadside, seeking a ride. Similar supernatural occurrences are not uncommon, akin to depictions in many films and dramas. Those who have jumped to their deaths may continue to do so at the same time each day. Those who have hanged themselves may still do so punctually. Even the murdered may relive their tragic scenes. This is a manifestation of unresolved resentment, a yearning to convey their suffering or a hope that someone will witness their true plight and avenge them. After hearing the spirit's tale, young Li mustered his courage to inquire. "So, you have no connection to the incidents troubling our town?" The spirit quickly shook his head in denial. "No connection whatsoever. I am confined to a mere back and forth here. How could I roam freely to harm anyone?" Regarding supernatural matters, Zhao Yuliang and his companions were novices. Thus their gaze turned to the grasshopper spirit. The grasshopper spirit, sensing their attention, puffed with pride, stroking its green whisker-like appendage. "Based on my analysis, this little ghost is not lying. With me around, he wouldn't dare." Upon receiving affirmation, Zhao Yuliang showered the grasshopper spirit with flattery, causing it to beam with delight. The more he gazed at Zhao Yuliang, the more he felt pleased. Were it not for Zhao Yuliang's backing from the Huang and Hui families, he might have even proposed adopting him as a godson. Even without that, the grasshopper spirit wished to assist Zhao Yuliang further, for he was remarkably well behaved. "Do you have anything else you need assistance with, my esteemed sage? Speak freely. As long as it poses no danger, I am at your service." Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yuliang took the chance to request, "Might it be possible for this little ghost to guide us to where he perished? To be honest, my purpose here is to confront that peculiar corpse." Upon hearing this, the once enthusiastic grasshopper spirit immediately grew hesitant, as it pondered how to refuse without losing face. The ghost interjected, "My dear brother, the zombie that killed me has long departed. You will find nothing there." Not only did it leave, but it also consumed the blood spirit mushroom. If only it hadn't, I could have sent a dream to my wife, urging her to collect it, thus providing a better life for her and our child. The ghost's lament shifted Zhao Yuliang and his companion's perception of him, for they too were driven by the desire to care for their families. From this perspective, they were all fellow sufferers, united in their plight. Consequently, Zhao Yuliang's tone softened as he described the peculiar corpse in their town, then inquired, "Does it resemble the one that caused your demise?" The ghost nodded fervently, then suddenly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "It is he, that beast. I implore you, kind sir, rid us of him, and I may finally release my resentment and reincarnate. I beg of you." Zhao Yuliang felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had no means to defeat such a foe. His presence was merely an attempt to test the waters, adopting an attitude of, "At worst, I shall perish." A note outside the text: the mountain deity is the patron of ginseng gatherers. The mountain deity is symbolized by a tiger, while the elder is a man named Sun Liang. Some combine them into one figure, known as the ginseng head, the progenitor of ginseng harvesting. Legends say that the first person to venture into Changbai Mountain to gather ginseng was Sun Liang from Liang, Shandong. Together with Zhang Lu, he searched for 7 days and nights without finding him, ultimately succumbing to hunger and dying in the mountains. Later generations revered Sun Liang for his kindness and loyalty to friends, leading to the belief that he became a deity, overseeing Changbai Mountain and protecting gatherers from wolves and other predators. Veteran gatherers assert that by offering paper offerings to the mountain deity and bowing, their courage is bolstered, rendering them fearless under the deity's protection. Chapter 81. He is more deceitful than the brigadier general. Witnessing Zhao Yuliang's discomfort, the ghost's countenance fell, realizing he could not rely on him. Seeing the spirit's despondence, Zhao Yuliang's heart softened. "Esteemed sage, aside from eliminating the zombie, is there any other way for this brother to reincarnate?" The grasshopper spirit answered promptly, "Indeed, there are ways. Whether through Taoism or Buddhism, any genuine adept can guide a spirit to transcendence. Core disciples of the 5 great exorcists, particularly those of the 2nd generation or higher, can also assist." However, the grasshopper spirit's words offered little hope to Zhao Yuliang, as he had no connections to such individuals and could not enlist their help. If he could, he would not have found himself in his current predicament, having squandered his lifespan. Just as Zhao Yuliang felt at a loss, young Li suddenly craved a smoke. "Brother Chun, do you have a lighter? I left mine in the car." Chun Wei searched his pockets, only to discover he had forgotten his lighter as well. He shook his head in response. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yuliang instinctively produced his golden lighter. "I have one." As he spoke, he ignited it to offer young Li a cigarette. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred, As the lighter ignited, a cacophonous sound echoed, clearly pre-recorded. No fire for smoking is pure nonsense. If there's fire but no cigarettes, what's the point? After this bizarre rhyme, the flames sprung from the lighter, appearing to float through the air. Though it seemed slow, it rapidly landed upon the ghost, igniting him in a fiery blaze. Ah! The shriek reverberated throughout the mountains. This unforeseen spectacle astonished everyone, particularly the grasshopper spirit, who shared the same ethereal existence. In an instant, panic seized him, and he fled with his hands over his head, only daring to stop and glance back after running nearly 100 meters. What in the world is happening? Quantum, what treasure have you got there? Why does it make me, an old immortal, feel so terrified? At that moment, Zhao Yuliang had no time to entertain the grasshopper spirit. He swiftly stripped off his clothes and rushed towards the ignited ghost. Are you all right? I didn't mean to. However, when Zhao Yuliang's garments landed on the ghost, they surprisingly fell through without effect. The entity was consumed by the flames, leaving not even a trace behind. How could this be? Just as Zhao Yuliang was engulfed in guilt, that ghost unexpectedly reappeared, now translucent and cleansed of its former foul odor. Even the 2 blood holes from the zombie bite on its neck had vanished. The transformed ghost knelt before Zhao Yuliang, fervently bowing its head. Thank you, young sir. Thank you for cleansing my resentment. I can finally be reborn. Before Zhao Yuliang could react, 2 ethereal figures approached, singing from a distance. The lyrics were familiar to him. Having heard them twice before, in the realms of Yin and Yang, I reign supreme. You are born to live, and Yama decrees death at the 3rd watch, sparing none till the 5th. Those who are doomed, hurry on your journey. There are no inns on the road to the Yellow Springs. One must set forth early. Zhao Yuliang mused. Aren't these the peculiar individuals who invited me for drinks in my dreams? They even presented me with that small plaque. Recognizing them, Zhao Yuliang was about to greet them when the grasshopper spirit tightly grabbed his arm. The grasshopper spirit was trembling all over, nearly losing control of itself. Quantum, be cautious. Don't speak out of turn. These 2 are the great messengers from the underworld. Moreover, you should hide quickly. Your lifespan is expiring, and you wouldn't want to be taken along on their route. The mention of on their route was due to the 2 messengers clearly being there to escort the ghost away. As they spoke, the ghostly officials, existing between the realms of reality and illusion, floated gracefully before the crowd, their expressions cold and exuding the authority of the netherworld. With a clank, they shackled the ghost with iron chains, and the taller one in white spoke sternly. The time has come. Follow us. Wait, Zhao Darren. The messenger's words faltered as he noticed Zhao Yuliang, who wore a broad smile and waved enthusiastically. If it had just been Zhao Yuliang, it might have been fine. He could have simply exchanged pleasantries and slipped away. However, it was the golden lighter in Zhao Yuliang's hand that felt all too familiar to the ghost, causing it great distress and fear. In their helplessness, the 2 ghostly officials immediately retracted their earlier severity, forcing smiles they believed to be benevolent. Ignoring the ghost entirely, they approached Zhao Yuliang with unusual warmth. Why? If it isn't Zhao Darren. What a pleasure. What's a gentleman like you doing here, amusing yourself with ghosts in the dead of night? If you fancy this ghost, we can certainly leave it with you, as long as you don't play it to death. When you've had your fill, just call, and we'll come to retrieve it. The words and demeanor of the ghostly officials left those present utterly bewildered, especially the grasshopper spirit. He began to doubt his very existence. These were, after all, the esteemed ghost officials. Even the mightiest cultivators would retreat in their presence. Why were they acting so submissively before Zhao Darren? Could it be that Zhao Darren was a hidden gem, having merely toyed with him in the past? No wonder the Gui, Huang, and even Chang families were so eager to place their kin here. It all makes sense now. Was my previous behavior somewhat disrespectful to Zhao Darren? He wouldn't hold it against me later, would he? What if he decided to serve fried grasshopper with drinks? The grasshopper spirit became increasingly anxious, nearly moved to tears. At this moment, Zhao Yuliang was too preoccupied with welcoming his old friends to attend to the grasshopper spirit's emotions. With a beaming smile, he procured 2 cigarettes from Xiao Li and offered them to the ghostly officials. How fortuitous. It's wonderful to see you again, brothers. Please, smoke up. Don't mind the quality. Zhao Yuliang's gesture, particularly his invitation for the ghosts to smoke, evoked rather unpleasant memories for the 2 ghostly officials, reminiscent of their previous encounters with the owner of the golden lighter. They thought to themselves, it seems this cousin of General Xiao is even more unscrupulous than the general himself. Not only is he stingy, but he also insists on sharing cigarettes with ghosts. Look at his sly demeanor. He is clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. We must remain vigilant and courteous, lest he seize upon any weakness. Zhao Yuliang, oblivious to their thoughts, continued to warmly offer cigarettes to the ghostly officials. With a snap, he ignited the golden lighter, its harsh sound echoing once more. Smoking without fire is pointless. Having fire without a cigarette is just absurd. Chapter 82. A mad ghost. Witnessing Zhao Yuliang extending his golden lighter, the two ghostly officials recoiled in terror, akin to ancient criminals facing their death sentence. No need for such courtesy, Zhao Darren. We can't bear this. As they spoke, they summoned a hapless ghost, adorned with horns and flames dancing between them. They ignited their cigarettes using the ghost's fiery crown, then kicked the bewildered, trembling spirit away. Zhao Darren, we prefer to light our cigarettes this way. Please forgive us. Having spent so long at the bottom of society, Zhao Yuliang was adept at navigating social situations and quickly waved his hands. No need for apologies. The way you two light your cigarettes is quite refined, far superior to our rustic ways. Immediately, the grasshopper spirit, Xiao Li, and Brother Li echoed his sentiments. Eager to avoid offending the legendary ghostly officials, both parties were now on high alert, mindful of each other's status. Thus, amidst mutual flattery, the atmosphere grew harmonious. Eventually, the two ghostly officials could no longer restrain themselves and broached the main topic. Zhao Darren, it's getting late. If there are no further instructions, we shall take our leave. As we said, take this little ghost back to play with. Whenever you're done, return it to us in the underworld. In all honesty, Zhao Yuliang was more terrified of ghosts than anything else. He had no interest in playing with them. Upon hearing this, he immediately refused. Just as he was about to send the ghostly officials on their way, he suddenly remembered that the Huang family's young man was still in the clutches of the mad ghost. He quickly spoke up. Brothers, I have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to assist me? If it's too much trouble, just disregard what I said. Given the apparent misunderstanding, how could the ghostly officials decline? They eagerly nodded. Zhao Darren, please, if you have a request, do let us know. We are all family. What is there to hesitate about? Seeing how accommodating the ghostly officials were, Zhao Yuliang briefly questioned their authenticity. Yet, he had no time to ponder such matters now. Whether genuine or counterfeit, he simply needed to rescue the Huang family's young man. After articulating his request, the two ghostly officials sighed in relief. Thinking it was merely a trivial matter of subduing a century-old ghost, a task they were well equipped for, they readily agreed and floated towards the direction of the Mad Dog Cliff. Rest assured, Zhao Darren, this insignificant matter is in our capable hands. Not only can we handle a mad ghost, but we will also train it to be as obedient as a Pekingese. True to their word, the ghostly officials returned in just over half an hour, leading a wild, disheveled ghost with a fearsome countenance. Beside the large ghost was none other than Huang Yu, the young man from the Huang family, whom Zhao Yuliang had longed to see. Huang Xiaogu. Overcome with excitement, Zhao Yuliang dashed forward, intending to embrace Huang Yu in a hearty hug. However, for reasons unknown, upon approaching, I hesitated to take action and merely inquired with excitement. Brother Huang, are you well? Have you endured any hardships these past few days? Has the madman troubled you? Before Huang Yu could respond, the madman beside him erupted in fury upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's words. Were it not for the ghostly officers binding him with shackles, he would have lunged at Zhao in a fit of rage. Even in his constrained state, he glared fiercely, persistently lunging forward, impervious to the harsh blows of the iron chains wielded by the two officers. Why do you speak so? I treat Brother Huang as kin, attending to him with utmost care. How could I possibly bully him? I simply wish to prevent him from encountering peril in the mortal realm. At this moment, the madman suddenly realized, Brother Huang is venturing into the world because of you, isn't he? I will devour you. With that, he lunged at Zhao Yuliang with renewed ferocity, resembling a feral Tibetan mastiff, restrained yet roaring and charging forward. True to his name, the madman was a force of chaos. Observing his behavior, the ghostly officers felt their dignity slip away in front of Zhao Yuliang. In a fit of rage, they raised their grim judicial instruments, the wailing sticks, and soon left the madman battered and bruised. Despite this, the madman continued to roar in defiance, nearly snapping the iron chains constricting his neck. It was noteworthy that these chains were as thick as an infant's arm and were the officers' personal magical tools. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, the onlookers could no longer perceive the madman as a mere rabid dog, but rather as a furious lion, unwilling to be restrained. Seeing the madman being beaten, Huang Yu clearly felt a pang of compassion. However, bound by their respective statuses, he dared not intercede and instead cast a pleading glance toward Zhao Yuliang. The latter, quick-witted, immediately understood the unspoken plea. He procured 2 cigarettes from Xiao Li and, with a fawning demeanor, offered them to the ghostly officers. My esteemed brothers, you have worked hard. Please, take a moment to enjoy this. Do not let the madman's antics upset you. He is already mad, and our anger towards him is unwarranted. In the officers' eyes, Zhao Yuliang was a relative of a significant figure. Thus they felt compelled to extend him courtesy. Not only did they comply, but they also increased their display of respect, eager to appease him. Consequently, they ceased their assault on the madman, opting to berate him loudly instead. Were it not for Master Zhao's presence today, I would surely drag you back to face the most excruciating punishments imaginable. Typically, a reasonable person or ghost would adhere to the principle of not provoking unnecessary conflict and would endure the situation until the officers departed, only to seek retribution later. Yet, the madman remained undeterred, continuing to lunge at Zhao Yuliang while hurling insults. Who asked for your pity? A cat weeping for a mouse is but false compassion. You officials are all two-faced, presenting one facade in public and another in private. Do not think this general is unaware of your sordid intentions. Today, I shall risk my life to eliminate you, thereby securing Brother Huang's freedom. Upon uttering these words, unbeknownst to the constraints of the shackles, he invoked an arcane power that manifested a swirling dark hand, reaching directly for Zhao Yuliang's neck. The suddenness of the event caught even the two ghostly officers off guard as the hand lifted Zhao Yuliang into the air. I will crush you, the madman bellowed, as he hurled Zhao toward the ground with a force akin to an adult smashing a frog. Meanwhile, within the paper workshop, the two prominent exorcists, having suppressed their anger and awaiting the opportunity to confront the undead, now sat at a table, drinking in camaraderie. Xiong Ba and several sinister disciples stood behind them, attentively serving. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was the witching hour. Without the offerings of incense, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the paper workshop, causing the antiquated light bulbs to sway and the doors and windows to rattle ominously. As the wind howled, a haunting melody of sorrowful singing echoed from all directions. The specters of the great ghost soldiers, minor ghost judges, and the ox-headed and horse-faced guardians, shackled with iron chains, lamented the plight of the departed souls. The chilling winds enveloped them, sending shivers down the spine. After the mournful singing ceased, all the paper figures sprang to life, their blood-red eyes fixated on the two exorcists, their chilling laughter reverberating throughout the workshop. Witnessing such a scene, Huangzhou was taken aback. Such profound resentment? Chang Huayuan, clad in white, nodded gently when this tragedy occurred. You and I were fortunate enough to not have accompanied the master. It has been over 110 years since then. Their pent-up grievances are indeed understandable. In the midst of this brief exchange, the paper figures began to advance. The lights in the workshop flickered ominously, each time they dimmed and reignited. The figures drew closer to the table. Within moments, they had completely surrounded the exorcists. Their painted faces bore sinister smiles. Seeing this, Xiong Ba swiftly turned to the sinister disciples, urging them to remain vigilant, their focus firmly on the encroaching paper figures. To be frank, without Huangzhou and Chang Huayuan's presence, the other disciples would have fled long ago. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. Even if all the sinister disciples united, they would likely fall short against a single paper figure. As the paper figures closed in, Xiong Ba and his followers found themselves retreating step by step. In desperation, Huangzhou raised his cup and spilled its contents, creating a large circle of wine on the floor, akin to a transparent dome that separated the paper figures from those within. However, even this measure did not deter the figures, which pressed against the boundary, their faces contorting grotesquely as they squeezed against the liquid barrier, producing a hissing sound as they did so. Witnessing this, Huangzhou was momentarily stunned. So ferocious? No wonder the authorities constructed a prison to contain them. No wonder they have sacrificed 8 ghostly children. It seemed that the authorities were not neglectful, but rather overwhelmed by the malevolence of this place. After a moment of reflection, Huangzhou turned away from the paper figures and addressed Chang Huan. Let us disregard them. Dear brother, let us continue our revelry. Indeed, Chang Huayuan responded with a smile, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. His boisterous demeanor coupled with his refined elegance resembled that of an exuberant young scholar. Those unaware of his true nature would find it difficult to associate this dapper gentleman with a figure of ruthless authority. As they shared several rounds of drinks, the mournful singing resumed. Fear not, old man, for I have words for you. Do not mistake me for a demon. I am but a wronged spirit. I shake the branches of the trees, gathering the dust of the earth. As the melody echoed, the pair of puppets atop the coffin suddenly floated down, inching closer to the 2 exorcists. As they moved, the chains dragged along the ground, producing a clanking sound akin to the shackles of a felon. Remarkably, the two puppets completely disregarded Huang's protective circle of wine, pushing past the sinister disciples and standing before the two prominent exorcists, shrouded in a chilling wind. Huang's, exasperated, sighed and stood up. The Huang family from the northern lands understands your grievances and does not wish to involve itself in this matter. However, due to the urgency of today's events, I must personally intervene to buy us time. I kindly ask for your leniency. After speaking, he raised his cup and poured the fine wine onto the ground. Had other wrong spirits heard Huang's words and actions, they might have retreated in patience for a day or knelt in supplication, beseeching assistance. Such would be the usual course of events. Yet, the two puppets remained unmoved, seemingly deaf to his entreaties. The winds intensified, destabilizing the sinister disciples and causing Chang Huayuan's white garments to flutter. Seeing this, Huang's irritation flared. He sat down decisively, addressing the two puppets with a sardonic smile. Oh, you refuse a toast and instead choose punishment? As the current head of the Huang family, his anger commanded an imposing presence. The paper figures, which had been desperately pushing forward, suddenly felt an overwhelming fear, causing them to retreat while emitting a mournful sound. Nevertheless, the two puppets remained unmoved, standing silently and observing. This sight incensed Huang's, and even Chang Huayuan, whose white hair had begun to show a hint of crimson, felt a surge of anger. Under the moonlight casting upon the mountain of corpses and the blood sea that churned like a dragon, how could the master of slaughter truly be a mild-mannered scholar? At this pivotal moment, another significant figure arrived, clad in simple yet pristine garments, exuding an air of composure. It was the first eminent person known to Zhao Yuliang, the master of the Gui family from the 5 great immortal clans, Gui Wuming. Upon his arrival, Huang's and Chang Huayuan immediately greeted him with smiles, with Huang's calling him little brother and Chang Huayuan referring to him as sixth brother. A few members of the evil hall prostrated themselves before him, bowing deeply. Mountain and field creatures pay their respects to the ancestor of the Gui family. May the ancestor enjoy eternal blessings. Gui Wuming, who came from humble beginnings, understood the struggles of the lower class, and thus smiled as he waved his sleeve, lifting the prostrate figures effortlessly. No need for formality, just carry on with what you were doing. At this moment, Chang Huayuan had already supported Gui Wuming's arm, guiding him to sit beside Huang's. Sixth brother, since you are here, let us share a drink. It has been nearly a decade since we last met. Gui Wuming gently patted Chang Huayuan's hand and responded with a grin. Indeed, it has been 10 years. Today, let us 3 brothers not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. However, before that, I would like to speak with these two. Chang Huayuan's expression turned contemplative. Sixth brother, do you mean them? He gestured toward the two puppets. Yes. Gui Wuming nodded as he stepped between the two figures, sighing softly as he recited 14 words. What is destined to be will come, what is not cannot be sought. Upon hearing this, a mournful melody emerged from the female puppet. It was said that the Honorable Judge Bao was inspecting the Een Mountain, prompting a tearful plea for mercy. In the midst of the eerie and desolate lyrics, the two puppets floated back to their coffins. At this point, the chilling wind ceased, and the lights in the paper shop no longer flickered. Even the paper figures returned to their original positions, as if nothing had transpired. Huang's observed this with a face full of questions. Sixth brother, what just happened? What did you say to those two? Gui Wuming did not respond, instead gazing thoughtfully at the coffin beneath the puppets. He then returned to his seat, smiling. Come, let us 3 brothers not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Chapter 84. A blade must harm. The drinking session was exceedingly enjoyable, lasting until the rooster crowed at dawn. As the 3 family heads departed, they couldn't help but laugh as they glanced toward the doghouse. Especially Huang's, who chuckled while shaking his head in exasperation. This dog is so well-mannered. If we don't reward him with something, outsiders will think us miserly. It turned out that the large yellow dog had been bowing in its doghouse from last night until now, from dusk until dawn. Now, it was likely in a daze, swaying unsteadily. Yet, even so, it did not cease its bowing for a moment, continuing to do so fervently, its face filled with a mix of eagerness and flattery. As Huang's had remarked, the 3 family heads would feel morally obligated to reward the dog. The first to act was the eldest, Huang's, who pondered for a moment before tossing a cloth bag. Since you are so clever and charming, this bag shall be your storage. The large yellow dog's face lit up with delight, and its bowing grew more fervent. Next was Gui Wuming, the head of the Gui family. He approached and gently patted the large yellow dog's head, casually writing a passage of a talisman and handing it to the dog. This passage was something Gui Wuming had exchanged for the lives of thousands of his kin during his most humble times. though it held little value now. It bore profound significance for him and the entire Gue family. Of course, what Gue Wuming had received was a complete scripture, and what he gave to the large yellow dog were merely fragments of it. This was not due to stinginess, but rather because such teachings were not to be easily shared. After Gue Wuming, Chang Huayuan, dressed in white, smilingly took out an ancient and elegant inkstone. Besides the weapon gifted by my mentor, I rarely require any other items, thus I have not carried it with me. This was obtained through coincidence, used for practicing calligraphy in moments of tranquility. I shall gift it to you today. Please take good care of it. With that, the three family heads laughed together as they departed. The large yellow dog hastily crawled out of its doghouse to see them off, bowing deeply to the backs of the three family heads for quite some time before unsteadily returning to its spot. It had bowed for so long that it was quite dazed. The fact that it did not vomit simply indicated the dog's resilience. The scene of the large yellow dog being rewarded did not escape the notice of the nearby celestial beings. Xiong Ba, with his great heart, felt no particular way about it, merely expressing how the large yellow dog knew how to behave. Meanwhile, several members of the evil hall were filled with envy. Had we known it would be like this, we would have bowed too. Not to mention bowing for a night. We would have done so for a month. Oh, how such a splendid opportunity was wasted. As they pondered, several members of the evil hall made a silent vow to include bowing as a mandatory practice in the future. Should they encounter significant figures again, they would bow until the heavens collapsed and the seas dried. On the other side, the three family heads walked some distance before reluctantly parting ways. It remained unclear what Gue Wuming had said to the other two, but Huang Zhua and Chang Huayan did not mention seeking trouble with the peculiar corpses. At the same time, Blood Dragon sighed. No wonder sixth brother Gue suggested I send Chang Jie for training. It all makes sense now. On the day Chang Jie transforms into a dragon, I shall definitely bring him to pay his respects to sixth brother. Gue Wuming, as always, was easygoing, repeatedly gesturing that it was unnecessary. Once the three family heads returned to their respective homes, the five major families of the north issued a strange decree. All direct descendants were forbidden from participating in any matters related to the paper shop. Those who violated this order would face expulsion or, in severe cases, have their cultivation abolished and be cast into reincarnation. Of course, this did not apply to Huang Yu, Chang Jie, and Xiao Jiao, who were already involved in the paper shop. At this moment, near Fengou Jiao, just as Zhao Yuliang was about to be violently thrown to his death by the mad ghost, the small wooden knife he had been concealing suddenly flew out of his pocket, emitting a sound akin to a lighter igniting. Little knife, floating in the sky. Stab the person before you stab yourself. 7 injuries knife, let us go. Then, to the astonished gazes of all present, it swiftly plunged into Zhao Yuliang's waist, drawing forth a stream of blood. Following this, propelled by his blood, it aimed a heavy strike at the mad ghost's arm. Should this strike land, the mad ghost's arm would be utterly crippled. Only then did Huang Yu and the two ghostly enforcers finally react. No. The two words escaped their lips simultaneously. The two ghostly enforcers swiftly darted to Zhao Yuliang's side, catching him as he fell. Lord Zhao, are you alright? If anything were to happen to you, wouldn't he the general hold us accountable? Seeing the ghostly enforcers catch Zhao Yuliang, Huang Yu quickly drew a wooden comb and hurled it at the wooden knife. Prisoner brother, you need to dodge. Prisoner was the name the mad ghost had given himself, and he had never disclosed his real name to anyone, leaving no one the wiser. The mad ghost was mad, not foolish. Upon hearing this, he desperately dodged as the wooden comb and knife collided. However, burdened by the shackles of the underworld, he could not move quickly. As the wooden comb and knife clashed, the comb disintegrated into its shavings in less than half a second. The wooden knife merely paused momentarily before continuing its descent toward the mad ghost. The target has shifted this time. Rather than aiming at the arm, it is now directed straight toward the neck. With no escape in sight, the madman simply closed his eyes. It's over. Someone is doomed. At this critical moment, Zhao Yuliang abruptly broke free from the ghostly officer's embrace and, with a swift motion, grasped the wooden sword tightly. Brother Dao, don't misunderstand. I'm one of you. The wooden sword seemed to comprehend Zhao Yuliang's words, yet it gently slipped from his grasp, soaring to deliver a resounding slap across the madman's face. Satisfied, it returned to rest in Zhao Yuliang's hand. Simultaneously, everyone heard that obnoxious and unreliable voice. Where the sword strikes, injury follows, harming both the body and the soul. Oh yeah, everyone, having heard this voice multiple times, Zhao Yuliang suddenly recalled. Isn't this the uncle who gave me the lighter? So this wooden sword also belongs to him. No wonder he mentioned searching for something lost before saying to treat it as a gift. It seems this uncle is quite extraordinary. While admiring the extraordinary, a sharp pain shot through Zhao Yuliang's waist, reminding him that the small knife had first cut him before going after the madman. Oh dear, that hurts. I've heard of 7 injuries fist. But when did we get 7 injuries knife? Must I injure myself before utilizing this treasure in the future? That's rather taxing on the waist. And as if that wasn't enough, it ruined my clothes, cutting through both inside and out. How much would it cost to get a new set? Alas, such is the sorrow of a child from a poor family, caring more about money than one's own well-being. Besides spending money, Zhao Yuliang was willing to do anything. Chapter 85. Attentive care. As Zhao Yuliang was lost in thought, the ghostly officer, now regaining focus, swung the iron chains fiercely, striking the madman. You scoundrel! You nearly brought great trouble to the underworld. The great trouble mentioned by the ghostly officer referred to the incident where Zhao Yuliang almost met his demise. This fellow is the cousin of the general. Given the general's temperament, which often makes a fuss over trifles, if his cousin were to die at the hands of a ghost in front of the officers, it would surely cause chaos at the gates of hell. Thus, the 2 ghostly officers became increasingly fearful, and their blows grew more severe. Moments later, the madman was left battered and bruised, every inch of his body marked. Yet, even so, the madman held his head high, his hair disheveled, standing straight as a rod, not uttering a whimper or begging for mercy. Such a heroic demeanor left Zhao Yuliang in awe. Therefore, without waiting for Huang Yu to speak, he proactively interceded on behalf of the madman. Gentlemen, let it be. My little brother here has not done much wrong, and there is no need to engage with a madman. Moreover, it would be unfortunate to tire you 2 out. If there is nothing further, you may return. I will handle the rest. The ghostly officers, understanding the need to maintain decorum for the cousin, indeed ceased their assault. After some polite exchanges, they took their leave, dragging the soul singed by the lighter away. Before departing, they coldly remarked to the madman, "Today, consider yourself fortunate, as Lord Zhao interceded on your behalf. Otherwise, Zhao, this madman is unruly. Be careful not to hurt yourself while playing with him. You may keep the shackles and this soul-extracting chain, just in case." Such considerate ghostly officers moved Zhao Yuliang deeply. With tears in his eyes, he bid them farewell for a long while. Once the ghostly officers had completely departed, Zhao Yuliang turned his gaze toward the madman. The madman still held his head high and defiantly declared, "Do as you wish. I'll not beg for mercy. Hurry up and make your move." Zhao Yuliang could only smile wryly. First, he wrapped the iron chain, the soul-extracting chain, around himself, then removed the shackles from the madman. "Prisoner brother, is it really necessary to resort to such extremes? We have no enmity. Even if you are reluctant to join my humble establishment, there is no need for violence. Well then, if there is nothing else, you may return. Huang Yu and I shall head home as well. It's all just a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, sincerity is the most formidable weapon." Zhao Yuliang's humble demeanor left the madman momentarily speechless. "You're truly letting me go just like that? I almost killed you moments ago." Zhao Yuliang shrugged nonchalantly. "But I didn't die, did I? What has passed is past. However, you were beaten because of me. My apologies." With that, he paid no more heed to the madman, taking Huang Yu and the grasshopper spirit with him as they turned to leave. "Huang, you have no idea. So much has transpired while you were away these past few days. I'll tell you all about it." Huang Yu listened attentively, glancing back at the madman who stood dazed in place, offering him an apologetic smile. "Prisoner brother, I must also say I'm sorry. I truly did not anticipate things unfolding this way. Furthermore, Zhao is a good person. Our connection is genuine, which is why I stepped in. You needn't worry." As Zhao Yuliang's group approached the car, the madman finally came to his senses. With a roar, he transformed into a whirlwind, chasing after them. The madman, already formidable in presence, appeared even more like a furious lion with his disheveled hair. This scene startled Zhao Yuliang, who hastily drew the small wooden sword, bracing himself. He also lifted his shirt, exposing his pale sides. There was no other option. He was truly terrified of poverty and regretted his clothes. So he had to prepare for the worst. "What do you want, prisoner? Do you wish to fight? Is it never ending?" However, the prisoner had no intentions of fighting. Instead, he snatched the shackles Zhao Yuliang carried and locked himself in. As Zhao Yuliang stood bewildered, the prisoner proudly proclaimed, "I despise owing favors. So there is no need for your mercy. Once I have mastered my skills and can free myself from these shackles, we shall settle accounts." Still, Zhao Yuliang, having spent a long time navigating the lower echelons of society, understood the nuances of human relationships. Sometimes, feigning ignorance serves merely as a protective guise. From another perspective, In our real lives, we prefer to befriend genuine individuals rather than those with too many ulterior motives. Zhao Yuliang's pretense of foolishness aimed precisely at this goal. Thus, he quickly grasped the madman's deeper intentions. Without exposing the truth, he graciously invited the madman into the car. He then removed the iron chains from his own body and wrapped them around the madman, claiming it was safer to bind him. In truth, he gifted this soul-extracting chain to the madman as a weapon. The madman understood Zhao Yuliang's deeper meaning, and after a moment of surprise, he sighed, willingly concealing himself beside Huang Yu. The grasshopper spirit and Chang Jie attached themselves to Zhao Yuliang as the group drove back to the town. Upon arriving at the paper shop, dawn had already broken, and in the distance, they spotted the large yellow dog lazily sprawled at the entrance, wearing a steel helmet. Indeed, it was a steel helmet, resembling a special forces soldier, truly a dog. Zhao Yuliang playfully approached. "My lord, are you sunbathing? Nothing unusual happened last night while I was away, right?" Initially indifferent to Zhao Yuliang, the large yellow dog sprang up upon sensing the madman's presence, baring its teeth menacingly and barking loudly. Woof, woof, woof. Concerned about unnecessary conflict, Zhao Yuliang quickly interjected, "My lord, no need for alarm. He is one of us. This is prisoner brother. Prisoner brother, this is my loyal dog, who has seen me through tough times. When I was too poor to eat, I relied on him." After the introductions, Zhao Yuliang did not linger, but headed straight to the backyard with his assortment of trinkets. As for Xiao Li and brother Chun, they each returned home to rest, planning to meet that evening at Sister Ingchuan's barbecue stall to discuss how to deal with the strange corpse. Entering the side room where the offerings to the immortal were placed, the madman, without needing Huang Yu to prompt him, willingly attached himself to the plaque inscribed with Master Qingfeng. At last, the four beams have gathered their three esteemed members: Huang Yu from the Huang family, the little dumpling from the Gray family, and the esteemed leader of the Qingfeng sect, the prisoner. As Huang Yu gazed upon the lone vacant position of the four beams, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he coaxed Chang Jie to possess it. Chang Jie, however, did not voice any objections, or rather, he seemed incapable of doing so. He merely repeated in a dejected tone, "Both my parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. How can one reason with that?" Chapter 86. The approaching gentleman. The moment Chang Jie attached himself to the plaque, Zhao Yuliang suddenly felt an overwhelming warmth and satisfaction. It was akin to having endured a frigid winter night outside, only to return to a cozy indoor haven and savor a bowl of steaming 8-treasure porridge. Simultaneously, his senses heightened remarkably. His sight, smell, and hearing became significantly more acute. "Is this how it can be?" Zhao Yuliang murmured to himself. "Is this the benefit of cultivation?" While pondering this, Sister Ingchun rushed in through the back door. "Yuliang, you've returned just in time. Quickly, come with me to the village entrance to welcome our distinguished guests. The new town mayor has organized it, and he wants as many people as possible to attend." "Welcome guests?" Zhao Yuliang was taken aback. "Sister, when did you start listening to the mayor so attentively?" The latter part was a teasing remark. "Is the new mayor particularly amiable?" Upon mentioning the new mayor, Sister Ingchuan's face contorted with distaste. "Amiable? He is no different from that Ma fellow. They're all cut from the same cloth. The mayoral elections always cycle through the 5 prominent families. Our welcoming of the guests isn't to honor the mayor. It's because the guests are genuinely noble, truly good-hearted people." Hearing Sister Ingchuan's words piqued Zhao Yuliang's curiosity about the mysterious guests. "Sister, do you know who these guests are?" Sister Ingchun, with a hasty temperament, pulled Zhao Yuliang along as she replied, "I haven't seen the guests myself, but they are indeed good people. You know the elementary school outside the town? That was built for us free of charge by this esteemed guest 20 years ago. Not just the school, but the nursing home next to it as well. Furthermore, the teachers at the school and the workers at the nursing home were all hired by this benefactor. If it weren't for them, do you think the children would attend school for free and the elderly would live in a nursing home without charge? You really thought it was the mayor's doing?" "Huh." After hearing Sister Ingchun's introduction, Zhao Yuliang was instantly filled with admiration and respect for this mysterious benefactor. In today's society, where self-interest reigns supreme, it is indeed rare to find someone so selflessly devoted. When Sister Ingchun and Zhao Yuliang arrived at the town entrance, they found themselves amidst a sea of people. From the elderly aged 80 to toddlers just learning to walk, everyone had come out. The scale of the gathering was evidently not due to the mayor's organizational skills, but rather because this mysterious guest had truly won the hearts of the people. What astonished Zhao Yuliang the most was that even his own big yellow dog was part of the welcoming crowd. Remarkably, it was not bullying anyone, but instead stood quietly, gazing into the distance with eyes full of anticipation. Wait, anticipation? Could it be that the rogue dog recognized the guest? If that were true, the situation would become even more extraordinary. After a while, the newly appointed Mayor Gua had organized the crowd to hold up welcome banners, and the surrounding walls were adorned with vibrant red welcome slogans. Even drums and firecrackers were prepared. According to the chatter among the residents, it was said that even when the county head visited last time, it was not as grand and lively as this occasion. After much anticipation, a car finally approached from a distance. Although Zhao Yuliang came from humble beginnings, he possessed a basic understanding of vehicles, which led him to realize that the approaching car was not a luxury sedan, but rather an ordinary family vehicle. Such simplicity indicated that the occupants were unlikely to be the esteemed guests. Indeed, this assumption was shared by the town government staff responsible for traffic control, who stopped the car and appeared to exchange a few words, prompting the vehicle to obediently pull over. Subsequently, apart from the driver, an adult and a child emerged from within. Zhao Yuliang, having just received an enhancement, had remarkably keen eyesight and was immediately captivated by the demeanor of the newcomers. The man was clad in a long, light blue robe, clean and tidy. He held a scroll in one hand while gently guiding the child beside him. The man appeared to be in his 30s, resembling a celestial being stepped out from a mythical film. His striking appearance could only be described as divine. The graying hair at his temples did not convey age, but rather added to his mature charm. The child he was holding was an adorable little monk, radiating cuteness, with his hands clasped together at his chest in prayer. The little monk seemed quite shy, had it not been for the man's guidance. He might have hidden behind him in timidity. At that moment, Zhao Yuliang felt a powerful conviction. This man was indeed the distinguished guest they had been eagerly awaiting. Yet, it seemed that those around him lacked the discernment to recognize such greatness, judging by appearances alone. As Zhao Yuliang pondered whether to alert the crowd, the man, along with the little monk, began to approach slowly. With each step, he exuded a calm demeanor, embodying warmth without losing an air of authority. He resembled a sovereign incognito, surveying his magnificent realm. At that moment, Zhao Yuliang was thoroughly mesmerized by the man's presence, lost in admiration. Just then, the man had walked within a dozen meters of the welcoming crowd when a series of soft whines broke Zhao Yuliang's reverie. Upon glancing around, he realized it was his own big yellow dog making the sounds. The dog exhibited unusual behavior, its eyes fixed intently on the man ahead. Gone was the usual ferocity. Instead, its gaze was filled with longing, respect, and reverence. The rogue dog seemed eager to approach the man but hesitated, whimpering anxiously. At that moment, the man also noticed the big yellow dog and greeted it with a smile. Big Yellow, it's been over 20 years. How have you been? Upon hearing the man speak, the big yellow dog could no longer contain itself. It rushed to the man's feet, tears in its eyes, nuzzling against his legs in a display of profound yearning. The big yellow dog, a local tyrant, immediately drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the spectacle. This collective gaze, however, was quickly captivated by the man's unparalleled charm, rendering them unable to look away. Among the most astonished was the newly appointed Mayor Gua, who rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pulled out a photo from his clothing, and compared it repeatedly before exclaiming in astonishment. He then hurriedly dashed forward. Mr. Hua, is that truly you? After 2 years, you haven't changed a bit. No, you've actually become even younger. I apologize, I failed to recognize you. The man, evidently possessing a remarkable memory, recognized Mayor Gua at a glance, and smiled as he extended his hand. It's been 10 years. How have you been? Very well, very well. The mayor, astonished that the man remembered him, was filled with excitement, his delight surpassing even his own election to the mayoralty. He was so overwhelmed that he struggled to find the words. Chapter 87. Untainted by dust. Fortunately, a government official, noticing the odd scene, approached to inquire, Mayor Gua, who is this? Only then did the newly appointed mayor come to his senses and promptly shouted to the crowd, everyone, please quiet down. This is the esteemed guest we are here to welcome, Mr. Hua. Our school, nursing home, and orphanage were all built for us free of charge by this gentleman. Upon hearing Mayor Gua's announcement, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into thunderous applause that lasted for ages. Although Mr. Hua was a significant figure, he conducted himself with remarkable humility. Holding the small monk by his side, he bowed deeply to the enthusiastic townsfolk, expressing his apologies for any trouble caused. Mr. Hua's gesture once again silenced the crowd. After a moment, the townspeople chimed in unison, assuring him that it was no trouble at all. We are delighted to have you here. How could it be a bother? Exclaimed one spirited individual. Another enthusiastically shouted, Mayor, make sure to treat Mr. Hua well today. Feel free to use public funds for food and drink. We will not hold you accountable for any expenses incurred in hosting the gentleman. If public funds fall short, we will all contribute from our homes. In any case, we must not neglect our esteemed guest. As soon as he finished speaking, the others echoed, indeed. Mr. Hua is a great benefactor, a savior to us all. If we do not treat him properly, what kind of people would we be? The mysterious Mr. Hua was so revered by the townsfolk that, even after his departure, the crowd lingered, reluctant to leave, including the large yellow dog and its pups. This sight piqued Zhao Yuliang's curiosity, prompting him to softly inquire of Sister Ingchun, Sister, who is this gentleman? Seemingly anticipating his question, Sister Ingchun smiled and responded, You may not know, but Mr. Hua not only helped us build a school and an old age home, he is also a miraculous healer, a true miracle worker. I heard from the elders that he saved many lives during his visit over 20 years ago. Moreover, he never charges for his medical services. If we do not welcome such a person, who should we welcome? Zhao Yuliang nodded vigorously, realizing the significance of Mr. Hua's presence. After Sister Ingchun spoke, a young man named Xiao Li, who had quietly approached, chimed in, Let me put it this way. If Mr. Hua were to declare a rebellion and ask for our support, 2/3 of our town would surely follow him. At that moment, Mr. Hua politely declined the mayor's and the residents' generous offers to feast, opting instead to visit the school he had invested in. In a secluded corner of the campus stood a modest 2-story building, which had been constructed by the townsfolk as a place for Mr. Hua to stay whenever he returned. Even though he had not visited in over 20 years, the building was still meticulously cleaned daily, as if to protect it from dust. The plaque above the door, said to be inscribed by the president of the Provincial Literary Association, bore the name Untouched by Dust. In the study on the second floor, Mr. Hua sipped tea while speaking to the small monk beside him. Wuxin, it has been 20 years since our last visit. You must have missed home, haven't you? The adorable little monk nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I've longed for it. Though a monk calls the world his home, I miss the little courtyard. At this point, the little one suddenly paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he added, But wherever my brother is, that is home for me. Mr. Hua, upon hearing this, affectionately ruffled the child's bald head. Just then, a gentle knock echoed through the room, followed by the entrance of an elderly man. Although he possessed a robust demeanor, he exuded a playful air, reminiscent of an old rogue from a film. Yet, this old trickster showed great respect for Mr. Hua, behaving like a devoted servant in his presence. If Zhao Yuliang were to encounter this old rogue, he would surely unleash a tirade. Ah, you old rascal. Why have you lured me to this wretched paper shop? Are you trying to ruin me? Indeed, the old rogue was the enigmatic proprietor of the paper shop, having disguised himself as an old Taoist to deceive Zhao Yuliang. Approaching the desk, the old rogue softly inquired, Sir, your tea has grown cold. Would you like me to brew another pot? Mr. Hua, gazing at the old rogue with a resigned expression, replied, I've told you several times. There is no need to be so formal, Mo Huang. I know you wish to pursue your great plan and seek him out. Go ahead. Just remember not to entangle yourself in any karmic affairs. You wouldn't want to be dragged back to your ancestral land and never return, would you? The old rogue, caught off guard by Mr. Hua's insight, felt his cheeks flush. Rest assured, I understand the rules. I will not meddle in affairs or become entangled in karma. Unless you have further instructions, I will go seek out Jie. Mr. Hua smiled. Then off you go. Once the old rogue departed, the small monk chirped obediently. Namalamitba, I shall go brew tea for my brother. With that, he scampered out of the study on his short legs. In the following days, Zhao Yuliang saw no sign of the mysterious gentleman. Not only Zhao Yuliang, but the other townsfolk had not seen him either. It was said that Mr. Hua remained in that small building, only occasionally emerging to quietly observe the children studying from outside the classroom, listening to their lively recitations. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but ever since Mr. Hua's arrival, Zhao Yuliang felt an undeniable transformation in the town's atmosphere. Previously, it had felt cold and eerie, but with Mr. Hua's presence, warmth enveloped the surroundings. At the very least, the strange corpse that once haunted the town had ceased to appear. For this reason, Zhao Yuliang made a point to visit before the burial of the Ma family. The corpse was absent from its coffin. Time flew by, and before long, night fell. The townsfolk, having labored throughout the day, began to gather in groups, calling friends to join them at the barbecue stand. Zhao Yuliang arrived even earlier than the townsfolk, already assisting Sister Ingchun. Familiar patrons, upon seeing Zhao Yuliang, began to tease him. Yuliang, do you get paid for being so diligent? Before he could respond, others chimed in. What more could you want than to work beside the beautiful Sister Ingchun? Even if she didn't need my help, I would gladly assist for free. This remark sent everyone into fits of laughter. Zhao Yuliang, feeling shy, was too bashful to retort, while Sister Ingchun was not one to let them off easily. Oh, if you want to help, come on over. I welcome you. Just don't let that tigress at home castrate you. As soon as Sister Ingchun spoke, the laughter grew even louder. Chapter 88. The ghostly diner, perhaps due to the arrival of the mysterious gentleman and the subsequent change in the town's atmosphere. An unusually large crowd gathered for barbecue that night. So many, in fact, that when Zhao Yuliang returned to the shop after lighting incense, several tables of guests remained. It was already past 2 in the morning. Among the lingering guests was Xiao Li, who had already finished his meal and was now helping Sister Ingchun. Xiao Li, is your wife and child still at her parents' house? Haven't they returned? Zhao Yuliang asked. Wiping the table, Xiao Li replied, I haven't brought them back. What would be the point? You know how strange this place is. It's better for them to stay at her parents'. Speaking of strangeness, a chill suddenly coursed through Xiao Li's body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. What if it really is that strange? He thought, quickly glancing around. Fortunately, he saw nothing amiss. However, Zhao Yuliang, with his ability to see spirits, noticed something unsettling. The ghostly vehicle that had appeared before was slowly approaching from the distance, its body pale, with a large white flower adorning the front. The most terrifying sight was that the ghostly vehicle had stopped right across from the barbecue stand. Noticing Zhao Yuliang's unsettling demeanor, Sister Ingchun quickly inquired, Yuliang, what's wrong? Concerned that Sister Ingchun might be frightened, Zhao Yuliang shook his head vigorously. It's nothing, sister. I might just be a bit tired from not resting well these past few days. Upon hearing this, Sister Ingchun felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Yuliang. She understood the rules of the paper-cutting shop. Every day, she had to rise early to open the doors, and at night, she would stay up late waiting for the incense to burn. Added to that, with the extra help she provided, it was no wonder Zhao Yuliang felt exhausted. Thinking of this made Sister Ingchun feel guilty. It was all her fault. If you hadn't come to help me, Yuliang, you wouldn't be so tired. Sensing Sister Ingchun's misunderstanding, Zhao Yuliang quickly interjected, Sister, what are you saying? Why act so distant with me? I'm here enjoying your food and taking breakfast to go. Yet you don't mention that. Zhao Yuliang's playful attitude warmed Sister Ingchun's heart, but simultaneously, an odd feeling surged within her. All right, Yuliang, let us not dwell on this. From now on, we'll take care of each other. Absolutely, Zhao Yuliang replied, feigning arrogance while keeping a watchful eye on the ghostly carriage. Grandma Wen had once warned, whenever this carriage appeared, death would surely follow, and it would not leave until it was filled to the brim. As Zhao Yuliang's anxiety mounted, something even more terrifying unfolded before him. The rear door of the ghostly carriage swung open, and one by one, expressionless spirits stumbled out, swaying as if they had lost all awareness. Among them were Zhang Banzian, the Ma family father and son, the 6 individuals killed by the malevolent spirits, and even Grandma Wen herself. They formed a line, herded by a figure clad in a white robe, their bodies swaying unsteadily as they approached the barbecue stall, where they took their seats at an empty table, still swaying like wind chimes, their faces devoid of expression. At that moment, Zhao Yuliang could no longer contain his fear. His complexion paled, and he instinctively shielded Sister Ingchun. Observing his reaction, the young widow sensed that something was amiss and immediately inquired, Yuliang, what's wrong? Sister, ghosts. So many dead people. They're sitting in those empty spots over there. Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's words, Sister Ingchun felt a chill run down her spine. Yuliang, I can't see them. Don't scare me. Although they attempted to keep their voices low, the nearby Xiao Li overheard. Oh no, Yuliang, you really see them? He exclaimed, retreating behind Zhao Yuliang, his face a mask of terror. At that moment, Zhao Yuliang was too preoccupied to pay attention to Xiao Li. His gaze fixed intently on Grandma Wen. After all, she was the person he held most dear, and to see her in such a state was heartbreaking. As he watched, Zhao Yuliang suddenly noticed that although the old woman seemed unconscious with her eyes closed, her lips moved slightly, forming the words, Yuliang, run. Just as Zhao Yuliang was processing this, the white-robed figure turned its gaze toward him, sending him into a panic as he hastily diverted his eyes. Pretending he lacked the ability to see spirits. To maintain his ruse, he even engaged a drunken patron in jest. Brother Tian, you've had so much to drink already. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by your wife when you get home? However, before Brother Tian could respond, the white-robed figure's ethereal voice echoed, everyone here must die. The moment those words left its lips, Zhao Yuliang sensed the color drain from the faces of those around him. Once flushed with health, they all turned ashen, including Sister Ingchun and Xiao Li. If it were merely others facing death, Zhao Yuliang might have turned a blind eye, pretending not to know. After all, He felt powerless against the vengeful spirits. But when it came to those close to him, especially Sister Chun, he could never stand idly by. Resolutely, he stomped his foot and began to chant. Clouds shroud the deep mountains. Few are the travelers. Ancient caves harbor the cold of the night. Clear springs swirl around the immortal guest. Incense rises, uttering the truth. The wondrous Dharma is profound, healing the world. Words of power shake the spirit altar. In the realm of mystery, dragons and tigers awaken. The path of Tao manifests, not a mere tale. I beseech the old immortal to descend. Zhao Yuliang intended to summon Huang Yu, or at the very least, the grasshopper spirit. But unexpectedly, another twist occurred. A maggot-infested egg slowly emerged, lazily resting atop Zhao Yuliang's head, speaking in its usual monotonous manner. My parents are dragons, yet I am but a maggot. How can one reason with this? Not only did Chang Jie feel aggrieved, but Zhao Yuliang felt similarly at that moment. Hey, Eggy, can we focus on something serious when lives are at stake? Can you deal with that ghost over there? If not, could you hurry back and fetch young Master Huang? Upon hearing Zhao Yuliang's plea, Chang Jie finally reacted. He sluggishly lifted his upper body, squinting at the ghost across from him. Indeed, this creature resembled a stunted maggot, with mismatched eyes, suggesting a lack of intelligence. While Chang Jie gazed at the mysterious white-robed ghost, the ghost, in turn, fixed its gaze upon the peculiar egg. It repeated its earlier proclamation, "You all must die." As soon as the words escaped, the already listless Chang Jie appeared even more deflated, and the once pale eggshell became tinged with gray. At this sight, Zhao Yuliang realized that his egg companion was no match for the malevolent spirit and could be killed as well. Feeling a surge of guilt, he quickly urged, "Eggy, you must run home and summon young Master Huang and Brother Xiong." In a rare moment, Chang Jie responded again. Oh, after saying this, he began to drift slowly upwards, making his way toward the paper-cutting shop, resembling a balloon that had lost half its air. Zhao Yuliang suspected that, at Chang Jie's current pace, it would take until dawn for him to return to the shop. Despite this, just after drifting a short distance, Chang Jie inexplicably floated back. In Zhao Yuliang's astonished gaze, he spoke in a leisurely manner. "Who did you want me to call over again?" "I forgot." Zhao Yuliang, eager to prevent Chang Jie from forgetting and returning, quickly scribbled down a list of names, including young Master Huang and Brother Xiong, while keeping a close watch on the white-robed ghost. He intended to rally his entire crew to confront the malevolent spirit. After sealing the written paper with saliva, he pressed it onto the eggshell with a puff. "Eggy, please hurry. Lives are truly at stake." "Oh," Chang Jie replied, still unhurried, and continued to drift toward the paper-cutting shop. Yet again, he barely made it a short distance before drifting back, eliciting Zhao Yuliang's despair. "Eggy, I'll call you Egg Grandpa if that helps. Can we please be serious when lives are on the line? People will actually die?" Despite Zhao Yuliang's frantic urgency, Chang Jie remained unfazed, speaking with a languid tone. "You want me to be called Grandpa? Then Yuliang, don't worry, your great-grandpa has arrived. I want need to exert myself to float back. These poor souls are doomed." "What?" Before Zhao Yuliang could process this, he suddenly felt a warm spring breeze. Indeed, in the depths of autumn, a gentle spring wind had unexpectedly blown through. Not only was it a spring breeze, but Zhao Yuliang even sensed that, in that fleeting moment, the world seemed to brighten. Of course, it hadn't truly brightened. It was merely an impression. Soon, all the light converged across from the barbecue stall, where two figures slowly emerged. One tall and one small, the larger figure held the smaller one's hand. The adult exuded a calm demeanor, smiling gently yet embodying a regal presence, commanding respect and reverence. The child remained shy, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. It was none other than the enigmatic Mr. Hua and the little monk by his side. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yuliang couldn't help but instinctively call out, "Sir?" The man smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, taking deliberate steps with the little monk toward Zhao Yuliang. What perplexed Zhao Yuliang even more was that the ghost, who had just been seated beside an empty table across from him, suddenly stood up. This included the terrifying figure in the white robe. In unison, they covered their faces with their hands, lined up, bowed their heads, and hurriedly returned to the spirit carriage. The carriage vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. To Zhao Yuliang, the ghost's actions seemed to convey a fear that their ghastly visages might offend the approaching gentleman, prompting them to cover their faces in haste. Meanwhile, the gentleman appeared utterly indifferent to the spirits, simply leading the young monk to an empty seat where he sat down. At that moment, Chun, who had heard Zhao Yuliang call out to the gentleman, hurriedly inquired, "Liangzi, who were you just speaking with?" "What gentleman?" The kind one who came a few days ago? Her words momentarily left Zhao Yuliang at a loss, prompting him to respond. Sister, the gentleman is sitting right across from you. Can't you see him? Ah, Ingchun exclaimed, her face a mask of surprise as she looked around. Liangzi, are you joking? I can't see him at all. If he really is here, you must ask him to leave quickly. We have ghosts here. We can't let the ghosts harm him. Faced with such a surreal situation, Zhao Yuliang found himself momentarily speechless. He also realized that not only Ingchun was unable to see the gentleman, everyone else was in the same predicament. If the others could see him, those still dining at nearby tables would have already gathered around to greet him. As Zhao Yuliang stood there, unsure whether to approach the gentleman, he heard the soft voice of the gentleman whisper in his ear, if you wish to come over, feel free. Do not be astonished, they cannot see me. Oh. Zhao Yuliang nodded vigorously at this revelation, quickly whispering to Ingchun, Sister, please do not speak. Listen to me. You must get everyone to leave immediately. Find a reason. Do not ask why, just trust me. I will explain later. His urgency stemmed from two concerns. First, he feared that the inebriated patrons might utter impolite remarks that could offend the benevolent gentleman. Second, if he approached the gentleman, it would appear as though he were talking to thin air, leading others to think he had lost his mind or was possessed. Should that happen, if everyone rushed over to inquire, how would he be able to converse with the gentleman properly? Evidently, Ingchun had great faith in Zhao Yuliang, for she immediately took action upon hearing him. Gentlemen, I believe you have all had enough to drink. It's time to head home. I need to close up. The diners paused, then began to tease her. What is wrong, beautiful? Are you not going to conduct business? Not making money? Or are you eager to return to your intimate world with Liangzi? Ingchun laughed off their jests, saying, Do not speak nonsense. As an experienced sister, I am not bothered. But if it delays Liangzi from finding a partner, that would be unfortunate. Now, listen to me, everyone, hurry back. I am feeling unwell today and need to rest early. The adults, understanding her plight, exchanged knowing smiles. Understood, we will leave immediately. Beautiful lady, settle the bill. Go home and rest well. You should close up early these days. With a smile, Ingchun graciously replied to each of them. Today it's on me. Your bills will be calculated at a discount. If you didn't enjoy your drinks, come back another day. After sending everyone away, even little Li had been ushered back. Zhao Yuliang promptly rushed to sit opposite the gentleman. He sat down awkwardly, like a schoolboy facing the principal. He began with an apology. Sir, I am terribly sorry for my tardiness. As he spoke, he instinctively rose to bow. The gentleman, still warm and amiable, replied, It is quite all right. I understand your good intentions. Please, take a seat and make yourself comfortable. Oh, by the way, do you wish for her to see me as well? Let her come over too. As he spoke, Ingchun indeed immediately noticed the gentleman, her eyes widening in astonishment. You truly have come. Well then, I shall prepare some barbecue, all the delicious dishes. Liangzi, please make sure to keep the gentleman here. We cannot let him leave without enjoying a proper meal. If he does not eat well at our place, the entire town will point fingers at us.